on her sport?
Yeah, she's not a part of the NBA. She's part of I know it's the same business, but, good for her.
Why is it Caitlin Clark's business to try to save NBA All-Star Weekend?
It's not. It's her business to try to promote WNBA All-Star Weekend.
But people are going to watch both either way. I mean, it would just be bigger if she was part of the NBA one.
Maybe, but I actually respect the pride she's taking in her own sport and saying, my services are going to be exclusive to where I play, and they're not going to be offered to everyone else.
You're going to make Caitlin Clark somehow bigger by playing in NBA All-Star Weekend? I mean, I get why the NBA would want it. I don't know how it would serve Caitlin Clark.
I mean, let's be honest though. The WNBA one is not going to be as big as the NBA one. Like the eyeballs alone. But
Caitlin Clark is already a household name. I guess that's my point. Like
she doesn't need it.
Like with Sabrina Ionescu, it made sense, right? But with Caitlin Clark, she's one of the biggest stars in all the sports.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes. Placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Michelle Smallman here for the Capital One Venture X card. If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, you can earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn all of your purchases into extraordinary travel. And you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book through Capital One Travel. Plus, you'll get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Did you know that Taquerias Arandas now have sports bars inside several of the Houston locations? That's been going on for a little bit. That's right, my favorite Mexican restaurant, also my favorite spot to catch games. Arandas sports bars offer a full bar, incredible drink specials, several televisions so you can watch your favorite games, authentic Mexican bites, and they are open late. And all this just to make sure Houston sports fans never miss a play. Get to your nearest Arandas location and enjoy one heck of a great time with great food, unbeatable game day experience in one location.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Robert-Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas. Our community. That's our favorite, right? That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 79cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
79cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 79cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 79cash.com. That's 79cash.com. 79cash.com.
What's your name?
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers. Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Where's Lance's camera? Where is he, Dell?
Where is he? Where's Lance's camera?
Where's Lance's camera?
Where's my camera?
Okay, if you say something that's incredible and we don't have the video of it,
what?
then
So
it doesn't
everyone
count.
can tell on me and go put it on social media, try to make it go viral and make people say I'm Cap all the time?
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
Is that what you want? These
What
snitches
kind of,
coming in here and trying to capture our stuff and then put it viral so people say, that's Cap. That's Cap. Shut up.
What does that mean? That's Cap.
Tell them what it means, Del. That's Cap mean it's a lie. That's fake. That's a lie.
Cat? Or
Cap. Cap.
Oh, Cap. Oh, that's Cap.
That's Cap.
Okay, I didn't know what that meant. I do know this. You caught now. See, Bravo says Lance is Cap. Yeah, Lance is Cap. Lance, you caught a lot of business over your comments about Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. But because, you just wanted hits. That you just wanted clicks, right?
Yeah. There's nothing better than clicks. I do a draft. I do a mock draft that the NFL retweets. You don't get more people telling you how dumb you are than that. Because first of all, the NFL retweets it. So an NFL draft account tweets it. Those are people who follow the draft. It's more sensible. Once at NFL account with whatever 20 million people or whatever, once they tweet out, Lance Zierlein has his first mock draft. Oh, I am the dumbest. This is when I really get dumb. When people tell me what a sack of turds I am. I don't know anything. This guy has no credibility. This cap. See? In the chat. See cap, see cap. So when you see that means that's a lie.
Right. Okay. That's a cap. I got you. That's a cap.
Yeah, that's cap. That's not a cap, just cap.
Yeah.
That's cap.
So not cat, like City Cats, what Raheel works for.
No,
right.
not that.
Not that.
No,
not that.
Like cap.
Cap. I got you. Okay. So
yeah,
Del,
I did
today?
catch a little bit
Del's
during that
sleeping
time.
already during the show. Del's already sleeping. How
Because he doesn't
how
like
about
when
wake up, Del? Were you out late
Del
drinking
doesn't
last
like
night?
when we put him on cultural game.
No,
That's what
this
he
is
doesn't like.
such an inane conversation that I can't believe it's still happening.
Well, okay. No Rockets basketball last night. They played tonight against Memphis, who is chasing them in the West. So big game, another big game tonight for our team. But we did have some action. Dylan Brooks got fined $25 large for dropping an MFer on the broadcast. I told you that he had said that, right? After I was watching, he goes, "I knew that MFer was going in." And after Amen hit the game winner, and the league fines him. How many guys swear on broadcast and he gets fined?
They all get fined. Yes, they get fined. So this has been a big trend lately. Like with the T-Wolves, who does? I think it's Anthony Edwards that always does this. His new thing is this. He's going to just drop cuss words. Like that is it's kind of BS. I mean, you know that there are kids watching. You know that you don't have to. You can convey whatever. It's not a heat of the moment. I think these are. If you want me to be honest, I know when Anthony Edwards does it, he knows what he's doing. He's got plenty of time to do it. He's done it more than once. He doesn't care. He's got all the money in the world, and so he's gonna, he gets off.
Seems like a waste of $25 large to me.
Yeah, what's the purpose? Like, there's kids watching. Just don't do it. And Dylan Brooks, just don't do it. But you think Dylan really cares about the kids? Dylan just says FTK. Dylan Brooks is not a guy that he actually probably does good charity stuff, because a lot of times the roughest guys are pretty charitable on that. But he also strikes me as an FTK guy also, where he just says, F those kids.
Yeah. And he did the other night. And we got us a game, and I got some sound that I want to play here in the first. Dyson Daniels. I don't know who. I met Dyson Daniels, or saw Dyson Daniels the other night. Maybe the first time ever in my life I knew what a Dyson Daniels was. But Dyson Daniels, he's got some nice defensive game. He can play a little bit, and Dyson Daniels was kind of a pain in the ass the other night. But the Rockets have developed them some. They've developed a Quinn Snyder, their head coach, after the game. He said, "Man, that's a physical team now. That is a physical team, the Rockets." And Dyson Daniels asked about the Rockets, and here's what Dyson Daniels had to say.
Yeah, I think they're probably the most physical team in the league, to be honest. And, for us to come in and, match their physicality and give ourselves a chance to, win that game, it was right there for us. We played well enough to win. We're just going to have to continue to do that. We have to be the aggressor, whoever we play against, and we have to have that same mentality every game.
Yeah.
So,
you better bring your big boy pants when you're playing the Rockets. Okay.
Yeah. What's interesting. So a lot of times physicality is not really used that much when you talk about basketball. People who, I think people who just from the outside looking in, when you play somebody physical in basketball because you get forearms in the chest, they are up against you and grabbing you and holding you, and the box outs are stronger and the fouls are harder. And people may think it's aggressive, but you know what I've noticed, John? This is like the fourth time I've heard. The other day in the Atlanta game, whoever the color commentator was, at the very beginning of the game, you may have seen this audio clip. I think Dreamshake had it and sent it to us. Whoever the color commentator was after the tip says, this is going to be, they better be ready today because this is a physical team. I've heard the phrase physical team with the Rockets like, I don't know, at least 4 or 5 times this year from opposing people. And that is an Ime Udoka joint right there. He just, it just means like you said, put your big boy pants on, because everything that you do is going to be contested, and it's going to be contested with a great deal of aggression and physicality.
Yeah. I mean, every guy on the floor is physical. Amen is inside, and Alpi and Adams, and I mean, it doesn't matter who they put on the floor. That's fun. That's good. That's the kind of ball. And the Cougs won again last night against West Virginia, and that's the kind of ball that they play. We're watching some really, really, really good, maybe 2 of the most physical teams in their respective sports. I don't even think it's maybe. Houston's got to be the most physical team in college basketball, and the Cougs. You hear Dyson saying that the Rockets are the most physical in the NBA. So that's fun. We were watching some good basketball. So apparently the Texans are going to interview Bill Lazor. What do we know about Bill Lazor?
Bill Lazor is considered a good offensive coach. He coached under Chip Kelly back in the day. He was kind of a hot name for a while, coming out of the Chip Kelly school of of offensive coordinating. Then it went. I'm trying to remember he had a stint where it didn't go so well, but every coach is going to have that at some point. That's just the nature of the business. But Bill Lazor is pretty well respected. Wow, he's 52 now. I remember when he was one of the hot young names when he was in his 30s, but he's coached for a while. I'm trying to see where. Let's see, Cornell, Washington, Seattle in 2008. So he was there as the quarterback's coach in 2013 with Chip. And Dell had him as an offensive coordinator in 2014, 2015. Probably doesn't like him. And he's with the team, so he's been there. He knows the team. There's the continuity. That would be the difference. He's an offensive, assistant right now at the Texans. So Gerard Johnson is a quarterback coach. Bill Lazor is an offensive assistant. If you want to keep it in-house, Laser's the one who has been a play caller multiple times. Bengals, Miami Dolphins. He was at Virginia in college. Like, he's got a lot of experience calling plays. Chicago Bears from 20 to 21. Now, he hasn't been a long-time offensive coordinator for a lot of those stops. They typically don't last more than 1 to 2 years, so you can take from that what you want, but he has experience doing that. So I don't know.
I almost think after getting a guy with no experience, that's what you always, if you get a defensive head coach, you go get an offensive the next time, whatever. I almost think like the Texans are going to feel like they need to have experience.
An experienced guy. Yeah, I think you're right. I just don't. I know that there's that Gerard Johnson. I know Aaron Glenn had looked at Gerard Johnson for the Saints job if he went to the Saints. I can't remember if AG's got an offensive coordinator over there now. I assume he does over with the Jets. But I know Gerard Johnson's one of the guys who was in the mix over there. He's a guy who's going to eventually, I think, become an offense coordinator. I'm with you, John. You just got done with a guy who has 2 years as a coordinator, a head coach with 2 years, and a quarterback with 2 years. You didn't have a whole lot of experience in that trio there, and maybe the Texans will want somebody who maybe can better adjust to certain looks or whatever in terms of a game plan to start a game. Maybe the game planning will be less predictable. The Gary Kubiak version of the offense was predictable, but it was about execution, and you had to stop it. So it was a Mike Shanahan. The Kyle Shanahan version, Kyle changed it up. Kyle changed the game. But just because you came from Kyle Shanahan, that doesn't mean you think like Kyle Shanahan. It doesn't mean you think like Sean McVay. You're not automatically the same coordinator those guys are. No. So I think that's one of the problems D'Amico and probably CJ to a lesser extent had was that maybe it was too execution oriented instead of, hey, be a little less predictable and put defenses on their heels instead of us being on our heels all the time.
There's an art to play calling. I know Bobby Slowick, he called all the bad plays. He didn't really get
He did. For some reason, he kept installing bad plays.
Bad plays. Bad plays.
Well, but there is. We're joking a little bit, but you're right. There is an art to a rhythm.
There is.
To getting into a rhythm, to use one play call. The really good ones will show you a certain personnel grouping because they'll show you a play, and they just run this 3-yard play. They're setting something else up. They may run it twice, and then they're setting something else up for down the road. And that's part of it. It is a chess match.
I was just watching Julian Edelman on a podcast, and boy, did he slam Mike Tomlin. He said, man, the Steelers haven't changed nothing. He said they had a linebacker on me in the slot every single game. I'd have 9 catches against the Steelers, and they still do the same stuff. Change it up. Do something different. But that's what we do. This is what we do. And you want to talk about an indictment on Tomlin is that he won't change, to give different looks. Brady, you do the same thing against Brady every time. He's going to destroy you.
Well, and and you're right. And, I like Mike Tomlin. We all like the fact, it's hard not to respect the fact that he always has winning seasons. Pittsburgh are pretty much done with him for the most part. It's been a long run. He's had success. They just want to move on and get something else. But some of it is because of, it is the same thing over and over and over. And there haven't been a lot of changes the style, the scheme is, there's differences, but going from Dom Capers to Dick LeBeau, really it was kind of Dick LeBeau to Dom Capers to Dick LeBeau to Mike Tomlin. And Cowher was in there, obviously, but Cowher was there when Dick LeBeau was there. Those architects, it's kind of this, there's a lot of similarities. There's not a lot of changes. And you're right. If you keep doing the same thing, man, it makes it easy for teams to mismatch you because you're predictable. They know what you're going to do,
Yep. All right. 713-780-3776. Basically a holiday show with no Rockets game last night. It's basically a holiday show. We can say whatever we want. Oh, yeah. It's a holiday right now. And so if you want to get in, 713-780-3776. The number to call us here. John Chill will join us a little bit later in the show from the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I want to find out what have you played? Well, we'll do it on the other side. I want a slot tournament. Have you played in a slot tournament?
No, but I've seen them. Have you ever seen them?
No, we'll talk about it.
All these people, it's all old people, and all they do is they bang on the spin button nonstop, so you get as many potential spins in as possible. That's all it is.
That's a tournament. Okay.
There is no. You just
no. Lance, don't do that. The people will have that video.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Littell, can you capture that? Thanks. I need to talk about right now Gulf Coast Windows. My guy Jim Fiume. I got to talk about what is going on over there at Gulf Coast Windows. Gulf Coast Windows is where you're going to get your window on. It's where you're going to get your door on. It's where you're going to find the best doors and windows in the market. I mean, I don't. It's crazy. It's actually not crazy. The dude has been doing this forever, going on 40 years now, and he's always been about quality. He's always been about durability. He's always been about a great product. He's always been about the best installation you can get. And that's kind of a big deal, people. If it's not put in perfect, guess what? That window is going to leak, and you got the same problem that you had before. Or you're going to have noise. You're going to have imperfections. You're going to have a security problem. All these things. So they have to be installed perfectly. Is your company going to install it perfectly? Because that's what Gulf Coast Windows does. They stand behind every single window and door that they put in, and they are going to make sure that you have the best window and door buying experience. All right, 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com. You're looking for the best window, period, exclamation point, is Gulf Coast Windows.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Harry Douglas here, and if you're constantly on the go like I am, then earbuds are a priority. That's why you need Technique's new noise-canceling AZ80s. Like you, these buds work as hard as they play. You'll get Technique's legendary high-res audio, along with state-of-the-art noise cancellation, so you can stay in your zone. Visit us.techniques.com/sports to shop for AZ80s now. That's us.technics.com/sports.
A golf course quality lawn is easier and more affordable than you think with True Green. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. And right now, you can get 75% off your first service. Plus, they have a price match guarantee. You know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, True Green will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TrueGreen.com today to lock in 75% off and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Woo woo! If there's ever a time to hop on the MyBookie train, it's now, because the big game is here. It's fun to have some action on the biggest football game of the year, and you can make it happen at MyBookie.ag. Are you leaning Chiefs? Piggles? Winning some cash on top of your pick will bowl you over. It's really super. See what I did there? Here's the key when signing up. Use our promo code BET975 to get a welcome bonus on top of your initial deposit. More money for free to make bets and win. The big game prop bets are ridiculous. You can bet on, will Trump tweet during the game? Will the Gatorade shower be orange, blue, or purple? And how long the national anthem will be, over or under? Spice up your big game experience. Sign up with MyBookie today. Go to MyBookie.ag, click on bonuses, and be sure to use promo code BET975. That's BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only at MyBookie.ag. Use promo code BET975.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? Download it now in your app store.
Hey guys, Lance Zierlein here with my good friend Craig DeSer. People sometimes think I don't mean that, but I consider us friends. I consider Gulf Coast, Chevy, Buick, GMC, everybody you work with there, I consider them friends because it's the same people. You guys don't have a lot of turnover. For some reason, they like you.
It's hard to believe, Lance, but even you and I have had a 20-year relationship.
It's incredible. And the people who work at your place continue to work at your place because it's a great place to buy cars. It's a great place to shop. And it's a place that I love putting my name on. It's Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Inc.
John Granato here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance, you want to do that again where you were hitting the button over and over and over again? Is that you want to
No.
do that?
Nope.
But so that is a slot tournament which is coming up at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I think it's February 1st, or go to the website goldennuggetlc.com and compete in the slot. And you like slots though. You play slots. I just can't. I get too bored. It's just the same thing over and over.
Well, you don't have ADD because there's nothing better than lights, sound. It's a constant engagement.
You love
great.
that. Okay.
Yeah,
So
you're all your senses get engaged, and it's just like, oh, and then that one game where there's little babies, those little Asian babies, that go, and all of a sudden the dragon goes through, and that means you're about to win. It's just random too, and then you'll win, and you say, oh, those little babies are here, great. Just little things like that.
and then the dragon comes through.
And then the dragon comes through.
It eats all the
but
babies.
that was the game that you could win on, and I noticed they took it out.
Yeah. Man, thoughts and prayers going out to Washington, D.C., the plane and helicopter that collided. It's just, oh my goodness. What a horrible, horrible story. It looked like that helicopter just ran right into the plane. And it's just, there are all kinds of, somebody sent out a video in Washington, D.C. There are all kinds of helicopters that take off right next to the planes all the time. They're military helicopters, and they're constantly taking off. And I don't know, those two collided last night, and man, what a horrible,
64
horrible.
people dead, no survivors.
Man, the explosion when the two hit was incredible. That's just awful. I'm on a lot of planes lately, and that kind of crap gets me. I hate that. Hate that. So thoughts and prayers going out to those people. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Astros, congratulations. They received an awful grade for their offseason moves. Okay. Bleacher Report says the Astros get a D for this offseason. What do they get if Bregman signs? You got Christian Walker, you brought Isaac Paredes that you brought in. You made a trade for Cam Smith. You lose Kyle Tucker. I don't know that you've traded away Ryan Presley, which might be a positive. I hate to say it, but right now it might be a positive for the team. And then you brought back Alex Bregman. I think that grade moves up to about a B- if you're telling because you fixed a problem. While you created a problem in right field, you fixed a big problem at first base.
Well, so yeah, I think maybe I wonder some of those grades were them assessing what the contract was and value of contract and all that stuff. Because you added players like you said. You lost Kyle Tucker. If you just look at it as a plus minus, you lost one starter and gained two starters. Well, you lost two starters actually if we assume Bregman's gone. If Bregman comes back, obviously that grade changes. But it's also probably if Bregman comes back, it's a 1-year deal. Maybe two, but the longer you put together, if you're going to do two, you might as well try to get 6 out of the Astros. And I don't think they have the money to do a 6-year deal relative to Bregman's value. So I think the only offer can be a short-term offer so that they can go back to the market next year. And it's kind of a whatever. That's fine. This is uncharted territory for the Astros. Dana Brown is having to and this is now multiple years where he's having to just kind of figure it out on the go because they lose core players and they have to try to make it work with core players and now with all these injuries. So it's how to transition from being the hunted into the hunter is going to take some time because it's you're just slowly withering away from what you were, but that doesn't mean you have to tank. And Jim Crane does not want to tank. That's not happening. He already did that. He's not doing it again.
He said we're always going to compete, and I believe him. And they're right at the top of the. I saw some real criticism. Some ugly criticism of Dana Brown on the interwebs, but then I've seen the defense of him as well. I think he's in a terrible, terrible situation to take over after this run or to try to keep the run alive. It's almost harder to keep this alive with the way the payroll is what's turned the payroll. What it's turned the payroll into. When you have this much success, you got a bunch of guys that are going to start to make money. Jeff Luhnow did a hell of a job of putting together a roster that won, but he didn't have salary cap restraints. Now you've got all of these restraints that are strangling the organization and making you make tough decisions. Back then, the tough decision was, who do we sign, not how do we pay him. And so I think I think Dana Brown is in a really, really difficult situation here, and his hands are tied. I mean, does he want to give up Kyle Tucker? No, of course he doesn't want to give up Kyle Tucker. But you got to make the best. And then he goes out and signs a couple of guys that helps out the screw ups of what they did before he got there with Abreu and Montero. And he's got to make up for that. And I think he's still keeping them competitive. I think Dana Brown is doing a nice job, if you want to know the truth.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think he's just doing a job.
It ain't an easy job.
It may be an impossible job.
Yeah.
It may be one where we can't measure it in terms of the previous measurements of success, because Dana Brown doesn't have the same players that James Click and Jeff Luhnow had. But his job is also to draft players that end up becoming, the next wave for the Astros. So we don't know yet how that's going to work out.
Yep. So we'll find. I just think the Bregman thing, I just think it's all a bunch of we haven't heard really the Astros side. There was a lot of hemming and hawing from Dana about, well, we got internal discussions. We haven't. I owe Boris a call. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that. Remind me about that. Hey, Joan, remind me to call Scott Boras sometime. Remind me.
Hey, Siri, send message to call Scott Boras at 1:30 p.m.
I don't think he was being that specific. No. At some time, remind me, I got to give Scott Boras a call. Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's the Astros are nearly as interested as the Bregman side is, as the Boras side is, to get a big deal done for Alex Bregman. It's just this. It's so funny. I think baseball might be just waking up a little bit. Yeah. That said, just signed a $765 million deal, Soto. So, yeah, baseball is getting a lot smarter. 713-780-3776, the number if you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. Let's talk about GiveMeTheVin.com right now. Let's talk about my man John Clay Wolf. Let's talk about him coming on Saturday. Let's talk about him buying vehicles from you on the phone. I mean, that's crazy. This dude, you pick up the phone, you call him, and I'm sure he's got minions in the back that say, okay, this guy wants to talk about a 1969 Corvette, and we're going to find out, is it mint and all this, and it's going to be worth this and whatnot. You know what? But John Clay Wolf, you think he doesn't know the business? This dude has he's got billions on the line. He knows what he's talking about. He can tell you. It's rather amazing. You could tell him a car, and he'll say, okay, how many miles and what kind of condition is in, and he can give you a number. And it's incredible. Now, he's not answering when you go to GiveMeTheVin.com, but he's got a bunch of people that are, and they're going to give you the most for your car. His mantra is, give the most that we possibly can for this vehicle. Let's buy that car, okay? So when you're selling your car, there's one place that you have to go every single time, GiveMeTheVin.com.
ESPN 97.5.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light. It's just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing every single time. Coors Light. Climb out, brother.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorites. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn. And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
I just bought another house for cash. Sell me yours at greenlandoffer.com.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest invention is a game changer. Jeremy Branham here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal, but now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet. ProDunk.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back. I was just hearing Jeremy. You know, Joel and Jeremy were ripping you for your story about CJ and Bobby Slowick, just so you know.
Yeah, no, I saw that snitch try to send a message. Hey, guys, you know the Killer Bees? I said, are you snitching?
Yeah, he's snitching.
Yeah, I'm
I mean, I
snitching.
just
We
want
got
you
a
to
whole
know.
lot of snitches at this station, a whole lot of snitch-ass listeners.
Well, I just want you to know that was the conversation. I don't like snitching, but
fine with it.
Who are your top snitches at the station, Lance?
Yeah.
Well, John is a snitch. We know that. You and I have gone through that, Dell. He
That's
says
true.
he's not, but he tells quicker than anybody.
Are you kidding? I would go to prison.
Not a
to
chance.
Not snitch on you too.
Not a chance. You'd roll over so quick.
No, I'm like the beginning of Once Upon a Time in America, or no, A Boy's Tale, a Bronx Tale. Yeah, a Bronx Tale. That's
You'd
me.
roll over for a slice of pizza. Just slap
You've
a
done it
slice of
before
pizza
for
in
the
front
Texans.
of you.
What
Yeah.
kind of pizza?
I don't. That's the point. It doesn't
No,
matter.
it does matter.
Style.
It doesn't
tavern
really
style.
matter as long as it's not deep
It
dish.
does
You'd
matter
roll
to
over.
John. It needs to be tavern
No, as
style.
long as it's not deep dish, he'll
No.
roll over. That's how
Yeah,
easy.
he
No.
likes. There's a
There's
specific
a lot
kind
of bad
pizza he
pizza
likes.
out there, Del.
You would.
He
The
likes
point
tavern
isn't about the pizzas. The point is you ain't a stand-up guy.
Yeah.
You would roll over.
Yeah. No, I'm a stand-up guy. Are you kidding
Not
me?
a stand-up
Depends
guy.
on the pizza. It depends.
That's
on
the
pizza.
problem. It should not depend on the pizza if you're a stand-up guy. The answer is
Stand-up.
never.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'll snitch. Who else is a snitch? Abigail. She probably a snitch.
I don't know that. Do we know that?
We don't know.
I don't think. I think Sam would take the pinch.
You think? You think?
Yeah, I don't think
She's
Sam would
loyal?
roll over.
No, I don't think so.
I think Sam would take the pinch.
There's
yeah.
not a chance. She's one that would say you deserve what's going to happen to you.
Oh yeah, you're right. What am I talking about? That's completely. Yeah, she would be super judgy. Yeah.
Yeah,
she
she'd
would
be like, "Oh, you did the crime. Do the time."
Officer, over here.
Yeah.
She'd go get the.
I'm a
officer.
witness to whatever this person did.
If you need me, here's my number, and you can also send a message to my Insta. Yeah, you're right. I was thinking, you know what? Maybe Abigail's the one who would stand alone. Abigail wouldn't give you right up. She would and then eventually she would roll over, oh, okay, I got to tell you. But I think at first she'd try to stand strong. I know who I can trust is oh my God, our intern. I've just forgot his name.
Joe
Alan.
George.
That's not our intern. Joe is not an intern.
Alan doesn't snitch.
I thought he meant Joe George. I thought he was talking about Joe.
I can trust. I know I can trust Alan.
Alan's gone, isn't he?
Yeah, but that's all right. He's not going to say anything.
Okay. No, Alan doesn't talk much. That's why.
You know who else we can trust? Melissa. We can trust Melissa from the Power 105. She's not snitching on anything.
Oh no, she's from Columbia. She ain't snitching.
Yeah.
No
snitch.
No.
Didn't hear anything.
I don't know nothing. No, nothing. Yo no sabo. Yo no sabo
nada.
Who's on the line, Del? We got a couple of callers. Who's first? Spencer? Let's get him in here. Hey, Spencer.
Hey, guys. First and foremost, I want to tip my hat to one of your sponsors. We had a squirrel issue in our attic, and grass pest control came out, did what they do at a reasonable price. So,
that's nice.
Don't like squirrels in your attic? Call them grass pest control. So there you go.
How about that? Very nice. We appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for calling them.
No worries. And so I was calling it Dana Brown. Obviously the 2022 offseason was a dumpster fire with Click gone and then the Abreu and Montero contracts. I wasn't a huge fan of last offseason. I still don't like the Hader contract with the amount per year or the 5 years. I just didn't like it. But I think Dana Brown's having a heck of an offseason. If you're not going to extend Tucker and that decision is made, that's fine. It looks like you got a pretty darn good haul for him. If you're going to trade a really good player, you get back a guy who can play all over the infield, including third base, and he's under control for like 4 years. You get a relief pitcher who's under control for 3 or 4 years, and you get a guy who is now your number one prospect in the entire system. That's a pretty good haul. And so, the Astros are going to, like all teams, they're going to win or they're going to lose based on their starting rotation. And if Framber and Hunter Brown pitch like they should be able to pitch, and Blanco and Arrighetti are not, one-hit wonders, this team has a really good offense. It's a good enough offense. We could easily run away with the division because the Rangers have a lot of holes, a lot of injuries. And then after that, the Mariners are going to do the Mariners stuff. And then after that, no one's really going to do anything. So I'm fine with what Dana Brown's doing. I think he's doing a really good job. And, it's moves like the Tucker move, bringing people in, signing Christian Walker to a reasonable contract. That's what helps you win. Click made one of the greatest, most quiet, untalked about trade in the history of the team. He traded Miles Straw for Yainer Diaz and Phil Maton. And I don't even think Straw's still in baseball. And so, if Paredes can hit, if Kemp Smith turns out to be a stud, no one's going to remember Kyle Tucker. So, anyway, that's all I got. Thanks.
That was a great. Well, it was Miles
Nobody's going to remember
Kyle Tucker. You weren't trading away
Kyle
Tucker. You were trading away Miles Straw.
I don't know about nobody's going to remember Kyle Tucker.
Yeah,
that's kind of
right. That's a different deal. But you're right. He did. He killed it with that. That trade was just a murder. I mean, the Indians. You are so stupid.
The Miles Straw, and you know what? You were right. I went and researched that Kyle Tucker, Al Avila, who was with the Tigers at the time. I think he was an assistant GM or something like that. He fought hard for Kyle Tucker in 2017 for the Justin Verlander trade. But apparently in this article I was reading from Detroit, it's from 2019. Excuse me. The Astros wouldn't budge. Like the Astros wouldn't even entertain the conversation. If it was going to involve Kyle Tucker, then Verlander would never have come. They wouldn't have brought him over.
Yeah. No. He was untouchable. He enforced.
It was Jeff Leno. One of his greatest successes was not rolling over when Tucker got off to a slow start and still making him untouchable. That was because there was a time where Kyle Tucker looked overwhelmed by major league pitching. And he was kind of skinny and he didn't look the part. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh yeah, this guy is really good.
Well, and the thought was he was brash when he came up, and he wasn't the hardest worker. and he really struggled at the beginning. And the guys, were all like giving him the side eye his first year, and then the offseason came and he worked a lot harder. I think he thought it was all going to come really, really easy, and it didn't. And then he worked his ass off, and he became the hitter that he was. But his first foray into Major League Baseball was not a good one. That was not a good one, and the guys in the locker room were not impressed by him. And he changed all that. Which is a credit to him. But he's got a load of talent. He'll be just fine. And it's interesting. Hayden Wesneski you got him in the trade, and while he's a relief pitcher, they're talking about starting him, and I think he's going to go into spring training trying to start for this team. That's probably the most worrisome is the injury still to Garcia and McCullers and Javier, and your rotation isn't there yet. I mean, we'll find out. They certainly would have been nice. I saw it. There was an article here. The headline is former Astros star pitcher signs with National League team. Do you know who that might be? That former Astros star pitcher?
Well, these headlines are so dumb now. These new media headlines is just whatever they can do to try to click you, to try to bait you. So let me
click on. It got me to click.
Yeah, former Astros star pitcher. Would it be? I don't know. Who would it be?
Wade Miley. Former Astros star pitcher Wade Miley signs with the Reds. So that's a
you got it. We got to start. Listen, if Trump wants to start cleaning stuff up, start with new media headline writers.
Wow,
that's the biggest problem facing us. Yeah, the price of groceries is bad, but these clickbait headlines might be worse. They're wasting our time.
It got me
with these stupid. I know it did.
They ball sacked me.
He pitched here 1 year, and he wasn't a star. He was all right.
He was pretty good that year. He was pretty good.
Yeah, he was all right. Was he a star?
Wade Miley's a star now? What?
And you notice how they used Astro? They didn't use any of his other teams. I mean, the guy came up with Arizona, pitched in Arizona for 4 years. Then he bounced around. He was with Baltimore. Then he came from Milwaukee to Houston for 1 year. He was in Cincinnati. Wade Miley has been with Milwaukee twice. I mean, this dude's been with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's been with 8 teams, and they picked the one Astro a year out. That's
let's not forget who.
Okay,
let's not forget whose computer it was on. I click on everything Houston, so they know that. So they aim the headline to me.
Okay, so I know. So whoever wrote that headline, if they were punished with a $5,000 fine, or they get tased just for 1 second, it doesn't last long. Do you think they'd stop having these headlines? I do.
Did you get tased? I don't think
or take a fine. We gotta stop these dumbass headlines. I told my headline writer. I got mad at my headline writer at NFL one time. I'm like, guys, this does not represent what I wrote at all. And I said that about 7 years ago, and they're actually really like. They were very responsive, and they understood where I was coming at. Like, this is a misrep. We've had it we still have it on SportsMap. The guys who do SportsMap videos still. This hiring could shake up the foundation of everything we know about Houston sports. Like, that's not what they'll pull a clip from us. I'm like, what did we say that could possibly be that?
All right. When we come back, Adam Silver wants to change the game. See what you think. On the other side, right here on ESPN.
Adam Silver hates basketball. There's not one thing about the NBA that he likes.
Well, but he used to play, and look how athletic he is. Time for you.
Yes, that's true. He is a players commissioner.
Time for you to talk about tacos.
I'll talk about. There's so much more to talk about than tacos. I mean, you got all your authentic Mexican food favorites available at Taquerias Surroundus, and I can't wait to get back and enjoy the. Actually, tomorrow we're going to go have lunch at the Arandas Sports Bar. They're one of the Taqueria Arandas locations that has their largest sports bar, and it's really cool because what they do is they take their bar area in some of the Taqueria Arandas locations, and they turn it into a sports bar. So it's really cool because they have a bar menu available for you. They have drink specials, margarita specials, whatever the case may be. But they have a separate bar menu that they've created to make it very easy for you to order your bar favorites. And of course, they have a full open menu available to you as well. You go watch your games. Tell them the games that you want to watch. Hey, I want to watch this game. They'll put it on the television. You'll watch your favorite soccer matches, Premier League on Saturday morning, Sunday morning when you're having breakfast, or your favorite baseball game coming up, your basketball game, your whatever. Football's just about to end, but that's what they're there for. They want to make you happy so that you have your food, your friends, your fun, all there, your drinks, all in one location. And they want that to be your new sports bar location where you can come in, take over the area, and then start enjoying, before you know it, we're going to March Madness, man. Go post up over there and watch multiple games, have your drinks, have your food, carry over from one game to the next, keep the tab open. Man, that's the way we do it March Madness time. So Taqueria Arandas, that's the location for you for all the great food, all the great memories that you're going to share with your buddies, and go check out the Arandas Sports Bar as well.
Houston's independent voice for sports, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light. It's just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender. Can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Every single time. Coors Light. Climb out, brother.
Madame Giselle senses a change in your future.
Is it a promotion?
I see a door opening.
Ooh, to a corner office?
There's a creature. Beady eyes, lots of hair.
Is it my boss, Dave?
No, raccoons everywhere. Your RV door is open, and they're chewing everything.
Not a problem. I'm covered by Progressive. Do you see a bigger paycheck?
Customize your coverage with Progressive's Pest Damage Protection and be prepared for the unexpected. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pest Damage Protection available for RVs less than 6 years old. $250 deductible applies to any claim.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
The race is on at Sam Houston Race Park. Come out for College Night on February 7th and Wiener Dog races on February 8th and 9th. Live thoroughbred racing, food and drink specials every weekend, and brunch on Sundays. Only at Sam Houston Race Park.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. If you have low water pressure, dirty, or bad tasting water, call Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They're Houston's premier repiping company. If you have a water heater that's over 10 years old, it may be time to look into a tankless water heater. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They are the local plumbing experts, and you can trust that they are going to take care of ESPN 97.5 listeners. Make sure that you keep the name aqueductplumbingcompany.com in your phone and ready for action.
Country music superstar Morgan Wallen is coming to Houston for his 2025 I'm the Problem Tour. Join Morgan Wallen at NRG Stadium for a 2-night show, June 20th and 21st. Tickets go on sale this Friday at livenation.com.
The Killer Bees, weekday afternoons from 3 to 6.
It's the jam of the day.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So Adam Silver was on with Dan Patrick yesterday, I believe this happened. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Well, let's see if you agree or disagree with him. Here's him talking about how long NBA. Oh, it wasn't in the article? Oh, can you find it? That's why I had to restart because I can't play. Now I can play audio again because I had to restart. So I didn't see that. All right, so they'll find the audio. What Adam Silver says that in today's modern age, we apparently don't have the ability to watch for 48 minutes. We need to cut the games to 10-minute quarters, and it's more attractive to today's viewers. Agree or disagree?
You know, so here's the thing. I've got modern day viewers. My kids have no issues with it. They're fine with everything about it. They consume it differently than I did. They watch on streams. They watch on phone. They watch highlights, headlines. But everything you're going to see is about short attention span, shorter games, shorter seasons, less engagement. And the thought is the 162-game baseball. I'll admit, I mean, that's a long baseball season. That's when your team's not good, that is forever. And I think Adam Silver, if the NBA had fewer games, I don't know that it would be a bad thing. Shorter games, though, like fewer minutes, 10-minute quarters, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well,
Just
let's
play
see.
the whole
Here's Adam
freaking
Silver.
thing.
Here's Adam Silver.
And I'm probably in a minority. As we get more involved in global basketball, the NBA is the only league that plays 48 minutes. And I am a fan of 4 10-minute quarters. I'm not sure that many others are. I mean, putting aside what it means for records and things like that, I think that a 2-hour format for a game is more consistent with sort of modern television habits. I don't think people in arenas aren't asking us to shorten the game, but I think as a television program, being 2 hours, that's Olympic basketball is 2 hours. College basketball, of course, is
but
is
if
40
you like it, I'd say it has kind of a little bit of a push there.
Yeah, but it's such a dramatic change to the game. I mean, I think something like that would have to be talked.
I mean, there is some value. I mean, as a television product, is it too long? I don't know. 2.5 hours.
No.
At least it's not.
It's not,
an
but
NFL.
it's typically 2 hours, though.
Yeah, right.
It's typically 2 hours. The NFL's 3 hours. Like, we're acting like this.
No, it's typically 2.5 hours.
No,
it's typically 2.5 hours in NBA.
What? It depends on how the games go. The game flow's going at the end.
Right. Well, if it's a tight game, it's certainly 2
A
hours.
lot of times it's 2:15. Soccer, what he wants is he wants everything to be like soccer. Soccer is the tightest schedule.
Right.
Like, it's incredible. If they tell you a match starts at 9 a.m., it does not start at 9:01 ever, ever, ever. At 9, that ball is kicked off and it's on. And then you have 45 minutes. Then you have, 15 minutes at half, I guess. Then you have your 45 minutes, whatever the extra time is, and then that's a wrap. And it is a 2-hour at most affair. International, you have transfer windows, but you also have these FA Cups and all this stuff. Adam Silver wants it to be international soccer. He's trying to make the whole game an international sport. You can see him. He's telling you right there. He just told you, well, all these other leagues have. I don't care, Adam. I don't care what. Stop, Adam. 48 minutes gives you a chance. Do you realize how mad Cam Whitmore is going to be if it's a 40-minute game and he doesn't play? If it's 40 minutes and just play, I'm in place all 40 minutes. Cam Whitmore is going to be so mad. We don't need that. Reed Shepherd will never play basketball ever again.
Well, no, he will.
Make it a 60-minute game so Reed can get in.
He will play. I promise.
Reed's
someday.
Never playing again.
When he grows
Reed
up,
is done with basketball. He's done.
When he
Reed's
grows
done.
up, he's gonna play. Okay, and just now he's too little. He's too wee. So he can't have little wee people on the floor right now. He needs grows up. He needs.
I know. Does he strike you as one of the physical Rockets?
No. Reed's a good defensive player, man. He's got quick hands.
He's quick.
Got great instincts.
He's quick. He's not physical, but he's quick.
He's quick. Let's get Elliot in here. He wants to talk on the radio. Hey, Elliot.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hope you're having a good week. I'm in Philadelphia right now for work. I arrived on Wednesday, and when I got here, I hated the Chiefs significantly like the rest of America and wanted to see the Eagles in their run. And after being here for 48 hours, that has significantly changed. The Eagles fans are very unbearable and annoying. I went to a 76ers game last night, and even though it wasn't the Eagles, meeting a bunch of Sixers fans and them heckling all the Kings fans was pretty wild to see. Hanging at all the local bars and meeting all the Eagles fans, they meet the stereotype. And I'd never encountered Eagles fans other than a couple in Houston. So this is my first experience. The Chiefs had the annoying team, the Eagles had the annoying fans, which we already knew that, but I didn't know it was to this level. So just calling to kind of say that I've been in the waters this week and seeing it. I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't think there'd be a time that I'm like, well, I'd rather see the Chiefs win than the Eagles right now, because their fans have been unbearable. And I guess my question is, have you all ever had an encounter with Eagles fans like this?
Yeah. I was on the sidelines for the Texans for the first 5 years of the organization, and the only two places where I was like, this is awful, was in Oakland and in Philadelphia. It was awful. The fans are awful people. Do you see all the videos of Washington fans walking out of the building and they're taking their hats off and they're saying all this stuff to them? The Eagle fan who, when the Green Bay Packer woman was right in front, he's calling her all kinds of ugly. I'm with you. I think I'm with you. I can't stand the Chiefs, but the Eagles fans are the worst people. They're like Ohio State, only on steroids. They're awful, awful people. And I don't know that I can root for them. I honestly, I'm watching these videos of these people. You're like, why are you? They're the biggest a-holes in all of sports. And I didn't think that was possible, but they are. It's awful.
They did that last night at the 76ers game, took the guy's Kings beanie off and threw it into this Coors Light, which shout out to them, but to this Coors Light chill zone area where they hang out. They took his Kings hat and flung it into the chill area, and the guy was just standing there waiting in line to get a beer on the side. And it was, I'm just walking by like, oh my gosh, it's a 76ers game on a Wednesday, and they're throwing stuff. There's Eagles fans doing the Fly Eagles Fly in front of Kings fans, and it was an experience to say the least.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, why? What? But that's, you know what? They're trying to. They've got a reputation.
Yeah, it's their identity now. They play into it.
Yep. And
I like that dirty ass trash ass city.
It is a dirty ass trash ass city, and I don't know that I can root for them if you want to know the truth. And I hate the Chiefs.
I think there's some really good Philadelphia fans, and I know some, and I've been friends with some, but they will tell you stories about Philly fans. Like, they will tell you can never, if you're a Giants fan, you can never come to the link, like ever, ever, ever. He said, my buddy Matt Kissinger years ago, he told me, man, I watched guys try to get up the concourse and just get pummeled. People will try to start a fight with you, and when you respond, that's their free pass to start beating the crap out of you. I just have such low respect for that kind of stuff, and it's not a whole fan base. But I got news for you: since y'all don't put your own fans in check, that's what we all think about you. That's what nationally everyone thinks. That's why when Philadelphia fans said this guy does not represent all Philadelphia fans, when he was dropping a DUC on that, that Packer fan. But we think it does, because you guys do all the you revel in your reputation. So now you've got it. Now you've got it. This is who you are. Congratulations, you've earned it. So all these Philly fans who are good fans, y'all get drowned out, and they know they don't have a reputation for being. They have a reputation for being terrible fans, But like Colleen Wolfe, I've talked to Colleen Wolfe about it, and she's a
terrible fan.
No, not at all. She's a big Philly fan. She's from Philly, but she knows there's nothing. It's brutal at Philadelphia sporting events because it's very, very blue collar in the most drunk blue collar way. Like, there's nothing wrong with being a blue collar fan base. It's when you think that you need to be likes to fight blue collar fan base. You think that's who you are. And it sucks that road. I mean, it's one thing to give road fans crap, but it's another when you just start to take stuff off of them, throw things at them.
Just a-holes. Just a-holes. And over a game. I mean, honestly, people want to go and they want to just go to see their team play, and you got to be and you're trying to and you're doing stuff. I mean, you're just a-holes. I'm not rooting for the Eagles. Screw them. You know what? I'm taking Chiefs.
Well, you're rooting for
the
You're rooting for the Chiefs.
I'm rooting for the Chiefs now. I'm with Elliot about this. It's awful. If you're going to be an awful fan base, how can you root for those people? I don't want them to win. They're a bunch of a-holes. I don't want a bunch of a-holes to win. I'd rather Taylor Swift. She's a nice young lady. She's such a wholesome. She shakes her booty a lot on the stage and stuff. And
there's a lot of people who hate the Chiefs because of Taylor Swift.
Yeah,
Taylor Swift couldn't be more
bad
benign
people
to
too.
me.
If you don't like Taylor Swift, you're a bad person. Okay, that's all. That's how I look at things. 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking about HR&P. I was just in their portal. As a matter of fact, it's so easy. I have to get some information, some pay stubs and stuff, and it's so easy. And as opposed to your business, okay, your employees want to get pay stubs from this. They want to get their W-2s from how long ago. I mean, it's simple. It's all right there. All of the information is stored. HR&P thinks of everything, okay? And I need that stuff for financial information for what we're doing here. And it can't be easier, okay? I don't need anybody else. I've got HR&P. And if I had any questions, I could call HR&P. And so, I mean, it's so easy you can call up and ask Laura Beavers, hey, Laura, can you tell us about your experience with HR&P? And she'll break it down, everything that they do for us. They're in your business. They're helping you make your business as good as it can possibly be, as easy for your employees, as easy for you as it can possibly be. So let them come and give you a consultation on what they can do for your business, how they can change. If you're with an admin company and it ain't that easy and it's getting really, really expensive, call HR&P and let them come and figure it out for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
ESPN 97.5.
For over 50 years, Allstate Windows and Siding has helped homeowners reduce outdoor noise, enhance the appearance, and increase the energy efficiency of their homes. Call at 832-204-1936 or visit allstatewindowsandsiding.com to schedule an appointment today.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Business owners like yourself should choose a bank with local bankers who make local decisions. Veritex Community Bank is comprised of people who are experts in your industry. Veritex Community Bank is now located in Sugar Land at the corner of Sweetwater and Lexington. VeritexBank.com, member FDIC.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Listen up.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
It's John and Lance.
Is there any intelligence out there at all?
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John Granato and Lance Zerline.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713. I wanted to bring that up, what Elliot brought up. I'm watching the videos of these people over this past week and the Washington fans just trying to leave. They want to go to a game. They want to enjoy it, and these people are being the biggest a-holes. I mean, you know what? Screw you, Philadelphia. We gotta throw snowballs at Santa Claus. We gotta keep up our reputation. You know what? Being an a-hole, That's the reputation you want? Screw you people. You know what? Go Chiefs. Go Chiefs, go. I'm rooting for them.
What
Even
has
though
happened?
Jalen, I'm going to root for Jalen, though.
You want Jalen to have a big game, but for the Eagles to still lose.
Yes, I do. I want the Eagles to I want them to suffer. I hope it's a last-minute loss for them.
You mean like
so
last
they suffer.
time?
Huh?
You mean like the last time?
Yeah, right. Okay. Just at the very end. But Jalen doesn't fumble this time. Make it Saquon, because he deserves it, because he went to Penn State. No, I don't care. I don't care about Penn State. I know. Oh, my God, Lance, they captured you doing that. I knew it. Dustin. They captured you playing the slot tournament.
Well, he's not here.
Where is he?
I don't know.
Where did
just
he
look
go?
at the screen. I don't know.
Houston radio host and ESPN preeminent draft expert Lance Erline calls for headline writers to be deported. Our story. And then they're showing him doing that thing. That's bad. That's not good. That's so funny. All right, let's bring Gilbert in here. Gilbert's on the line. What's going on with Gilbert today? What's going on, Gilbert? Yeah, anyway. Hello, gentlemen. No, I don't get a hello, gentlemen. I got nothing.
Nothing.
Dell?
Yes.
Oh, well. I guess Gilbert's not there. Did Patrick Mahomes play Darlene on Roseanne? Is that true?
No. I mean, I saw the picture that we got sent. It's an odd resemblance. I'm not going to lie. But no, I don't believe I think that Sarah Gilbert played that role.
Does Sarah Gilbert?
Yeah.
Wasn't she on Little House of the Prairie?
I can't speak to that. I don't remember that show. But he does look like her in certain angles.
That was Melissa Gilbert.
Melissa Gilbert. It's not great for Patrick Mahomes.
No. That he looks like Darlene. No, it's not. Did you see Dylan Raiola in the locker room?
Yeah, I don't know about this kid. I don't know if I can believe this cosplay kid's going to turn into anything. He got to find your own identity.
He's got an identity. It's Patrick Mahomes.
Well, Kobe did it with Jordan. Kobe worked out as far as a player, but I don't know Dylan Raiola. Right. Kobe didn't wear Jordan's number. He did the fist pump. It's a lot. Yeah. It's a lot. He's going to have to explain himself.
There's a huge difference between, wanting to emulate somebody and some of their mannerisms and literally being like that movie Single White Female, where you're literally trying to copy them completely and be them. Dylan Raiola is trying to be Patrick Mahomes. The way he walks, to pattern your walk after, and sometimes you can't even tell the difference between the two. When he's in his Nebraska uniform, he's a little smaller than Mahomes, but man, everything about him is like a complete obsession.
Yeah, he is. It was, and he was in the locker room, and some people were mistaking him for Mahomes, and it's just embarrassing. I mean, get your own. I mean, really, you want to be that bad? You want to be that guy?
Wait. Does that mean he looks like the girl from Roseanne?
Yes. He's Darlene.
Dylan Raiola looks like Darlene.
He looks like Darlene. Yeah. I looked a lot like Ralph Macchio from when I was young, but I didn't do the leg kick. I didn't do that. I didn't do any of that. No.
You didn't ever? Did you ever go into a bathroom where some of the other gangs were rolling joints in the stall and then take a water hose and pour water all over them just to start a fight with them for no reason at all?
I didn't. No, I never did that.
Yeah, see? So, really, Macchio did that.
Yeah.
Daniel LaRusso was a problem.
He actually, that video of who the real a-hole in that movie was, it was Daniel. Daniel's son.
Daniel got, okay, I'll admit, the first time on the beach, hey, it didn't go Daniel's way. He didn't know he was messing around with the bully's ex-girlfriend. That'll happen. After that, he courted everything he got. Then Mr. Miyagi made him go into the dojo. Like everything he did was just starting smoke. Daniel Russo started. He just wanted all the smoke all the time, and that's what he got, including getting his legs. He almost got put in a body bag, and he got his legs swept. Like the crane kick in real life would have got his ass kicked. You know, you're lucky there was this whole story could have been where he just gets beaten unconscious and ends up in a hospital. That's how Karate Kid should have gone.
I was rooting for those guys, the bad guys, because Daniel was a jerk. He was just being a jerk the whole time.
I didn't root for the bad guys, but now I just see. Let's just say I see it differently.
Yeah,
I'm well, you know what? These guys aren't great guys. I'll say the Cobra Kai is not a bunch of good guys, but I also realized the Cobra Kai had a really bad guy in their dojo, their master, or whatever they call him.
Yeah. What a great guy.
Yeah, he wasn't the best guy, so it wasn't all on the Cobra Kai. Now I realize that, and now I also realize that, you know, Daniel Russo should have just backed out of that whole thing. There was really no reason to start all that.
Well, this is a good point. Elizabeth Shue set him up. I do that same thing for a slice of that. Elizabeth Shue was.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Shue, yeah, she was.
She had a run.
She had
there was
a great
heat
run.
check there. She had a little run where it was like that and Leaving Las Vegas.
Yeah.
You remember Leaving Las Vegas where she was the prostitute and Nicolas Cage. If you've never seen Leaving Las Vegas, you really should watch it. It's depressing. He's literally just he's depressed and he's decided he's going to drink himself to death.
Which is not a problem. I mean, I have no problem with that.
Well, he goes in a shopping cart full of alcohol and his whole thing. And then he kind of falls in love with, you know, a hooker with the heart of gold, obviously. And, but it's too late. Like you think, oh, she's the one who's going to pull him out of it. That's too late. He's already down that rabbit hole. He's going to get tortured.
Yeah. I mean,
but
you get to look at it. You get to look at a little bit. And you would think Elizabeth Shue could make you stop drinking like that, but no, apparently not. I mean,
and isn't she the one with the babysitter movie, where she's a babysitter and her kids almost get murdered or something? But it's a feel good story from the Dale. You know what I'm talking about, since you know
a feel good slasher story.
No. It's like the
slasher with a heart of gold. No.
Adventures in Babysitting.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
And she was the babysitter?
Yes.
And she had to save the kids?
But it like goes crazy. Like the kids, turns into some kind of wild thing. Yeah, Elizabeth Shue had a little run. But
Cocktail.
I don't blame Ralph Macchio. I don't blame him for that. But do you really have to get a water hose and spray water all over them as when they're skeletons?
If that gets me Elizabeth Shue. If it gets me Elizabeth Shue. Yeah, Cocktail Elizabeth Shue. Cocktail Elizabeth Shue might have been her peak. That was fantastic.
I didn't watch Cocktail. I
didn't?
decided on that.
Oh man, Tom Cruise could pour a drink now.
Tom Cruise pouring a drink for what? For who? Why do I?
Tom Cruise could be a superhero as a bartender. That's how good Tom Cruise was.
I don't care.
A bartender superhero.
5'2" superhero. Beat it.
Okay, that's
short game. Beat it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even know what a superhero is until bartender turns into.
I know a superhero ain't 5'2" shaking drinks.
Well, yeah, you never
Look
saw.
At this on the
you
Twitch.
Never seen him spin the bottles and flip them behind his back. I mean,
big
come
deal.
on.
Look at this. I can do it too.
Watch what you're doing. Hey, have you gone to your mentions lately?
Big deal.
Hey, you've gone to your mentions lately?
No.
Go to your mentions.
I'm not going to.
Just look at yourself.
I'm not going to.
It's pretty good. It's better than you laying on your bed sick. This one is even better.
No, there's no way.
Yeah. Or you're just showing your choo-choo like you did with Cardi B.
No, that was Cardi B showing it.
Well, yeah, right. But this one,
yeah, I was playing the role of Cardi B.
Right. Well, this one's even better. Okay, Dustin and Sources has captured you playing a slot tournament. Okay. And
oh boy, that's not great. I'll have to hit refresh. I can't see it. By the way, you're cheering for the bad guys. Somebody in Twitch said they're cheering for the refs now in Super Bowl.
Cheering for the refs?
cheering for the bad guys. Man, you cheer for the refs in a Chiefs game. You are the ultimate bad guy.
Yep. All right, we got to break it. You're going to talk about Craig the Surf, and if you want to get in, 713-780-3776.
Yeah, let's talk about Craig the Surf. Oh, that's a terrible video. Is that what it looked like on there?
That's what it looked like. That's why I said it.
I feel like it didn't look like that. I feel like you could see I feel like he did something to that video, but
no,
anyway,
he didn't do anything. That was you.
Wow. That's terrible. Delete that or I'm suing you and you're getting tased. It's out there. That's an FCC violation. Let's talk about Craig the Surf and Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Customer service that's beyond anything that you've ever experienced. They bring cars out to you, paperwork out to you here in Houston if you have to have that happen. Now, most people like to head on out to Angleton and they go through the paperwork there and and then they drive it out. But if you're so busy that you can't make it out and you say, I got to have a new vehicle. This is too good a price. This is too good a finance rate. This is too much of a trade-in value. I can't pass up on this. And, whether it's a Buick, a GMC, or a Chevy, and you make a deal with them and you end up getting the vehicle. I mean, if you're too busy to come in town, their customer service is so good that they bring the car out to you. I mean, they don't love doing it on a regular basis, but it's just what Craig the Surf does. He says, hey, I want to make sure that all my people that purchase vehicles are happy. We want to make sure you come back for a second vehicle. We want to make sure that you tell your friends and family members. And it's not hard to tell them when you have a good experience. A lot of people have bad experiences at car dealerships. This is a great experience that you're going to have. Purchase, lease, finance rates, interior and exterior that you're looking for, a service department that is out of this world, and then trade-in value that is unmatched. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton, ChevyBuickGMC.com.
ESPN
97.5.
Our foundation is built on love.
I admire each of you. Thank you. I love you.
And trust.
I think it just shows our culture.
Hard work.
We're going to prove something. We're going to play with that chip on our shoulder.
Giga Aggies.
Hit the rim. Count it and one. Manny in traffic.
The Aggies play here on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Game coverage of Texas A&M versus South Carolina begins Saturday night at 7 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
John Renato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, this is the time for all those HOA
people. And if you have a public pool, this is the time to get the stuff done at Houston Powder Coaters.
Yes, because everyone knows pool season opens Memorial Day weekend, so let's get that work done by April.
You need to do it now because it takes some time.
Now, because, yes, we do have a line of people trying to get their stuff done, and I want you in line with them.
So I don't know if I need new patio furniture. How will I know?
So we would recommend emailing us your photos at sales@houstoncoaters.com, and we can look at what you have, and then we can determine if it's best to go ahead and get it coated or if we need to scrap it.
And now you're branching out into concrete? What's going on?
Yes, we are branching out to doing concrete, so we can do your patios, we can do your driveways, we can do your sidewalks, and not just concrete, but we can stain it, we can stamp it, we can give you that curb appeal that gives you so much added value to your home.
So you get your patio furniture done and you get the patio put in as well.
Yeah, let's make your backyard look like Pinterest.
Houston Powder Coaters, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Listen to Texas Radio Hall of Famers John and Lance weekday mornings from 7 to 10. You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us. What happened at the Senior Bowl yesterday?
Well, Jalen Milroe continued his outstanding work of looking for a fourth round.
So where does he have to play now? He's got to move positions, right?
No, they'll try him at quarterback, but I mean, let's just be real. He has tiny hands, fumbles a lot. His hands are under 9 inches, which are very small for a quarterback. It matches up with all his fumbles. He was
threw
a bad
8 straight incompletions. He threw incompletions against air.
No, it wasn't against air. It's those are one-on-ones. Like I saw some of those. That's kind of a bull crap thing. You're throwing one-on-ones. Those DBs are allowed to maul and grab. They throw penalties out there. They have refs who throw penalties, but it doesn't matter. Some of those are very hard bucket throws. And there were some that were terrible. Those one-on-ones.
No.
Down
I'm
the
watching.
sideline.
I'm watching a highlight of him. Guy goes out.
I know
on a dig route and he bounced it in.
Some of them are like that.
Him.
Yes. Some of them are like that, but those deep balls, one-on-one shots, those are extremely hard to – I don't care about those. That 8 straight incompletions thing that's kind of a clickbaity thing too. What bothers me more is he can't make a regular throw. The out route where he throws over the wide receiver's head, where he bounces, the one that you're talking about is one of the most egregious throws that I've seen at the Senior Bowl. He's just like what he is on tape. He's not accurate. He's not an NFL quarterback. He's actually, it's going to make people's peepees hurt. But the fact is, he's got a better chance to impact the game as a running back or a receiver. Like as a quarterback, best possible case scenario is he gets package plays where you utilize him on zone read stuff. Where he's most dangerous is not from the pocket, throwing from the pocket. It's with the ball in his hands outside of the pocket. So if you're smart, you utilize him in that way. If you want to do it as a quarterback, that's fine. Do it as a quarterback. But if you think you're going to start Jalen Milroe and beat people with your passing, that's an impossibility. And the difference between him and Jalen Hurts, first of all, he's a much more explosive runner. Jalen Hurts coming out could really throw the ball. Like he could spin it. And Jalen was not wildly inaccurate. He just didn't throw with anticipation and kind of had a longer windup. But Jalen had passing capabilities. He was just a little inconsistent. Jalen Milroe has a strong arm, but that's about it. Like he is not consistent in any other way. Does not have a repeatable throwing process. Is not an accurate A to B thrower on standard throws, but he is a monster when he's outside the pocket with the ball in his hands. So if you want to just try to fight against type and you want to fight against stereotype or whatever, that's fine. Do that. But Jalen Milroe's best chance in the NFL is to have the ball in his hands, making plays with his legs. So whether you want to do that as a backup quarterback, as a packaged quarterback, as a running back, as a receiver, as a Taysom Hill, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if he was a Taysom Hill type who could do multiple things. That's actually a compliment.
You actually bring up a pretty good – I mean, it's ridiculous, but there is going to be the issue of the race issue involved in this thing. There are plenty. Hines Ward was a quarterback. You know what? He went to receiver because he was better there. By the way, big ups to Hines Ward. He's a citizen now of the United States of America, so congratulations.
Julian Edelman,
Julian
Randle.
Edelman. I mean, it's guy after guy after guy. You know what?
Randle, just the great Braxton Miller.
I mean, well, that didn't really work out. But no, you know what? The facts are the facts. The dude can't throw. And in the NFL, you got to be able to throw. And he just can't. And he's bad at it. He's bad at that whole throwing the football thing, which is kind of a big deal when you're trying to play quarterback.
And Jalen has games where he can beat you throwing the football. Like, is he one of the premier passers? No, he is not. But can he beat you? Yeah, Jalen has games where he can beat you throwing the football. Jalen Milroe can. So he was bad. So he was really bad with deep ball throws this year, but he was much better last year. But man, this year's tape was so rough. At the end of the year, it was terrible. I mean, it was really bad at the end of the year. No quarterbacks look good. It's rare. I was talking to somebody from the Bills yesterday, and I said, "What's the last time?" Well, it's Matt Bazergan. He used to be with the Texans. I said, "When's the last time? Like, who are the quarterbacks who've ever looked good at the Senior Bowl?" And another guy from the Bills was standing there, and we all remembered that Justin Herbert was good at the Senior Bowl. Bo Nix was bad last year. Didn't look good. Hurt himself. Well, I thought he hurt himself. He didn't actually end up hurting himself. But Bo Nix wasn't good. Justin Herbert was good. Carson Wentz was pretty good. But there is a very small list of quarterbacks who actually perform well at Senior Bowl. So it's not unusual. But, I mean, Milroe is coming off of a bad second half of the season. And he's fought a bad bowl game and now a bad Senior Bowl. Like, the momentum is over.
Yeah, no. He got to move. Well, anything else?
In terms of Jamar Stewart, Texas A&M's defensive end, looks like a Greek god, has incredible athletic ability. 1.5 sacks
you were breaking up. You were breaking up. Who'd you say?
Shamar Stewart, Texas A&M defensive end, number 4. He looks the part, like he's literally a Greek god. He's 6'5", 281 pounds, long arms, chiseled, but he's an unbelievable athlete. He had 1.5 sacks last year. He just doesn't get sacked somehow. And yet when you watch him, you don't understand how. Like, I'm not sure how he doesn't have more sacks. But he had a rep yesterday where Emory Jones from LSU, he beat Emory Jones bad, got to strip the ball, which would have been a sack, but he stripped the ball from the quarterback. And then he goes, don't F with me. I'm him. The next rep, he ends up on the ground, and Emory Jones is standing over him. Like, it was a very contentious rep. Then Baron Sorrell, at the end of practice, they always do a matchup like, all right, we're going to match up good on good. Everyone gathers around. The offense is cheering for the offense, the defense for the defense. So Baron Sorrell, defensive end for Texas, who is like one of the most steady players on tape that you'll see, he's matched up against LSU's Emory Jones as well. And so Baron Sorrell gives him the absolute blues on the first rep, like beats the brakes off of Emory. Oh, my God, the defense goes bananas. They are going bananas and just giving it to the offensive players. It almost feels like there's about to be a fight. So then they say, run it back. So, okay, so now Emory Jones' turn. So Emory Jones has a great rep and stones Baron Sorrell, keeps him from getting into the pocket. The defense flies all over the place. They're all freaking out, getting in the offense's face. Run it back for a third one, and Baron Jones basically gets the best of them Emory Jones, gets the best of them on the third one as well. So these good on good matchups are a lot of fun to watch. But Shamar Stewart did flash. He's going to go high. Despite the fact he doesn't have great production, you don't see guys who look and move like him very often. So he's a traits guy that will get drafted higher than the tape probably says he should.
He's
made himself some money.
You're breaking up. You gotta recalibrate and then we'll come back. Let's do Coors here, and you got to fix that. Your sound. So I'm going to talk about Coors Light here. I want to talk about cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I want to talk about how good I feel about my Coors Lights. I mean, I feel good about myself, and I feel good about my Coors Lights. I mean, I just want you to know that, everybody. I want you to know that when I'm doing something, I'm trying to enjoy something. Like, I'm going to try and enjoy the big game, and you know what I'm going to do it with? I'm going to do it with Coors Lights because that's just how I roll, and I want you to do the same. I want to make sure that you have Coors Lights on hand for your buddies when they come over. If you're having a big game party and you don't have Coors Lights there, then you're not doing it right, okay? Because your boys want Coors Lights. They don't want some other crappy light beer. Sorry, don't want that. Don't want IPAs. Don't want motor oil. Sorry, don't want that. They want cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Everybody needs to be refreshed for the big game, okay? The big game is kind of a big deal, and we need everybody to be refreshed with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. This big game, make it a Coors Light.
ESPN 97.5.
Experiencing numbness, tingling, leg pain, or other symptoms that keep you up at night? Then contact Dr. Manaviz at Access Vascular Health.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 79cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
79cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 79cash.com, and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 79cash.com. That's 79cash.com. 79cash.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could beat lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, guys, let's talk about Underdog Fantasy, a chance for you to start having some real fun with your the games that you're watching. They got your favorite leagues, teams, stars to choose from. You can create entries with in the big game coming up, all the football picks, kind of mix and match between sports if you'd like to do that. But a lot of times you have your profit booster in there, which they will boost your profit. Last night there was one in the I just checked out the lobby, and there was a 59% profit boost. You just go in there. I haven't checked to see if I even won yet. I just did it for basketball. But, you know, these profit boosters are in there in your lobby all the time with a chance to make even more money going higher or lower on the statistics that are offered for players. And there are times you have 17 different stats offered for football players and basketball players. So you can go find something that you feel like is a little bit weak and say, look, I'm going to take advantage of this. He's going to have lower passing yardage against this defense. You may be thinking that about Mahomes going up against the Philly secondary. Man, you may say, man, this is too many yards passing. I'm going lower. And what you do is you pick anywhere from 2 up to like 6, and you have a chance to win big money. You really do. And they also have a flex option where you can win 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4. They even have double flex where you can win 4 out of 6 and still end up winning money. So there's so many different ways to win money. There's so many different offers and opportunities. When you sign up, use promo code Lance, and your first deposit, you're going to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Lance. But don't miss out. Do it today. Download your app and get on board. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you're concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text GRIT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 42424. That's GRIT to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Cliff Kingsbury and Mike McCarthy both told the Saints they don't want that job. Mike McCarthy says he's going to take a year off. Cliff says, I'm going to stay in Washington another year. I got it good over here. I think I'll just stay here. Don't need that in my life. Lance, do you know the last time the Saints drafted a quarterback in the first round?
Ooh, boy, Drew Brees, golly. They got Brees in like 06, something like that. 05,
no, well,
06.
they didn't draft Drew Brees. The
No, I
Chargers
know.
did.
But what I'm saying is Brees was their quarterback forever, and they haven't drafted one since then. So my guess is it's sometime in the 90s.
It would be 1971.
What?
Archie Manning.
Archie
Manning was the last time the Saints took a first
54 years since they've had a first round quarterback.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah. That's not putting a lot of effort into the position. And it's the most important position in all the sports. It's the toughest to get. And they haven't had a first rounder since 71. Wow. Not even that 83 draft did they go after one with 12 first rounders or whatever it was, 7 first rounders. I mean, talk about, come on, Saints, pick it up. Pick up your game, your drafting game. Who's here? Willie wants to get in. He wants to talk about NFL quarterbacks. Hey, Willie.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Ever since 21, I've been betting on NFL quarterbacks with my bookie. That Lance, actually, I've been fading Lance because in March of that year, when Watson got, they said they wasn't going to indict him, he came on the radio the next week and he said that Jalen Hurts he went 9-7, but he's not the answer, and that Houston should trade him to Philadelphia for 3 picks. So I've been fading them ever since, and especially with Caleb Williams and Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields this year, and
was I backing Caleb Williams and Justin Fields this year?
Well, with Justin, okay, you said Justin Fields wasn't ever going to be good, and
no,
so
I didn't
the first
say that.
6 games. Yeah, you said Caleb Williams was
No,
way
I didn't say
better than
Justin Fields lost his job, but Justin Fields I didn't say. I thought Justin Fields should have hung on to his – I thought you were saying that because I said Justin Fields should have still been the starter instead of Russell Wilson. That's actually what I said, Willie. If it was
I bet it on Russell Wilson also. Actually, I had my best year ever, and I want to thank you. And last year, I lost it all on
all of these are lies. These are all lies. You're not making any bets.
Well,
this is just the phone call you wanted to. This is your black quarterback call. We know. I know. And then Lance said Justin Fields. I can't believe you just tried to use Justin Fields as like you tried to use Justin Fields, who lost his job as representative of you kicked major ass in gambling. Like they weren't even covering. You were just playing money line.
I on different quarterbacks, I betted different things. See, like last year with Justin Fields, Chicago won 7 games, and they you said that Williams he was a better passer, so I faded Williams. They only won 5 games, and
they actually covered more than that though. So are you betting point spreads?
I bet everything. I bet teaser parlays. I bet a year. Totals.
Yeah.
Wins.
Sure.
I don't bet but $5 here and now, but I had a good year.
You had a big year though. You had a big
absolutely.
year fading Lance. I like it, Willie. I like it.
So
Everybody
the Bears,
out there, whatever Lance says.
So the Bears, just so you know, Willie, when you were betting against the Bears whole year, you were 7-7-2. They had a 7-7-2 spread record. So you must have really raked it in.
Raked it in.
Willie
faded you.
You thought you were putting in work using their record, but the reality is their spread record, they were 500. So you lost me.
Willie crushed it because of you. Okay, crushed it.
I know. Let's see what Justin Fields' spread record was.
Justin Fields against the
I already
spread
knew
was
when Willie
awesome.
caught him. Like, let's see what lies are coming up now. Here comes lying ass Willie.
Dell, this sounds like we got to get the volcano ready. Okay, we get the volcano ready.
No, I'm not mad. It's just like it's so.
Willie's fading you. Dell,
so
do you fade Lance
bad.
every time he says something?
I try to generally ignore him, but I would fade him. He's always wrong, according to Willie.
No doubt. Spread. Let's see. Did they win this?
What other awful wrong opinions did you have about quarterbacks?
I don't know. Let's see.
Well, apparently you just
Justin
don't. You're
Fields
against
covered those
all the black
two.
quarterbacks.
Actually, Justin Fields covered his first 3.
I'm glad you're going on a deep dive right now.
You see, Willie was right. Willie
now
faded
wait
you.
a minute. Then he lost his next 2. Then he won. I think he won that one. I can't remember if Justin was still there.
4-2, crushed
Willie,
it. Best season ever. Best
Willie
season
actually
ever.
did end up making.
You called him
he made
lying ass Willie.
Yeah, why'd you call him a liar?
Because he's lying. Because he's lying.
Apparently not.
He's like, I've been betting against everything Lance
since
says,
21.
but...
This has been going on for a while for Willie.
Gary and Willie both.
Willie's been making calls for years. I think Willie's the one at 6'10" who said I was a racist because I had a Mexican wife. I think he was the one at 6'10" that said that. He goes, Lance is a racist. And I said, I got a Mexican wife. He goes, that makes you more racist.
It kind of does. I can see the logic there.
I can't fade that. If Willie thinks that.
Just because you married a Mexican
woman
doesn't
Willie
mean you're not
money.
a racist.
Doesn't mean you're not racist.
I know. No, it's 100% accurate. I mean, you heard what I said about Jalen Milroe earlier. But
disrespectful.
I was and really what makes me the most racist is I actually had a good draft grade on Justin Fields, and I feel like a fool now for that. But of course I had Mac. Now
whatever. That's your version of I've got a black friend too. I rated Justin
Okay,
Fields
then how do you explain this, Del?
Okay.
How do you explain my low grades on Daniel Jones, Mac Jones? Maybe it's just because I'm the preeminent draft expert.
Possibly.
Daniel Jones,
Drake
Mac
May.
Jones, Will Levis, all these sucker ass.
Well, that's
suckers.
obvious. Those guys were never going to be good.
They're not obvious.
It was
if
obvious.
you're really about that life, you would have given them high grades.
No, you don't give them high grades. You know those guys weren't good.
Yeah,
That's obvious.
You gotta just you hide it to all your low grades for the black quarterbacks by putting some low grades for white quarterbacks in there.
I hate that you figured that out.
You didn't trick us.
Yeah, I know. I thought I had
Trick
masked
ass
it.
trick.
Oh, I didn't even know my camera wasn't on, but yeah, I thought I had fooled you guys with that move.
Nope.
Because see, that's what you do.
Smart.
You throw the chum in the water like this bad Quinn Ewers quarterback, and then I get a hammer Jalen Milroe. But see, now you guys have figured it out.
We
Like
see through your
the
games.
really good quarterbacks, I try and fade them, by tricking you with a white quarterback that I said, this guy can't play. And I mean, okay, they're not very good, but it is a way for me to mask it. I wish Willie wouldn't have figured me out. And now John figured me out.
Willie called. Willie called tomorrow. Willie called tomorrow.
Willie's no Gary.
Willie, maybe Gary could call too.
Well, at least Willie is using your racism to make money.
Yeah, now I would. Now that's actually, that's admirable. It's commendable.
Yes, I mean, hey, if you could be an income source,
he's not saying my racism. He's saying my inability. He never said that. What he said is my inability to. Now, it did happen to be black quarterbacks, but he said my inability. No, and Caleb Williams, I said, actually, I take it back. I said Caleb Williams would be a better passer, so he wins Caleb. So Del, stop misconstruing. He said I can't. He said I'm bad at analyzing.
So you're not a racist. You're just bad at your job.
I'm bad at analyzing quarterbacks, and he might be right. He might be right.
With a touch of racism. Just a touch.
A touch of racism.
Well, he actually never said that.
This is my favorite. Anybody else fading?
The fact that he got Lance to go look back at the numbers of Justin Fields. It starts
on the air.
Goes, hey, wait a minute.
Hey, well, let me see. Oh, Bears are 7-2.
If someone did that to John, John like, whatever, I don't care. Lance is digging into the numbers to figure out if Willie's right or not.
Well, I mean, if he's accurate, he's accurate. I can't listen. All I care about is accuracy, and if Willie's accurate, then he's accurate. If he made money off of it, then that's fine.
I do kind of like you called him Lion Ass Willie. I do kind of like
that.
Well,
because Willie isn't afraid to tell stories on people.
We got a break. You got to talk about John. Maybe if Willie sues you, you got John Daspit behind you.
Well, Willie's got an opinion, and that's fine. If he made money, he made money. That's fine. John Daspit's going to make sure that you don't come out of your pocket when you're injured and you've got hospital bills piling up. You know, people have car wrecks all the time, and they got to take you ever been in an ambulance? You ever see how expensive an ambulance is? You ever been in a car wreck and you need to have an ambulance, or God forbid you're in a bad one, or somebody that, you know, a friend or family member is in a bad one, and you're teleported to the hospital. I mean, my gosh, the money that is going to be due on the bills is substantial. And then you have hospital stay, surgeries, x-rays, CAT scans, MRIs. I mean, that thing can get into the hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time you're out of it, and sometimes even more. Well, when those bills come due, that ain't you. John Daspit's going to make sure that not only does not a penny come out of your pocket at any point, he's going to make sure that your physical therapy, that your pain and suffering, everything is going to be properly compensated for, because you didn't ask to be in that accident. You didn't ask for that injury. And he's going to make sure that you are going to be compensated for all the difficulties that you have to go through. And in many cases, unfortunately, that's still going to leave you with physical disabilities that you're just going to have to get through. So John Daspit understands that. He's going to make sure that he fights for every client as hard as he possibly can. And that's why you got to have this number on standby. 713, call now. You never know when you're going to need him, but you need to know John Daspit. 713, call now, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston for free on YouTube.
If your patio furniture is looking shoddy, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. Right, Robin?
We'll give it a facelift like you've never seen before.
Free pickup and delivery at HoustonPowderCoaters.com. 281-676-3888 for all your patio furniture needs.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Hey, man, it's Chance McClain. I used to work here, but I got fired. And for the last decade, I've been making epic family documentaries at Heritage Films. Imagine this, your grandkids watching a movie about you or your parents. Yes, you're the star. We capture your stories and create a legacy film so good, Spielberg would be jealous. Don't let those stories fade. Visit yourheritagefilm.com. Yourheritagefilm.com. Make your life the blockbuster it deserves to be.
GimmeTheVin.com. Our expert buying team knows exotics, luxury cars, classics, diesels, lifted stuff, hot rods, inside and out. We buy them at GiveMeTheVin.com. It's a one-stop shop to get into a pool of absolute experts. Join my YouTube channel, John Clay Wolf. GimmeTheVin.com. They don't call me America's best car buyer for nothing.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Listen to Comic Cast on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Wednesday nights at 8 p.m. with me, Michael Carroll, and Jong Lee, the guy who got pepper sprayed that one time.
Got it in my mouth.
Yeah, it did.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. John Chill joining us in about 10 minutes. We're going to find out if Lance is correct about this. I'm intrigued by a slot machine tournament. Okay, they have a big slot machine tournament coming up at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and you got a chance. If you win, you got a chance. You get one. I guess you get one pull for $10,000. What? Yeah, a $10,000. And second place is like $7,500 or whatever. So this is huge. So we'll talk to John Chill about that. We'll see what the numbers are looking like for the Super Bowl. We got UFC coming up, and oh, by the way, one of the biggest stories. Scotty Scheffler is back. He injured himself. He was cutting pasta with a glass, and the glass broke and cut him so bad he had to have surgery on his hand. And he's back this week at Pebble Beach. If this isn't the biggest story in sports, I don't know what is. Do you think he can win Comeback Player of the Year when he was the most valuable golfer last year on top of it? I think so. So this is huge. Have you guys, oh, look at, I've got Dustin keeps on putting this out. You doing that with your hand. That's unfortunate. So you guys think, how, are you guys on top of this Scotty Scheffler story or not?
We don't care. He can cut his hand 10 times a week. That's fine.
What the? Del, are you all right with this? Are you rooting for Scotty this week?
Willie's got him this week in his pool.
No.
Willie gambles a lot on everything. So if there's somebody I like, Willie's fading him. So
well,
I'm going to be a
Scotty Scheffler or
I'm
not?
a Scotty Scheffler guy this week.
Oh, well, fade
him.
Fade Scotty Scheffler, everyone. I'm glad he was able to recover from cutting his own pasta. I can't say that I care that much, though. But I don't want the man to have a damaged hand.
What's a great comeback story?
I guess.
Yeah. No. I mean, you're talking about one of the great stories in history, sports history, be able to come back from something like this. Whatevs. I mean,
is he getting a 30
Ben
for 30?
Hogan? Oh, okay, whatever. Car crash, whatever. Okay. He was able to come back from cutting pasta. All right. That's a great American.
Is he going to get a 30 for 30?
He might get a 30 for 30. The pasta.
I mean, how do you cut your hand? How do you get hurt cutting pasta? Who needs to cut pasta? What does that mean?
People make their own pasta. You don't know about this?
What do you cut though?
You cut the dough.
But it's one easy cut. It's dough. How hard do you have to press down?
Well, he's pressing. I don't know, too hard, and it cut his hand and opened it up, and the nerve's exposed. How are you gonna? I mean, this is a great comeback.
Bro, if you cut your hand cutting pasta, you just need to be out of golf. Go back, get in pickleball.
I mean, this is a great story. I mean, not Hamlin, whatever. He came back. Okay, this is a story right here. Cut his hand.
Is this really what we have in sports today? This
Hamlin,
is sports?
what? No, hold on. Hamlin, whatever he came back. You mean the guy who died on the field?
Yeah. This is a.
You think the Scheffler comeback tale?
Yes, this is
stronger than what Hamlin did.
This is a 30 for 30, no question. Yeah.
being a fancy boy and cutting his own pasta. Just buy some Barilla.
You know how dangerous it is? Do you know how dangerous it is? You don't know.
I know. I know most
this guy's
people
dedicated to this craft. Okay?
I know his craft is golf, not making his own pasta. How about you have someone else do that, or you just buy something out of a box?
That's what I do.
Yeah, what are we doing?
That's the way I go about it.
Yeah,
But okay,
you're.
But my son-in-law cuts his own pasta.
That's for
people. It's an art form.
That's for people who
He's
have a
trying
lot
to
of time
suck
on
up
their
to you.
hands.
No,
He's trying to suck up to you. Do you think your Italian father will like that? And she's like, he's
Homemade
Greek
pasta?
too.
Is
Do you think he'll like me better if I cut my own pasta?
Is that how he bonds with you?
That's
by
how he talks.
cutting his own pasta?
Pat, that's how you
No.
talk.
No, I don't think he's going to like you any better.
Pat, put that video of Lance doing that stuff with his hand. Okay, put that out there, Pat. Show Lance. All right, and
Hey,
fade.
it's not the first time.
Wait a minute. My son-in-law, Pat, he's on my bookie. I'm sure he fades everything that you tell him. He fades everything.
Good.
Yeah.
Let me give him some more.
Had his
Play
best year
Jalen
ever.
Milroe. As soon as Jalen Milroe gets to the pros, bet against him every game. And now he'll bet on him, and he'll make tons of money.
Yep. Bet on Jalen Milroe.
Quinn Ewers, too. Fire against Quinn Ewers at will if he ever starts a game. Jackson Dart. Fade Jackson Dart.
No, you hate Quinn Ewers. You got to bet on you hate Quinn Ewers, so you got to bet on Quinn Ewers. Bet fading you.
But I have to tell you, no. But I have to tell him. That's what I said. Fade Quinn Ewers, fade Jackson Dart, so that he'll play the other side. That's what I told him. Bet against Jackson Dart every time you see him. Bet against Quinn Ewers. Now he'll bet for him, and he'll make lots of money.
That's right.
Yeah, because these guys are ballers.
Right,
I just have a feeling Willie's never betting on Jackson Dart. I just don't see that happening.
He won $5 this year. That was his best year ever, apparently. So
no, he won multiple games. He plays parlays, teasers, totals.
He bets $5, and apparently, with all of the numbers that you showed, he actually only won one bet all year. So,
that was with the Bear. No, he won some with because he kept betting Russell Wilson. He said.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. All right, who's on the line, Dell? Who we got?
I hope he didn't bet C.J. Stroud.
Because we got John.
Because remember when I was a big C.J. Stroud stan, and all I talked about was how great my quarterback was.
Yeah.
Did he also play the Texans?
He should have faded you with C.J. Stroud.
Oh wait, he did. Oh wait, he did make a bunch of money.
Yeah,
he faded the Texans.
Yeah.
Oh my, he didn't talk about that. He didn't say he bet against the Texans all the time, but he did make a lot of money there.
If he did, he certainly did. If he bet against them, we got John Chill coming up next.
Do you guys feel bad for Wembanyama? He's getting bullied. He said the league. He said the officials are not treating him fairly.
Did you see him get up and go after Zubac?
Yeah, but he's 165 pounds. Like sometimes people aren't trying to knock him to the ground. He's just super light. Right. They're not trying to hurt him. He's just
Who
super
weighs
light.
more? Who weighs more, him or Tank Dell?
Wembanyama. Just because he's taller. Do you think Wembanyama weighs 200 pounds?
No.
He's 7'4". I bet you he does. I just clicked him, and he weighs 235.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
235. Yeah.
We got a break. We got John Chill, who weighs about 205, I think. I don't know. I don't know what John Chill. We'll find out what John Chill weighs on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Can we bet on it?
What we do care about is John Chill giving us winners, right?
Yeah.
John Chill's going to give us winners. And, oh, by the way, my bookie is here for you to bet on the big game. Now, wait till you see all the props. National anthem props. What'll be higher? UFC bet versus the Super Bowl total. Big game 59 exotics. Not erotics, exotics. Will anyone trip and fall during the halftime show? Will there be a taunting penalty called? Will Trump tweet during the game? Which commercial will appear first? Budweiser or Coca-Cola, Toyota or Jeep, Netflix or Amazon? Gatorade shower, orange, blue, purple. You got boosted parlays. You got money bag. It's like a slot machine for sports bettors. Spin the wheel. Some crazy odds on props, parlays, and futures come up. You got squares that you can play. You can play for just $1.25, $1, $1.25. Yeah. You got tiered bonuses, live betting. Listen, you want to bet on a big game? There's one place to go, and it's mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You got to put in that promo code to get. And by the way, if it's your initial time, they're also going to give you bonus money to play with. It's the ultimate destination for making the big game unforgettable. Let's go. mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Don't sleep on the sports jackpots. A chance to turn $1 into a massive payday at mybookie.ag.
ESPN 97.5. Please stand by.
A golf course quality lawn is easier and more affordable than you think with True Green. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. And right now, you can get 75% off your first service. Plus, they have a price match guarantee. You know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, True Green will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TrueGreen.com today to lock in 75% off and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details. Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
I just want to tell you about some awesome offers from Allstate Windows and Siding. You know, the great thing about winter is that, yeah, we can have some cold times. Apparently, we're also a snowy people now. But also, it can also be 70 degrees before you know it. And when you have this good weather, it's a great time to get new windows from Allstate Windows and Siding. If you know you need new windows, now is the time. They've got financing available, but they also have 30% off of each window on a 10-window job or more, which most window jobs for a home is going to be more than 10 windows. They've got $2,500 off of complete siding jobs as well. And right now, they've got you covered with 12 months, no payments, no interest. So if you know you need to get it done now and you want to get it done now, but you don't want to pay for it all right now, but you also don't want to have any finance rate or interest rates, get it done over 12 months with Allstate Windows and Siding.com. Family owned and operated. They do an amazing job on an annual basis of taking care of people's homes with the upgrade of windows and the upgrade of siding to make your home look great, make it more energy efficient. And it's all available with one phone call, 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936. That's Allstate Windows and Siding.com.
Your home for Texas A&M Athletics, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All righty. Time to bring in John Chill now to talk a little gambling for us here, the CFO at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, DraftKings Sportsbook, and home on February 7th of the $25,000 Ice Cold Reeled Slot Tournament. Now, John Chill, I've never seen a slot tournament before. What do you, tell me the qualifications to be a great slot tournament player.
So to be the big winner, it's hitting that button as fast as possible, and it's fun to watch. You're watching these people hit it, and it's actually funny. They wear out by the end. Some of them they just hit this thing, and it's nonstop for, I believe, 2 minutes, and it's awesome to watch. Some even use their elbows and their hands, and they got techniques and all that. So, it's fun. It's fun to watch the slot tournament. They're good times.
So whoever can hit the slot machine fastest, that's it?
You get you more chances to win because you got more, the reels going more time. So they hit that as fast as possible. So
my hand motions were accurate, John.
Yeah.
What's
He
that?
was
I'm
doing
sorry.
it, and they captured it, and it doesn't look. He's going up and down.
Well,
real
that's
fast.
how people play the slots. Only not down. They usually hit up. But yeah, it may not look good, but that's what's happening.
Lance
It
is a
reminds
slot.
me. That guy, I said it was going to remind me in my younger days. I don't know if you guys remember the track and field game back in the '80s, and I used to use a ruler to hit those buttons. Yeah.
Track and field was the best, John, because all you had to do was and then you were just worn out after that one.
So that's how you win a slot tournament.
That's how you win the slot tournament.
That's
That's
it.
coming up.
So,
Now it says you have to have 250 slot points to qualify for the tournament. So you got to go. In other words, you can't just show up and play. You got to have been played before. You have to play there before. Right.
Yeah. So you have to have a card. You go to a kiosk. You have to earn points, 250, and then you qualify then to enter the slot tournament. So.
Okay. So, but the Billionaires Club members, they receive. Billionaires once again, billionaires get it easy. Really receive complimentary entry into the slot tournament. If you're a billionaire, I don't imagine you're playing penny slots too much, though, right?
No, you're usually in that special room on the left-hand side of the cage there. So if you're a billionaire, you're definitely playing higher denom slots. But there's some that play pennies. They just come more often. But yeah, you're definitely playing the big machines. So become a billionaire.
All right.
It's a good time.
That's $10,000 first place on the line in this thing.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. Nice little chunk of change.
That's nice. So that's going on. There's all kinds of great stuff going on. I don't imagine. Can I still make a reservation for the DraftKings Sportsbook or for the big game or no? It's got.
You know what? You can. We have limited space in DraftKings. That's about to fill up. There's a few spots in there, but we're moving it. Blue is having a party in there as well, and that's a nice viewing area as well. And then also Cadillac. So definitely could make some reservations in Blue and Cadillac. And like I said, we're kind of winding down in DraftKings, but there are some opportunities in there if you get in quick here. So we're having a party out front for a couple hours. We're gonna have a DJ and a bunch of stuff going on for a pregame. So it'll be a good time out there in front of the.
You guys are gonna make a big deal out of it. There's no question.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of food and drink and all kinds of great stuff. I mean, this is the place to go. I love it, love it, love it. Let me ask you a question. Have you broken down your prop bets yet, or no? Is that next week?
I looked at a little bit. One of the ones I like, Xavier Worthy, over 4.5 rushing yards. I saw it last night. And I was trying to look for it this morning to see where that is. I think he's gotten a rushing attempt in the last, I believe, 12 games, and I believe in playoffs, Reed has had a rushing attempt with a non-running back in 20 straight playoff games. So I'm starting to look at that. I'm kind of looking at the tight ends a little bit. I think Philly's defense, kind of doing my research here a little bit. There's some opportunities for tight ends. I kind of like Kelsey and receptions more than yards. I think 70 yards, he's still minus money. But I like his reception. I think 6+ is even. So starting to look at those. Hurts and Mahomes, kind of looking at their yardage. I believe they're at 250. They're both at plus money there. The one I was just looking at right now, so Saquon Barkley, 2 touchdowns plus 285. I mean,
wow.
I think that's an interesting bet there. So we're starting to look at that.
That's a big number. That's a big plus. Yeah.
Yeah. After he had last week's, blowout. So looking at MVPs, it's interesting. Barkley is actually above Jalen Hurts, which shocking. Your quarterback or running back would be ahead. Mahomes is at plus 120. Barkley's at plus 260. Hurts is at plus 350. So, so it's interesting. But definitely the props are coming in. Seen a lot of early action on the over. About 80% of the money's on the over. It's at 48.5 right now. Pretty split on the Chiefs-Eagles, but we're seeing more money line play on the Eagles than the side. So it'll be interesting, and we'll see what happens this week. I think I don't see that line moving that much. I see the over maybe hitting 49 here shortly. So if you want to play the over, get in here early and get in at 48.5. So, but a lot of time for that to move. But yeah, that's definitely what we're seeing early.
You like the over?
You know what? I like the teaser. I like the Eagles teaser. Get them at 7.5 and get the over down to 42.5. I kind of like that. But as my wife said last week when I took the Bills, you're crazy going against Mahomes, and she was right again. So, they're always right. So the wife was always right. But yeah, so if I took the Eagles, it'd definitely be on a teaser. But it's just hard to bet against Mahomes and the Chiefs. It's just
No, and especially what's Mahomes' rushing number? Because the bigger the game, the more he runs.
Yeah, it's I think he's over 40. He's plus 149 over 40 yards, which isn't bad because he likes to run in the playoffs. And
he does run in the playoffs.
Yeah,
he definitely runs.
Yeah,
and he breaks one big one for 20-25, and you know what? You're going to get there.
Yeah, yep. And yeah, he's there. Hurts is at minus 113, which is interesting with his injury. He looked pretty good last week. But yeah, he's at minus 113 at 40 plus. So, but we'll see what happens here. We're looking at props. We're starting to see some wagers come in there. We got UFC. So if you want to go to Claim Jumper, get breakfast. This one starts at 8 in the morning. So nothing better than some fights at 8 in the morning and grab some breakfast at Claim Jumper, and it's in Saudi Arabia. So
yeah, Dana's taking that Saudi money. Nice.
Yeah, he is. Yep, and so it'll be interesting to see that. That card starts out early, and it's interesting. I was reading it's a 30-foot octagon, and so if playing as I kind of like a lot of knockouts, being it's a bigger octagon, and the Russians kind of, they're more of a striker than they are grapplers. So it'll be an interesting card there. And like I said, you could bet UFC, win some money, play the slot tournament, and you're ready for the Super Bowl. It'll be a good weekend.
No, it's a good weekend. So UFC is coming up this weekend?
Yeah,
right?
so this is the fight night, and then the pay-per-view is next week. Actually, for me, I think this card's a little bit better than the pay-per-view. Some of the fights that are on there, but yeah, it is definitely early in the morning. So, but like I said, it's a good card. So 12 fights. So we'll have that. We got start talking some basketball. We got college, NBA, Rockets looking good.
Are you able to bet on the U of H on the Cougars at the DraftKings Sportsbook since Tillman owns the University of Houston, or no?
Yes, Cougars we can. Yes,
you can. Cougars,
you can. Yep.
All right, but,
and the Rockets you can do on the mobile app if you wanted to do that.
Rockets you can't do at the facility, but you can the Cougs. They don't. I don't think they realize that Tillman owns the University of Houston too. But
that's true. We won't tell them that.
No. Well, so you can bet on your Cougs there. Are you seeing any trends in the NBA? Since you can't get, I would imagine you would be getting Rockets money right now in there if you could bet on the Rockets. But is NBA, is it picking up?
Yeah, NBA starts picking up here. Football's winding down, and you're starting to see, the play more on the NBA side, and definitely you're seeing some, Rockets on the mobile side, and you're looking at, the handle starts picking up for the NBA. College basketball picks up. It'll start here. It's shocking. March Madness will be here, in 6 weeks almost? So
yeah. Make your reservation now.
Yeah. That's our second biggest weekend besides the Super Bowl. It's on Thursday, Friday, and that's definitely a party. That's my favorite 2 days of the year right there is Thursday and Friday, and we're ready to rock on that as well. So, but yeah, basketball, we got starting to see some golf action more, a little bit there too. So, as we transition out of football, so it'll be a good weekend.
Good weekend. That's all happening. I've been talking. There's so much going on, people. If you haven't seen, you've been listening to we've got all kinds of great stuff. We got Benvenides against Morrell, boxing pay-per-view on February 1st. You want to get over there for that. Little River Band is coming, $75,000 February Fling giveaway. You got on February 7th, the $25,000 Ice Cold Reel slot tournament. Are you kidding me? It's all going down at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles right there. Go see John Chill. They got all the snow. It's all gone. Don't worry about it. No more snow there. Actually, now they're warming up. The golf courses opened up back up.
Yeah, and it's looking good. Yeah.
We're
back open and ready for the golfers to come in. We actually have someone in the pool right now.
No way.
Out my window. Yeah. So the parties here at the pool too. So
let's go.
They're up at a pool. Let's go and party.
Let's go. It's a party. A pool's open. Golf course is open. Let's go. John Cho, man, we appreciate it as always.
All right. See you guys. Thank you.
All right. And listen, just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, that's where you got all this stuff going on. Listen, the Blue Martini is a great place to go watch the game. If you can't get into the DraftKings Sportsbook to watch the big game, or the Cadillac Bar, okay, you can do that in there as well. But the Blue Martini is a lot of fun. So get on over there. You got coming up this weekend, the 31st, the Fireside Fortune Hot Seat. That's tomorrow from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. One lucky seat from each tier will be announced every hour to receive $1,000 free slot play. How about that? I mean, it's just giving it away now, okay? UFC 312 coming up February 8th. Aaron Lewis and the Stateliners, American as it gets tour February 8th, and then the big game on February 9th. So that weekend, you want to talk about big, awesome, all happening in Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Beautiful hotel, restaurants, casino, everything you could possibly want right there, just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. You don't have to go all the way to Vegas to enjoy the Super Bowl at a casino. Are you kidding me? You got it. The Golden Nugget Lake Charles, goldennuggetlc.com.
ESPN 97.5.
John Granado here with Yanni Damaris from Damaris Barbecue. I am a wing connoisseur, and I think your Greek wings are as good as any wings in this city.
The Greek wings, I just had one that I brought in just now. It was awesome.
You can get them smoked as well.
Yes.
Or you can get them
fried with Frank's hot sauce. You can get them with our second-gen barbecue sauce. You can get them just about any way you want.
Damaris Barbecue, 2 locations. One's on 610 at 18th Street. The other's at Shepherd, just north of West Alabama. Or you can order ahead at Damaris.com.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
A golf course quality lawn is easier and more affordable than you think with TruGreen. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. And right now, you can get 75% off your first service. Plus, they have a price match guarantee. You know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, TruGreen will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TruGreen.com today to lock in 75% off and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
One of the best things we've done to manage our business is outsourcing our human resources, payroll, and benefits administration to HR&P. Hi, I'm Chad Clay, owner of CEP Sorbents, the industry leader in oil spill cleanup products, and have dealt with numerous oil spill disasters. Knowing up close what a disaster looks like, we have chosen to avoid them in our offices. So we called HR&P. HR&P guides us through the landmines of HR, payroll, and benefit compliance, so my team can focus solely on helping our clients with their problems. Having HR&P just makes sense.
Get started at hrp.net.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
So Zadig Jewelers wants you to come in for Thanksgiving. For Valentine's Day. Really, they want you to come in at any time, because Zadig Jewelers should not be just the jeweler you think of for birthdays, anniversaries, and Valentine's Day. It really needs to be a jeweler that you think of anytime you want to give that someone special something special. Anytime that you want to make a memory, that's what they're doing. And honestly, guys, while you're in there looking for a Valentine's Day gift for that special someone in your life, why don't you take a look at the watches that they have? They have watches from the finest designers around the world, not just the country, the world. They have one of the best selections that you're going to find in the entire state of Texas. And they're a boutique distributor and location for many of the top brands. So you'll get unique timepieces that you can only find at Zadig Jewelers. And they also have not only master craftsmen, but master technicians who can work on any of your timepieces that need to be serviced. And I don't care what the make and model is, they've got you covered with certifications to handle those repairs as well. Zadig Jewelers, 28,000 square feet of beautiful property that has all of the top designers and jewelers in there, and they've got people on staff ready to take care of you and to give you your best opportunity to.
Gallant and George, weekday afternoons from noon to 3. You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Our good friend SMU Sonny, he's a show contributor. He is here, and he wants to get on the air and talk on the radio. What's going on, Sonny?
Hey, good morning. I wanted to ask Lance how he thought B-Money was looking for Shark Smith. My comp for him is Shady McCoy, but just a little bit nicer teeth. I hope you get a chance to talk to him. And also you got to look out for Kobe Wilson, a linebacker. He's not out there, but I think he's going to be a steal. And comp for him is D'Amico. Also, Dell, schedule's out November 1st. See you in Dallas, Miami at SMU. I'll see you up here. Thanks.
Dell, you going?
Yeah, he's going.
Dell's going. Dell's going to go.
Am I going to make a road trip to see a Carson Beck, Mario Cristobal-led team? Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Oh, I talked to your boy Mario Cristobal on Monday, Dell. On Tuesday, I didn't tell you that.
He's a nice guy.
He's a delightful man.
I'm sure he is a delightful man.
He's a great person, great coach, great coach.
He's
no Al Golden, but he's a great coach.
No, he's not Al Golden or Randy Shannon or Mark Richt. He's just Mario.
He's Mario.
He's just Mario.
Super Mario.
No, not so much.
Yeah. That's what his nickname is. Super Mario. Great coach. Great coach.
No, Sonny, I'm not making that trip.
Yeah, Brashard Smith's been fine. He's looked pretty good. Former wide receiver turned running back. Came from Miami, went to SMU, and showed some talent as a running back. So, yeah, he's like a middle round pick, probably like a fifth, something like that. Maybe fourth. He's got some wiggle. Like, he's not bad. Dell knows him. He's got some talent. He actually has looked pretty good out here at Senior Bowl.
Yeah, you got a couple of players, Dell. I saw an offensive lineman too that looked.
Rivers is doing a really good job here.
Yeah, it looked nice.
He plays center, guard, and tackle. He can play three different positions.
Cam Ward, you're going to have the first overall pick. No wonder you guys were in the playoff last year.
Yeah, your tight end.
Did you hear
had a good first day?
You hear any mention of any defensive players having good days? Because that's the reason Miami didn't make the playoff.
There's we haven't. No, there hasn't been any mention of Miami players in the draft defensively that's going to do anything.
Yeah, so that would tell you why.
Oh, yeah, that guy. No, your defensive end who's just a guy.
Who, Tyler Barron?
Yeah, him.
The Tennessee
Came
transfer.
from Tennessee, I guess.
Yeah, so no surprise that the Miami offensive players are doing well. We saw that all year long.
Actually, yeah, I'm not writing up a lot of Miami defensive players in the draft.
Yeah, probably not.
The entire season told you that.
Damian Martinez. You know what was said about Damian Martinez? No, it wasn't. No, that's not what they said. I was thinking about there's another running back. It was Donovan Edwards. I was sitting with a group of personnel guys up in the stands yesterday, and Donovan Edwards, the running back from Michigan. Was out there running routes. You know, they do a thing where linebackers match up on running backs, and And, he caught a pass, looked really good. And somebody said, man, that's his specialty. That guy is pretty good out of the backfield. And this other guy goes, I've never seen a running back who does everything, who likes to do everything but run the football quite like Donovan Edwards. He'll do anything but run the football. Don't ask him to run the football because he doesn't like that. But boy, he'll do everything else for you. And I thought, well, that's not a glowing. I don't think that's a glowing recommendation for a running back.
He had 2 touchdown runs in the national championship.
You take him in the first round then. He did. He had a good game.
He had a really good game.
But the rest of it's not been great. Yeah, the rest of it's not been great.
No.
I mean, he lost his job to Khalil Mullings this year. He lost his job.
Well, Mullings is a beast now. I mean, that dude runs
he's
hard.
Not bad.
Yeah.
He does
I
run
like that
hard.
dude.
All Michigan backs do. Hassan Haskins ran hard. Blake Corum, that's the type that Jim Harbaugh recruited. Run hard, hit you in the face guys.
I'm seeing that Judkins is getting a lot of love. What did you see on tape from him?
Kind of a Joe Mixon clone. He doesn't have great vision, but average speed. So I looked at him and Travion Henderson next to each other, basically first Judkins and then Travion. And the first thing that stands out is Judkins' entire career, he has 45 touchdown runs between his 2 years at Ole Miss and his 1 year at Ohio State. He has 45 rushing touchdowns. He's a touchdown hog. But only 4 of them were over 20 yards. Only 4 of 45 were over 20 yards. Travion Henderson has 42 touchdowns, and 11 of them were over 30 yards. So they ran behind the same offensive line this year. Judkins averaged like 4.2 yards a carry. Travion Henderson averaged 7.1. Like, that's all you need to know. One guy's kind of a grinder who is very physical. The other guy's got some wiggle and some juice. You want high volume carries? Judkins is your guy. Plays really aggressive, really urgent, but he's not gonna be very creative. He'll get what's blocked for you, and he'll be physical and add more yards. Travion's a guy that can do more on third downs. He can do like the Jahmyr Gibbs role of. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs obviously became a much better running back than just a complimentary back, and he was also obviously valued more because he was a first-round pick. But Travion's that guy that can give you a second running back, who can be a slasher, and then he can be really good on third downs. Like, he can really catch it, and he's very good in pass protection. So it's funny. Quinshawn is somebody who I would look at. I think he'll get drafted in the second or third round, and he'll be somebody who's a starter who can carry the ball 15 to 18 times. Travion will probably go second to third, but will be asked to do something totally different. Like, he can handle probably 6 to 8 carries a game, but he's going to be a third down specialist too. So both valuable in today's NFL, just different.
713-780-3776. Lance is in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. Today's the last day, or?
Yeah. I come back. I come back after that. I come back this evening, so I'll be in studio tomorrow.
Okay. So you'll.
So I wanted to get out of here last night, but there's no flights available. They're all like, I tried to get out early today. No flights. In fact, they said they were going to give me. They said if you would like to volunteer to take a later flight tomorrow, we will give you either miles or a voucher. And for 1 second, I thought about, man, can I just stay in Mobile and I'd have to buy my own hotel room. Would it be worth it? And I said, nah, it's not worth it. I'm coming back.
No, that's not worth it.
Decline.
Decline
your offer.
I always hotel room.
Hey, exactly. I always feel like I want to take them up on one of those offers and see if I can get a free flight, like a $600 voucher for a flight. But then I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. Never mind.
It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. All right. When we come back, we wrap up this show because we got News of the Weird and at 45. So if you got anything that you want to add to this show, you're more than welcome to get in a hurry. 713-780-3776. I want to talk right now about my peeps over at Chastang Ford. Love what they do at Chastang Ford. I'm a big fan. I think I think you know that about me over the years. I've been talking about Chastang Ford now for years, so enough that I bought 4 cars from them already. I got the Expedition, traded that in. I got my beautiful. I love my truck. right now. Got JT a truck, got Steffi, her vehicle as well. And you know what? We just buy. That's what we do. We buy cars from Chastang Ford because we trust them. We believe in them. There's not going to be any dealer add-ons. There's not going to be any hidden fees. They're going to work their tail off to get you the best financing that they possibly can get, even if they have to shun Ford. They said, yeah, well, Ford's got this rate, but we found a better rate with a bank. Well, Ford's going to be mad at you. We don't care. They don't care. They want to get you. They care about you. And they care about you getting into that Ford car or truck or that pre-owned vehicle and getting it at the best price that you possibly can. You're looking for a truck. You got the F-250 that's wonderful. It can tow up to 22,000 pounds. I got them in stock right now. You're looking for a box truck. You're looking for service body trucks. They can customize them for exactly whatever you need business-wise. The place to go to get your truck on, if you're a business, is Chastang Ford. The bottom line is the bottom line. Get a better deal and get the best service you can. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
ESPN 97.5.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
The county just requested more electric charging stations.
Orders have really amped up at Able Electric.
We need 3 more at First in Maine, and we just got another hotel chain.
It's no shock. Able Electric needs able electricians.
Grocery store wants charging stations too.
And fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest innovation is a game changer. John Granato here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal. But now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do. The kids will love it. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet, ProDunk.com.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston for free on YouTube.
All right. Got to talk Houston Powder Coaters right now. Got to talk about what they've done, what they do. Marriott Marquis, you can see their work. Downtown Aquarium, Westside Tennis Club, Kemah Boardwalk, Discovery Green, the Woodlands, the Waterway. I mean, it's just beautiful, beautiful what they do. Herman Park, NRG, they've done work everywhere. It's what they do. They've got the best Google review. They're the best Google reviews. Very hands-on, great communication with customers. You find out whether or not that patio furniture or whatever metal that you have, your car parts, your boat parts, your wheel lifts, your lift kits, your bumpers, whatever it is, you find out whether or not it's salvageable. Well, it should, and Robin's going to be honest with you. Oh yeah, we can save that. We'll do it. It's going to, and you'll be better than buying something new, because a lot of times, people, the metal that you are bringing in to get powder coated is better than the metal that you can buy now. So you're looking for the best way to keep that metal, whatever it is. 281-676-3888, 281-676-3888, or HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Our final segment before we hit News of the Weird. We got some good News of the Weird today, just so you know. Del, have we missed anything today? We talked about Scotty Scheffler. That was a big story, big story.
Yeah, if we got the Scheffler story in, then no matter what else we do, we know we've done a good job. That we got to talk about the great comeback of Scotty Scheffler.
Right? So you think if, in fact, we talk Scotty Scheffler, then we hit everything?
Yes. Well, not everything, but anything else would pale in comparison. Like, we could have talked about other stuff, but didn't talk about Scotty Scheffler, then it would have been a bad show.
We missed the Brittany Griner story. She's going to Atlanta. She was in Phoenix, I want to say.
Yes, she was a Phoenix Mercury player for a very long time.
Yeah. Okay.
Now she is a Atlanta Dream player. You didn't talk about your favorite. Caitlin Clark turned down the 3-point shootout.
Now Caitlin she turned down the 3-on-3 league. She turned down the 3-point. I don't think she likes the number 3. I don't know if she's got something against the number 3.
She takes a lot of them.
But I don't know. I kind of like that she's not, she oversaturating us with. I think she's probably like, okay, the nation's got enough Caitlin Clark right now.
She's for the W. No, she's trying to make sure that she doesn't outshine. First of all, it's a very smart play to basically say, my 3-point shooting is going to be for the WNBA, not for the NBA. So her first appearance needs to be for that's what she said. She said, I'm going to do a 3-point shootout in WNBA, not NBA first.
Oh.
That's smart. Okay. That's a smart. It's a tactical decision. Smart.
Yeah.
Why show it? Sabrina Ionescu had been there, done that in the WNBA. This would look like she's separating herself again, and like she's getting some kind of preferential. I think it's smart of her. 3-on-3 stuff.
Smart.
Nope. Not going to do the 3-on-3 stuff either. It's about the W.
Yep. You know what? You're right. You're right about that. Somebody did say, though, this morning on the show before, I was making a pretty good point. Sabrina Ionescu needed that. A bunch of people don't know who Sabrina Ionescu is. So for her to be on the same stage as Steph Curry is a big plus.
You know who does know who Sabrina Ionescu is? Mason, because he bought her shoes.
Oh, did he really?
He wears Ionescu's. No joke.
She needed that. Caitlin Clark doesn't need any more pub. Everybody knows who Caitlin Clark is, right? So, I mean, bringing awareness to the WNBA, I guess, isn't a bad thing. But you're right. If she's going to be standing out, outside, and as she gets invites that other people don't, I don't know. For whatever reason, there is a video of Angel Reese missing a 3-pointer. I guess it's in the 3-on-3 league or whatever, but it's bad. I don't know why.
Well, man, I tell you, it's really kind of sad how bad the culture wars have made people.
Yeah.
Like you can't even – Angel Reese can't even play basketball without – there's so many people who want her to fail so badly. And I know Caitlin Clark has her detractors the same way, and we know it's for purposes that are not related to basketball on both sides of those. But it's kind of ridiculous that, Angel Reese's whole thing got a whole nation of people like, oh! I didn't think it was a great move, but it's a competitive move. Angel Reese was just competitive, It came off a certain kind of way. Who cares? It's over. I know Angel Reese cheered on the sideline when her teammate bumped. Hey, that's their league. They're playing. But it's just kind of crazy that people hate WNBA players. People who don't really care about the WNBA hate certain players. Like, they make it their mission to get on social media and try to turn it into a thing. I'm like, man, your life is good if you can spend your whole time on social media searching for Angel Reese posts.
Making sure she looks bad.
And I'm somebody who thinks Caitlin Clark takes way too much crap for people. Way too much. It's ridiculous. But at the same time, I think, okay, we got it. You don't like Angel Reese. Caitlin's your girl. It's just, I get it. I don't know. Maybe it's normal. We see it in the NBA. I guess, who do we see it in the NBA with? Jordan versus LeBron people? Those are at the highest level of players from different generations.
This has more. It's more Josh Allen versus Lamar. This has a lot more.
Yeah, that's what it is. I wonder the similarities. This is weird. I can't figure it out.
Yeah, this has a racial tone to it that's,
you don't say.
And Caitlin got in the middle of it. But I mean, poor thing.
Caitlin's trying not to get in the middle of it. She's trying to just play ball.
Yeah, she just wants to play ball. You know what? It's not her fault she wasn't born black. It's not her fault.
She should look into that, though.
Well, how?
Dell, can you cut that? Can you save that clip?
Sure.
It's not her fault she wasn't born black.
I mean,
it's not her fault. Can we stop blaming her?
I mean, it's not her fault, but I mean, she should take responsibility for it, though.
Well, I mean, she has to live with it. She has to go throughout. Okay, but
can we get her to apologize?
Yeah, you know how tough it is living in a black world.
Dan Orlovsky might apologize.
As white as she is.
Do you think you could get Dan Orlovsky to apologize for it, Dell?
No, Dan Orlovsky.
If you put enough heat on him, could you get him to apologize?
The deal for Dan Orlovsky is he won't criticize. Well, he might criticize Caitlin Clark because she's not a quarterback. Because he won't criticize quarterbacks. It's like Dan's
not black quarterbacks.
No, any quarterbacks. He's not criticizing Josh Allen. He won't criticize Justin Herbert. He won't criticize quarterbacks. He'll criticize other people, but that's a place he will not go because he used to be one of them. So we can't get Dan in this because the last time he did it, he cried.
Well, he'll criticize her because he could play point.
I'm saying he might criticize Caitlin Clark because she don't play quarterback.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
can see that.
it's like Lance not criticizing draft experts. He won't get after Daniel Jeremiah.
Well, if you're
got after Todd McShay,
not for his draft stuff, for other stuff.
Todd wasn't the nicest guy.
Yeah, it was for that stuff.
Well, but I don't have any problem with people putting in work and having an opinion. I never begrudge that at all. But just don't be.
Said how many times have you said how much you hate Mel Kiper?
Never, because Mel Kiper's a saint.
Mel Kiper is the patron saint of draft.
First of all, Mel Kiper invented this whole industry.
Yes,
the draft industry. He did, and he's also one of the best guys you could ever run into. Like Mel Kiper. I'll throw acid on somebody's face if they get to.
Wow.
If I had acid with me, I would throw it on someone's face if they start talking to. They get a line on Mel Kiper. I won't do that for Daniel Jeremiah.
Permanently?
Wow. He sees Mel Kiper and he starts glazing.
I won't do that.
It's very true.
That's a good use of glaze, John.
Holy,
it's a good use. Now I wouldn't do that for Daniel Jeremiah. He's too snarky with me sometimes. So he takes shots at me on podcasts. So you can walk freely. Yeah, you can walk freely, and don't worry about it. No acid's going to hit your face.
Okay, but Mel Kiper.
I'll give you a pass, but don't say anything ugly about Mel Kiper, okay?
No.
By the way, you know who I saw in the press box yesterday when I was writing my article was Bill Polian. He was up there, and all I could think of was this man he was a great general manager for the Indianapolis Colts, and he's only now known as, John?
The guy who blasted Mel Kiper.
No,
the guy who said Lamar should play running back or receiver.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
remember
what he's known as.
No, Bill Polian.
No, you're not thinking of Bill
Mel
Polian.
Kiper.
You're thinking of.
No, it was Polian because Mel Kiper blasted him for his draft pick, and Polian came out. Who is this Mel Kiper? What does he know? And
no, that wasn't Polian, was it?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that was Bill Tobin, John. Bill Tobin.
Oh, Bill Tobin? Oh, wait.
Bill Tobin,
really?
yeah.
I thought it was
all
this
Bill
time.
Tobin.
I thought it was Polian.
Yeah, another Colts exec.
1994, Bill Tobin. Who's Mel Kiper anyway? Well, Bill Tobin, who are you? John didn't even know you.
Right. I blame Bill Polian for your silliness.
You got to be careful when you come after us. Bill Tobin came after Mel Kiper, and now who is Bill Tobin? Everyone knows Mel Kiper. Tim Pepura tried to come after me on a broadcast, and I'm now in the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. Where's Timmy P? Eating chocolate chip cookie dough and trying to go get – now, I was going to say trying to go get samples out of a Costco, but I do that too. But still, I do it with Hall of Fame hands.
You did it before you had Hall of Fame hands.
You did it, well before.
Yeah, well.
But it helped turn you into a Hall of Famer. It helped turn you into a Hall of Famer.
It helped, yeah, it did.
Yeah, right.
Somebody asked, is Todd McShay really a P word, a pri? He said, I've always been a McShay fan. Todd's fine. He's just, he seemed like someone that would be cool to have a brew with and watch a game. Disappointing to hear. He's fine. He's just kind of standoffish. Like, he definitely doesn't want to have a brew with you. Stallonage, whatever that means. He does not want to have a beer with you. I'll have a beer with you because I'm the good draft guy. Todd is a little more standoffish. And that's not just me saying that. That's a lot of people in the industry. So he's not a P word. He doesn't really click with a lot of other people. Maybe he's like Dell in that way. Dell's not a bad person. He's just not. He's not a people person. He's not really good to be around if you're a person.
According to Twitch, he's a bad person. Can't stand him.
Like, who would want to have a beer with Dell? He doesn't even drink beer.
He doesn't drink beer. I'll drink a beer and let him watch? No. That's ridiculous.
I'm not
And
going to
Jeff
sit in the
Passan is
corner and watch you drink a beer.
And Passan's a good dude, too.
Oh.
Is he?
Yep. Nick Wright, too.
Is he?
Adam Glenn?
Yeah.
Lance?
Nick Wright literally brought my name up on TV. Somebody brought me up on Fox. This was 3 years ago, where they brought my name up about something that was said in the draft. He goes, "Don't bring up his name. I hate when I hear this. We had major beef." I'm like, oh man, why? Let it go. Nick. We're good now, bro. It's okay. It ain't got to be like this.
Man, you got the chicks all digging your hair. I mean, Nick,
Yeah,
you got it going on.
That dude
now.
rebranded. I'm not gonna lie, I
Let
couldn't
it go.
rebrand. I can't do my hair like that. Nick rebranded. He
Yeah.
went completely rebranded.
Yeah. And now he's on a big, big, big stage. And here we are, just little Hall of Famers in Texas.
Yeah, it's
That's all.
Texas Hall of Famers.
Yeah. Nick Wright is probably a national Hall of Fame.
I don't know if that's
He's
going to
be.
but
He's
maybe.
gonna be.
I'm sure
He's gonna be. I used to
Yeah.
get along with him okay.
Until you crossed them?
Well,
you did something.
Well, I mean, if we're being honest, he had always said I'd never beat him in the ratings when I was at the other station, and he wanted to bet money, and he just came trying to pick a fight for some reason. Like, he had just come in town, and he thought you needed to try to create drama with other stations because that's what you do. And so, then we had squashed it, and then when I crushed him in the ratings for like 6 straight months or 8, I made some I just made sure everyone knew that on Twitter. It was I kind of courted that.
So
and
Josh,
then he got really upset about that. It was kind of on me, I'll admit it.
Well, so Nick.
Sometimes I don't let things go.
Nick went to the Josh Innes School of Broadcasting. Just blast everybody on every other station.
I know,
but then get slapped around.
Yeah, but then, and that's true. But it got to a point where I get along with Josh now. But Josh probably did take.
Yeah.
Probably
Josh,
not the smartest career move to just try to just firebomb everything you can. It's not always in an entire market.
I like Josh. He just had a plan. He had a game plan, and he stuck to it. That's all right. That's all.
Yeah.
All right, you got to go.
Yeah, I got to get out of here and watch these guys continue to add to their draft stock at the quarterback position.
All right. He's going to do that today. We'll talk to him. We'll see what he sees.
Smells like
we'll
bleach in here.
Tomorrow, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about Nico Nikos. Love me some Nico Nikos. I really do. If I'm telling you, people, I had said this. I'm get their burger. I don't know that I've had a better burger. It is fantastic. The big game's coming up. You want gyros, chicken skewers, spinach or cheese pies, pita chips, tzatziki, a garlic sauce hummus, Greek fried meatballs, or sliders, wings, chips. They make their own chips there. Falafel sandwiches for you non-meat eating people. Whatever. The big game's coming up. NicoNikos.com/catering. NicoNikos.com/catering, or download the app, OPA, the OPA app, and you can order. And when you order on the OPA app, by the way, you get reward points, and then you cash that in for free food. What? Listen, I'm telling you, you want to get the pasticcio, it's the Greek lasagna. It's awesome. Awesome. I love me some Greek food. I love me some Nico Nikos. It's the only Greek food that you get in the city of Houston. Right now they got a new location, I-45 near Research Forest. You want to go there for lunch today? Go see for yourself. You want to go I-10 and the Beltway. You want to go to the original on Montrose and Westheimer. I'm telling you, you're not going to find better Greek food, and it's a great way to enjoy the big game. NicoNicos.com/catering. Tell them you heard it right here.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. We can help you save on the right oil for your vehicle. Right now, get 5 quarts of Castrol Edge Full Synthetic or Castrol Edge Full Synthetic High Mileage Motor Oil with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for just $35.99. Visit one of our 6,000 stores or order from AutoZone.com for same-day store pickup or next-day delivery.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and it's 2025, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing 2 things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
GiveMeTheVin.com salutes a life in film. Academy Award-winning actor Gene Hackman was born in San Bernardino, California on this day in 1930. Gene Hackman's chase scene in The French Connection made a star of the 71 Pontiac Le Mans. And you ought to know, Give Me the Vin knows 70s muscle cars. Catch your best offer and the best online process in the business at GMTVCC.com. Sell us your car.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light at just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Every single time. Coors Light. Climb out, brother.
Follow us on socials at ESPN Houston, and don't forget to have our push notifications on.
You gotta change your push notifications. Look.
Time now for News of the Weird
People are weird.
with John and Lance.
That's real weird.
Sam, you're a little bossy in that promo. And don't forget to turn your abs on. Okay, Sam, ease up a little bit to the people. Dal, have you ever been harassed by anyone? You know, other than me, maybe when I'm drinking?
I've been harassed, not in a way where I felt in danger, but I've been harassed.
Yeah, well, how about if you felt like you were actually being harassed, you felt scared, it was malicious, you're not feeling safe. Apparently, there's a woman in England who was harassing her boyfriend's ex by sending her a bunch of fart videos. So this girl farted on camera a bunch of times and sent it to her boyfriend's ex. And now she's facing prison time. Do you feel like you should be sent to prison if, in fact, you fart on videos a lot?
I don't know the rules, but I feel like the farting isn't what gets you in prison. It's the continuing to send unwanted whatever to a person. Because one man's flirting can be another man's harassment. Like, some guys may like a farting video. The significant other of your ex probably wouldn't. Some guys like farting videos.
I got a buddy in Green Bay who can fart for a long time, and he sends me fart videos. I think he should go to prison.
Well, yeah, see. I think if you send things to people they don't want and they told you that and you continue to do it, that's harassment. You got to find someone who likes to watch you fart.
Yes. I mean, I don't know that there's many people out there, but there's somebody out there that would want to watch you fart.
Everyone's got somebody out there for them.
Did you see the healthcare worker that's facing prison? She was doing Lucrecia Cormasa Koyan, charged with one count of exploitation of a disabled person in connection with the reported incident.
Oh, I saw that.
When she was filmed and posted on social media. And you know what? If you're going to dance provocatively over a disabled person, you should probably keep that video to yourself. Maybe just share it with your friends.
Or, yeah, I would ask that we don't do that. But, yeah, you could see her. One man was like in a tub, and she just stood over his head and started dancing. Another guy, maybe it was a woman in this case, she was unaware, but she was dancing on her head. So it was a really, really bad video. Just awful.
Yeah. I think she just was having fun.
Yep.
But
that person, no, it's not fun. It's not fun.
Was it fun for the person that's disabled?
No.
I don't know. Does he want to see a girl dancing over his head? I don't know. You don't know.
Well, did she ask? Did she ask?
No, but I don't. Well, you don't know if she asked or not. Hey, can I dance over your head?
I saw the videos. Neither one of those people looked like they were in any state to give consent to something like that.
No. Well, maybe they like.
No. Well,
we don't know.
I don't know. I'm telling you, John.
You don't know.
Okay. I can only go by what I saw, and no one had a smile on their face except for her.
Did you see the guy who ordered a drill online? And instead of getting the drill, he got a picture of a drill.
Well,
not only that, he said, I paid $22.47 for a pressure washer, and I got a screw. They sent me a screw. I mean, I think that company I don't think they're not concentrating.
You got to go to a more dependable company, man.
I didn't think they got to concentrate better there.
A screw.
Right. Instead of a power. Oh, she wants a power washer. Okay, Jim, give me that power washer. Here it is.
The picture of the what was it a picture of again?
A picture
of a drill. Was it? Did they box it up, or did they just send one?
They sent it to him.
I know they sent it to him, but was it in an actual drill box? He opens up the box expecting his drill, and there's just a picture there waiting for him. Yeah. Hey, man. Amazon has drills. I haven't heard of a story like that happening with them. Just order it from them. I'm sure they got power washers too.
Yeah, you got to go to better websites.
Yeah,
where there's more concentration. I think.
I don't know if it's about concentration. I think it's like, hey, we ain't got this, and we're just going to screw with this person.
Didn't you work for an AI company?
I worked for they weren't an AI company. They handed out jobs to people, and then I tested AI for a media company that I cannot name because I signed an NDA.
Okay, so right now, DeepSeek and OpenAI are at war, right? Okay, DeepSeek apparently is like taking over. It's a Chinese company that is AI, and you ask it anything, and it can tell you everything. Well, it works really, really well, apparently, until you ask it about Tiananmen Square and Taiwan.
There's some topics
you really you're not getting really square answers.
Yeah, there's some topics that you're not going to get a real answer on.
Right.
Know who you're dealing with.
Yeah. It's a Chinese company. Don't ask about Taiwan. Don't say.
No.
Don't start none, won't be none.
I wouldn't even brace the subject of Taiwan, Tiananmen Square, none of it. Just leave it alone.
Yeah. We don't need to know anything about that. There's no reason for anybody to be asking questions about that.
Is Daryl Morey off the list too? Do they give straight answers about Daryl Morey?
If you ask about Daryl Morey, what a scumbag it'll say, or something like that.
Or just the clip of James calling him a liar plays over and over.
Maybe. He's a liar. That's what he's best known for.
Terrell Moore, best known for lying to NBA stars.
And finally, a New Jersey cop found a woman's address in his police database, and then he went to her house to hit on her. Don't you feel like if you're a cop and you've got access to information about women's addresses and phone numbers and that they should be able to use it?
No.
What?
You're supposed to be a person, protecting and serving. You don't use the information for your own ill-gotten means or whatever the hell that thing is. No.
Come on, a little advantage. I mean, I got all this information here. I ought to get a little something.
No, you don't use it to stalk women.
That's how I would. That's how.
Well,
I would use it.
I'm glad you're not a cop or a judge, because we know how you would rule.
Glad. Everybody's glad I'm not a cop or a judge. Everyone is glad of that. We are done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking game day men's health right now. Love it. 11 locations open now. I'm telling you, there's going to be over 20. There's a location that's near you. I go to the Willowbrook location. Jamie and Patricia and Sean, just awesome. I love what they do for me. You, my friends, what they'll do for you, what all of the locations will do for you, what all of them will do is they will get you, first of all, a free consultation. Okay, you go in there, you draw blood, they find out where your testosterone levels, your free testosterone level. You tell them what, maybe you'll find out what is exactly that you're looking for. They've got peptides to help you lose weight. They got peptides to make you sharper, peptides to make you more erotic. They have peptides for everything. They have peptides to make you better, okay? I've done the peptides. I love it. I love what they're doing for me. I feel great, okay? I've been doing testosterone replacement for a while now. This is just better. It's just different. So I love it. I'm telling you, you will love it too. If you're feeling sluggish or you feel like maybe your testosterone level isn't where it should be, go to Game Day Men's Health. It's just different. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
Bye, bitch.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. State health officials said bird flu appears to be widespread among birds in Massachusetts. The Massachusetts Department of Public Health said the avian influenza is suspected to be the cause of death in both wild and domestic birds in several municipalities. The USDA recently predicted the cost of eggs could rise up to 20% due to an upcoming egg shortage. Federal officials have upgraded a chocolate recall to the highest risk level over fears that consuming the product could cause serious adverse health consequences or death. The FDA said 3 products from Cal Yi Farm, dark chocolate almonds, dark chocolate apricots, and dark chocolate walnuts, have been given a Class 1 classification for containing undeclared milk. SoftBank is in talks to invest up to $25 billion in OpenAI, which would make it the startup's top backer. That's according to CNBC. The deal, however, has not been finalized. Stocks are currently mixed. Dow Industrials up by 76. That's Your Money Now.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Listen on the go with the ESPN 97.5 app. Just search ESPN 97.5 and download today.
It's been a real journey since 2014 when I first had my injury. I realized that my home was just not working for me and that it was time to ask for help. Homes for Our Troops is really giving me my life back. The shower allows me to go in and turn around with my chair, pull down storage racks, automated door systems, hours of my morning given back to me. Adaptive sports are a huge part of my life, a huge part of my healing journey as well. Homes for Our Troops helped with making sure that I had a home gym so that I can continue to train. This past year, I was able to host Thanksgiving in my home. And it was the first time I was able to have my whole family in one place, and I was able to contribute to the meal. There are a lot more veterans in need, and Homes for Our Troops is going to be there to help them too.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Gallant George.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
It's time for the Del Olaleye Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
When the world was assigned with this and that, I was young, didn't know to hold it back. Now we here in the world, something else. We could leave any day and call for help. We were gods, nobody was above me. The A on my chest like a Dolce. The A on my chest, put your fist up. The A on my chest like a chipmunk. Alvin, Theodore, breathe in, breathe out. Me and more, breathe in, breathe out. Never mind, it was time. Number 9, lies, feed line with a death wish. Eat right, didn't have no name on the guest list. Hold on, we're destined.
See, now I just wanna live forever and ever. Maybe it's the last night. You're me. Maybe it's the last night. Firework. Maybe it's the last night. Maybe it's the last night. Supermoon. Maybe it's the last night.
Yeah, break free from all of the insides. They got us, denied us, but we don't give a about the next day. We were never here, never know the world changed. Common sense, the consequences. Retweet the truth and regret the mentions. We are the wildest survivors of days gone. Slaves to our name, never live long. Live and die by the line.
We kind of gave our nonsensical viewing guide for the title games. There were some scenarios where Sean could find himself rooting for the Bills or for the Chiefs. And neither one of us was rooting for the Eagles in no way, shape, or form. The Eagles, blow out the Commanders, and the Chiefs win. It's Eagles versus Chiefs. We have not talked a lot about the Super Bowl, partly because we have an entire week next week to get to it. But I like to take a stand now. There's no way I'm rooting for the Eagles. Nothing can be done or said between now and kickoff on next Sunday, that gets me rooting for that squad. I did it against the Patriots and it's odd that I'm now hoping another dynasty continues while I wanted that one to end, but I can't. I've seen enough Eagle fans. I've seen Gilly in the locker room dancing. If you don't know who that is, Google it. They've got a just find it. You're gonna see that guy dance in the locker room. I can't work my way into. I like Saquon, Antonio Brown, AJ Brown is fine. Devontae Smith is fine. I don't have any issue with Jalen Hurts, but the Eagles themselves, it's more about the city. Let's be honest, the team and the city. There's no redeeming qualities, and because they lean into their personality, it makes it an easy choice. I mean, we'll get Bradley Cooper and Jeffrey Lurie in the box. Maybe Caitlin Clark will be there with Taylor Swift in a Kansas City box. But yeah, that would be 2 titles in the last decade for the Eagles. I think one's enough. You got one with the backup quarterback. I think that's the one you get for the rest of my adult life. You won one with Nick Foles as your quarterback. That should keep you satisfied until the end of time. If you went with the backup quarterback who's Nick Foles, credit to you, but there's no chance of me saying, let's see the Eagles do this again. I don't think they make the Chiefs likable, but they make them easier to root for. So I don't know if we'll come up with a viewing guide or rooting guide for that game because, at least in my eyes, it seems pretty simple. Anyone but Philly. That's my standard operating procedure.
Philly really is hurt by the fact that they won, 6 years ago, 7 years ago,
something like that. Yeah.
Like if it was they still had on one, then oh yeah, it'd be fun to see. How are these fans react? It's like, no, we've seen. Honestly, we've seen, and I feel like they've just become more. And this happens a lot, especially with social media and stuff, where they just become more of a parody of themselves. Where people see how people behaved in 2017 on social media, and so they are slowly upping the ante of just like you said, now you have some random Philly fan who's dancing to Blow the Whistle, and now he's in the locker room, and everyone remembered the horse poop that was eaten at the last parade. God knows what they're going to eat at this parade. So yeah, the oiling up the light poles, now they did that for Sunday's game. I'm like, guys, it's the NFC Championship game.
Relax.
You did it last time for the Super Bowl. I don't know.
They didn't do a good enough job, unfortunately. Someone did.
That too.
Someone did pass away. Gilly the Kid is the rapper that I was referencing, who has shown up in the Eagles locker room and dancing. It's too much. Look, not like the Chiefs don't have their own much more famous musical act.
Who? What? More famous than Gilly the Kid?
Yes, oddly enough, yes. There is someone much more famous than Gilly the Kid who's rooting for the Chiefs.
Really?
But I don't see her in the locker room or dancing, so it bothers me less. She seems to understand that the locker room probably isn't my place. She's going to hang out with the family, and watch a great football team play. So I think it's easy for me. It's a game that, honestly, I probably wouldn't watch if we didn't do this job. But
really,
yeah, I mean, there's not an appealing storyline to me.
How many Super Bowls have you not watched? Since you've started watching them.
I don't think I have missed a Super Bowl.
Yeah, neither have I.
It's so just that's what you do.
That's why I'm like, I would watch the Super Bowl if it wasn't for the job. I just I watched all the other ones before I had a job.
But I would say if I would not lock in from start to finish. I will watch every snap of the Super Bowl. Or maybe I should have put it that way. If I wasn't doing this, I would be flipping back and forth. It might even be on the second screen. I might have something up on my big screen and watch this on the second screen on my laptop. If it wasn't for this job. That's my lack of interest right now. Maybe it'll change by next week. We are still more than a week away.
Yeah. The only one that was like that, and it was after, I don't know, 5 minutes, was the Broncos Seahawks one, where it's that. That's the first Super Bowl I remember just being I didn't actually stop watching, but it was on in the room that I was in, and I was not paying any attention to.
That's the one. I think I was working somewhere, and the snap went over
Peyton's head.
I think I don't remember anything but a Percy Harvin kick return.
Yeah, I think that was the start of the second half.
Other than that, I don't remember a lot from that game.
Yeah.
Other than a defender won.
Malcolm Smith
won the Super Bowl MVP. That's a lesson. Never play a game in New York just because they built the stadium. Never play the Super Bowl in New York. Never play it in cold weather.
Well, because there's also a snowstorm that week.
Yeah.
It cleared up on that day, basically. And so they're like, what good luck. And then the Super Bowl stunk. It was 43-8.
Yeah, it was an awful game. So I don't expect the Eagles Chiefs to be that bad. I think it'll be actually pretty competitive. It's just I'm not hyped. Maybe it's just a product of seeing these two teams.
I was going to say, is it because
just 2 years ago?
Is it because of the 2 years ago game? But that game was good.
It was good. It was. And there's some there's different players for both teams. And Saquon's a star, and the Chiefs certainly don't have. The wide receivers don't matter. Yeah. What am I saying?
No Kadarius Toney.
Sky Moore.
Why am I watching? Either. There's no Kadarius Toney.
Hey, all the star power's gone for the Chiefs. Yeah. look, I will watch. I just don't find that I'm excited for, but we'll see. If it's a great game, that could probably change my mood, but it is what it is at this point. As I said, anyone but Philly, and that'll be a win for me. But I am looking forward to tonight's game with the Rockets and the Grizz. The Rockets trying to sweep that season series. It won't be a lock, but if they win this one and extend their lead over the Grizz for the 2 seed, barring something unforeseen like a big injury, maybe them falling apart, they have the inside track the way they played to getting that 2 seed with the win tonight. They already have the tiebreaker, but sweeping them and extending it, that'd be great. Maybe the Grizz make a trade to change things. No idea.
Are you looking forward to this game more than the Super Bowl?
I'm more interested in this game than Super Bowl.
I just wanted to pin you down to say I'm more interested on
I am more,
January 30th Rockets Grizz than
at the moment.
Super Bowl.
Well, the Super Bowl is just it's not an exhibition, but for me, there's no real rooting interest.
Yeah, we're just finishing off what the Wikipedia entry for the season
will
look like.
Yeah, the season, we got one more game pretty much is all it is to me. One more game to finish this thing out, and then we'll move on. Because we move on really quickly. Like it's time for free agency, and we're thinking about the draft and all those things. It's all that stuff.
You see that one defensive end that blew up that one tackle
from the Senior Bowl?
Yeah, got a first round grade on him.
Marshall?
Yeah, all I need to see was one snap of one-on-one drill work, and I'm like, that guy's awesome. Can't draft that offensive line.
Yeah, that kid from Marshall. So the Super Bowl is for the two teams obviously are in it, and then the winner has a great time. But for the rest of us, it's almost like whatever. It's time to see how we can improve our team. We move on pretty quick. We're not going to be celebrating the champion. If the Eagles win, no one's going to really be celebrating them other than Philadelphia. And we know the entire country can't stand Kansas City anyway. So if they win, it's legitimately just maybe the states of Missouri and Kansas who care. And the rest of us are like, the Chiefs are annoying. How is my team going to get better? Because football is kind of all year round.
Yeah. I guess I just don't see how this is different than most of the Super Bowls in my lifetime with the Patriots in it. Or like I've never had a strong rooting interest in any Super Bowl.
I've rooted hard against the Patriots. Every time they're in the Super Bowl, except for the first one, I have rooted hard against them. So I have had a rooting interest, and mostly it was just hate.
I think the only ones that I like super hard rooting against them were the Giants. The first Giants one, because it would have been hilarious. And it was.
It was very funny.
The second one, because it would also have been hilarious. It was going to be hilarious the second time, and it was. And then maybe like the Seahawks one, because I like the Seahawks. That they're a fun team back in the day. Other than that, Atlanta. Again, that one's hilarious.
Because of how,
hilarious.
It was a hilarious ending.
Could not have gone funnier.
Particularly if you like Schadenfreude. 28-3. They'll never live it down. Kyle Shanahan be a part of his history. Dan Quinn as well. And now he's trying to change his we talk about the Wikipedia page. Dan Quinn's trying to change his Wikipedia page with Commanders. Almost made it back to Super Bowl until he ran into the Eagles last Sunday. So Eagles Chiefs. We'll talk more about that next week. Sean won't be there, but I'll be there along with John Lance at the Golden Nugget celebrating Super Bowl week. You guys should go out there. Someone called in and asked, are John and Lance going to be at the Golden Nugget on Monday, Tuesday? I was like, yep, we're gonna meet them. You guys can do it too.
Wow.
I don't know if you want to get up that early. If you're hanging out in the hotel,
get up at 10, catch them for News of the Weird.
Yeah, well, 9:45 or something, and roll into the sportsbook, DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget, and those guys will be there. And of course, this show will be going on from 10 to 12. So I mentioned Rockets Grizzlies being excited for that one. Dylan Brooks will be excited to play. He's probably less excited about the $25K he lost. The NBA doesn't like when you curse on a live broadcast. I think they're less concerned about it in the locker room after games, because Anthony Edwards does that all the time. But if you curse on live TV, they got a problem with it, and it cost Dylan Brooks $25K. That's a lot for two words. But you said what you said. He was on with Space City Home Network after Amen Thompson's game winner against the Celtics, and he said, "I knew that MFR was going in." And check, and the NBA was like, "Oh, time for you to write a check, or maybe you direct deposit, or we just take it right out of your own check. However it goes,
take it out of the paycheck."
It would be really insulting if they made him write a check. Like, no, you're going to get your full check, but then you got to go through the paperwork of sending us $25,000.
Yeah, you got to mail it to us. You got to mail a check to us.
We only take it in money order.
That's the real punishment for all these NBA players now that, I mean, Dylan Brooks is my age. So all the guys that are like my age and younger, where it's like, how the hell am I going to mail this to the league office? I don't have a stamp. No. I don't know a single person that has a stamp other than my parents.
Yeah, I have to go to the post office. I don't have them off. I don't have them laying around. If I need to mail something, I gotta walk into the post office and pay whatever, and they'll mail it for me. But I never have stamps.
If you wanted to ruin my day, you just have to say you have to mail something, and I'm like, well, there's an entire day that I have to not figure out how to mail it, but have to figure out how to get all the stuff that I need to then mail this check.
No, there's a real panic. If I see that I have to mail something, how am I going to do this? What do I do? Then I realized the post office is 5 minutes down the street. Just do that and you'll be fine. But yeah, I'm with you. Don't tell me I have to mail anything.
How the hell am I going to do that?
What is it? 40 years ago?
Yeah,
it's a different time. My dad used to mail stuff. What are we talking about? All right. When we come back, we will talk less about the Super Bowl, which is a week away, and more about what the Texans are doing to try to get there, because another OC candidate has been named. They'll interview this guy. I am less than enthused about this particular option. He is currently on the Texans staff. He's different from some of the other candidates. He has been a coordinator in several spots before, calling plays, and the Texans are going to give him a shot today to try to impress them. And this is the Nick Caley day as well, the Rams assistant. So the Texans still working through the process of trying to find their next OC, and yet still no announcement of a Chip Kelly interview. So for all that talk, we're still waiting on that. So we'll get to that when we come back.
This is ESPN 97.5.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest invention is a game changer. Jeremy Branham here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal, but now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet. ProDunk.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes. Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text CARE to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text CARE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text CARE to 200-300. That's CARE to 200-300. CARE to 200-300.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
A golf course quality lawn is easier and more affordable than you think with TruGreen. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. And right now, you can get 75% off your first service. Plus, they have a price match guarantee. You know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, TruGreen will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TrueGreen.com today to lock in 75% off and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granado here. I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light. It's just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
The Bullpen, Saturdays at noon on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Kane is in the building.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So Bill Lazor is the internal candidate the Texans are going to interview today for their OC job. He's called plays on the NFL level in a number of spots. Did it 2 years in Miami. He did it in Cincinnati as well. In Miami, he had a not so bad his first year with Ryan Tannehill at quarterback. They're 11th in points, just one of the counting stats you use. The next year was a big fall off. They're 27th. In points scored, and that led to his firing along with Joe Philbin. That was the first time Dan Campbell got to be a head coach when he was the interim coach there. So I remember him. I remember those offenses. Year one was fine. Year two, less so. I don't think it was very inspiring. A lot of stuff thrown short of the sticks to get Jarvis Landry involved. Remember that guy, Jarvis Landry? He featured Jarvis Landry and throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage and let Jarvis Landry run for 6 yards at a time. And that's how they like to move the football sometimes when they couldn't run. So that's a decade ago now. So you imagine things have changed. The internal candidate thing does scare me a little bit. Unless Bill Lazor will have a completely different style, and that's possible. He wasn't really a Shanahan guy when he was doing it for the Dolphins. It wasn't the same type of offense. So maybe D'Amico likes the ideas that Bill Lazor provides, and he's a good candidate for the job. CJ knows him, obviously. Gerard Johnson's the other, so there is some familiarity there. And then you have Nick Caley, who is the Rams assistant, coming in today as well. So far, and we'll never really know. But so far, less than inspired choices, but that doesn't matter. Let's just get it right. And it ain't like you're just going to steal a proven coordinator who calls plays from someplace else. There generally is going to be a level of we don't really know how this is going to go because it's either the first time this guy's done it or he hasn't done it in a while. Because there isn't that type of movement in the NFL. You just don't steal guys.
I was going to say, the Texans can't steal a coordinator from a good team. We're not Penn State.
But that happens in college football all the time. You just come in with more money and a guy will leave. Yeah. That doesn't happen in the NFL.
No, they're not for sale like they are in college.
No.
They love what what being a Carolina Panther stands for.
Sure. We'll go with that. That's the reason.
Or it's because they all make so much money that it's actually hard to blow their socks off.
Yes, and it's a situation that you're more comfortable with. And this guy hired me. I like it here. Why would I go someplace new? I don't even know. There might be rules in place about that too, where you can't. It has to be.
I think the team has to approve a lateral move, or they approve that you interview for a lateral move.
Yes, and of course, why would a team let you just take their guy? It has to be
nice.
No.
Common courtesy.
Do you know the NFL to be like that, where we're just nice and let things happen?
Football is family. I've seen the commercials.
I've seen them too, and I didn't believe them in the commercial. And I don't believe it when you're saying it now.
You have a grandma that's a Falcons fan. You have a son that's a Giants fan. You have a daughter that's an Eagles. I can just keep listing different teams and
a cousin
relation.
who's sure
Bengals fan.
Yes, as long as you know a family relation and a team, you can do this for the next 10 minutes. Sure,
just run out the clock. Really, Gallant George starts next.
Sure, but it has to be something where it's an upgrade. The job's an upgrade. It's a step up. So you're generally taking guys who aren't calling plays when you hire them, and Bill Lazor would fit the bill. I would hope that it's not Bill Lazor. Maybe he's found some ideas that are different from when he was in Miami or in Cincinnati, but he didn't leave those places with people thinking, "Wow, that's a great play caller." But hey, Texans know him; they like him. They're going to give him a shot. We don't. Nick Caley, Chip Kelly, whoever, just hire someone who's good. Really, that's all we're looking for.
Yeah. Hey, Texans, the reason we're so the fans and media are so fixated on Chip Kelly is just because we've seen him coach before.
Yeah.
It's hard to be like, here's why they need to hire Nick Caley. It's like that.
And if Chip Kelly's offensive ideas may not even be something CJ Stroud likes. We don't know that.
He could have been watching the national championship game being like, thank God I never played for this guy.
Yeah. Ryan Day, that's my guy.
Yeah.
I wish Ryan Day was still calling plays. Or Kevin Wilson, one of those guys. So what's the prediction? Do we think this is wrapped up before the Super Bowl? Or are we still doing? Yeah, I think
we'd probably get a hire, or at least we're talking about a hire sometime next week. It could happen like this weekend, and we talk about it Monday, or it could happen, later in the week. But I would be surprised if the Super Bowl happens before we have a hire.
I would agree. I think they are moving pretty fast, at least with interviewing candidates. They're getting 2 in today. They've interviewed candidates throughout the week. This could be something where, do coordinators get a second look? Like, would they have to interview someone a second time? I'm just trying to find the timeline for this thing where Gerard Johnson really impressed. We want to have him come in for a second time.
No.
He's been with you for all season. What do you need a second interview for?
A finalist. He's one of the finalists. We're in the final rounds.
I don't need rounds.
It's a group interview.
No. One interview is enough.
Yeah. I think I don't even know if head coaches do 2. Maybe they do 2 interviews, one on Zoom, one in person.
That happens.
Other than that, I can't imagine why you need to talk to someone more than once, because these guys it's not like a 30-minute meeting. Like, these guys are there for hours talking.
It's true. They lay out their full plan for the offense, for the quarterback, and they try to mesh it with what the head coach wants. And if they agree and they like the ideas being pushed back and forth, maybe you get a hire. So Sean McVay's coffee getter later today, along with Bill Lazor. If he's Sean McVay's coffee getter, what is Bill Lazor? Was he Slowick's coffee guy too, or is that only an insult for people who are next to Sean McVay?
Bill Lazor has pelts on the wall.
Yeah, Coach Ryan Tannehill.
See all those catches from Jarvis Landry? 115 in 1 year.
Yeah.
For 300 yards. Don't ask how.
600 yards, yak yards, maybe even more. I trust me. You may think it's an exaggeration. I saw that offense. It was a lot of let's get 2 tight ends in front of Jarvis and let him try to pick up a first down on 3rd and 5.
Yeah, real football.
If you ask Jarvis for 6, he'll get you 6. You ask Jarvis for 8, he'll get you 6. That's what the offense kind of was. Did have Mike Wallace for a little bit too. I hope it's not Bill Lazor, just because of PTSD. That's all. I don't want to watch that offense here. I've seen enough of it.
Yeah, no, I mean, at this point, it's hard. It's hard. As much as I give Nick Caley a hard time, I can't imagine doing an internal hire. whether it's Laser or Gerard Johnson. Like, I don't know. Maybe Gerard Johnson, but
I know you're not going to rip the play calling duties away from Slowick. I mean, I guess you could, but you didn't.
Yeah.
But what about these internal guys could possibly be so impressive now that you didn't think to give them a shot when things were going downhill?
Yeah.
Why now? What ideas were they giving that were ignored that now you think would be viable? That would be my question if one of those guys gets the job.
Yeah. And we saw this a few years ago with Tim Kelly and Pep Hamilton. Like, everyone was like, thank God they got Tim Kelly out of there. Pep Hamilton. Now that's an offensive coordinator. Finally, we can run the good stuff, because Pep Hamilton had all the good stuff. Tim Kelly had all the bad stuff. And he was no better. If anything, it was a little worse.
Yeah. Pep Hamilton had all the good plays in his back pocket, was hiding them from Tim Kelly.
Yeah, just he had no idea. Or Tim Kelly was like, those aren't good plays, those are bad plays. These are the good plays, and those are the bad ones.
Yeah. And look where we are now. Let's to your point, just hire someone who calls good plays, right? Whoever it might be,
no matter who they got coffee for.
Yes, hire someone who calls good plays, and hire an offensive line coach who knows how to teach his talent to pick up a stunt. Those are my objectives for the Texans offseason. Then we can get into trading for signing a player, whatever, drafting one. I don't care about talent acquisition at the moment. There are some fundamental things that they didn't get right this season that they need to fix. And if they do, that will be a good start to the offseason. And we'll see where they go from here. When we come back, I'm going to get into something I don't actually understand very much, because Major League Baseball, at least MLB Network, votes on their top position players, and an Astro is a top position player at a position he rarely plays. So we'll talk about that. We'll also get into some college football stuff, because finally someone admits to cheating, but not to the extent where they get punished, but just that they cheated. Hey, we did it, but not enough to where you should actually be able to punish us. So we'll talk about that as well a little bit later. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and the big game still coming up. It's coming up a little bit faster than yesterday, but still a ways away. Still plenty of time to get on Prize Picks, get your feet wet before the big one with the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles. Patrick Mahomes, the special, to throw for more than 1/2 of a yard against the Eagles. Do you like Saquon Barkley to run for more or less than 114.5 rushing yards? 114 is a lot against this Kansas City defense, but maybe you don't want to wait. That's good. That's good, because they have any sport that you can imagine. They have NBA, college basketball, hockey. I mean, right now I'm looking at the Rockets before they take on Memphis tonight. Do you like Jalen Green to score more than 22.5 points? How many rebounds do you think Alperen Şengün can pull down against the Grizzlies? You can do that. And if you know your stuff, you can make some money. So download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you make your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get your money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game.
Loaded, ready to rule. You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 79cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
79cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 79cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 79cash.com. That's 79cash.com. 79cash.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What is GMTVCC? It's a mouthful, but translation for GMTVCC.com is Give Me the VIN Classic and Collector Cars. It's a brand new buying division of Give Me the VIN, but it's for classic and collector cars. Experienced pro buyers will appraise an offer on your 1970 Hemi Cuda or 1988 Fox Body Mustang or your granddad's old 1985 square body Chevy truck. GMTVCC.com is where you go to get real money for classic and collector cars to get paid now. That's GMTVCC.com, brought to you by Give Me the VIN.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Everybody knows I'm a numbers guy, but I don't know plumbing. That's the one thing I don't know that Aqueduct Plumbing does know. That's why I put my trust in Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I've had them do so much work, whether it's the first sign of a minor problem or if you're doing a kitchen or bathroom remodel, why don't you reach out to Aqueduct Plumbing Company? Make my plumber your plumber. I trust them, and you can find them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. No matter how big the job or how small the job, you're going to get great work every single time from aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Your home for Aggies basketball is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I'll get to the MLB Network rankings of best players at each position. And Astro is number one at a spot. There wasn't local basketball to watch unless you were watching the Cougs, and they went into West Virginia and won. And unfortunately, these teams have played all 4 games this year, but you got to start locking in anytime the Pacers and Pistons play. And mostly Isaiah Stewart. If you missed what happened last night, I don't know what him and Thomas Bryant were doing before the incident occurred, but on a shot, Isaiah Stewart lined up Thomas Bryant and sent a forearm right into his chest and knocked him to the ground. And Thomas Bryant laid on the ground for a little bit, I guess to compose himself, and then got up like he was going to do something, but everyone knows no one's going to do anything. Isaiah Stewart made, let's just say, the gestures in college football that got kids not fined, had penalties thrown, like the gun gestures. Isaiah Stewart did that several times to the Pacers bench when he was waiting to get thrown out, and as he was walking out off the court and into the locker room, he did the finger gun thing. I can't speak to a man's mental state. I don't know Isaiah Stewart or I'm not a doctor, so I can't speak to what the issue is. This is the same guy who had to be stopped from attacking LeBron James after LeBron did bloody his nose. He'll probably get suspended for a game or two, but if you got League Pass or you watch games in a way that I do, where I can watch any team I want, watch Pistons basketball. Like, if you don't have anything else to do, just watch Pistons basketball, and not all the game, just for the minutes that Isaiah Stewart's out on the floor, and just see what he's up to. You can type in his name, you'll find what he did last night.
There's like 3 different videos of what he did, too.
Yeah.
Because there's the initial, the shoving a guy to the ground. There's the slapping the ball and just screaming in the face of Pascal Siakam.
That was in response to Siakam making a face because didn't like a call. So Stewart mocked Siakam's face with his own face, and then we have him,
and then the finger
the finger guns. I don't know how long he's going to last in the league.
Oh, I think a pretty long time.
He'll probably be fine.
This stuff, yeah.
Someone from the league is gonna have a talk with him. But
they're gonna have a talk with him.
They're gonna have a.
It's not gonna work, but they're gonna have a talk.
You're probably right. It won't work. Just if you get a shot. And the Pistons aren't a bad team. Hell, they came in here and beat the Rockets. They're an average team, scrapping, trying to get in the play, stay in the play-in, which they likely will, and maybe get to a 6 seed to get out of the play-in in the East. Just take a couple minutes to watch Beef Stew and what he's up to, and see if you catch a moment. Because last night was a moment. It is, like I said, it is a shame they've already played the 4 times because we've had Bickerstaff yelling about the Pacers talking about the Pistons, and now we got this latest thing.
Well, there's also another one.
Well, long time ago.
Don't you play with Legos?
Yes.
There's that one too.
Beef Stew.
I think every game we've gotten something.
Yeah, and that was Isaiah Stewart talking to Miles Turner, because Miles Turner, I guess, at least in Beef Stew's eyes, was acting a little too tough for a guy who plays with Legos. Don't you play with Legos? So I'm telling you, he's a source of entertainment. Even if you don't want to watch a full game, I need an Isaiah Stewart cam, like an ISO cam on him. Like we get all the cameras when there's a big game in college football, and multiple channels are covering the game for ESPN. I need one. TNT. Next time you have the Pistons on, give me the True TV Isaiah Stewart cam, so I can watch him do whatever the hell he wants over the course of a game. I will watch that entire thing.
He's gonna piss off a fan base so much when they start making the playoffs, or if he gets traded to a playoff team. Like, there's just gonna be some first round playoff series that radicalizes Toronto against Isaiah Stewart because of the antics that he does. Some fan base is gonna have such an irrational hate for this guy. Or
it won't be irrational.
Yeah, I was gonna say
if he's knocking out one of your players or knocking them to the floors, it won't be irrational.
That's true.
And to your advice to the players going against them, just don't piss him off. He doesn't appear to care, because even when the ref tried to restrain him, he slapped the ref's hand away, like, get off me. So he's one of them. If you didn't know before, you should know now. He's one of them. Just leave the man alone. Let him get a couple of rebounds and get out of his way.
That's probably the funniest part, is that I was thinking, he's kind of like Draymond, where he's going to drive a fan base. I'm like, well, Draymond was also like really good, like really good. Isaiah Stewart's like fine. Yeah,
he's fine.
He's like crazy Bobby Portis. He's as crazy as Bobby Portis looks.
And Bobby Portis is known to be about it too.
Yeah. But it's like he's like a step ahead.
Yeah, Bobby Portis will talk, and he'll need to be held back. Beef Stew gets into more physical altercations than I think anyone in the NBA right now. Like, you got on one end him, and on the other end Jordan Clarkson. He's the square up king, but he never throws a punch.
Yeah.
Beef Stew ain't no squaring up.
That's what we need.
You need Beef Stew versus Jordan Clarkson?
Just to see what happens. I know what would happen, actually.
So do I.
Jordan Clarkson would. I actually don't even think he would square up.
No,
but let's just, for the sake of argument, he squares up. These two throws him into the assistant coaches.
Yeah. Jordan. Sometimes you just got to pick your battles. I think Jordan Clarkson knows. You want to square up against Kevin Huerter? Cool.
Yeah. And not do anything?
Yeah. And still not throw a punch? Fine. But
wait, didn't he squared up against Ron Holland, who's on the Pistons?
Yeah, but I think Isaiah Stewart was lurking. I think he was.
Okay. That's why.
Yeah, he was right there, and then that quickly got shut down, because I don't think you want to hit one of his teammates, because there's no stopping him if he gets really pissed off. Okay, so Yordan Alvarez has been voted the best left fielder by. It's called the Shredder. It's like that's MLB Network's funny name for their research crew who looks into the analytics for offense and defense to determine who's the best at each position. Now, Should Jordan be the best left fielder in baseball when he played 53 games at that position last year? Like, he was a DH for 94 games. Like, how many games does it qualify? How many games do you have to play to qualify to be a left fielder?
I guess my question is, are they going to do a DH power rankings?
I don't see that. I didn't see that.
Okay. So if you're not going to do a DH power rankings,
you have to find a way to squeeze them in.
Yeah, you just can't have a power rankings that just doesn't have Yordan Alvarez in it.
Why not do a DH power rankings?
I don't know.
Everyone has one.
Yeah, everyone has one.
Position.
Everyone uses one. And I mean,
excuse me, every team.
Yeah, you have a Yordan Alvarez that does it. You have Shohei Ohtani who did it last year exclusively. So it'd be I don't know. I feel like you're excluding a lot of players if you don't do it. And then if you don't do it and you have to include then you have to include Yordan Alvarez in left field. Or are they going to do a DHs and it's going to be Shohei Ohtani 1, obviously. And then they're like, well, come on. We got to put Yordan 1 for something. Well, he played enough left field.
Well, this is, according to them, is their top player at each position heading into 2025. And Shohei Ohtani is not the number 1 player at any position.
They have to do DHs next.
Then Yordan should not be a left fielder then.
Yes.
How do you
believe it or not, Del, I think this internet list is going to be inconsistent.
It's the MLB Network, so I'm trying to give them some credit. It's not Bleacher Reports or some random site. It is the
Same
MLB
thing
Network
as
list.
On 3. Come on.
MLB Network's the same as On 3?
Yeah. When it comes to, like, here's a list during the offseason, like, there's no, like, you don't get any credit for being MLB Network. The NFL does the top 100 every year where they let the players say whatever they want. Where they let them, like, you know what? I don't think Jamar Chase is any good at all. Oh, okay. Or you're going to have Tyreek Hill, who was number 1 this past year. And, like, watch, this next year he's going to drop to, like, 60. Like, that's just, these guys just do whatever they want. Just because it's MLB Network.
They use numbers, Sean. They said it wasn't just picking. They said a deep dive into the analytics of baseball. And this is the list they came up with. One that doesn't have Shohei Ohtani on it.
Did any of the analytics have Shohei Ohtani on it? B, did any of them have games played in left field for Yordan Alvarez?
Hell, I'm not even a baseball guy, and I did that research. I'm like, wait a minute. I saw it. I was like, cool. That's
go to
cool.
ESPN.com.
I mean, I was like, hey, that's cool for Yordan, but I don't remember him playing that much out there. So how does he qualify? There are no rules, at least when it comes to games played out of position, it looks like.
Next year, Jose Altuve is coming for that number 1 spot.
All he has to do is play about 40 games.
That's all he does. I think he can get there.
Yeah.
Sign Polanco. Yeah, come on.
And they had some, when they're breaking down Yordan on the actual network, because, it's something they're featuring. So it wasn't just a list. They did an actual segment on him. They talked about, the defensive things are an issue, but when you got that type of bat, I was like, then just make him the DH. Why don't you acknowledge someone who's good in the field at that position and good with the bat? But Yordan is your best left fielder going into 2025. He is your only Astro mention. They divvied it up. There's not one team represented more than once. So Freddie Freeman at first, Zach Wheeler was one of the starting pitchers. So you can find that list. But I was surprised. I mean, we watch him every day. He's okay out there. When he's out there.
Yeah, he's
fine.
He's not good, but he's not like complete disaster.
Which I have a feeling that could be the case with Altuve if he's out there. And we're just one acquisition away from that being a real thing, according to Dana Brown. We played some sound from him earlier in the week. So we will see how that plays out. We're talking Yordan. I think he'll still see some time out there, just how it'll work out. But if they're trying to get his number of games played in left field to an even lower number, and that means Altuve's playing more out there, I'm not sure I like that trade-off. But I don't run a team who's been to so many ALCSs and won 2 World Series, so I hope they know what they're doing, is all I'll say.
Yeah, I'm for it just because it's something interesting.
It's funny?
Yeah, no, it's just interesting, at least. Like, I'll have something to look for every time a ball gets hit in the air.
You hope it goes to the left?
April and May. I'm just like, here we go. It's like when a quarterback like rears back to pass and just chunks it, like Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
Patrick Mahomes
Yeah.
back in the day, not anymore. But back in the day when they had Tyreek Hill and you just like load it up and you're like, uh-oh, where's this one going?
It's a Will Levis experience right now.
Actually, yeah, it is more. And you know what? Will Levis, I really enjoy watching Will Levis play because of that. Because every snap, you could see something you'd never seen before.
Generally, the Patrick Mahomes thing ends in success for
A touchdown.
the Chiefs.
Yeah, a lot of times it was the Tyreek Hill touchdown.
Yeah, the Will Levis thing, I think, is more apropos because it could very well be a disaster. It could work out fine. You just never know.
But
depends on the pitch or the play. It depends on how Altuve tracks a ball. I guess we'll find that out in spring training. Altuve in Boston, Altuve in New York. It'll be great. You think he gets crap now? If they think they can actually reach him with their voice, when he's out in the outfield, that'll be interesting too.
What if he snaps and turns into Isaiah Stewart?
Well, we saw a bit of it last year.
Points at someone, tells him to.
You think he's doing finger guns to anyone? You think he's doing that, pulling the trigger with his? I don't think he's doing that. But the man took off his own shoe to prove a point. So
what if we're getting dark Altuve?
I wouldn't mind it. In the last 4 or 5 years of his career,
just like, you know what,
a flip
F
switches and he turns into a completely different individual.
It's like a wrestling character where he starts
a heel turn.
Yeah.
Well, Hogan
starts wearing black now.
Hogan in the final stages of his career, the NWO and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe that's Altuve's turn. You put him out in left, and now he's a completely different individual. I hope so.
Wolfpack Altuve.
Who would be in his Wolfpack on this team? Everybody's gone.
On this team. Yeah.
Everybody's gone.
Yeah, on this, nobody.
Who's the Scots? It wasn't. Well, his WWF name was Razor Ramon. I forgot what. Scott Hall was that? His
Scott Hall
was his NWO name. I don't think he has one of those guys. It's him and McCullers, and that's it. McCullers ain't.
Yeah, maybe that's why he wants Bregman so bad. Then. I need backup.
If I'm going to play left, I want Bregman. It doesn't seem promising there. The Blue Jays are still interested in Bregman, and Ryan Presley was being interviewed now that he's a Cub, talking about he'd love to have Bregman in Chicago. I'm sure they would. I'm sure Chicago would love him at their own price.
Again, if the Cubs add 3 Astros to their team in one offseason, like, we got to at least do a segment on them every once in a while. Like, I feel like we have to cover this team a little bit.
I'm for it.
They play in the day too, so it's like a lot of times they're not going to actually conflict with watching the Astros.
I'm with it. Yeah. We talk about Astros Chicago, Astros North. We'll do that if they get it done. They're at 2. A third guarantees will make mention.
Especially because it's 3. It's not like they signed, Gray Kessinger or anything.
It's
3
like prominent Astros.
It's going to be their either closer or 8th inning guy. It's going to be the guy who bats 2nd or 3rd in their lineup, and another guy who probably bats 2nd or 3rd in their lineup, or 4th, or leadoff. Who knows?
Do it, Cubs.
Do it. Bring back Dusty Baker too. Now we're cooking.
I think that's a step too far for the Cubs.
Yeah, I think they're like, no thanks.
What, 3 years, $90 million? Bregman wants to hit that 30 million per year. Can the Cubs go for 3 years of that? Maybe. We'll see. All right, we're done with hour 1. We'll get into that cheating story I mentioned because the biggest cheaters in college football have admitted to some of their crimes, but not all of them. And Brett Bielema has some thoughts on that as well. We'll get to that when we come back.
ESPN 97.5.
Our foundation is built on love.
I admire each of you. Thank you. I love you.
And trust.
I think it just shows our culture.
Hard work.
We're going to prove something. We're going to play with that chip on our shoulder.
Giga Aggies.
Hit the rim. Count it and one. Manny in traffic.
The Aggies play here on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Game coverage of Texas A&M versus South Carolina begins Saturday night at 7 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Tired of paying high electricity bills? There's a good chance your cool air is leaking out of your outdated windows. Are your windows safe and secure from burglars? Do you hear noises outside your home like dogs barking and lawnmowers? It might be time to consider replacement windows. Go to GulfCoastWindows.com. Gulf Coast Windows has the best-in-class Performance Series windows with satisfaction guaranteed. Keep your family safe and save money at the same time. Go to GulfCoastWindows.com. That's GulfCoastWindows.com.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Hey, you looking for somewhere to catch the big game? The all-new DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles is the place to be. Louisiana's largest sportsbook is the only place you'll want to watch, wager, and win. Immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order some game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your big game headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light at just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing every single time. Coors Light. Climb out, brother. All right, here's the deal, Houston. Nico Nico's just dropped their OPA app, and it's a game changer. Download it, get 100 free points just for joining. Then every bite you take at Nico Nico's earns you more points for free food, drinks, and desserts, even free meals. What's better than that? Nothing. So don't wait. Download the Nico Nico's OPA, OPA app today and get rewarded and get your Greek on. It's OPA amazing. Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest innovation is a game changer. John Granato here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal. But now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do, the kids will love it. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet, ProDunk.com.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10. Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free
free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EXIT25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EXIT25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EXIT25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could beat lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, soccer fans, Glenn Davis here. Thank you for supporting Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, brought to you by presenting sponsor, the Daspit Law Firm. Don't forget, join me for the best in soccer talk and football talk weekly on ESPN 97.5.
Guess who? ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
It's time for the Del Olaleye Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now, broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
When the world was a sign with this and that, I was young, didn't know to hold it back. Now we here in the world, something else. We could leave any day and call for help. We were gods, nobody was above me. The A on my chest like a Dolce. The A on my chest, put your fist up. The A on my chest like a chipmunk. Alvin, Theodore, breathe in, breathe out. Me and more, breathe in, breathe out. Never mind, it was time. Number 9, lies, feed line with a death wish. Eat right didn't help. No name on the guest list. Hold on with destiny.
I don't wanna see and never move and never move and never. See now I just wanna live forever and ever. Maybe it's the last night. You're me. Maybe it's the last night. Firework. Maybe it's the last night. Of the story.
So the Rockets are the second game in tonight's TNT doubleheader. Before that even starts, the All-Star reserves are going to be named. At this point, it's Alpern or bust, I think. If the Rockets are going to get an All-Star, I don't know. I don't think they will. I think it'll be a point of contention that'll be brought up that the number 2 seed doesn't get an All-Star. Number 2 seed in the West, but so Anthony Davis, front court player. You throw in LeBron James, front court player. Obviously, he's a starter. I'm trying to think of all the front. Sabonis is a possibility. Trying to think of guys who aren't starters who could keep Alpi from getting it. I think the coaches are making the decision, so maybe the coaches will award winning. So maybe that's how he gets in.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, or I guess not no matter what, if he doesn't get in, I can already block out the 45 to 120 seconds on the reveal show on TNT where one of the three guys goes, or one of the four, maybe even Arnie does it, where you go, how's the 2 seed in the West not have a all-star? Like that, like it's perfectly set up for that. Yeah, I'm looking at some lists of predictions and stuff, and what we're looking at is Wembanyama, Davis,
Jaren Jackson Jr.,
Sabonis, Edwards, Irving.
Is he making it over? Now, all these teams he has a better record than. All those guys he has a better record than. But is he making it over Wemby? No. Is he making it over Anthony Davis? No. So the question really is he making it over a Sabonis or Jaren Jackson Jr.?
He can. He probably shouldn't over Jaren Jackson at the very least. Jaren Jackson has been very good this year. And yeah, so it's him or Sabonis. I would imagine that's what most people's choice comes down to. Although I'm looking at a list of these.
I'm looking at
Sabonis is in all of them, and
Sengun is in some of them too,
is in
along with them
3 of the 5.
Yeah, I'm looking at that one of those lists too. So
yeah, from the NBA.com.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
But this is also like NBA.com writers. Like I'm not sure. It's a different voting block. Like it's just a vastly different. It's not even different media members. It's NBA coaches.
Yes.
So yeah, we'll see. I mean, even if Davis gets in, like he got hurt literally 2 nights ago. So
Alpi has a real shot as an alternate either way. But I would like to see, if he's going to be an all-star, him get the recognition of being named on the show and being not an alternate, but being someone who made it and the coaches thought he deserved one of those top spots. As opposed to getting in by default because someone else wasn't available. But we'll see. We'll find that out here a little bit later today if the Rockets can get one, which that momentum has started to build, particularly in the last week and a half or so as they've gone on this run of beating some of the best teams in basketball.
Do you think that if Amin Thompson started like in December, he would probably be the guy that we're talking about as at least on the bubble for the Rockets? Like he would be the Rockets guy?
Yeah. I think he would have been the natural choice if he had been starting for a while. I think it would have been an easy one for people to throw in there.
Yeah. And I'm not even saying he had to have played how he's played the last, 3 weeks for the entire time. But if he played some version of that over 5 weeks and there's this stretch somewhere in there, or even, I mean, right now would have been the perfect time right before voting. But I do think that if he just had more minutes on the court, actually, maybe not even more minutes, just more time starting, just being the actual starter, I think matters. Because we talked about it all year about the Terror Twins coming off the bench, that like, this is where they win most games, is just they bring off Eason and Thompson off the bench and wreak havoc for 30 minutes a night against a mixture of second units and first units mixed with starters, or first units mixed with bench players. And I guess it's natural to be like, hey, you know what? If you just start one of them, your team becomes awesome. And that guy's actually really good. So maybe you should just start him.
That's our coaching tip for Ime Udoka. That guy you depend on quite a bit to help you win games, just put him in the starting lineup.
Yeah. Now I'm kind of like, what if we put Eason in the starting lineup too? Maybe he is Kawhi. Are the Rockets bring Kawhi off the bench?
He is Kawhi in the way that he doesn't play all the time.
Hey.
Right now.
It's ugly.
It's true.
He plays way more than Kawhi.
Does he?
Kawhi's played like 10 games all year.
Eason's played at this point
probably like 25. Twice as many.
50 games over the course of the last 2 seasons.
Oh, okay. Yes, if you want to come, then we can go back even further. all the years Kawhi's missed.
That's why I said he's like Kawhi. In that regard, I'd love for it to be different, but
he's played 30 this year. He's played 52 the last 2 years.
Tari Eason.
Kawhi's probably not that far off from 52.
I don't believe that's what Ime meant when he said he's like Kawhi. He reminds him of Kawhi.
Kawhi played 2 games. No, this is the playoffs, right?
He played 60. He played 8 last year. No, he played 8 this year. He's played 68 last year.
68 last year, yeah.
So Tari's got to catch up.
Yeah, and he is catching up. He is actively catching up right now by playing in games.
He did not actively catch up the last time they played because he was sitting on the bench against the Hawks. We'll see if he's available tonight. Şengün is questionable with the calf, so he generally gets out there. So hopefully that continues as they try to sweep the Grizz. Okay, I mentioned this before we went to break in the previous segment. Michigan, known cheaters. Everyone called them cheaters 2 seasons ago now. Didn't stop them from winning a national title. They've admitted to some of the cheating, but they are not going to cooperate. And that's kind of what programs do now. They just tell the NCAA, nah, we're good. We're not going to help you. If you get something on us, sure, but you're so toothless that we think we can fight you on it. And that's what Michigan's doing. They don't believe that Jim Harbaugh is at fault. They say Sharon Moore deleting those texts that have been a part of, like, one of the headlines of the investigation, and the texts involved a back and forth for Connor Stallions. They think those don't mean anything. So they are pushing back on all the harshest sanctions from the NCAA and saying, yes, there was some sign stealing, but not to the extent that you should be punishing us and hitting us with level 1 violations. It's all part of a 137-page document. No one expects anyone to really read that, but the article about why Michigan's pushing back on it is on Yahoo, and I'm not surprised. Because who has the NCAA punished for wrongdoing in a real way in the last 5 years? We know they don't have much say on the transfer portal or NIL. Hell, they've backed away from that because they hoped Congress would save them from those tough conversations. But why admit to anything? It used to be admit, hey, we'll take a bowl game ban. We won't go to a bowl, and we hope they're nice to us. Not anymore. Everyone says, nah, we're good. Let's see what you got, and we'll fight you in court, and we'll win because our lawyers are better than your lawyers. So that's the approach Michigan's taking. So if you had hopes that, like, Michigan was going to maybe not vacate their title, but take a real punishment for what they're alleged to have done, forget about it. It's a different ball game altogether when it comes to enforcement in the NCAA. Whether you want to call it lawless or the rules are stupid anyway because it's just sports, everyone's decided we can kind of do what we want. We're not going to throw it in their face, but if they call us out for something, we'll just tell them, no, you can't. You're not going to punish us, not in the way that you used to. So. And they also believe that the sign stealing offered minimal relevance to competition, which is the one thing I'm going to be like, wait a minute. Your whole program turned when the cheating started. Now, it was one bad year in 2020. The COVID year was a weird year, but the years before, we know they couldn't beat Ohio State, and Harbaugh was scrambling. People thought he was going to the NFL for years because of the pressure building. And then they had the awful 2020. They start the cheating, and the Michigan program took off. So I'm not going to agree with the minimal relevance to competition part.
Even when they're good in the 2010s,
Your
after
mic's not on.
Is it not?
Well, at least I can't hear you. Maybe it is on. I can't hear you. Go
Even
ahead.
in the 2010s, no, my mic's on. Even in the 2010s, when Harbaugh was still at Michigan and they're good before 2020, where they're bad. Even then, like there's also one specific hurdle that they couldn't get over. And then they start cheating, and they can't stop getting over that hurdle. Now
They always get over the hurdle. It's not even a hurdle anymore.
They can start Davis Warren and get over the hurdle when the hurdle's the national champions.
If you beat the national champions, the eventual national champions with Davis Warren, it's no longer a hurdle. It's a stepping stone at this point. You do what you want to Ohio State at this point. No matter the level that Ohio State's playing at, no matter what they will eventually become in that season, you own them if Davis Warren can lead you to a win. And that's what happened this past season. So I don't commend Michigan, but I do respect them telling the NCAA, come at us. We'll see what you got. We don't think you can take us. I think the NCAA will bow out too. I think, oh, you know what, guys? Just kidding. Oh, you're not going to work with us? Don't worry about it. Go about your business.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think once people figured out, it's like, actually, you don't have to talk to them at all. They can't force you to talk to them. They can't subpoena you. They're not a court. They're just a office park in Indiana. That's what we're talking about here. I think that's when everyone's like, oh, wait, so we can just say, nuh-uh, or go, maybe, or it's that one guy, and that's all you have to do now.
Yeah, Michigan believes...
And then nothing happens.
Michigan believes this is a level 2 standard case, not something that rises to the most serious of allegations or infractions the NCAA could levy at a school. So, hey, we didn't really do anything that wrong, so why are you bothering us? Is pretty much what they're saying. Get off our case.
We'll pay a fine, whatever.
Yeah.
Go away.
Hey, that national championship will remain, and that's honestly all that matters. They won. That trophy's in their building. And the NCAA doesn't even have control of the playoff. So it would have to be up to the playoff to go, you know what, we're taking that title away from you. NCAA couldn't even do that. So Michigan will be fine. I mean, it's not a great year for them. They didn't play that well outside of beating Ohio State and then watch Ohio State win a national title. But they will always have that win over the Buckeyes, even in a special year for Ohio State. Okay, we will get to a break here. But before I do that, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's a place you go to if you want a really great experience getting a new, pre-owned, or maybe something for your fleet if you own a business. No matter what you're looking to buy, the people there are going to walk you through the process and get you in the best vehicle for you. If it's new, it could be a Blazer or a Tahoe or a Trax. If it's something from their pre-owned inventory, it could be a number of cars, a number of models. And of course, if you need something for your business, 6th largest fleet dealership in the country, they're going to have something for you there. So you got great service and it's quick. They'll get you in and out. No hidden fees, no upcharges. And the entire inventory that you see at monumentchevrolet.com has a couple more days of savings because they celebrated 50 years. In 2024, they extended the discounts across their inventory up until January 31st. So you have today and tomorrow to take advantage of those savings. And maybe if you are really looking for something pre-owned, you need to remember this. They have a 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty for pre-owned vehicles. So peace of mind that when you drive off the lot, if something happens that you weren't expecting, they'll take care of it. Go to monumentchevrolet.com, check out all they have to offer. And, of course, go on out there off of Beltway 8 in Pasadena and 225. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Houston's only FM sports stations, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Here's how tax rise saved Yvonne over 99% on what she owed the IRS.
I got the letter from the IRS saying that I owed $69,000 and I had no idea what to do. That's when I contacted you guys.
Our tax professionals at TaxRise jumped into action. They helped Yvonne file her back taxes and get into compliance, but they didn't stop there. They negotiated directly with the IRS to fight for her case.
Effective immediately, the IRS has accepted. All they want in return is $100.
Thank you guys so much. I can't even explain how grateful I am.
We're so happy we got Yvonne the relief she deserved. We've helped thousands of clients find solutions to their tax problems, and we're ready to help you. To find out if you qualify for a tax relief program, call TaxRise today. 888-688-1638. For a free consultation, call 888-688-1638. 888-688-1638.
Results vary, not guaranteed, uncompensated testimonial. TaxRise is not IRS affiliated or a law firm.
Follow ESPN Houston on social media at ESPN 97.5. The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Your boy Arch got that Red Bull NIL deal. Is that his first national deal? At least that we've seen that's public. I'm sure he's got some stuff that I'm sure Texas is taking care of him, but
he hasn't. Yeah, I mean, the only other commercial he did was for the video game.
Yeah, you mean the video game he said he wasn't going to be a part of? Then he did.
Yeah, then he got paid to be in a commercial for it.
Yeah. You work your leverage, Arch. Respect it, but yeah, he is now in with Red Bull, and now he's doing interviews. Texas has him doing interviews with, and he's got his big Red Bull cap on, and he's doing interviews with Marty Smith. It's about that time. The Arch train is moving, and Texas is all in. Hey, he was not our starter last year. That was Quinn Ewers, so he wasn't going to get the full push of the Texas media arm. But now it's time. He's our guy.
Yeah. Not even waiting for like spring practice to start or anything. It's like winter conditioning. It's like the second day of winter conditioning.
And yeah, I don't know any other quarterbacks anywhere sitting down with Marty Smith on January 30th for an interview.
Oh, wearing a Red Bull hat is very funny.
That big...
How much do you think that either Red Bull is paying Arch Manning to be like basically the first like company with their logo on them, or how much do you think that Arch Manning loves Red Bull, that he's like, you know what, now I'm the starter, my family's gonna let me start doing some NIL deals, give me a deal with Red Bull. I've been drinking it I've been paying to drink it all these years. Let's make some money off Red Bull finally.
I think your first question is the more important question.
No, I like to think that Arch is just like,
I know what you'd like to think.
This company is very important to me.
I'm sure.
What other football players have a Red Bull deal?
I think a lot of football players drink Red Bull. It's just in this case, a Red Bull thought to themselves, how much value do we get out of being the first company that Arch is promoting? And we'll give him a giant bag to make sure it's us. I'm wondering how big that bag is. Because I'm going to sit down with Marty Smith.
I'm going to
throw on my Red Bull hat. And because I have the Red Bull hat on, I can't wear any Texas branded gear.
Oh, is that true? Or is he just not wearing any Texas branded?
I think even in the locker room, even though you see like burnt orange things, there's nothing with the Texas logo on it.
Oh wow! Is this a Red Bull interview then? Is he Arch Manning talking on behalf of the energy drink and not in the role as next quarterback at Texas?
Is Arch Manning going to be at Radio Row promoting Red Bull?
100%. No, not 100%. 75%.
There's a real chance.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if he isn't.
It's at this point. New Orleans, his granddad city,
his city.
Okay,
the city he went to high school in.
His city. It's where Archie got tortured all those years playing for the Saints.
Yeah, what if it's him and his grandpa doing Red Bull
I wish it would be him and his grandpa.
Yeah.
I'd love that.
Being like, Red Bull's been a Manning family staple. People ask how you have 2 Hall of Fame sons and a 5-star grandson. The answer is just drink a lot of Red Bull, and you too can be the first family of football.
I don't care what the messaging is. Just make your money, man. And I hope Red Bull gets everything they need out of Arch. I hope they have him walking around that entire facility.
Yeah.
On what? It would probably be a Thursday. They don't want him on Friday because that's like a dead day.
Wednesday, Thursday.
He's walking around, sitting down with people.
Yeah. Finals this year, it was tough. We had the playoff right after finals. I was having to pull all-nighters, and I couldn't have done it. That Red Bull sugar-free watermelon. That's the one.
You think it's a watermelon?
That's the one.
That's your one.
That's my.
You might
favorite
be a blueberry guy.
Yeah, okay. Don't love that, but okay.
The changes how you feel about him if he's a blueberry a Red Bull guy.
It's like 1% change.
Either the original or watermelon. Blueberry is one you can't respect. There it is. That's the big news.
That I can't respect the watermelon. Yeah,
that Arch is finally pulling in NIL money, and he starts with Red Bull.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, get ready to get sick of Arch Manning. I'm just gonna say that
if you're not already.
Yeah, just get ready. There's a on 3 list with like the top 10 players in college football, and DJ Lagway was 3rd, and Arch Manning was like 5th or something. And I looked it up, and they combined have less than 300 passes in college. And that's not what people are arguing. People weren't arguing about them being included. It was the other guys included. And I was like, that's going to be a full offseason. We had Cam Newton just like an hour ago saying that the Cowboys hired Brian Schottenheimer to tank for 2 years or for a year or two to then get Arch Manning. Just buckle up, guys.
Wow.
Buckle up.
I can't wait for...
It's going to be a long offseason for me, having to defend all this. Having to carry water for the Manning family. Having to carry Red Bull for the Manning family.
If Arch goes and plays really well in Columbus, he's already going to be thrown in as the best prospect. Heisman, number 1 overall pick.
They're actually just going to hand him the Heisman.
Yeah, just wrap it up.
At the 50-yard line.
Instead of him planting a Longhorn flag in the middle of that block O, the Heisman ceremony will commence after the game.
Doug Flutie.
Yes. Here, take the trophy, because this is over.
Archie Griffin. Yeah. Archie Griffin might be there.
He might be at the game.
Yeah. There we go. We can knock out a lot just by Archie Griffin. Troy Smith, funny enough. Earl Campbell could be there. Ricky Williams.
It's going to be a lot of dignitaries from both schools at that game.
Big noon Saturday, so Leinart and Bush might be there.
They can all. That's enough. You got a quorum. You can give them the trophy right there.
There we go. They can make the executive decision of like, no vote necessary. We have our man.
Yeah, that Red River rivalry stuff. No, doesn't matter.
Don't care.
What he did today is enough to get it done.
I can't wait. It's going to be a very annoying offseason for me, because there's going to be a lot of look at your guy over here.
Arch won't win the Heisman. He can only lose it.
Yeah, I agree with
They're looking to give him the Heisman. He has to play poorly not to get it. And he's going to be in a spot where that team's going to be really good again. Then they just signed like 300-pound plus defensive linemen in the portal. Is that what they've done?
That seems like a thing that they would do.
Yeah, I saw that pop up where they've got 3 of those guys coming in. So Texas will be just fine. I know you guys might have been worried about how good Texas would be.
I know that so many of our listeners, sleepless nights of like, oh my God, all these NFL draft announcements. Like, I'm worried about those Longhorns.
Going to be just fine.
Yeah.
Will Arch reach a level of exposure that surpasses Tim Tebow when he was in college?
I think Arch would have to come back for a second year. I don't think he can do that in 1 year.
I agree.
Tebow was a thing for like 4 years, and it rolled over every year and built on itself.
But you got the Mannings, the brothers.
Yeah.
And the
uncles. Oh my God!
The uncles and the granddad will be at all the games.
We're getting a Peyton and Eli Super Bowl commercial maybe Arch is in there too. Like I didn't even think about the uncles.
So Tim Tebow didn't have that. They have their own Omaha Productions. They have their own media platform where Arch can do things.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna be a Manning cast guest.
Trust.
Guys, get ready. You're gonna be so sick.
He better be good. No, he better be great. He can't be Quinn Ewers good. He better be great.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. He has. You know what? I want him to be great.
I take it or leave it for me.
No, for that young man, I want him to be great.
Yeah, if he's not great, I don't know how he's going to survive. If he's not a great college quarterback, how will he overcome?
Is there a way? Nah, this lane's probably going to be taken anyway. For me to be the Nick Wright to Arch Manning. Nick Wright is to Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, where I'm just defending the shield at all times.
Well, first, you're going to have to win. And then when people start to do what they're doing in Kansas City, you're going to need that to happen too. And then, there's a spot for you.
Okay.
But maybe Brad Kellner already has that locked up.
Kellner, get off his jock.
I know you're not saying that to somebody.
So get off his jock so I can get on it.
Yeah, hey, there's not space for two of us.
Yeah, move.
Get out of here. Elbow him out the way.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a fun time, everybody. Swallowing down all the Arch stuff. As Sean said, get ready for it.
How many interviews do you think he's gonna do this offseason? We're already at one, and it's January 30th.
I think he is around enough smart people that they won't throw him out there too much. He's got to do his Red Bull responsibilities, so that'll be a thing.
He'll be at no, that's actually during the season. So maybe he won't be at the Austin F1 race. He'll be at an F1 race.
Well, it depends.
Get that passport.
They have a bye. Who knows when he'll be able to get to one?
I could look that up in the break. It's not that important.
Yeah, we don't.
But yeah, he'll be doing all that. Actually, he could be at the Miami one. That's in like March. So
yeah, he's a star. And has he completed? Has he thrown a touchdown against a Power 4 opponent?
Yes. Mississippi State
in garbage time, or was he?
No, he started
game,
against
right?
Mississippi State.
Mississippi
He
State
led Texas to a victory against an SEC. He got the first win.
Stop.
He's the first Texas quarterback to ever win an SEC game.
Stop it. It's Mississippi State.
SEC conference game.
They barely count, and you know it. Particularly this version of Mississippi State.
What? That's disrespectful to Dak Prescott, who's going to lose his job to Arch Manning in 2 years.
I said this version of Mississippi State, the Van Buren-led Mississippi State. It ain't the same as the Dak Prescott version. But there it is. We've got Arch. We're going to get a lot more of them. And guys, just prepare yourselves. Or stay off the internet. I don't know what else to tell you.
I think stay off the internet's better advice, but they're not. No one's going to listen to that. So just give different advice. Stay off the internet. Just good blanket advice.
No matter what the issue is.
Yeah.
You know what? I hope he's good. I don't want him to be bad. I like to see him be good. But watching your hopes and dreams fade might be appealing too.
Rude.
But we'll see.
Rude.
I want him to be like Quinn Ewers good, so you're like, oh, what was I hoping for?
I don't want that.
I know you want him to be great, but if he's like Quinn Ewers good, and then all this
if he's Quinn Ewers good,
all the hopes and dreams that you had for him.
Yeah, but he won't get the Quinn Ewers smoke though. If he's Quinn Ewers good,
he definitely won't. But I need him to play at a level where you can't tell the difference between the two of them. But then you'll convince yourself he's better. Oh no, his deep ball. Whatever you have to do, whatever data dredging you have to do to convince yourself he's better. When from the naked eye, it's kind of the same guy.
Yeah. No, look at the PFF grades. That's what I'm going to do. Big PFF hours.
That's great for all of us. We got a couple more segments to go before we wrap it up here. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. We'll be back.
ESPN 97.5.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, this is the time for all those HOA people, and if you have a public pool, this is the time to get the stuff done at Houston Powder Coaters.
Yes, because everyone knows pool season opens Memorial Day weekend, so let's get that work done by April.
So you need to do it now because it takes some time.
Now, because yes, we do have a line of people trying to get their stuff done, and I want you in line with them.
And you guys are bigger and better than ever. You did the bridge in the Woodlands, Herman Park, the benches at NRG. You guys are all over the place.
Yeah, even if you think you don't know who we are, you've definitely seen our work.
And now Tesla and Samsung, what's going on?
Yeah, so we are actually branching out into the Austin market with the tech world. Austin has Tesla, it's got SpaceX, it's got Samsung, and we are there.
Wow, we're really smart now, aren't we?
We are. We're like Silicon Valley Part 2.
That's Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Call me.
Brooks Bossler here, owner of BB's Texas Orleans, on behalf of my friends at HRMP. HRMP has been there every step of the way as we've grown to 14 locations. At BB's, we've mastered Texas Orleans cooking, including all of your New Orleans and Southern favorites, fresh seafood options, po' boys, and don't forget our massive seafood bowls. If you're a restaurant owner or operator, let HRMP carry the burdens of human resource, payroll, and compliance so you can focus on delivering the best experience for your patrons.
Get started at hrp.net.
Hey, you looking for somewhere to catch the big game? The all-new DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles is the place to be. Louisiana's largest sportsbook is the only place you'll want to watch, wager, and win. Immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order some game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your big game headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Sell your house in the most simplest way. Greenlightoffer.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So something's going on internally here that at some point you guys will be able to see. There's this giant group chat. It's the busiest it's ever been because at some point we're going to all have to take headshots. John, Lance, Sean, everybody involved is going to take headshots. And as you might imagine, there's a level of discourse about how maybe nonsensical this all is. And particularly from Lance Zierlein. He did ask a pertinent question. He goes, "Why?" Because we're supposed to bring a couple shirts, I guess. And he goes, "What's with the wardrobe changes? Why do we need multiple outfits?" Apparently, it's because maybe we don't like how we look in a shirt, so we can wear a different shirt. So I don't know how quickly those photos will get out. I'm sure you'll use them to make fun of us, but coming soon, new pictures from everybody involved.
Coming soon to a social media post near you.
Yeah. My advice to everyone here is to don't listen to what the creative team asks you to do. For the most part, like take a picture, take the standard photo, but if they ask for anything goofy or silly, say no. Treat the social team like you treat NCAA. The organization. Nah, we're good. Nah, we're good. Okay. Not the football game. Not the video game, but the organization. Nah, we're good. I'm not doing that. You can't make me. Might be the attitude you take.
Yeah.
Because the text of I'm going to look up some poses for you guys was like, oh, no.
Nope. It's going to be that picture of Grady Dick where he's laying on his stomach with his legs crossed up in the air.
Yeah. I don't want any back-to-back poses where we're folding our arms and we're back-to-back. Or as you're a producer with one host, you're also a producer with two hosts, where you're standing in the middle and your thumbs are pointing at each host,
holding them apart.
Yeah, hey guys, don't fight.
They're yelling at each other.
Yeah. Just be ready, guys. Those photos are coming.
I don't know if we're gonna do those hacky radio.
If she's looking up poses, where do you think she's gonna land?
I don't think that's where she's looking though. I think she's looking up poses.
Oh, the comedic ones.
Yeah, on
Like-
TikTok.
Like I'm petting a kitten. Those type of
Exactly.
photos.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're doing the
thinker
chin
pose.
on our fist.
Yeah. I mean, our good friend Raheel Ramzanali came up with the Step Brothers pose. It became a poster for
Step Brothers eventually.
Okay.
He invented the Step Brothers pose.
He did not.
Oh.
He took it from them, and it became a poster for the long defunct John Raheel and Dell show. But get ready. If you don't know what Lance Zierlein looks like, you'll find out. It'll be there for you. She did offer everybody the opportunity to wear a hat, so
That's nice. That's nice of her.
that's nice. We appreciate
Which also speaks to how not official these
Yeah.
headshots are.
Headshot-
What headshot in the world lets you wear a hat?
None. I did take issue with them being headshots. Why you can't call them headshots if you're asking me to wear jeans? What does it matter what I'm wearing
And a
if it's a headshot?
pose.
Yeah.
I thought it was like maybe for a company card or something, like an ID. No, we're just gonna be doing stupid stuff.
Stupid stuff.
We're wearing hats because I said if I don't get to wear a hat, I have to shave my head because I'm going bald. That's why.
So this was a concession for Joe specifically.
Yeah, I wonder. I would love Sam to just make a list of all the ultimatums she's given in this process of what time, because John Granado has already said he has a tea time for 10:06 that day.
Yeah, he said 10:01 was too late.
10:01 is too late.
Yeah.
I'm sure Lance will have some nonsense. Although, shouldn't Lance be busy? Like, why is he going to Mobile for all this if he has time to blow up my phone with text in this group chat?
He's just watching practice. There's nothing to do out there.
Just every once in a while, look up, see a Marshall defensive end blow up a
Josh
offensive lineman.
Connerly from Oregon.
And just goes, right, first round.
17 sacks.
Back to nonsense.
Yeah. He put up the biggest fight, and then John next. Surprisingly, those two had the biggest issues. Paul Allin said he's bringing like 6 shirts.
Yeah,
man,
that tracks. Everyone is 100% on brand in their interactions, including Joe
and Sam being bossy.
Yes,
part of the equation too.
And well, it wasn't a spelling error at least, but it was a calendar error.
It didn't make a lot of sense until she corrected it. Trust me, I pointed that out to you very early. None of this makes any sense. What is she talking about? And then she corrected herself. So cool. I hope you guys all enjoy them. Because
I hope they don't.
You'll get the if they don't make you laugh, that means we did our jobs because we avoided embarrassment. But I don't think that's what she's looking for.
There's no way that anyone listening would enjoy them if we also like how they turned out. There's no that Venn diagram of like how would they enjoy these pictures in a way that doesn't reflect poorly on us. That's true. Those are two different circles.
That's true. All they're looking for is to have something to make fun of us for the rest of time, because the pictures don't go away.
No.
We need more editorial control. I don't think we'll get it.
I don't want it. I want someone else to have editorial control.
I would like to control my pictures. Don't you want to be able to say, no,
not
that one,
my
not
pick.
that one?
I just thought you meant in general. It's like, actually, that sounds like a lot of work. I don't
want to be responsible for all. I just want to be responsible for mine.
Okay. Yeah. I agree with that.
Can't trust her, because what she thinks is funny is just embarrassing for us. We'll see how it goes. All right. That group chat still going as people are
I muted it because at one point during the segment it was just kept buzzing.
Bing, bing.
Yeah, I was like, none of this is important.
It really isn't.
No. Like, I'll do the Google sign up whenever. Who cares?
You are correct. Very true. Very, very correct. Very true.
And the only thing, I don't have any ultimatums until the day of when I go, not doing that. When she says, do something, I'm like, nope, not doing that.
We can always say no, fellas. She asked for something, just say no.
Something you're not comfortable with, just stop.
You're not the boss of me. You can't make me. I think I'm going to use that tone. You can't make me.
You can't make me. Point at her.
So, should be fun. For Not for me, but for someone maybe. All right, we got one more segment to go before we wrap it up here. Art, I saw your tweet. I will answer that regarding the Texans and their interview process. And there's some validity to what you said with the Rooney Rule involved. Okay, we'll talk about that and a couple other things before we wrap it up. We'll be back.
ESPN 97.5.
I assumed you knew.
John Granado here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Did you know that Taquerias Arandas now have sports bars inside several of the Houston locations? That's been going on for a little bit. That's right, my favorite Mexican restaurant, also my favorite spot to catch games. Arandas sports bars offer a full bar, incredible drink specials, several televisions so you can watch your favorite games, authentic Mexican bites, and they are open late. And all this just to make sure Houston sports fans never miss a play. Get to your nearest Arandas location and enjoy one heck of a great time with great food, unbeatable game day experience in one location.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 79cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
79cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 79cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 79cash.com. That's 79cash.com. 79cash.com.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? No? Then download it now in your app store.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So we were talking about pictures, and someone sent me a picture from the past, and this is what we're talking about how they never go away. So take control. If we got to band together, everyone, and go, say no. Because if you say yes, the likelihood of a picture coming back to haunt you is real. And I'm looking at one of mine right now. Thanks for that. All right. So Art asked this when we're talking about the Texans and who they are interviewing internally. Gerard Johnson, yes, he is an African-American coach, but that doesn't solve the Rooney Rule. You have to interview an external candidate to get around, if you want to put it that way, get around the Rooney Rule. So Jeff Nixon fits that for the Texans if they weren't really interested, like the Patriots weren't when they interviewed a couple guys and then put them both in the graphic saying, we interviewed these two. Was it Leftwich? And who was the other?
Leftwich and...
Was it Pep Hamilton?
Pep Hamilton. It was Pep Hamilton.
Yeah. So they put him in the same graphic to let everyone know they did their duty before they hired Mike Vrabel.
They also talked to, not the Patriots, the Texans also talked to Thad Lewis, right?
Yes. Thad Lewis, who was part of a Texans team, never played for them. So they've already satisfied the Rooney Rule. They can continue to interview whoever they like and hire whoever they like. But internal candidates, that's not something that gets around the Rooney Rule. So they've done that. We'll see where they go. Nick Caley today, Bill Lazor today, who is also another internal candidate. And then a lot of people hope that the name they hear is Chip Kelly flying in for an interview and then eventually a hiring. But to this point, Chip Kelly has not interviewed with any NFL team, despite his name being attached to several. He may be someone who just likes the college game, and the Texans may just try to find some offshoot of him because a lot of the guys they've talked to have some connection with him.
It is funny that a guy who stepped down from being a head coach, about a year ago, loves the college game too much. Just the idea of him being like, nope, love the college. I love this job in the college game more than anything else.
To be the OC at Ohio State.
Even though he literally quit a job in the college game to do this.
Yeah, I don't want to
Took a demotion.
I don't want to deal with all the bull crap of being a head coach in the college game, but a play caller in the college game at Ohio State where I get all the best talent and won't be looked at to recruit. I'm sure it's a good gig, and getting paid $3+ million, whatever the hell his salary is, or what it could be. Use that NFL interest for a raise if you can, Chip Kelly. Eric wants to talk with us. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale. How come the Rudy rule doesn't apply to the Cowboys? I'm sure they didn't interview any African-American coaches. And who's hotter, Micah Hatfield or Myra Moreno? I'll hang up and listen.
I know those names because you say them, but I can't put a name to the face. If you say Micah Hatfield, Myra Moreno, I don't have a name that immediately pops up, so I can't answer your question. The Cowboys have had to have interviewed an African-American candidate. I don't know who it is because I wasn't following the Cowboys coaching search that much, but we know who they ended up with, Brian Schottenheimer. Should be real comforting to know that you got a Schottenheimer in the building.
It would be very funny if they got popped for not following the Rudy rule to hire Brian Schottenheimer.
They gave up a draft pick or two because they really wanted Brian Schottenheimer, someone no one would have fought them for.
And they wanted him so bad they couldn't even pretend to do the Rudy rule.
They interviewed Leslie Frazier, Robert Saleh, and Kellen Moore along with Schottenheimer. So yes, they did satisfy the Rooney Rule. And while I don't know really what Myra Moreno and Micah Hatfield look like offhand, I did see that Sinners trailer, Sean. Sinners is the new vampire movie that's coming out with Michael B. Jordan playing twins, Ryan Coogler, the director of Black Panther. And it's got Haley Steinfeld, who, I mean, they're giving away stuff in the movie, so I guess it's not that big of a plot point. She turns into a vampire in the movie. I'm not sure if that's her original state or she gets bitten, but I understand Crash Out Spider-Man. I get it, man. She's got the Southern accent put on for the movie. The trailer's, let's say, provocative.
Yeah.
I get it. Shamik Moore. I understand. I mean, I wouldn't have gone on social media like you did, but I understand.
Also, pat on back myself. The first time I saw her in that movie, I was like, she's a vampire.
I agree. I just don't know if she was always a vampire because Coogler talked about it. The movie is set over the course of one day. So I don't know if she was always a vampire or she got turned into one, but you can tell if you like in different scenes in the trailer where beyond the fact where you see her with blood in her mouth, you see her in some type of circle with other vampires. So yeah, she's in the movie. Shout out to Josh Allen. One thing I will give you credit for. You can't beat Pat Mahomes, but you did win. I'll give you that.
Tip of the cap.
That's why.
Tip of the cap.
That's why when all those stupid narratives about do you feel bad for Josh Allen? No. Look what his offseason's gonna be. Why would I feel bad for him just because he lost the game? What are we talking about here? Do I feel bad for Josh Allen? What a stupid question. That man's living. Now he doesn't have to be in Buffalo anymore for the rest of the year until what? OTA's minicamp, can hang out in LA with this girl. What are we talking about? Go to a movie premiere? Do I feel bad? That's the last guy anyone should feel bad for. What are you talking about? $200+ million.
Do you feel more bad for Josh Allen or Shamik Moore?
Shamik Moore brought it on himself, so I don't.
So did Josh Allen by not beating the Chiefs,
by not throwing it to Shakir, reading the blitz, and
shout to Ben Solak.
I feel worse for Shamik Moore because although he brought it on himself, that's a stain you're never going to remove. That crash out. Josh Allen's just fine. He's a winner in life. Shamik Moore, we'll see. He's got plenty of time. We're done for the day. Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron Ansana. Well, the Federal Reserve announced its widely expected decision Wednesday to leave interest rates unchanged. And that came following its first monetary policy meeting of this year. After slashing rates for the past 3 meetings, the Fed said that it was looking to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. That's to support its dual goals of maximum employment and inflation at a rate of 2% over the long run. On statements alongside the announcement, the Fed said that inflation does remain somewhat elevated, and the Fed also reiterated its strong commitment to returning inflation to its 2% goals. The central bank also said that it's paying attention to risks on both sides of its dual mandate, which it described as roughly in balance. The Fed said that it would carefully assess incoming data, the economic outlook, and balance of risks when considering its next moves. The central bank's next monetary policy meeting is set for March 18th and 19th. Economists are expecting about a 70% chance that the Fed will leave rates unchanged.
6 months after joining O Athletic in the Heights, I'm already down to my pre-pandemic weight. Joe George here, and I'm not slowing down just because my pants are fitting better. I have new goals, and I'm working towards them with my trainer, Cam, who helps me in the gym and with my meal plan. You can get your own trainer, and they offer over 100 classes a week. O Athletic isn't just a gym, it's a lifestyle. Don't wait for January. Start right now. Check them out now at 767 North Shepherd or on Instagram at OAthletic and OAthletic.com.
The race is on at Sam Houston Race Park. Come out for College Night on February 7th and Wiener Dog races on February 8th and 9th. Live thoroughbred racing, food and drink specials every weekend, and brunch on Sundays. Only at Sam Houston Race Park.
Hey, Houston, it's John Granato. Chastang Ford is your go-to dealer if you're looking for reliable work trucks with no dealer add-ons and complete pricing transparency. Whether you need a F-150, Super Duty, or fully uplifted fleet vehicles, Chastang Ford works with businesses like yours to get the job done. No hidden fees, just honest pricing and top-tier service. Go to ChastangFord.com today and let their commercial team handle your fleet needs. That's ChastangFord.com.
If you're drowning in unresolved tax debt, know this. The IRS can place a lien on your home, garnish your paycheck, and levy your bank account. That's catastrophe for you.
We interrupt this message to bring you some good news about your tax debt. We're TaxRise, experienced tax professionals who can help you seek relief programs and work directly with the IRS on your behalf. Find out if you qualify with a free consultation. 888-701-5866. Eric from South Carolina owed over $74,000. We helped reduce it to $798. Troy, a disabled veteran, owed over $142,000 and settled at $500. We've helped thousands of clients with their tax problems, and we're ready to help you. So take the drama out of your tax debt and rise above your situation. With TaxRise. For your free consultation, call 888-701-5866. 888-701-5866.
Results vary, not guaranteed. Client names changed. TaxRise is not IRS affiliated or a law firm.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Hey, soccer fans, Glenn Davis here. Thank you for supporting Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, brought to you by presenting sponsor, the Daspit Law Firm. Don't forget, join me for the best in soccer talk and football talk weekly on ESPN 97.5.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's Gallant. That's a G, yo, and George.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah! On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
But last night, Mr. Thompson, hey, he gave the benediction. Amen. He dismissed him.
Yeah, whatever that means. Rock on! Rockets launch! Big game for the Rockets tonight. Huge game for the Rockets tonight. This is a city that wins divisions. And if the Rockets take down the Memphis Grizzlies, they'll sweep them for the year. Today, it always could be the greatest day of your lives. Today could also be the biggest day in Rockets history. Yeah, I said it. I'm not afraid to say it. When you look at things through that lens, anything can be the greatest. This isn't me reading some Jack Easterby book or a TB12 book. No, this is just me knowing this is what it is. And tonight, Rockets Grizzlies, huge game. And there's a lot of Rockets hype now, Joe George.
There's a lot of Rockets hype now. People are bought in to the Houston Rockets. It took them a little bit. It's all right. The national media is always behind us a little bit. I am a little concerned at the start of the show now. Even the idea of you reading a Jack Easterby book concerns me, Paul.
It would be a fun, ironic hate read, but I look at his Instagram. Oh, not his Instagram. I look at his LinkedIn, and his LinkedIn's good enough. Someone just turned that into a book. It could be a calendar. It could be all sorts of different things. But tonight, big game, and I really am enjoying that all of a sudden the Rockets are getting love from the national media. First off, they're number 2 in the NBA power rankings for the entire league. Not just the Western Conference, where they have the second best record. They're number 2 in all of the NBA because they've beaten every single other team that's in the top 10. The Oklahoma City Thunder are the only team ahead of them. They're playing great. I'm skeptical they'll be able to keep it going for the rest of the year. But tonight, 5-point dogs. The disrespect.
They're 5-point dogs tonight?
They've beaten them 3 times this year, and they're 5-point dogs. Unbelievable. Put that on the bulletin board. Ime Udoka.
I think I'm going to go over to my bookie and place me a little wager.
It's a risk-free Thursday, Joe.
That's the best day to do it.
I mean, this is the day to jump aboard. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 for that awesome deposit bonus.
Look, this team has been a lot of fun to watch this year. I'm with you. Like, will they be the 2 seed at the end of the year? I don't know. Like, we'll see what happens in the next 7 days. You know, by next Thursday, Jimmy Butler could be a Memphis Grizzly for all we know. I don't know if that
would be interesting.
Like, I know he said he doesn't want to go there, but also it seems like no one else wants him. So, like, maybe he'll acquiesce and just, get out of Miami if that's really what he wants to do. But the Rockets are going to be a top 4 seed, I think, at a minimum by the end of the season. So, yeah, they might not keep up this pace, but they deserve to be the number 2 team in the power rankings because they've beaten everyone that's in front of them.
More Rockets glazing. Here's Stephen A. Smith talking about that incredible young man named Ahmed Thompson.
Thompson, this brother, I'm here. Hear me and hear me good, Wendy. This is a future star in this league. You see this. Wendy is so right. He plays bigger than what he is. He's a tenacious defender. Definitely a damn good rebounder. Got size. Nice step back move. That was on Jaylen Brown. That's who he did that to. Okay, he didn't do that to just anybody. He did that to Jaylen Brown. So let's remember that as well. Got nice size on him. Tremendous athleticism. Plays with a lot of energy. Is fierce. Got a lot of heart, etc.
This brother.
he likes him, man. Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
That is glazing. The definition of glazing is that audio clip. If anyone's ever confused, just send that to them.
Rocket in my pants.
I was gonna say Glaze.
No, I'm bricked up, as the kids in this time slot used to say. We pour one out for them, and we continue because we look ahead to tonight's huge Rockets game. Big question I have right now, because we are in a honeymoon phase. There's zero expectations. You're playing with house money, blah, 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 all the cliches. How far does this thing go?
I think they can go to the Western Conference Finals this year.
Hell yeah, dude.
Why not? Why can't they? Look what happened last night. The Golden State Warriors, or the Oklahoma City Thunder lost to the Warriors, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored 50 points. Like they don't have a second scorer. They don't have like that other guy. Like talking about maybe they could acquire Cam Thomas from the Brooklyn Nets or something like that. There's not the elite team that in the Western Conference that there was even last year. And we saw Dallas get to the finals last year. We thought the Timberwolves were going to be the team. Well, they made a trade that's kind of blowing up in their face with Julius Randle, replacing Karl Anthony Towns.
Who would have thought that would happen? Honestly, that trade made a lot of sense for the Timberwolves.
Yeah.
Just given Karl Anthony Towns doesn't seem to have that it factor. Throwing lots of basketball cliches at you. And yet, he's actually been good in New York, and Randall not so much.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I look at the Western Conference right now, and I'm unimpressed. I think there's a lot of teams that are good basketball teams, but no one is the team. And it's like in the East, it's going to be Cleveland or Boston.
Boston.
Those are the two teams.
Cleveland.
I'm with you. It'll be Boston in the long run. But in the West, how could you be confident saying that anybody in the Western Conference is definitively better than the Houston Rockets? It's not the Rockets, it's the other teams.
I still have a hard time saying they're better than the rest of these teams because I am stunned by how this season has gone. I would say right now, Denver seems to be unlocking Russell Westbrook, which is really weird. I thought he was done last year. Here he is this season, actually looking good with Nikola Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually deferring for a change. So the Nuggets are the team I wonder about. Jokic is having one of the best seasons ever. And the last time you played the Nuggets, he didn't play. So it's just something to keep in mind.
For sure.
This has been a lot of fun. As I see them going, I think it's the second round. I still think it's the second round. I do think that there's going to be a stretch where they come back to earth. I mean, this is a team that struggled to shoot the ball this year, and all of a sudden, since Amen Thompson's gotten into the starting lineup, they're the second best three-point shooting team in basketball. That's probably going to fall back to earth. But I'm loving this. And I like that all of a sudden, they're getting a little bit of airtime on the Speak for Your Pizza shows.
They deserve it. And the thing about with how far they can go, think about tonight's game. If everything played out as is right now, they would play the Grizzlies in the second round of the playoffs. Like they can beat the Grizzlies in a playoff series. Why couldn't they? They've beat them 3 times in the regular season. If they win tonight, that'll be 4 times in the regular season. The Grizzlies have no real playoff experience. I mean, what Ja Morant does, but it's been a couple years.
I think because they have Ja that they do have that on you.
Yeah.
But
no, they do.
But
you have Fred.
You've beaten them 3 times this year, and you could theoretically beat them 4 times
tonight. Yeah. I mean, you have Fred, you have Dylan Brooks. Like you have guys who at least are on the roster. And most importantly, you have a coach that's gone to the NBA Finals. And I think that will matter. They're going to be one of like 3 coaches in the playoffs this year, maybe 4 that have played in the finals, is with Ime Udoka being there for the Rockets. So that'll give them a leg up too. I'm not saying they're going to the Western Conference Finals, but I think that's how far it could go.
Going to be very interesting to see. How far do you see this thing going? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. I did want to bring up something. Yesterday we talked about the psycho Alperen Şengün stance.
Yes.
So on my Gallant Says podcast, a live stream I do on my socials and such, I was a little more pointed with what I had to say about those absolute psychos who are, on top of being psychos, baby psychos. How does that work? Joe, the comments are something else. I'm going to just read one of them because it starts out kind of nuanced. Where he's talking about, well, you don't have any evidence about one of the things that you brought up. You are the terrorist who needs to be killed. Did not think I would be called a terrorist and that someone would suggest I need to be killed. But I feel like I rest my case as far as Alperen Şengün stands. The real loony ones. It's the worst cult, the worst subsection of a fan base in Houston sports.
I wanna differentiate them, man, because I saw other people saying the same thing about like it's gone too far with Rockets fans. They're not Rockets fans. They don't belong. Like they are loony bin people from another country who only care about one player.
Yeah, and this is what I want to tell them. So, okay, maybe we disagree on history, but don't you want Şengün to win something? Because no offense, and I know Turkey has some good basketball players who have made it to the NBA. Hito Turkoglu is the one I think of generally when I think of Turkish basketball players. But do you think that Turkey's ever winning any kind of basketball championship? World Cup, Euro Cup. I don't know if they get to play in the Middle East Cup, even though they are a part of Europe, but technically they're like kind of off the continent. They're like the weird country in Europe just from a geographical perspective. I mean, Şengün's best chance of winning something ever, it's going to be with a team in the NBA. And right now, I think he's in a perfect place. And it's weird that they think that the coach is like out to get him and disrespects him when just the other day Şengün said, yeah, one of the reasons I've taken the leap is because Ime Udoka believes in me.
Well, they want to ignore all that stuff. Like they don't want to hear the positive things that Alperen Şengün says about the Rockets, whether it's Ime, his teammates, the organization as a whole. They just want to say, oh, well, he was taken out of a game on a back-to-back after looking pretty tired and acting like, it's this big ordeal, which is just not. It is some of the most strange behavior that now is around us with sports. Maybe it's the top of the list because, I mean, they went at Vanessa for just asking pointed questions.
No, they weren't even pointed questions.
Yeah.
Vanessa doesn't ask pointed questions. Vanessa does it in a very politically adept way because she's a pro. And it's weird. Sometimes they want him to be asked pointed questions. Other times, oh my God, I can't believe it was asked. They're out of control.
Yeah.
He's the second best player on this team as of the last 2 weeks.
He is. But even then going into the season, like there were people, there are real Rockets fans who would have been team Jalen Green over Alperen Şengün. I think a lot of us would have disagreed with that on this station or at least on this show. But there were people who were still very pro Jalen over Alpy. Now it's clear it's Amen over Alpy. And
right now, yes.
Right now. And I think for the long term it will be. I'm not convinced that a player of that style can be the best player on the team. And I know Jokic is, but he's not Jokic. Like Jokic is the best player on the planet and has been for like 5 years. So asking Alperen Şengün to be that, I'm not so sure. Maybe he'll prove me wrong. But yeah, these people are. I give you a lot of credit, Paul, because I got no interest to ever engage with them. I could not. I have no. I'm looking at these comments right now, man. These are brutal.
Is it bad that
you enjoy it?
I mean,
I know you do. I see that smirk on your face.
I kind of like it.
Hell yeah, you do. I know you do. That's why you did it, Paul. And you're gonna do it again. I think every time Alperen Şengün gets benched now, you have to talk about it.
Should I like turn heel and actually join sides with them?
No. Veto.
It's one of those things where, so when I had my chill dog incident, which is now getting closer to 5 years ago, I got a lot of death threats, and someone threatened to like rape me and my family and stuff like that. And someone else said I should like shoot myself in the head, and a bunch of other things too. And I got a kick out of it because I was like, how are you this mad? but this one was basically, hey, at the very least, can we stop crying about xenophobia and racism every single time that Ime Udoka benches Alperen Şengün or someone criticizes Alperen Şengün when you guys, just given your country's history, have a very good idea of what those two words actually mean, as do we. That's what I brought up, and they got really pissed that I brought up two specific incidents. It's fine. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. I also wanted to talk about Ryan Presley's press conference yesterday, and there are a couple of comments made in it that have me wondering aloud something that's going to sound a little bit hot takey, and I don't necessarily believe it. But Ryan Presley, in that press conference that he did with Chicago media, talked about his demotion, and clearly it rubbed him the wrong way. Here is Ryan Presley.
It was tough. You get demoted, and then you got to go out there and be professional and try to lead the right way. And that was, I think, one of the things that, kind of separates yourself from, being an athlete and a professional. Like, you want to carry yourself professionally. And, that's what they pay us to do, is to go out there and be a professional. And I think that the best way I could do that and show my teammates, how I can carry myself, even when stuff's not going to go your way.
That's a very professional answer, because that is not how he actually felt when that all went down.
No, that was a very professional answer.
I'll still give the Astros credit, because when Kendall Graveman went down and they made that move to bring in Josh Hader, to a degree, I was excited. I didn't like the 5-year nature of it, but I also thought to myself, in 2023, Presley was not the Presley we'd seen in 2022. It's really difficult to predict year to year what a relief pitcher is going to be able to bring to the table. But Presley was really pissed about it. I think he got over it, and he actually was a great teammate last season. And that's why I'm not really a fan of the way that it felt like the Astros were pressuring him to waive his no-trade clause and to accept that trade to Chicago.
Yeah, signing of Josh Hader was absolutely the right move. You have a closer for the next 4 years now, 5-year contract originally, and he is a significantly better pitcher than Ryan Presley. Now, he does not have the postseason accolades that Ryan Presley has, where he's been one of the best pitchers to ever touch the mound in a postseason, with Ryan Presley has been. So it's still the right move, and I get why he'd be upset, and I get why he wouldn't want to be here. I think it's interesting that he's also accepted the demotion away from the team, that he's not guaranteed the closing role. And because if it was really about just the demotion, then he would have waived his no trade clause immediately. And the reports, or the belief that he had to be guaranteed a closer spot to actually waive it, clearly was not true and was wrong. And he's going to compete with a nobody.
Is that guy a nobody?
Paul, I don't remember who he's talking about, and I'm a Cubs fan.
Okay. So this is Ryan Presley talking about waiving his no trade clause. He said it's one of the hardest decisions he's ever made.
It's just, being at home, been here at home for the past 6.5, 7 years. So, it's just, it's hard to leave your home, but, again, an opportunity to go play for the Cubs, came about, and it was one of these opportunities I don't feel like comes around very often.
Here's where I'm going to get a little hot takey. Clearly, the main reason Presley waived his no trade clause is that he wasn't thrilled with how last year went down, and the Astros were kind of pressuring him to leave. But you heard that at the very end. The Cubs are an opportunity that doesn't come around every now and then. You're our resident Cubs expert. Is it possible that he looks at the Cubs as having a better chance to compete next season than the Astros? Which I would say, this is not my opinion, it would be kind of crazy to feel that way, given that doesn't the NL Central have a couple of good teams?
Yeah, I mean, the Brewers are good. They're not great. Like, you're probably, honestly, I think the NL Central and the AL West are going to look very similar this year, with like 3 teams hovering between 80 and 90 wins.
Okay.
And if the Cubs are the team with 90 or the team with 80, will probably be to the detriment or the bounce back of Ryan Presley, is my guess. A better chance to win? Maybe a division. Maybe. But better chance to get to the World Series? Absolutely not. You have to go through the Dodgers to get to the World Series. To go through the Braves, the Mets. Getting through the American League is so much easier. Like what are the Yankees this year? They lost Juan Soto. They've made a couple nice moves, but we know what the Yankees are. The Astros can beat the Yankees in the playoffs. They do it all the time.
Right. We still feel good about an Astros-Yankees series, even if they don't bring back Alex Bregman, and this offseason features an offseason where they don't do anything about the outfield. But I just wanted to throw that out there. Is it possible that Ryan Presley looked at the Cubs as a team with a better ability to compete this year than the Astros. I think he would be crazy if he did, but I would understand it to a degree if he did, because there's probably a part of him that has some sour feelings towards the organization, just given how things went down last year. There's pettiness, competitiveness, whatever you want to call it.
I think there's a sourness for sure, not just competitiveness, but it really feels like he was not looped in at all about the Hader signing. He was really pretty much the last person to know. Not that he has to be consulted, but that feels like a guy that throws the final pitch of the 2022 World Series deserves a phone call of just like, hey, we're pursuing this. It's going to happen. Like, we're going to pay this dude a ton of money. You're getting demoted to the 8th inning. But in terms of wanting to win, if he wasn't going to be an Astro and he knew they wanted to get rid of him, then if his options were Detroit or Chicago, even though Detroit knocked the Astros out of the playoffs last year, I think is clearly the better choice.
Okay.
To go there. Like, I think it's more about of where he could be traded, the teams that were interested. He thinks the Cubs are the best spot for him. Talked a lot about in this press conference about like the dream of playing in Wrigley Field. He mentioned watching Rookie of the Year as a kid as like a reference point. Yes, as like a reference point to like how cool it would be to pitch at Wrigley, which was like made me chuckle.
Gotta say that movie blows, but
it's not. I'm with you. It's
Angels
not
in the
a good
Outfield just completely blows that. And
yes,
there's Rookie of the Year and Little Big League, the one where the kid owns the Twins.
Oh, yeah.
Both those movies sucked. Angels in the Outfield, greatest baseball movie ever. Move over, Major League. Move over for the love of the game. Move over, Bull Durham. Yeah, I'm going that far. And I love Bull Durham. Bull Durham made me cry. First time I watched it, I loved it. I got very sentimental at the end.
I don't think it made me cry. It was close.
Susan Sarandon, jeez.
Field of Dreams, thoughts?
I hate that movie.
Oh, I'm with you, man.
Yeah.
Overrated.
Oh, let's build a baseball field in the cornfield. No one's going to go.
Snoozer.
It's in Iowa. What are you doing? This is not a smart business making venture. And the ghost of your dad comes out and you have a catch with him at the end because Shoeless Joe Jackson, who's apparently not burning in hell for cheating on baseball. Just kidding. I have no idea if there's an afterlife or anything like that. But Joe Jackson's like, hey, I know your dad. Hey, what's up?
If the Astros played in the Field of Dreams game, I would 100% want to go to it.
Yeah.
To like see what it would be like. Even though I think the movie's overrated. It's like see the Astros play on that field and see the players come out of the cornfield. Would be cool.
Well, yeah, because you'd be tripping balls and seeing ghosts. That would be something else. That would be truly incredible. Now it could be holograms. Maybe they could figure something out. Like Scooby-Doo seemed to have the technology to make ghosts back in the day with like paper, cardboard paper and all sorts of stuff. I don't know. Anyway, going back to this is definitely a hot take, and this is not what I'm endorsing. I'm just asking the question: is it possible Ryan Presley thinks the Cubs are better than the Astros? Here's Ryan Presley talking about Alex Bregman and how, like, hey, maybe the Cubs should bring him in.
He was the heartbeat, of that clubhouse in Houston, and having him come to Chicago would be an amazing thing, I think, for us. However, I don't know exactly what's going on in his camp. I just, me personally, I would love to play with him again just because he's just a solid dude and a great teammate. And, his kid plays with my kids and, our wives are close friends. So again, having another familiar face on the team would be, super helpful. And that left side of the infield would be really, really good. But I still think we're really good with or without him signing, but again, I would love to have him with us in Wrigley.
Love to have him, but hey, I think we're really good. I mean, he's giving a political answer, but at the same time, just a hot take idea. Anyone else want to take it further? Jeremy Branham, this is for you. If you want it, giving you some fresh meat.
He wants nothing to do with Alex Bregman, so I think or at least he doesn't want to pay Alex Bregman the money that he apparently wants.
I mean, the take that the Cubs are better than the Astros. Jeremy, if you want it, I'm giving it to you on a silver platter, okay? Your show prep's done for the day, and you can come in and you can just have some fun.
I do think Alex is going to be an Astro or a Cub. I think those are going to be the final two teams.
So the Cubs are back in?
Yeah, a bunch of people in Chicago think that the Cubs are going to be the team that if Bregman finally backs down from a 5 to 7 year contract and is willing to go short term, that the Cubs will go to a place that the Astros potentially will not go to in terms of value, per year. That they will up the offer to a point where maybe he would accept a 3-year deal with a bunch of opt-outs in there. So
interesting.
I don't think it's impossible, but I think those are the final two teams. I think he's either on a 5-year deal with the Astros or a short-term deal with the Cubs. Sounds like the Red Sox are out.
Okay.
Maybe the Tigers are still part of this, but
Okay.
It really feels like, based on what I've been reading, that it feels like the final two teams are the Cubs and the Astros.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. A couple of other thoughts on best baseball movie. The Natural. Had a good soundtrack, but I was annoyed by Robert Redford's character getting shot and like clearly dying or falling. And then the person who shot him like jumps out a window in the middle of Chicago, but the soundtrack's great. 8 Men Out was pretty good. Had a lot of names, but
I think I've seen that one.
That's the one about the Black Sox.
Okay.
And what else do we have
Sandlot
here?
from the text line.
I hated Smalls. I just hated him. I hated Smalls.
Yeah, Paul, that tracks.
I
that,
hated him.
Like thinking of Sandlot and like the person you'd hate.
And then he ends up being a broadcaster later. It's like, yo, you don't know anything about sports, dude. Like, I just don't believe your passion.
I mean, he knows about
No,
them.
He didn't. He didn't know who Babe Ruth was.
Oh, that's right.
He didn't know how to play, catch. Like, then all of a sudden, like, oh, the Jet. I wonder if he's got something left in the tank. Calling him stealing. I don't know. Whatever. It's Gallant George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You got any sports conspiracy theories? Because it is a tinfoil at Thursday. Interesting one about the NFL from Bill Burr. You'll hear it. Stay put.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Chance McClain here, taking a minute for myself. YourHeritageFilm.com. We create feature-length documentaries of your family, you or your folks. It's a long-form interview. We scan in a bunch of pictures, fly the drone. It's literally what you see on Netflix or HBO documentaries, but it's your family. We travel all over the country and have been doing it for more than a decade. Go to YourHeritageFilm.com. See what it's about and give me a shout. YourHeritageFilm.com.
It's an incredible time of year to enjoy all things Surfside Beach, Texas, just an hour south of Houston. The fishing is bountiful, the surfing is rad, and the beaches are serene. Enjoy a casual walk on the jetties, birdwatching, eating fresh seafood, or simply putting your toes in the sand. Extend your visit at one of our cozy hotels, RV parks, or beach house rentals. Download the app for all the what's, where's, and when's at Surfside Beach. Also, find us at surfsidetx.org.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes, placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get ramblin', Houston.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Did you know that Taquerias Arandas now have sports bars inside several of the Houston locations? That's been going on for a little bit. That's right, my favorite Mexican restaurant, also my favorite spot to catch games. Arandas sports bars offer a full bar, incredible drink specials, several televisions so you can watch your favorite games, authentic Mexican bites, and they are open late. And all this just to make sure Houston sports fans never miss a play. Get to your nearest Arandas location and enjoy one heck of a great time with great food, unbeatable game day experience in one location.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 79cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
79cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 79cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 79cash.com. That's 79cash.com. 79cash.com.
Here's how TaxRise saved Yvonne over 99% on what she owed the IRS.
I got a letter from the IRS saying that I owed $69,000, and I had no idea what to do. That's when I contacted you guys.
Our tax professionals at TaxRise jumped into action. They helped Yvonne file her back taxes and get into compliance, but they didn't stop there. They negotiated directly with the IRS to fight for her case.
Effective immediately, the IRS has accepted. All they want in return is $100.
Thank you guys so much. I can't even explain how grateful I am.
We're so happy we got Yvonne the relief she deserved. We've helped thousands of clients find solutions to their tax problems, and we're ready to help you. To find out if you qualify for a tax relief program, call TaxRise today. 888-688-1638. For a free consultation, call 888-688-1638. 888-688-1638.
Results vary, not guaranteed, uncompensated testimonial. TaxRise is not IRS affiliated or a law firm.
If your patio furniture is looking shoddy, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you, right, Robin?
We'll give it a facelift like you've never seen before.
Free pickup and delivery at HoustonPowderCoaters.com. 281-676-3888 for all your patio furniture needs.
It's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Couple more suggestions for best baseball movie. The Fan with Wesley Snipes and Robert De Niro. Haven't seen that one.
No, but I'm intrigued.
Yeah. I'd watch that. From the 713. You don't like Moneyball? You know the mythology that never really worked. LOL. Yeah, for the Oakland Augusters. I refuse to watch that movie, even though I've heard it's good, entirely because they glamorized a 20-game regular season winning streak.
It's a really good movie, but it's also a lie. Most of it.
They had Barry Zito, Mark Mulder, Tim Hudson.
They're not mentioned in the movie, Paul.
Yeah. That's the part that drives me crazy. They had incredible pitching, and they were able to scout and draft and develop that. Also, they blew a 2-0 series lead on the Boston Red Sox in the wild card round of the playoffs.
Yeah, and that guy's never accomplished anything. Like,
no.
So it is a good movie. Like it is well done.
It glamorizes like, hey, we have cheap owners. We have to work around it. And if I'm not mistaken, the movie also doesn't really point a finger at John Fisher or his papa, who I'm sure was running the show back then, who is the worst owner in sports.
Yeah, they're
playing in a minor league stadium this year.
I feel like they kind of allude to it where like they reference that they don't have money to spend, but they don't frame it as our owner won't let us spend money. It's just we just don't have the money, basically.
Yeah, like, oh, poor little us. Meanwhile, owners like reaping in profits in that dump of a stadium.
And now they're going to Vegas.
Eventually. We'll see, though. I don't know. All right. Every single Thursday at 12:30 going forward, I want to do a segment called Tinfoil Hat Thursday. I once again forgot to bring in my tinfoil hat, and I couldn't find the giant aluminum foil tray. So if you're watching along on YouTube and on Twitch, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I will not be wearing a tinfoil hat. I swear, next time I'll bring it in. But give me a little X-Files music to set some ambiance, Sean. Bill Burr was on the Rich Eisen show. I love Bill Burr.
I do too.
It is kind of sad that all Boston celebrities generally fall into that stereotype of we're angry. I feel like Bill Burr and I have that in common, though Bill's obviously way more successful than me, but I love Bill. I think it's hilarious. Bill was on Rich Eisen, and he just went on the attack because he believes that Rich Eisen is stooging for the NFL, who clearly is trying to help the Chiefs win.
I don't think it's fixed. I think it's massaged. There's definitely more back rubs on one side than the other. I mean, I don't know. Like, dude, you know what kills me was when I watched the NBA in 2000, massaged. I was going like, this is fixed. This is fixed.
Well, at times it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, right? But then they do the Oswald thing. They blame it on one guy.
Right.
Yeah, it was just him. It's like, how if I'm on an officiating crew with you and I'm shaving points, how long before you figure that out?
So you don't think the Chiefs are as good as they really are?
I'm not going to say that.
Okay.
I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying that I it's a business.
You got Chiefs fatigue. That's what you've got.
What?
You got a little bit of the Chiefs fatigue. You're tired of watching them win.
Okay. You're a company man. I get it.
Rich is a company man. Been with the NFL for years, although
Rich did play along better than I would have imagined.
That's all you can really do when you're on with Bill Burr, because he's going to crap on you for something.
Yeah.
This is generally the masshole way. So we're going to find something, and sometimes playfully and sometimes angrily get on you for it.
But he basically called the NFL the WWE.
It is worth noting that the NFL is classified under entertainment and not sports based off of some lawsuit. I vaguely heard this discussed on some podcast. I don't remember the specifics. I just know that if you classify yourself as entertainment, theoretically, the idea of things being fixed, it's on the table. I just think it's hard to do it in the way that some are claiming it's done, when you have all the variables of 22 different players on a field, 2 different coaches. But the idea that it's massaged, is that tinfoil hattery, or is that actually what's going down?
I don't think it's tinfoil hattery. Why? We always know this. Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, the best quarterbacks, they get treated differently. And even if that's not a direct, we want them to win, you are intentionally protecting certain quarterbacks and not protecting other ones. Like that's massaged. Like that is clear intent by the referees, whether they're being told to by the NFL or they don't want to get like crucified on social media for allowing a superstar quarterback to get hit. It's definitely massaged. They don't treat everything equal. I mean, think about even like the way they call they call penalties. There's penalties on every play. They just pick and choose when they call them. Like there's there's holding on every play. There's probably false starts on every play. And they only call them. Think back, remember the Vikings game week 1? I think it was the Vikings game where they called like 6 false starts.
Oh, was it were the Vikings playing another team?
Oh, no, it was the Chiefs game. It was the right tackle just kept like jumping on, and
Chiefs Ravens
false starts, like because they were trying to implement this new rule, and it got Laramie Tunsil a bunch this year.
Confused. Gotcha, yeah.
But like, yes, I got my purple confused. But like, it just kept happening. But then all of a sudden, after like 3 weeks, it kind of vanished. Well, why? You put this new rule in, but it was penalizing the Chiefs, so it feels like it kind of stopped.
I
don't know.
Generally, I feel like you go back to what works, and I think they overcorrected at the beginning of the year, and then they were like, "Hey, this is disrupting the flow of the game, so we're not going to make this a big deal." But that is a conspiracy that's out there. I also saw a video posted on Twitter/X by someone named Plaque12. It's about a 5 to 6 minute video narrated by someone more nasally than me.
Okay.
Showing every single time that the Buffalo Bills were marked short of where they actually got to on the field, at least in the eyes of this guy. Is this part of the NFL's grand conspiracy? Was this how they massaged the outcome of the game? Always marking the Bills short, tinfoil hattery, or the truth?
Can I go somewhere in the middle? Say just bad reffing? Because I was trying to watch a little bit of it, and I see the guy's point on some of them. So it's a little tinfoily. Because I think he pushed it a little bit. I think he tried to use too much evidence. I think it hurt his case. But watching
much evidence?
Yeah, I think not.
Oh, because some of them were stretches.
Yeah, okay. I think if he would have tried to make a shorter, more concise video and only use specific plays, I might have been blotted a little bit more. I think this is a little too tinfoily for me.
It's very brain rot of you. It's too long.
Fair.
Too much evidence here. I looked at it. I think there's a couple of cases to be made that there were some bad calls as far as the ball spot, but that 4th and 1 play with Josh Allen, a lot of people are so convinced that he got it. I really just don't think anyone can say that he got it. I get it. Like, I get being frustrated about it and maybe looking at some other moments and then saying, yeah, well, it happened here, and here. But I do think it's a little bit tinfoily. Dean Blandino said that he believed Josh Allen got the first down on that play. Meanwhile, Dean Blandino's brother, he thinks that the NFL is rigged for the Chiefs and that his brother has signed an NDA to not talk about how the NFL is rigged for the Chiefs.
That's very funny. That his brother believes that. I mean, look, if they would never let it get out if they were favoring certain teams. They could never do it. You cannot be as in bed with gambling companies. I don't know if it kills the sport, but I would imagine it gets pretty close if it were to come out like the league was telling them to help the Chiefs win. It's one thing that, as Bill Burr referenced, to have one in quotes referee that is altering games, but if it was like a mandate to the refs where one of your main TV guys is then signed an NDA, that feels very tinfoily.
Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit too much. That would be funny, though, if he is secretly all along like Walter White to his brother, who's Hank.
Yeah.
Just trying to dig for the truth. One last one. Yeah, I got a lot of people suggesting this. The idea that Super Bowl ratings will be down.
Why do people believe this? Because of the national championship game?
No, I think they believe that the numbers will be down because everyone's sick of the Chiefs, which I don't know. The AFC championship game just broke the record for numbers.
Yeah, I think we're at hate watch point, aren't we?
Oh, it's just that's like the opposite of how this works in every sport.
Yeah.
It's like the dynasties equal more people watch. It's like that is just like the simplest, like whether it's the Lakers or it's the Warriors versus Cavs, when it was the Heat, where like they're just more people watch than when it's Arizona and Texas in the World Series.
Like more people will watch the Dodgers in the World Series this year because of all the players they've signed. All of America, besides Los Angeles, will be rooting for them to lose. Just like most people, I would imagine, are rooting for the Eagles.
It's like when the Astros were in the World Series.
Yeah.
Like
they're hate watching.
No, this is just crybabies that are still upset about the refs doing the performative, I'm not going to watch.
I think a lot of them will watch it.
Yes. What else? What the hell else are you going to watch?
On Super Bowl Sunday, the idea that you're not going to watch the Super Bowl, to me, that is really far-fetched. If you're listening to us right now and you don't watch any of the Super Bowl on Sunday, I'm almost wondering if you exist.
Like why you're here. Yeah.
No, I appreciate you being here.
Yes.
But yeah, like you're really going to stop watching the Super Bowl because the Texans got jobbed against the Chiefs?
Especially because like just then watch and just root for, Jalen Hurts, the local kid.
Yeah, he channeled you.
And the Eagles.
Or if you think it's rigged, just bet on the Chiefs. Just bet your mortgage on the Chiefs.
Like, honestly, if you really think it's rigged, then just put your life savings on the Chiefs and prove it.
MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. That is the funny thing. If it was rigged, like, wouldn't there be one person just making a ton of money, like he's Biff in Back to the Future 2, and like just constantly winning money and money and money? Like the guy that actually you do listen to when it comes to gambling advice, unlike all those, those are always a generic. There used to be, I don't know if we did it here. So, like, I know we had 5-star, and 5-star actually didn't know what he was talking about. But I remember there always were these like generic sounding names, and there was a hotline to call, and it would be like Biff Stone. Call Biff Stone for his lock of the week, and like they probably just take your credit card information.
Yeah, and depending on when you call, they give out different picks.
Yeah,
so that way they're always
and
right.
then you call, one call gets
Eagles, one call gets Chiefs.
Yeah,
a lot of times. That's the way a lot of those phone services used to work.
Chief Stevels, like, just some random name, and I felt like they would change it up and it would be the same guy, and they just rebranded if he didn't do so well.
Tom Winters, Tom Summers.
I also think it's weird that people are just still so adamant also that they're not going to watch because Taylor Swift's going to be on TV. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, like,
I want to see more as a Taylor Swift ally. I want to see more Taylor Swift.
Just like I don't understand why people think that this Super Bowl is less interesting than other Super Bowls. This is like a very middle of the road Super Bowl matchup. I'm not even saying it's great. I'm just saying, like, we get a lot of matchups like these where it's like, yeah, it's a rematch. I guess, is that what people don't like? But the rematch was of a 38-35 game.
And if the NFL,
that's a great game. That it was the rematch.
And if the NFL was rigged, like truly, truly rigged, do you think a small market in Kansas City, even though they have Patrick Mahomes, would be like the driving force for ratings?
Well, I'm going to put my tinfoil hat on.
Or the Eagles,
just for the sake of argument. Well, that's exactly how they get away with it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's why the Jets and the Giants and the Bears are all trash.
And the Cowboys. Yeah. Because people are going to watch anyway.
Yeah.
Why build them up?
Yeah.
From the 713, if the NFL was scripted, why aren't the Cowboys at the Super Bowl?
Right there. Because
Cowboys.
People are going to talk about the Cowboys no matter what.
Chiefs Cowboys would be ridiculous.
It would be Cowboys, anybody. It's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah.
When the Cowboys make their next Super Bowl, it's going to be insane. If they make their next.
Yeah, there we go. Now it sounded like you wanted it to happen. Now you don't believe
it's going to happen. You play enough Super Bowls, it's going to happen.
Well, you can say about the Texans. Could say the same about the Texans.
I would say the same about the Texans.
Would you say the same about the Jaguars eventually?
I would say about literally every team in the league.
You think every team will eventually play in a Super Bowl?
Yes.
I wonder. Lions got really close.
I mean, unless you think the Super Bowl is going to stop in 15 years, then yeah, maybe not.
I will say, if I was going to fade a team, I still might fade the Lions just because they've been around for much longer.
They've been around forever.
Than the Texans and Jags and Browns.
But again, they're 1 win away last year, 2 wins away this year.
Yeah.
The Browns and Lions have at least won in the 50s, but it wasn't the Super Bowl then.
That's true.
I would be so pissed off if my team won, especially like
Can't
the Browns.
claim it.
The Browns won a ton in the 50s,
Yeah,
but like
I think they won 6 or 7
3 years
titles.
later, 3 years later, you get to claim every title.
Yeah, that is a load of crap.
Crazy. It's crazy that they
it's really
get to
funny.
do that.
Yeah, like it's
Like the Celtics get to count all theirs pre-ABA merger.
It's so true.
But the NFL pre-merger doesn't count. Get out of here with it.
It's because they called the game instead of the championship. They gave it a cool name.
They did. It's a branding win.
Super Bowl.
Credit to that's from the Chiefs owner, Clark Hunt.
You know what? Then I'm okay with his great-grandson or whatever getting the trophy every time.
Yeah.
And obviously having like pre-scripted lines out.
And I think the great-granddaughter or the daughter, the
His
granddaughter.
daughter.
Who's
Clark Hunt's daughter?
Who's the Instagram lady?
The current owner's daughter.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm guessing it's his granddaughter.
Yes.
Strong, powerful, independent woman. Very strong, very powerful.
It's true.
And
can't wait for her to start calling the shots like it's Major League.
Mm-hmm. You can call the shots for me.
Or any given Sunday.
I would probably trust her more than like Woody Johnson's kids.
Brick?
I
don't know. You know what? I actually don't think the Jets are ever going to make a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But they did make it once. They made the third one, and they're the first team that won it from the AFL side of things.
But those kids weren't alive.
They're the only reason.
That's the problem.
They're the only reason the Super Bowl exists. Like, if the Jets hadn't won the Super Bowl in Super Bowl III, I wonder if the AFL would have been like kind of shoved to the side. But anyway, guys, it's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Let's just roll right through. Here's the latest on the Houston Texans coordinator front. I don't think there's anything that interesting. Nick Caley is supposed to interview today. He's the Rams passing game coordinator and tight end coach. Last year, supposedly, I saw this from Seth Payne. He said that he turned down $3 million a year to be Gerard Mayo's offensive coordinator with New England last year. So he's looking for a lot. New England might have been a situation that he looked at with Gerard Mayo and said, nah, no thanks. If there's no Nick Caserio there anymore, if there's no Bill Belichick there anymore. But $3 million a year is a lot for an offensive coordinator. That is probably more than what Chip Kelly is making at Ohio State.
That is more than Chip Kelly.
Okay. So if he's asking for that much, it's not that the Texans should turn their nose up at it. It's more if he's looking for that much, what's the most you can feel comfortable with offering Chip Kelly as an offensive coordinator?
Well, Liam Cohen was going to get $4.5 million from Tampa to stay.
Damn. Okay, so I guess that's the market rate because that was going to be the highest paid offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I just typed in highest paid OC from someone from CBS. Jeff Kerr says Kellen Moore makes $2.5 million. He's the third highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL. So you probably got to go to 4.5, 5 if they want Chip Kelly.
It doesn't sound like Chip Kelly has interest in the NFL anymore.
I mean, he was with the number one recruit, a 5-star quarterback in his house yesterday,
and he's got all the toys at Ohio State that in the NFL he doesn't get to have. So you'd have to do a lot to lure him away. But I mean, if you really want to get people back in to swarming up a storm this offseason, that's the move. And look, I don't know if it works out. I am of the belief that during the offseason, as an organization, you got to sell hope, which the Cowboys completely failed to do. And does Chip Kelly work out? Truly do not know. But is $5 million a year too much for an organization that is probably still paying David Culley and still paying Lovie Smith and still paying Bobby Slowick, who they gave a huge raise to last year?
It's not my money.
I'm just saying, like, get to their credit.
Yeah.
Like, hate on Cal and hate on the McNairs all you want. Like, they are cool with paying for a problem to go away. So why not pay for a huge name?
Totally agree. And if you're going to pay $3.5 million for a guy who's never called plays before, I can't imagine going to $5 million for Chip Kelly would be the problem.
Yeah, it should be a Chip Kelly is turning down a doubling of his salary to stay at Ohio State, as opposed to paying, again, slightly less for a guy who used to draw plays for Sean McVay or whoever they end up getting. It's going to be, at least you would think, a big step down as far as what they should command on the open market. Like any of these guys, like Jeff Nixon isn't going to be asking for $3.5 million.
No, definitely not. No, but look, Nixon, I prefer Nixon to Kelly. I think that Nick Kelly is going to end up getting the gig. Bill Lazor, their senior offensive assistant, got an interview today too. They're just going to ask him what's up, what happened, what was wrong. I really do hope that at the very least, Lazor and Gerard Johnson, when he did his interview yesterday, that they were very transparent about what they thought was wrong. I really do not want, whether it's Kelly or the guys who are currently on the coaching staff, to say, yeah, this is fine. I can make this work. No, I want you to say everything sucks. I want you to say Shaq Mason, he should retire. I want you to say Blake Fisher, good God, maybe he needs to be on the bench another season. I want you to come in here, scorched earth, and say we need to upgrade a lot of different things, and then we can work on things. But that's the problem. These interviews, like, you're expected to kind of come up with a plan for what's currently there. And I don't know. They got the skill players for sure, but the offensive lines needs work.
Yeah, if D'Amico Ryan's interviews one of these guys and they try to pretend like everything's sunshine and rainbows and just like their ideas fixes everything, then you know they're a bad candidate. Mm-hmm. Like you have to acknowledge the elephants in the room, which is the players on the roster and the players who were hurt last year and how you're going to replace them, because your wide receiver room is depleted, your tight end is slow, your offensive line stinks. Like you have to flip it back on Nick Caserio a little bit, frankly, in these interviews. Mm-hmm. To prove like you're aware of what's going on.
Hey, Nick, you even know what an offensive lineman is, bro?
That's how you do. You flip it. Flip the interview.
Yeah, hey,
you start interviewing Nick Caserio.
Yeah. Look, read Steven Nelson's tweets to find something to diss Caserio with. That's how they'll bring somebody in. You got to neg them.
Yeah,
like you've read the game.
Yeah, it's just like, well, okay. So my plan to coach around this $100 million offensive line to this $100 million liability that whoever set this up for me. Here's my plan. Be very passive aggressive with the criticisms of the offensive line.
That is Sean Mapes behind the glass. He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. A wise philosopher once said, "See the stone set in your eyes. See the thorn twist in your side. I'll wait for you. Sleight of hand and twist of fate. On a bed of nails, she makes me wait. And I'll wait without you." With Alex Bregman or without Alex Bregman, with or without him, how would you grade the Astros offseason? We'll do that next. Stay put.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Did you know that Taquerias Arandas now have sports bars inside several of the Houston locations? That's been going on for a little bit. That's right, my favorite Mexican restaurant, also my favorite spot to catch games. Arandas sports bars offer a full bar, incredible drink specials, several televisions so you can watch your favorite games, authentic Mexican bites, and they are open late. And all this just to make sure Houston sports fans never miss a play. Get to your nearest Arandas location and enjoy one heck of a great time with great food, unbeatable game day experience in one location.
Woo woo! If there's ever a time to hop on the MyBookie train, it's now, because the big game is here. It's fun to have some action on the biggest football game of the year, and you can make it happen at mybookie.ag. Are you leaning Chiefs? Higgles? Winning some cash on top of your pick will bowl you over. It's really super. See what I did there? Here's the key when signing up. Use our promo code BET975 to get a welcome bonus on top of your initial deposit. More money for free to make bets and win. The big game prop bets are ridiculous. You can bet on, will Trump tweet during the game? Will the Gatorade shower be orange, blue, or purple? And how long the national anthem will be, over or under? Spice up your big game experience. Sign up with MyBookie today. Go to mybookie.ag, click on bonuses, and be sure to use promo code BET975. That's BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only at mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975.
This is Scott McGrath from Plot Twist, yourheritagefilm.com. The only thing I love more than squishing nasty bugs is honoring my parents. And there is no better way to do that than with Chance McClain's Heritage Films. A film crew goes to their home, interviews them, scans in a bunch of family pictures like that one of you naked in the bathtub, and creates a documentary film of their lives, values, and stories, just like you would see on the History Channel before they turned into Aliens TV. yourheritagefilm.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could beat lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy. Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The Killer Bees, weekday afternoons from 3 to 6.
This ad furnished by Nesmatajo LLC. Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 79cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
79cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 79cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 79cash.com. That's 79cash.com. 79cash.com.
If you're drowning in unresolved tax debt, know this. The IRS can place a lien on your home, garnish your paycheck, and levy your bank account. That's catastrophe for you.
We interrupt this message to bring you some good news about your tax debt. We're TaxRise, experienced tax professionals who can help you seek relief programs and work directly with the IRS on your behalf. Find out if you qualify with a free consultation. 888-701-5866. Eric from South Carolina owed over $74,000. We helped reduce it to $798. Troy, a disabled veteran, owed over $142,000 and settled at $500. We've helped thousands of clients with their tax problems, and we're ready to help you. So take the drama out of your tax debt and rise above your situation with TaxRise. For your free consultation, call 888-701-5866. 888-701-5866.
Results vary, not guaranteed. Client names changed. TaxRise is not IRS affiliated or a law firm.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, now you're branching out into concrete. What's going on?
Yes, so we can do your patios, we can do your driveways, we can do your sidewalks, and not just concrete, but we can stain it, we can stamp it, we can give you that curb appeal that gives you so much added value to your home.
So you get your patio furniture done and you get the patio put in as well.
Yeah, let's make your backyard look like Pinterest.
Let's get to the patio furniture. We're not going to be sitting out nearly as much now as we are in the spring and in the summer. So let's get it done now.
Yeah, because you don't want to do it when everyone else is doing it. You want to do it now with a quicker turnaround time.
How about free pickup and delivery?
Oh, we'd have to do that.
Anywhere, right?
We go anywhere from Conroe to Galveston, from Fulshire to Baytown.
I don't know if I need new patio furniture. How will I know?
So we would recommend emailing us your photos at sales@houstoncoaters.com, and then we can determine if it's best to go ahead and get it coated or if we need to scrap it.
That's Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's Gallant. That's a G, yo, and George.
Thanks, Joe. On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Very interesting story that, for lack of a better term, we're going to touch on in about 15 minutes. But since we did tease this question, how would you grade the Houston Astros offseason if they bring Alex Bregman back and if they don't bring Alex Bregman back? Two different grades. Joe, let's start with you. How would you grade the Houston Astros right now for their offseason, given that Alex Bregman is not back in the fold and after they have moved on from both Kyle Tucker and from Ryan Presley, but they did bring back a super high prospect in Cam Smith, pitcher Hayden Wesneski, Isaac Paredes from the Cubs. And Christian Walker as well. So they've added, in terms of volume, more than they've lost. And in Ryan Presley, I think we'd all agree, what are you really losing right now? Your seventh inning pitcher, best case scenario, since Brian Abreu's better than him too. But with Kyle Tucker, you are missing out on a guy who during the regular season this past year was MVP-esque. Then, of course, he injures his leg. The Astros thought it wasn't a fracture. He thought it was a fracture. I would imagine some sour feelings along the way there. He played poorly in the playoffs. Now he's in Chicago. So, there's one side where, damn, this guy was awesome. But there's another side of, well, you won a lot of games when he was hurt and he stunk in the playoffs. So where are you at grading the Astros offseason, not knowing what's happening with Alex Bregman, assuming, in fact, Alex Bregman's not coming back?
And also Justin Verlander, they let him walk without bringing him back. But I put that in that's in the plus column.
I don't know if it's in the plus column necessarily as much as it's like, hey, he didn't even make your postseason roster.
Yeah, I think I would have been annoyed if we were hearing talks about luxury tax and collective bargaining taxes, and then you paid Justin Verlander $15 million to come be the worst starter in your rotation. So I think it's the right move. I give him a solid B. I think they deserve a B.
A B?
Yeah.
Even if Bregman doesn't come back?
Yeah, because you made the decision to stop acting the way you have, which is allowing these guys to walk with getting nothing in return, which, look, you kept winning, so it made logical sense to why would you change your behavior. You had replacements, but you've got a terrible farm system now. I know guys keep coming up, and the Space Cowboys won the AAA championship and all that stuff, but that's because it's mostly 4A players that aren't really big leaguers. So they bring in Cam Smith, so you now have your best prospect in your system you've acquired by moving on from Kyle Tucker. You have Bryce Matthews already there, but then you've also upgraded at first base significantly. You've probably downgraded at third base, definitely defensively. Probably the peak of Bregman. Paredes isn't as good, but you replace them with a real player. So I give him a B. Wisniewski comes in. He fits into rotation until a mythical Lance McCullers or Luis Garcia returns, and then you can move him to the bullpen.
You got 4 guys coming back at the All-Star break, and Dana Brown's going to say, we acquired 4 pitchers at the All-Star break. Just wait until it happens. It's going to happen. That is a Dana Brown textbook move.
So I give him a B. I thought about going lower because of the state of the outfield, but I like where the Astros are at right now.
Damn. Joe, I feel like you're getting walked over here.
Soft grader?
Yeah, and you're the son of a teacher.
Yeah.
Were you traumatized by your father's grades?
No, he probably passed me too easily.
Ooh. So you learned to be an easy grader, huh?
Probably.
It was like the NFL to the Chiefs. Just like massage the grade a little bit.
Yeah. You definitely massaged the offseason there. I mean, the way you said it, it made sense. It was logical. A B, though?
I think a B is fine.
A B is good. C is satisfactory.
So you think C?
Well, you know me. Logic and an opinion? No, we don't play that. From a vibes perspective, I'm sorry. No Tucker. Bregman's gone. D.
Vibes are bad.
I'm just saying it's not satisfactory. Because I don't know what Isaac Paredes is going to do. I don't know if Hayden Wesneski is going to be good. I don't know what Christian Walker is going to do. I don't know. So, while the Tucker move made sense, and Alex Bregman, right now, I mean, you look pretty smart waiting because doesn't seem to be much interest in Alex Bregman. Maybe he does come back. But without Alex Bregman, I'm going to say D. With Alex Bregman, I will say C. Satisfactory.
Wow. That's all you're going to give him?
I mean, every time we do a grades thing, like Paul just ends up giving out a C. Just because it's like, you did your job.
C. Satisfactory. Listen, this is last year, what? A team that barely wins the American League West still. And I mean, with 88 wins after the start that they had, I mean, last year was largely frustrating. And yeah, Astros always winning the AL West. The AL Championship Series streak was snapped. F that. I want a little urgency. You don't get my loyalty. For good. Yeah. It's not eternally granted. We ain't married. You didn't put a ring on my finger this year or last year or the year before. And I know it's only 30 days into 2025, but I'm looking at it as 2025. Where's my ring? I haven't had a ring in 3 years.
It's true.
D.
Okay, maybe I'm grading them on a curve a little bit. I think I am being a little bit nicer as a grader here because I just kind of know what is happening in front of me. You
trust them.
No, I know like who they are. I know that they're not going to spend a ton of money more than what they've already spent. And that because of the decisions that Jeff Bagwell made, he hamstrung this franchise. That because of Rafael Montero and because of Jose Abreu and the money that you owe them, that like they're not going to add a ton of pieces, that they have diluted their farm system to a point where you couldn't acquire Dylan Cease, who seems like he's going to be traded before opening day. Like he would be the best pitcher on the Astros. He'd be better than Fromber. Unless you want to trade Cam Smith, you don't have the money for it. You don't have the prospects for it. So I'm grading them on a little bit of a curve for sure. Because I just know where they're at.
We're grading a 2-time champion on a curve.
Well, I just know that Jim's not going to spend a bunch of money.
But he is spending a lot of money.
Well, he's not going to spend more money. He's going to wait until these contracts go away. I mean, Alex Bregman came off the books. Verlander came off the books. And so did Kyle Tucker. And he replaced him with 2 expensive players. 2 players that make a good chunk of change. There was part of me that Paul went into this offseason thinking that Kyle Tucker would be traded. Bregman would be gone. and they wouldn't really replace them. That the replacements would be like Jorge Polanco at third base, and John Singleton would just be your first baseman, and they would just be terrible next year. That was one of my biggest concerns, was that they were going to do a financial reset this offseason, and they didn't do that. So I give them a B. So I'll go B+ if they get Bregman.
Ooh, look at you.
Well, you got to upgrade it. I can't go from. I'm going to give him an A.
Right, I was about to say.
I'm not gonna give
you
it
gave
an
him a B without Bregman.
Yeah. Because Altuve's still your left fielder, which I still don't really get.
I know I'm going to sound like an elitist cake eater douche here, but I mean, God, I can tell you didn't go to great schools like Thayer Academy and Shorecrest Preparatory School and Syracuse University.
No, I did go to an art school.
Not St.
That's where I
Paul's
got my
Elementary.
degree from.
Like all the schools that raised me. I went to private schools my whole life. You know what? The grade scale is a little more difficult. And I don't like that. A B is what a C used to be. I don't like that. That is 100% what is happening in our education system these days. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Actually,
we have lowered our standards. Huh?
It's way worse that's happening. You can't fail kids now.
You can't?
No. There's a lot of schools, maybe not in Texas. I'm not at that point yet where I know this, but I know in Illinois, softies, that even if a kid doesn't take a test and doesn't turn their paper in, you have to give them another chance. My dad would have to use to rewrite tests for kids that got caught cheating. He would have to rewrite them individual tests.
Wait, so he got punished for the kids cheating, essentially?
Yes. Because they don't want to fail kids.
Yeah, because they want to get rid of them.
Yeah, well, that's honestly, honestly, I get that.
And
like I don't want this kid in the get him out.
Probably hurts your numbers as a school. Probably hurts the funding.
Man, yeah, I don't like this.
Yeah,
I don't like this. But hey, okay, listen, Joe trusts the Astros right now.
I mean,
if you're giving them a B, you trust them.
Yeah, I trust them for what they're doing right now. They've met my expectations this offseason.
This is what's really happening. They're rolling the dice on Paredes being awesome at Minute Maid Park. They are rolling the dice on fixing Wisniewski, and there is a very good chance that we could be looking at this in a way that we looked at the Yusei Kikuchi trade a couple of months after it happened, where at first I was like, what? I've seen this guy pitch before. Then he comes to the Astros and he pitched great. But I'm just saying right now, and as correctly brought up on the Twitch, Paul, your baseball take's generally terrible. Listen, I'm not denying that. I know mine are entertaining, and this is all off vibes, baby. You lose Bregman and Tucker, I'm supposed to be excited going into next year. Same thing as like if you hire Nick Cayley or you hire Gerard Johnson or you hire, even worse, Bill Lazor as your offensive coordinator. I'm supposed to be excited going into next year. So listen, I'm Mr. Casual. You gotta excite me. It's a D without Bregman. It's a C with Bregman. It's satisfactory. But
yeah.
I listen. The Astros season doesn't begin until the American League Championship Series, and I guess there was a lockout last year.
Well, I think that means actually now it's the wild card round. I think you have to move the goalpost back a little bit. Actually, you can't say that when they didn't get there last.
No,
year.
I can't. I still
Unfortunately,
will. Last year there was a lockout. Clearly,
the other part that I speaking grading on curves. I mean, they're literally banking on for me to be right. The Astros are banking on the Crawford boxes. Like that is really what they did this offseason. That like Paredes is going to hit the way he has in other ballparks, and these 300 and 15 whatever it is of the boxes are going to be a bunch of home runs for him. Like that's really what they're betting on.
It really is.
Like they are banking on the Crawford boxes being a huge reason for his success. The Crawford boxes are the reason why you can entertain the idea of Jose Altuve in left field. I mean, like the Crawford boxes are the most important player on the team this year.
They are. Is Jada Brown going to say that going into the year? Like, we've really decided to make the Crawford boxes a key part of our organizational direction.
B-. I gotta move the grade.
Oh, don't
wait.
No,
I forgot about something.
No, you said B.
The name Dyken Park sucks. I forgot about that.
We'll get to that in the Astros.
We gotta go B-. We gotta move it back a little bit.
We're 13 days away, 145. We're gonna talk about the rest of the stuff that we learned about the Astros at Fan Fest over the weekend. He's Joe and Paul Sean behind the glass. Up next. Wow. This story is still developing, but some incredible details, graphic details, disgusting details, Deshaun Watson-esque details about one of the best players in the NFL. Who are we talking about? You'll find out next. Stay put.
ESPN 97.5.
If there's ever a time to hop on the MyBookie train, it's now. Because the big game is here. It's fun to have some action on the biggest football game of the year, and you can make it happen at mybookie.ag. Are you leaning Chiefs or the Eagles? Winning some cash on top of your pick will bowl you over. It's really super. See what I did there? Here's the key when signing up. Use our promo code BET975 to get a welcome bonus on top of your initial deposit. More money for free to make bets with. The big game prop bets are ridiculous. You can bet on will Trump tweet during the game? Will the Gatorade shower be orange, blue, or purple? And how long will the national anthem be, over or under? Spice up your big game experience. Sign up with MyBookie today. Go to mybookie.ag, click on bonuses, and be sure to always use our promo code. It's BET975. That's BET975. As I always tell you, bet anything, anywhere, anytime with the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm. That's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest invention is a game changer. Jeremy Branham here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal, but now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet. ProDunk.com.
Stay up to date on the latest Houston sports news and follow us on socials at ESPN Houston.
You are back with Gallant George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
I'm stunned because it seems we have another Deshaun Watson situation in the National Football League. And it's not Deshaun Watson or more allegations against him. It's not Tony Busby. It's not Rusty Harden. But it is semi-local. Now, I've asked a couple of people from Baltimore how reputable the Baltimore Banner is. And when I hear back, I'll let you know. And keep in mind, this is a story, and a story that, much like with Deshaun Watson, is going to be hard to prove. But an article that was released about 50 minutes ago on this website has the following title: Ravens Justin Tucker accused of inappropriate sexual behavior by 6 massage therapists. I read through the whole story. In a nutshell, the descriptions are very detailed. There are some Deshaun Watson similarities. I don't think it's that similar to Deshaun Watson from the perspective of what Watson was supposedly doing, where Watson was a little bit more aggressive, but the descriptions are pretty similar. Tucker perhaps a little less aggressive, but we're talking about 6 massage therapists who have accused him of exposing his genitals, brushing 2 of them with his exposed penis, and leaving what they believe to be, you know what, on the massage table after 3 of his treatments. And this is going back a while to his early days with the Ravens. He has hired attorneys. The attorneys deny the allegations, called them speculative and impossible to prove. And if we learned anything from the Deshaun Watson scandal, yeah, it's going to be tough to prove any of this without video, without, I'd imagine, even written testimony about this or back and forth. And at least with Watson, you had direct messages. I don't know if we have any of that. But this is a long feature piece in the Baltimore Banner. I encourage you to read it. I suppose it's not shocking that NFL players getting massages, some would do stuff like this. But yeah, from the sound of it, while he was getting these massages, he would go out of his way to basically get free of the towel and expose himself, hoping, I guess, for more.
Yeah, and I think it's, this is 2012 to 2016. I think we have to remember back to like the beginning of Deshaun Watson, and it's all alleged. There's no like real proof of this right now, but he was banned by 2 spas. Multiple therapists declined to work with him. The Ravens and the NFL have both declined comment on this. Now, his lawyer is heavily involved in this piece, and some refuting in here, but it is a wait and see, and it sucks that these stories come out because you have to wait to see what happens. And yeah, it is logical to think that this ends in a very similar fashion to Deshaun Watson, which is civil lawsuits because of the timeline. That this isn't probably something that goes to a actual court system like we saw with Deshaun. So it's a lot of wait and see, but it's a tough read. Definitely recommend people read it themselves because it would take us a while to go through all of this.
Right. And also, as you go through it, they also interviewed people with the Ravens, or tried to interview people with the Ravens. And the Ravens employees have described positive experiences with Tucker, but it seems out of house, things were significantly different.
Yes. And this is where, it's one of the things I think that's interesting from the article too, that will be, now we know how the NFL works. We know the goalpost gets moved for players in terms of when you are alleged of things. The quality of player typically is connected to the actions of the team when they handle this. Deshaun Watson was a franchise quarterback. The Texans and the Browns were willing to, if he wanted to play in Houston, to keep him on the roster at that point. The Baltimore Ravens have said in 2022, as cited in this article, that the Ravens have a zero tolerance policy towards any domestic violence or anything when Harbaugh was asked about Deshaun Watson and his suspension. And I think it's fair to say Justin Tucker's not good anymore. So that is and this is the same organization that didn't cut Ray Rice right away, that waited till the video came out, and he was also terrible.
Did nothing about Ray Lewis. Did nothing about Terrell Suggs, who has an incident where he apparently threatened to pour bleach on the mother of his child. So the Ravens have had pretty bad history off the field as it is. It's not to say every NFL team has their own issues, right? I mean, the team I grew up rooting for, a guy killed multiple people, It's not about whataboutism here as much as, though, to what you were saying. I doubt he's going to get the same kind of defense that Deshaun Watson got from some in this city. But people were out on Watson. Watson at that point in time had opted to not play for the Texans ever again. He had made a declaration, like, I'm done. He sat behind the scenes for a full calendar year while all these allegations were circulating. And there was a conspiracy theory that this was the reason that those allegations came out. Some people believe that the Texans are doing this because they want to get back at him for wanting to get out of town. But you read the allegations against Watson there. Good God. The allegations here, hard to compare. I don't think they're as aggressive, but again, still bad. We're talking 6 people that are saying similar things. And, I don't know if this is about a settlement or if this is about actually trying to charge him with something. I'll just say, as far as the latter goes, we learned with Deshaun Watson, it's going to be hard for any charges to stick against him. So now you wonder if this is going to be a drawn out process. He said, she said, lawyers, and eventually some sort of settlement comes out, which I imagine is how this will play out, just given what we saw with Watson.
Yeah. And look, there's a long way to go until we get there. But yeah, it feels like the logical destination for where this goes, that because of the timeline, 2012 to 2016, I mean, that's 12 years ago. It's Justin Tucker's second year, I think it is, in the NFL. This article says maybe it was his rookie year, but I think they said it was his second year, going into the massage parlors with all Ravens gear on, telling them that he's the kicker for the Baltimore Ravens. So it's not like he was hiding his identity while doing this. Just similarly to Deshaun, he wanted them to know who he was. So we'll wait and see. And it's interesting to see people like Benjamin Albright, who is a very well-connected NFL reporter, saying that some of this stuff, like he was getting tipped off to some of this recently and was investigating himself, but didn't get the full, point to where he could break the news. So kind of feels like this has been in the Baltimore area and maybe some inner NFL circles was percolating a little bit as well. So it's a gross story for sure.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens next. But Justin Tucker has been accused by 6 different massage therapists of inappropriate sexual behavior. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Gallant George. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. What's your grade for the Houston Astros with Alex Bregman back in the fold if he comes back? What's your grade for the Houston Astros without him? That's on the table. Also, we'll get back into talking about the Rockets later on. Big game against the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. Could be the greatest day of their lives. And up next, we got the 10-minute drill, talking a little football. Stay put. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Follow ESPN Houston on social media at ESPN 97.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Did you know that Taquerias Arandas now have sports bars inside several of the Houston locations? That's been going on for a little bit. That's right, my favorite Mexican restaurant, also my favorite spot to catch games. Arandas sports bars offer a full bar, incredible drink specials, several televisions so you can watch your favorite games, authentic Mexican bites, and they are open late. And all this just to make sure Houston sports fans never miss a play. Get to your nearest Arandas location and enjoy one heck of a great time with great food, unbeatable game day experience in one location.
John Renato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, this is the time for all those HOA people, and if you have a public pool, this is the time to get the stuff done at Houston Powder Coaters.
Yes, because everyone knows pool season opens Memorial Day weekend, so let's get that work done by April.
You need to do it now because it takes some time.
Now, because, yes, we do have a line of people trying to get their stuff done, and I want you in line with them.
So I don't know if I need new patio furniture. How will I know?
So we would recommend emailing us your photos at sales@houstoncoaters.com, and we can look at what you have, and then we can determine if it's best to go ahead and get it coated or if we need to scrap it.
And now you're branching out into concrete? What's going on?
Yes, we are branching out to doing concrete. So we can do your patios, we can do your driveways, we can do your sidewalks, and not just concrete, but we can stain it, we can stamp it, we can give you that curb appeal that gives you so much added value to your home.
So you get your patio furniture done and you get the patio put in as well.
Yeah, let's make your backyard look like Pinterest.
Houston Powder Coaters, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Here's how tax rise saved Yvonne over 99% on what she owed the IRS.
I got the letter from the IRS saying that I owed $69,000, and I had no idea what to do. That's when I contacted you guys.
Our tax professionals at TaxRise jumped into action. They helped Yvonne file her back taxes and get into compliance, but they didn't stop there. They negotiated directly with the IRS to fight for her case.
Effective immediately, the IRS has accepted. All they want in return is $100.
Thank you guys so much. I can't even explain how grateful I am.
We're so happy we got Yvonne the relief she deserved. We've helped thousands of clients find solutions to their tax problems, and we're ready to help you. To find out if you qualify for a tax relief program, call TaxRise today. 888-688-1638. For a free consultation, call 888-688-1638. 888-688-1638.
Results vary, not guaranteed, uncompensated testimonial. TaxRise is not IRS affiliated or a law firm.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Robert Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Your home for Texas A&M Athletics, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We're ready for some football, baby. Tackling the biggest news in the NFL.
This just in.
With Paul Gallant and Joe George. The 10-minute drill starts now.
Football time. We talked about it in the last segment. From the Baltimore Banner. This is just the headline. I need to read the story. I texted a couple of people in Baltimore asking how reputable is the Baltimore Banner. One responded saying, very. Ravens' Justin Tucker accused of inappropriate sexual behavior by 6 massage therapists. We read the story and talked about some of the details in the last segment. I don't think it's quite as bad as Deshaun Watson, both in terms of volume. Watson's, 24 plus. Tucker's at 6. Also in the sexually aggressive nature with which Watson was putting his pelvis up in the air. But seems like Tucker was seeking extra contact during these massages.
I do believe Deshaun Watson's original accusers was less than 5. When Tony Busby went public the first time, with Ashley, I think her name was, when she was required to release her name by the judge, and then it quickly grew to double digits. So we'll wait and see. But yeah.
ABC News is reporting several significant incidents occurred during the celebration of the Eagles winning the NFC Championship game. Sadly, an 18-year-old student from Temple died after falling from a light pole that he had climbed. It's like they took the greasing of the poles as the challenge. That is truly sad. You drink a little bit, you think you're invincible. Also, in Philadelphia, 2 shootings, a stabbing, 31 citations for disorderly conduct. Police are investigating other incidents of gunfire with at least one video on social media of a man firing a gun into the air. So that was not one of the shootings.
Okay.
Philadelphia is something else. I got to say this, though. Yo, Eagles fans, you've actually been here before a couple of times now. Okay, this is the conference championship. I get it. Go Birds. And I know that half my family's from Philadelphia, but come on. We need to raise our level of what we celebrate.
And how you celebrate.
Definitely how you celebrate.
Like there's no way to level up this.
There's only so much you can do to stop Philadelphians from being Philadelphians. Again, I'm part Philly by blood. I'm part Philly, part Boston. I'm the perfect storm of god-awfulness from the Northeast. And I apologize that I've carpet-bagged my way down here to grace your radio airwaves with my despicable voice.
Yeah, but see, like Houston fans, like they don't do this. They don't buy AL West champs, ALDS champs t-shirts. They don't celebrate that stuff.
No.
I'm glad we're finally talking about something like this because it is incredibly soft for Eagles fans to be parading like that. Who went to the Super Bowl?
I think soft. I don't know if it's soft.
It's lame.
No,
they're like raging.
I think it's Eagles fans because they won the Super Bowl a few years ago, or 2017.
But they went 2 years ago.
Yeah, no, I think that Eagles fans, like, it goes viral about like, oh, look at these Eagles fans. There's something special. There's something different. and it ends up like they just try to go viral. It's a bunch of people trying to be Eagles fan, like trying to put on the performance of being an Eagles fan.
Eating dog poop.
Yeah, it just like keeps leveling up, and so it's like a lot of this is just for clout, guys.
I kind of feel the same way about Bills fans.
It's just to be like, look at us, we're so wild and crazy.
Bills fans don't do it on Philly's level, but yeah, Philly feels like they have a reputation to uphold. Like they ate horse poop during that one Super Bowl parade. The entire streets were covered. But the last Super Bowl they won against the Patriots, that was the first Super Bowl that they'd ever won, which is important.
That one's okay. That
I
one
agree.
I'm okay with.
If some of this
all
stuff
other
happened after the first one, fine. This is almost like, well, we know we're going to lose to the Chiefs in the Super
So you're
Bowl,
celebrating
so
now.
let's have our celebration now.
Yeah.
And then we'll riot after they lose the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Eagles fans, it is just like, it's like the social media-ness of it is what I don't like. Is that it's like very clearly they're like, we need to show off how crazy we are. Get over yourself.
Like, win a Super Bowl. Like, save the craziness for the Super Bowl. It's just you got to wait. There's no reason to celebrate now. You're not done yet.
Job's not finished.
Yeah, job's not finished. You got more work to do.
You're again 2 years ago. You're in this same exact spot.
Yeah, it's like, what do you celebrate?
Patriots fans get it, you know? I forget some of the Super Bowls that I've won.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
And after a certain point, you're like, do I want to go to the parade? Do I want to go to the Super Bowl that's in the town that I live in? Maybe we'll go to the next one. You know,
They're going to block off streets. I'm going to have to change how I get to work.
Yeah, exactly. I'll give them props. These people can rage, and I'm sure that they were hungover as hell on Monday. But, yeah.
Tone it down a little bit.
I'm not saying tone it down. I'm just saying reserve the celebrations for appropriate things. You've already tasted a championship. Winning another one, you could do all these things. Minus, it really is sad that kid died. It really is sad. The Superdome is where the Super Bowl will be played in about 10 days or so. 9, 10, whatever. This Superdome hosting the Super Bowl, the last time it hosted the Super Bowl 12 years ago, the power went out. The NFL says that a blackout is unlikely. Do you believe the NFL when they say the Superdome will be able to stay powered up for the entirety of the biggest event in America?
I mean, it just depends on how the game's going, I think. You know, if the Chiefs need more time at halftime to, get their game plan together, then I would expect the lights to turn off. Kind of, make sure that Andy Reid can regroup in the locker room. Because that's what a lot of people think happened last time, right? Like Baltimore needed more time. That was the conspiracy theory, that Baltimore needed more time to prep at halftime, so they turned the lights off. But they have more LED lights, so it should be fixed.
I mean, I do agree.
That's a fix.
I do agree that's unlikely that it happened.
Yeah, it seems unlikely.
It was unlikely the first time. If you would have asked him beforehand, it would have said unlikely.
Yeah, I don't think Beyonce, the plan was was it Beyonce?
Yeah.
But her concert was going to cause the lights to go off.
This is going to sound like a diss. I love Louisianans. They're the most fun people in the United States. I also think they're some of the least serious people in the United States. I just watched Mickey Loomis's end of season press conference where he was saying things like, just because things aren't going well, just because the results are bad doesn't mean our process is bad. And saying, I'm comfortable with being uncomfortable with our salary cap situation. I just don't take the people who run the Superdome or anyone in the great state of Louisiana seriously. So I think there's a pretty good chance of it blacking out. I honestly hope, and it's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You can bet on everything for the big game. I really want to bet on another blackout happening. I'm kind of rooting for it.
I hope there's odds on that.
Because, I'm rooting for the Eagles in this game, but begrudgingly I'm doing it. And I kind of want both fan bases to have miserable experiences, except for Taylor Swift fans.
I mean, because even this article from NBC Sports is it says also the Superdome has installed LED lights, which take less time to turn back on if there was an outage. Which that means that is saying there might be an outage, but the lights will come back on quicker.
Yeah, it'd just be less time.
So
with them all.
It's the outage just might be shorter.
Someone texted in that if the Eagles have a 28-3 lead in the first half, that the power will go out.
Yeah.
That will be where the NFL conspiracy comes in. Because, yes, when that happened, the Ravens were kicking the 49ers' ass. And then the power outage happened. And all of a sudden, the 49ers started moving. Did the deer antler spray wear off on Ray Lewis? A good question. I guess we'll never know.
Probably did. Ray Lewis, another Raven.
I've always been told I'm not good enough. I don't have what it takes. What a great opening to Madden 14.
Ray Lewis on Madden was a good one. My favorite was the Troy Polamalu cover, though. Him and Larry Fitzgerald. I liked that one.
Why?
I don't know. I just love Troy Polamalu. He was like one of my favorite players in the NFL.
Polamalu was fun.
He was awesome.
Greg Olsen wants back in as the number one broadcaster on Fox. Did you notice him tweeting commentary of the game, the NFC Championship game?
Do you think he's back in soon? What do you think Brady's going to do? I'm curious what your thoughts are.
I don't know.
Because it kind of feels like at some point he'd want to just go all in with the Raiders and not have to do, but maybe he wants to do both. Like,
he definitely wants to do a little bit of both. He's getting paid a ton of money by Fox.
Yeah.
But also he's a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. I truly have no idea what Brady is going to do next. I think that he should be allowed to do whatever he wants. And if he wants to stay the number one broadcaster on Fox, I think he's proven that he's the greatest color commentator of all time. So I don't think there's any debate about it. Like, the people who don't think he's good, they just don't understand like all the winning he's teaching you about.
Yeah.
I've read the TB12 method.
Yeah, like what an out route is.
Yeah.
Because I learned that this weekend. Or what an arm bar is. Learned that this weekend.
Yeah.
He does really treat all of us like we're idiots.
Well, yeah, because we all are.
I mean,
we are just witnessing his greatness.
If you really do listen, like, he does explain football like we're all 5. So,
well,
I think he's fine. Honestly.
I mean, I'm not 5, but you're 5 when it comes to football. So you
I
need
guess
to be
so.
explained that way. Everyone in Fox, like, there's generally not a lot of Patriots fans watching Fox. There's generally a CBS broadcast. So yeah, like, he's just teaching you things that you don't understand.
I do appreciate
the basics of football.
Yeah. I do think he's good at his job. I just don't know like how long you want to do both for. I do wonder too, like, at some point will like Kevin Burkhalter be upset that he's having to carry the workload because like Tom Brady's not allowed in the team meetings the days before because of his role with the Raiders.
I imagine so eventually. Greg Olsen, I think the thing that works against him here is he said that I'm not necessarily going to be doing this for the rest of my life either. And I think maybe Fox looks at that and they're like, well, that's not going to get us to have you replace Tom Brady. On a serious note, after all the, Tom Brady is my Lord and Savior joke.
All the glazing, yeah.
I think he still needs work. I haven't watched many Tom Brady broadcasts this year because I'm generally occupied with the Texans on Sunday, but yeah, could be better.
Greg Olsen was better. I get why they replaced him with Tom Brady. It's Tom Brady. Like, I do get it, but it's hard when like the reviews are coming off the Super Bowl in which Greg Olsen is just getting beloved, and then it's like, see ya, dude.
He just doesn't sound natural when he speaks.
Yeah, he just has a weird energy.
Which is funny because if I've seen him in interview settings and he's totally normal. But sort of like with Booger McFarland, talk show host, is awesome. Booger McFarland in that analyst role, it felt like he's trying to be something he's not.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunately what these broadcasts kind of make you do. I think Brady would be good on the Manning cast because if you let him be unfiltered.
I think he has some bad coaching because like I hear Tony Romo-ish from Brady and the way it's like he's trying too hard to elevate the moment every time, and it just reminds me of like what I hear from Romo, and I don't like Romo. So I feel like someone from Fox was like, why don't you just be like Romo? Like that's who you want to like people love Romo.
I don't know, Jim.
He does some of that stuff.
Yeah, he lately, and it does feel like it's a note that will just go like a whoa. Like he'll just like make a noise and like as a play's going on and stuff. He's strange guy. I think there's just something about like his like TV persona that's like a little like he feels like he's trying to put on a performance.
He's not a guy. He's a half man, half alien, half sent down from the heavens. Yeah. No one will ever know. But it is the 10-minute drill. Gallant George. He's Joe. Sean behind the glass. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call to text. We're 13 days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training. On the other side, everything that we learned over the weekend at FanFest, including why they've changed the name of the ballpark.
That's kind of funny. Stick around.
ESPN 97.5.
Join Jalen Petrie, the Houston Texans' Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee, in supporting kids' meals to feed Houston's hungriest children. Help Jalen raise $30,000 before the big game at feed5more.com. Every dollar counts. Donate today.
The race is on at Sam Houston Race Park. Come out for College Night on February 7th and Wiener Dog races on February 8th and 9th. Live thoroughbred racing, food and drink specials every weekend, and brunch on Sundays. Only at Sam Houston Race Park.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could beat lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 79cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
79cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 79cash.com, and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 79cash.com. That's 79cash.com. 79cash.com.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granado here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light. It's just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
So fancy.
It's always Astros time in Houston. Are you ready to play?
A lot of people were wondering what it was going to be like if the Astros didn't win the division. I guess we'll never know.
We're counting you down to the Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach.
The Astros made a statement and they posted it on their Instagram story to announce the Ryan Presley trade. I got a kick out of it just from this perspective. The Astros have acquired minor league pitcher Juan Bello in exchange for Ryan Presley and cash considerations. The way they're framing it, Juan Bello might be awesome someday.
We'll see.
We will see.
I
You never know with minor leaguers.
Yeah, he's like 20, I think. He's got some good upside. But it's, you're 3 years away from seeing him in the majors probably at the earliest. Maybe if with the Tommy John surgery in there, because it feels like that's inevitable for everybody. So that's like maybe in 5 years we'll see this kid, like when he's 25. I don't know. But I'm not one of those people that gets excited anymore about pitching prospects, just because it just feels like maybe like the Astros fans like beat me down with Forrest Whitley. So I just don't care anymore about pitching prospects.
Oh, man. While we're on that, I wanted to bring up something I saw the other day, and we were going to maybe do this another one, but since you did bring up Forrest Whitley, there's a new Forrest Whitley. Tyler Ivey is the new Forrest Whitley. There's an article from Chandler Rome from a couple days ago. Tyler Ivey's comeback to continue at Astros minor league spring training. Ivey 28 years old, will report to West Palm Beach February 10th as part of a minor league mini camp. So how about that? I didn't even know who he was, but he was a third-round pick in the 2017 draft. He routinely appeared within lists of Astros top 10 prospects during his playing career.
It reminds me more of like the Singleton story, I think. But yeah, we'll see.
Well, Singleton, I mean, he got a contract.
Yeah.
The hype was narrated with Singleton. The dude just couldn't stop smoking grass. But yeah, this feels like the new Forrest Whitley.
So, hey, you know what?
Tyler Ivey, baby.
Something to watch in spring training.
But I just thought it was funny the way that they framed that press release. We've acquired Juan Bello. And then like Ryan Presley's buried and the cash considerations, the most important thing, are also buried.
I guess it's because you can't be like, we traded, hey, you know, America's closer? We traded him away. Like, you have to frame it like, look at who we did get, not who we gave away.
He is America's closer.
He is America's closer. Still.
America first closer. But now he's in Chirac, so.
Hey, you know, hey, he might be America's closer again.
No one likes the Cubs, Joe.
He could be. No,
They're
could
just
pitch,
trying to break even.
He could. Yeah, they are. He could pitch for Team USA again at Minute Maid Park in like a year.
Oh yeah, is that
Sure.
World Baseball Classic? It's about that time again.
Is that next year? 2026, I think it is. World
Sure.
Baseball Classic here in Houston.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Yeah, he's not going to be pitching.
Can we get free tickets?
Probably not.
Well
Also,
then,
you're right.
not
We'll not be
interested.
pitching for Team USA.
Yeah, what if he finds out he's got some sort of other ancestry and he ends up pitching for another country so that he can get into the World Baseball Classic? Because there's always a bunch of like Italy baseball players. Like, yeah, you're Italian, huh?
No, they just want to play.
You're about as Italian as Paulie Walnuts, who goes to Italy and famously found himself out of place in The Sopranos. So, the Astros, their field, it's changed. Daikin Field got rid of the outfield train. Bobby Dynamite, RIP.
Okay.
Also, Daikin Field has a mascot called Pichon-kun. He's a water droplet. Pinchon is the sound a water droplet makes.
Huh?
Kun is a diminutive. And it means little droplet, basically. Also, a lot of people thought that this mascot was going to replace Orbit.
I mean, look, Orbit, watch out. Like, I would just say, watch your back.
Yeah, Bobby Dynamite's gone.
Is that for sure? Or was the
There's
train
no
just not there that day?
Well, what's Bobby Dynamite going to do?
Well, they got to replace. Maybe they're
There's
going to make
no
it look
train with
different.
oranges.
Yeah, it's in the shop.
I mean, the train's not about the oranges.
They're going to put the water droplets in the back of the train?
I like the idea of it's just a pile of window units and different AC equipment and stuff just strewn about the back of the train.
Yeah, like, I don't know what else they're going to be driving around. Ice cubes? They're going to probably go all in with the icebox thing?
So is Daikin's not an American company.
No.
I think I was out the day that this was all announced, and so I know nothing about Daikin.
I think it's a Japanese company.
Yes, Japanese air conditioning company.
We couldn't get Roki Sasaki?
Or Yusei Kikuchi.
Or Yusei Kikuchi. What the hell?
Hey.
Or Haesung Kim. I think
Japan's a big country.
And also, that guy's South Korean.
That sounds Korean, yes. God, Joe.
Hey, Paul.
We didn't even
Hey,
say
Paul.
it. Don't
Hey,
have
Paul.
to,
Hey, Paul. This is where you can call me.
Yeah,
I don't have to say anything this
just
time.
the layup of all
Yeah,
that.
I'm not even going to say anything, man.
Why? Also, I think it's strange they haven't, like replaced any of the signs. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Like it still says Minute Maid Park
I
everywhere.
do like seeing that. I don't know, probably once a week I open up Twitter and just see a random person who was walking by the stadium and takes a picture of it and says, it still says Minute Maid Park on the stadium.
They'll get there. Maybe by opening day.
Feels like you should get on that.
Can we keep it?
Oh.
Can we keep the sign? Just don't tell them. I'm sure Daikin is in another country. It's a long flight, I'd imagine, from Tokyo to Houston. Just don't tell them.
Yeah.
Just put and whenever they come, just make sure that you put cardboard over
Like
it.
just put like a banner
Yeah.
over it.
Yeah. I like that.
I want to keep it Minute Maid Park.
I mean, most of the money is just for people. I imagine what you're paying for with naming rights is just that, like, it shows up on Google as that, and Joe Buck, or not Joe Buck anymore, but Joe Davis introduces it as Dyken Park when they come into the broadcast. Like the actual sign doesn't move any air conditioning units.
Dodger Joe Davis would call it Enron Field because he's the Dodger guy.
And
like, does it move anything anywhere? Like, if you go to New Orleans, like, do you leave the Smoothie King Center and like, gotta get Smoothie King now?
Yeah.
I will say every time I do hear it, I'm like, smoothie would be nice.
The only one I think that would like really work for me is Corpus Christi Whataburger Field. I feel like I would want Whataburger every time I left.
I feel like if they went lower, like just like M&M Stadium, and so next time I'm in the checkout line, I'm like, you know what? I kind of want M&Ms.
Yeah.
I want, what I want. I want El Tiempo Park.
El Tiempo Park. That would be good.
El Tiempo's everywhere.
Yeah, the more El Tiempos, the cheaper the margaritas. Supply.
How many games are you going to this year? Are you protesting as a fan and media or just media?
I have no comment on the matter.
Okay.
But that parking lot attendant guy, F you, dude. F you.
You never know if he got fired.
Listen, I don't want to make it all about me. Okay? I don't want to make it all
not
about
just
me.
about you.
All I'm saying is I asked where to park, and then I brought up, hey, my car got hit and run last time under your watch. So why didn't you keep me from going into the parking lot that time? And then he called me a poop head. More colorful language. Some people probably like that, but my car has not experienced fun times at Minute Maid Park, and I don't really want to go back. Don't really want to go back. So we'll see.
Well, you're not going to go back to Minute Maid Park. You're going to Dyken Park.
That's true.
Oh, what if
maybe I'll be allowed in.
that guy was a Minute Maid plant?
Yeah, he said I'll never be allowed to park in his parking lot again. So again, we will see. I don't know if I believe that, but it would suck to try and find out. I kind of don't want to. I actually don't want to F around and find out. I don't want to drive all the way down there and then not get let in. Absolutely not. Anyway, Gallant George, that is our Astros countdown. We are 13 days away from pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach. Up next, how far can this Rockets team go this year? And were there may be other reasons for Ryan Presley waiving his no-trade clause to join the Cubs? Stay put.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay. That's cool.
Has a loved one died and left you an old car to sell? GiveMeTheVin.com has just launched the new service GMTVCC.com. Write this down, GMTVCC.com, which is Give Me the VIN classic and collector car buying service. GMTVCC.com will hook you up with GMTVCC Pro buyers that will appraise and offer on that 69 Chevelle, old Corvette, old truck, and especially Restomods. We love Restomods at GMTVCC.com. Don't mess with consignments or auctions. Get paid today on your classic or collector car at GMTVCC.com.
Would you trust your family's safety to the lowest bidder? No. Jim Fiume, founder of Gulf Coast Windows, 40 years ago pioneered replacement windows. And since then, they've led the industry in window technology, installation, and customer satisfaction. Can you buy a cheaper window? Yeah, but not with their Performance Series windows and satisfaction guarantee. Save a few pennies or choose a best-in-class window. Keep your family safe and save money on electricity bills. GulfCoastWindows.com, GulfCoastWindows.com.
If you're drowning in unresolved tax debt, know this. The IRS can place a lien on your home, garnish your paycheck, and levy your bank account. That's catastrophe for you.
We interrupt this message to bring you some good news about your tax debt. We're TaxRise, experienced tax professionals who can help you seek relief programs and work directly with the IRS on your behalf. Find out if you qualify with a free consultation. 888-701-5866. Eric from South Carolina owed over $74,000. We helped reduce it to $798. Troy, a disabled veteran, owed over $142,000 and settled at $500. We've helped thousands of clients with their tax problems, and we're ready to help you. So take the drama out of your tax debt and rise above your situation with TaxRise. For your free consultation, call 888-701-5866. 888-701-5866.
Results vary, not guaranteed. Client names changed. Tax Rise is not IRS affiliated or a law firm.
Progressive presents Renters MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Emily Neal's 70-inch TV. Because after watching her second-grade students yell at each other for hours, there's nothing Emily enjoys more than watching super rich housewives also yell at each other. Why? Because those women are not her responsibility. And that's why her TV is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal media station.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's Gallant. That's a G, yo, and George.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah! On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Ryan Presley was officially introduced to the Chicago Cubs yesterday, and he had some interesting things to say about his time with the Houston Astros. He, at the beginning of his press conference, talked about specifically how things got a little crappy for him after he was demoted.
It was tough. You know, you get demoted and then you got to go out there and be professional and try to lead the right way. And that was, I think, one of the things that, you know, kind of separates yourself from, you know, being an athlete and a professional. Like, you want to carry yourself professionally. And, you know, that's what they pay us to do, is to go out there and be a professional. And I think that the best way I could do that and show my teammates, you know, how I can carry myself even when stuff's not going to go your way.
To his credit, I do think he carried himself professionally this past season after the demotion, even though I'm sure he was pissed that he was demoted. In Dana Brown's defense, I think it was a merited demotion. And after Kendall Graveman got hurt, the Astros, I think, did panic a little bit, but at the same time got a PR victory by bringing in Josh Hader, because a lot of people wanted them to sign all the free agents who were available last offseason, and they stood pat until the very last second.
Yeah, it is strange to think back to last offseason. It reminds me a lot of this Alex Bregman stuff, where why did you need Kendall Graveman to not pitch last year to sign Josh Hader? Like, that didn't have to be the equation that you needed. You didn't have to wait until that injury took place to then sign Josh Hader. You could have just brought in Josh Hader and had, if Graveman was healthy, who, by the way, is healthy now and could be signed any moment if you wanted him. Actually, you know, you could have had Graveman, Abreu, Presley, and Hader in theory, along with Scott. Instead, they're like, oh, Kendall Graveman, $95 million to Josh Hader, and like that feels like what's happening right now with Alex Bregman. It's like they're waiting for someone to get hurt. I don't know if it's like Dubon or McCormick. And like that means Alex Bregman gets 5 years, $156 million or $162 million, whatever he wants from the Astros. But the Astros made the right decision then, and Presley did do a great job. He is credited for being one of the main reasons why Hunter Brown had his turnaround last year. That pitch that he developed was Ryan Presley and Alex Bregman being kind of the influence of throwing that two-seam fastball more.
So he said all the right things, but he also said something interesting, and I'm going to put my hot take hat on in a moment, even though it's a tinfoil hat Thursday. I've got a hot take hat. Jeremy Branham wishes he had a hot take hat like mine. Here's Ryan Presley talking about waiving his no-trade clause to join the Chicago Cubs.
You know, it's just, you know, being at home, you know, I've been here at home for the past 6.5, 7 years. So, you know, it's just, you know, it's hard to leave your home, but, you know, again, an opportunity to go play for the Cubs, came about, and it was one of these opportunities I don't feel like comes around very often.
What's your hot take?
That last part, to me, it resonated for a second, because if I were, a Skip Bayless type, you take that, you isolate that, and you ask, are the Cubs a better place to win than the Houston Astros? Are the Cubs more likely to win this coming season than the Houston Astros? So I'm just throwing that question out there. This is not something I believe. I think that the Astros in the AL West are perfectly placed. Who's really competing with them? Mariners don't look like they are. Angels sure as hell aren't. Good luck to the A's. I don't care how aggressive they've been this offseason. They're playing in Sacramento. Their players are probably going to have pretty low morale by the end of the year.
Like heat strokes, apparently, because of how hot it is.
And I doubt the Texas Rangers are going to find their way back to where they were just 2 years ago, where they somehow, some way won the World Series, Florida Marlins style, before just vanishing off the face of the earth. And everyone forgot about them again. But is it possible that Ryan Presley, who is definitely jilted by the Astros, also believes that the Cubs have a better chance to win this year? 713-780-3776.
No, he probably thinks that just because now he's on the team. He does have Kyle Tucker with him, and maybe more. I think it's more about the idea of being a Cub more than about being on a better team. I think that matters to people.
Being a Cub?
Beat Wrigley. He
putting on the pinstripes.
Wrigley Field. If you're a baseball nerd, it matters. If you're a huge baseball fan, Wrigley matters for a lot of people. I know I'm gonna get crushed for that.
Playing at Wrigley?
A lot of people like playing at Wrigley.
Do they even have lights?
They do.
Do they have toilets?
They do. That you poop in, yes, but
so you can't be there. You can only poop at Wrigley.
Well,
Field?
they have latrines.
That seems...
They have latrines.
The troughs.
They have troughs to pee in.
Okay.
Yeah, those are still there. Super gross. Not a fan. Don't miss that.
Yeah, I've never understood the appeal of the losing his franchise just because they have like a cool location. I've never understood the Chicago Cubs.
Oh, Harry Carey.
Yeah.
Because they were on WGN.
But that's part of it. That's why people like the Cubs. It's because they were on WGN, so everyone could watch them.
You're from Chicago, so it's definitely different. But I just don't subscribe to this idea that the Cubs have some sort of like national fan base.
I mean, I think the people in Houston would disagree because there's like more Cubs fans than Astros fans when they come here.
Yeah, but that's because that's just every Houston sporting event here.
That's true. That's true.
It's the Texans. That's the Rockets.
But of like the national fan bases, I think the Cubs and the Braves would have the biggest because of
the Yankees.
Well, yeah, the Yankees, but those
Yankees and Dodgers have the most.
But like because of the way TV used to work, like with like the Cubs and the Braves, I think that's why I've perceived more national fan base.
I think that's why the Braves like took over the South. Is that TBS was on and no one else had a team.
Teams.
Yeah. For the Cubs, maybe that's true in the Midwest. But I don't know if Dallas native Ryan Presley was like, hell yeah.
I'm going to play for the Cubs.
He wants to play at Wrigley because of Rookie of the Year.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because they have a propaganda movie.
He did say that in his press conference, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
It must have been such great business to be the first MLB team to be like, a 90s kids movie wants to make a baseball movie? Yeah. Yeah, it's the Angels. Sure. Yeah, it's the Cubs. Like, you just get such good free press for no reason.
I think it's more plausible that he views the Cubs as a contender than he looks at the Cubs and says, I want to play for them.
Or he just doesn't want to be in Houston anymore. I think also is part of this.
Sure, I'm sure. I mean, that's the main reason he's gone is because he probably felt jilted. And then the Astros were basically peer pressuring him to waive his no trade clause with all that reporting that happened over the weekend.
It would be very funny if they're like, why'd you waive your no trade clause? And he was like, well, did you see what Bob Nightingale was tweeting? God.
Yeah.
I could never show my face in that city ever again.
Yeah, I think
it made me feel unwanted.
Yeah.
Because it really feels like listening to his press conference, like the only reason why he didn't want to waive it. It has nothing to do with really baseball. It's wife's from here, he's from Texas, kid goes to school here. Like, don't want to move.
You know
like,
what?
Like really, like just like I don't want to move.
You know what another good reason would have been? Sean, do you have the dump button ready?
Yes.
Fuck Dana Brown. That would have been a good reason to not waive your no trade clause. I'm sure he thought that.
Yeah.
I'm sure he thought that, right? Like, F him. Screw him. Screw Dana Brown. That would have been a reason to not waive it. Honestly, it would have been pretty funny if Presley just said, nah, I hate that guy. I'm going to stay here.
Well, I mean,
the reverse Jimmy Butler.
I mean, he wasn't going to be a closer here. He might not be the closer for the Cubs.
He's probably not going to be the closer there.
It's crazy.
Like, it's just, he didn't want to be an Astro anymore. And like, he didn't want to move. And as a married man, my guess is he had to convince his wife to move. Like that's my gut feeling.
She doesn't have to move. I just have a place in Chicago. You and the kids stay here.
Yeah.
Right? That's how that could work.
I mean, I guess so. Like, it could work that way.
Just, I have my own place, Chicago, right by the stadium. Hit up Wrigleyville.
Yeah.
Hang out with the Barstool guys. I'm sure the wives would love that.
Enjoy the winter.
Yeah.
Well, he'll be gone by then.
Yeah. No, he will have signed a contract with the Texas Rangers by then.
I was gonna say he'll be an Astro by then, but like Hector Neris.
Oh my God, that would be.
You better not have a 9 ERA or whatever Hector Neris had.
The Astros openly welcome back that 9 ERA.
It'd be really funny if they traded that prospect back for Ryan Presley,
or like when they
stretch run,
profit.
Cam Smith. We're gonna send him back.
If they just like DFA'd Presley, like it would not shock me if he was back at the deadline.
No, because I do feel like there's the belief Dana Brown. I feel like that is part of it.
Yeah, we probably would go back to the Rangers.
Yeah, just sign with the Rangers. Can I already just make that my prediction for next year's free agency? Even though this year's free agency isn't even over, just next year, Ryan Presley's going to sign to be a closer, or I don't know, setup man. He might just be a setup man for the rest of his career now. He's going to the Rangers. There's no reason he's not going to. If you didn't want to move that badly, you just go to the Rangers.
Sticks it to the Astros, retires in his hometown. Yeah, I could see that. So there you go. Just food for thought. Is it possible that Ryan Presley waived his no trade clause also because he believes that the Cubs are better this coming season? He's definitely trying to sell himself that right now.
100%.
I'm not saying I believe that. I'm just asking that. The press conference, you could certainly isolate that audio and say he thinks they're better.
From the outside perspective, I get why you would think that, but then like if you actually talk to anyone that like works there and like what a cheap owner they have, like you're probably gonna realize that they don't operate exactly the same way the Astros operate. They operate pretty poorly, to be honest, right now. So
yeah, I mean they had Theo Epstein for a little.
Yeah, and then they got rid of him.
They got rid of him, or did he leave?
Semantics.
Is it semantics?
What happened in Boston? Did they like he gave up all of his prospects? He won a World Series with a lot of other guys that he didn't bring in, and then after a couple of years, it bottomed out. That's what happened in Chicago, and now he's going to be the next commissioner of baseball, most likely. And he's trying to fix the game that he broke. That's what Theo Epstein's doing right now.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call and to text in. Big game for the Rockets tonight. And some crazy stories across basketball. We had some fights. The guy that the Rockets wanted and didn't get looked like a bitch last night. I can't believe this guy's trying to act like the NBA's out to get him. Who am I talking about? You'll find out. Stay put.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
John Granado here with Yanni Damaris from Damaris Barbecue. How many all-you-can-eat ribs can I eat?
As many ribs as you could possibly eat, John. I'm really not worried about you. I would want you to come in and get that.
It's unlimited.
Unlimited. All you can eat.
And you got two different ribs, right?
I do. Baby backs and the spare ribs.
You got the sweet sauce on the baby back?
The baby backs are sweet and spicy. And they're really, really good.
Damaris Barbecue, 2 locations. One's on 610 at 18th Street. The other's at Shepherd, just north of West Alabama. Or you can order ahead at Damaris.com.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply. The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could beat lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, you looking for somewhere to catch the big game? The all-new DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles is the place to be. Louisiana's largest sportsbook is the only place you'll want to watch, wager, and win. Immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order some game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your big game headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
This ad furnished by Nesmond Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 79cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
79cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 79cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 79cash.com. That's 79cash.com. 79cash.com.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Big game for the Rockets tonight. They're 5-point dogs. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 on a risk-free Thursday as they play the Memphis Grizzlies tonight in Memphis. I get it. It's another road game, but they're 3-0 against Memphis this year.
I'm actually, we didn't miss an injury, right? Like someone's not missing tonight.
That's what I'm wondering about. Because
Şengün's a game time decision.
Is he?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, interesting.
Oh no, the Turks.
The Turks are going to be pissed. Well, someone responded to me, and I engaged with some of these complete morons. And again, like they don't know any better. They live in a dictatorship. You know, like you don't get to breathe in freedom. It damages your brain cells. A lot of toxoplasmosis in Turkey. They like cats. That's the one thing I will agree with Turkey on. Turkey treats their cats very well. But yeah, one of them said, I hope he's benched tonight. You'll see what Ime Udoka's like when he doesn't have Şengün. And it was just the other day, Şengün said, yeah, the reason I'm doing so well this year is because Ime Udoka believes in me.
Hey, you know what? Maybe without, Şengün, they're going to lose by 20.
If I have to be the racist, xenophobe, terrorist who needs to be killed, as one person said, I'll do that for Ime Udoka. I'll do that for the Houston Rockets. I will take the bullets.
Honestly, now I just want Şengün not to play tonight.
No, I want him to play. I
want
the
the Rockets to win by 30 without Şengün.
I like Şengün, and I just wish that there wasn't a really loud 20% minority of Rockets fans living in Turkey who act like it's racism and xenophobia whenever he is criticized or whenever Ime Udoka gives him the tough love that he gives to literally every other player on the team. Because I think that it's disrespectful to actual racism and actual xenophobia which Turkey is very familiar with. So is the United States. So is every country ever.
Yeah, they just have no idea like what they're talking about because like they don't have anything else to root for. Like what? Like they don't know anything about American sports. Clearly, like there's like I think what Hito Turkoglu.
Yeah,
is there anyone else like you could ever think of from Turkey? I think I'm kind of already like when they trade him this summer or if they trade him this summer, part of me is gonna be like, good, these people are gone. Like it's not a
Really?
it's not a Shangoon thing. I'm like,
I mean, just don't look at. Okay,
this is annoying.
Just don't look at social media.
Yeah,
they
they're
go
just
away.
annoying.
Like I barely see any of them, and it's because I don't look at social media during games for the most part.
The For You tab on Twitter and X and Instagram and TikTok and everything, it's the worst thing because you see things that you don't necessarily want to see, but that the algorithm knows you might engage with or that you might read a little bit longer. And they know me now. Because I got triggered a couple of times just seeing these people whine and cry all the time.
Algorithm loves to see Paul coming, where it's like we're designed to show you what you get outraged by.
Yeah.
No one tells us what he's outraged by more than Paul Kalani.
Exactly. They know that. They know that. That's how these things work. Like that. I mean, Twitter. Yeah, there's news breaking that happens there, but it's just rage porn. Like, how can we piss off everybody today? And it'll show you things that they know will piss you off. Like that, the For You page sucks. And it by default goes to it, even though you can switch the settings so that it changes. But anyway, no one cares about this. Well, here's my advice to everybody. Don't get on Twitter. Just don't. It's terrible.
Stay away.
If I didn't have this job, I would be off it. I really would. Because like the amount of time I've spent like reading these mentions and sort of getting off to them, which is also a bad sign, is a little bit too much.
Again, the algorithm's like, hell yeah.
But that's why, like, if Shangoon doesn't play tonight and the Rockets win by 20, you could have so much fun tonight, Paul. Like you could really have a good night on social media if you wanted to just troll these people.
Just tag @Turkey, #Turkey. Better without Shangoon. 1-0. Who would have thought? But I want him to play tonight, and we'll see what happens. They are 5-point dogs. A lot of stuff going on around basketball. A lot of stuff. A lot of fights. But also an interesting take by Adam Silver. So let's do that first. Here's Adam Silver talking about a possible rule change for the NBA in the near future.
And I'm probably in a minority. As we get more involved in global basketball, the NBA is the only league that plays 48 minutes. And I am a fan of 4 10-minute quarters. I'm not sure that many others are. I mean, putting aside what it means for records and things like that, I think that a 2-hour format for a game is more consistent with sort of modern television habits. I don't think people in arenas aren't asking us to shorten the game, but I think as a television program, being 2 hours, that's Olympic basketball is 2 hours. College basketball, of course, is
but
is
if
40
you like it, I'd say it has kind of a little bit of a push there.
Yeah, but it's such a dramatic change to the game. I mean, I think something like that would have to be talked more about.
How about less games before we shrink quarters?
They'll just never do it. Baseball ratings did go up this year with the pitch clock. I kind of feel like this is in response to that. I know he's referencing Olympic basketball and college basketball and the new league that they're supposedly trying to start overseas. That they'll be working in conjunction with basically like an NBA Euro is being talked about. But like, what's really the purpose of this? Like he says the 2-hour window. Like he is trying to. He's saying in his mind, he shortens these from 2.5-hour games to 2-hour games that ratings are going to go up. That's basically what he's saying. What proof do you have of that concept that like 2 minutes are going to like shaving 2 minutes off a game? Like, okay, so Amen Thompson's going to play 40 minutes. Like that's what you think's going to happen? Yeah, he's going to play 40 minutes, but LeBron's not going to play 40 minutes.
I think maybe it's the idea that if you subtract 8 minutes from 82 games, you're going to have more rested players and less guys having sick days, But here's the thing, like they're going to keep doing it.
Oh yeah, this doesn't fix that. I mean,
and that's the biggest
yeah,
problem.
It's the games, the number of games. That's the problem.
I'm not convinced that changes anything either. Like, you can't convince me that the way that these players treat their sport and how little respect they have to just trying to play every single game, that if you went from 82 games to 60 games, that you would still not have players skipping 15 games.
Well, some of the responsibility is also on the teams.
Yeah, for sure.
Because the teams will hold guys out when they could play. Because there's too many games. Because you don't have to play 82 of these things. And if you do shorten it, then every game means more. It's a bigger percentage of your season. And they're more spread out. So you're also going to be more rested.
See, it's so funny. Like, if I was going to fix the NBA, I would shorten the season. You know what I would do? I would condense it. I would actually
I would keep it. I would just say you play 60 games in where we were playing 80. So you play 2 times a week.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. But then, like, you're barely on television. I also think, like, your majority of your season goes against the NFL. Like, it does hurt you. Like, go against baseball. Play in the summer.
I've thought that too. I think there's an idea that during the vacation months that people aren't going to watch the
People
finals.
just aren't in front of TVs as much in
watch
July.
Now.
Then it doesn't fix your ratings problem.
Well, like, that's why it's like
it's no. What this is a sports media problem. This is sports media being like, we want something to talk about in July and August.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. From the 281, you could shave an hour off each game by going back and not reviewing every trivial foul. I think that's a fair point.
That's something that also, if we're gonna take ideas from the Olympics, it's like that too.
Yep.
Just like, for the most part, if you just go, we're just playing on, because it goes back to the Chiefs thing of just like, if we're gonna have to sit here and dissect every single foul or every single out of bounds call, like, it's not helping anybody.
Well, and just like the Rockets really are, to me, is not saying like we matter, but like, if Adam Silver were to ask, I think, Paul and I, like, how to fix the NBA, we look at what's happening with the Rockets. I would look at what's happening with the Rockets right now. Like, if the Rockets were playing the style of James Harden, we're not talking about them in the way that we're talking about the Rockets right now, because it's bad basketball. The Rockets play good basketball now. They play an entertainment sport where, like, they're enjoyable to watch. They are a good product. The product is the problem. Like, it's gotten too soft. There's too many fouls. There's too much resting. When you're talking about minutes restrictions and all these things, it's just sad. Just go backwards. Go to play Olympic basketball. That's fun.
I'm with you when you said that right there. I mean, the game itself has become missed 3 after missed 3 after missed 3 after missed 3 after missed 3. And there's that one sequence of, I think, 2 minutes of a game that keeps on getting brought up where I think there were like 7 missed threes in a row. And everyone was just settling for bad shots. And there's a lot of that. And I mean, the best team in the league, or at least the reigning champs, who are not having the best year this year, the Boston Celtics, like, they're shooting 63s a game, 60. That's insane. That's not even an exaggeration. I think the number is like 52, 53, 54. It's insane. And a lot of teams are doing this. And I mean, it was driving me a little bit crazy at the beginning of the year when the Rockets were doing it, because they weren't very good. But this is the way that the game has gone. And blame Daryl Morey for that. Blame also the Warriors. But like, Daryl Morey was the one who saw that. And a lot of people started copying him because it did work. Like, the Rockets started to overachieve with James Harden.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, the Rockets did it with James Harden and shooters, where now you have it where, like,
everyone's doing it.
Yeah, and it's just the idea of like, hey, like, the Charlotte Hornets are going to be crappy no matter what. The Utah Jazz, they're going to be crappy no matter what. It's just the style that they play. In what flavor do you want this crappy team to play in? That's really it, because they're not going to play better if you make them take less threes. They're just going to miss shots closer to the basket. They're just going to miss different shots and lose the same amount.
But yeah, I feel like the NBA messed up, man. Like, they just did an overcorrection. Like, Kane Darko asked us, like, what era of NBA did we grow up in? Well, I watched one of the worst NBA finals in history. Is like one of the main ones I remember is that Pistons final, where, like, they're scoring 87 to 81 are the final scores, and it's terrible basketball. But then they corrected to this because they thought offense equaled ratings. They overcorrected. They have to shift back. There is a middle ground that the NBA just missed. They overshot their landing.
That is funny that, like, like I mean, this is like in everything. We're just romanticizing like the 2000s, and it's like people were so pissed off at the NBA in the 2000s. Like people did not like that at the time either. Like that's why I think some of it's just like people are just going to complain about stuff. Like people are just going to complain about too much offense, too much defense. If one thing becomes in vogue, then they want the other thing. Like it just becomes it just becomes too much of one thing all the time. Where like when there's one team in the league that's playing like, the Phoenix Suns in the 2000s, that's fun. But when every team plays like it and they're way crappier, then you don't like that.
Think about like the NFL right now and how much we glorified Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, Joe Mixon this year, bringing the running game back. But there was a time when every team was just running the ball 40 times a game. It was boring. Like, I mean, it's just like there's more styles. Back then it felt like, but I don't know.
College has a lot of styles. I mean, all things, society, sports, pendulum. Like we go one way, we go too far, then he goes back the other way, then it goes too far. Same thing, overcorrecting over and over and over again. And football's done that to a degree. Basketball's done that to a degree. And also, this is the other thing too. And I don't know if it was really bad like this back in the 90s, but the players are soft. And I'll just point to you last night where Victor Wembanyama gets hip checked by a player last night, and then he goes nuclear. And then afterwards, he's asked about it. I don't even really want to play the comments, Sean. We don't need to play it. Like he doesn't have a French accent, so it's not even fun to listen to. Sorry, it's disappointing that Victor Wembanyama does not have a French accent, but he got grazed into, and he fell over, and he was so pissed, and it was clearly incidental.
Yeah.
By the player who did it, whose name is eluding me.
Zubac.
Zubac. Yeah. This is Euro on Euro crime. Okay. And listen, we don't look down on that. Okay. I know that some people think I'm a racist, xenophobic terrorist. Most of those people are from Turkey. I just want people to know, like, hey, like this is what they have brought into our game, though. This stuff, this falling over. Like, I don't necessarily believe that Wemby fell on his own. I think he embellished it a little bit.
I mean, look how he tried to get off the ground. He looks like a baby deer. I mean, it's actually like kind of sad watching him try to get up and then like slowly jog after.
No, that's the part that I'm rolled my eyes at the most, is like the push in the back, falling over, whatever. It's the like get up, slap the floor, take like 3 hard steps, and then turn around.
And then held back. You're the biggest player on the court.
It's like they like touch him and he's like, okay, I'm done.
Meanwhile, you've also got. I enjoy Isaiah Stewart. I think he is decidedly about that life. He stands on business. Everyone says they stand on business. Isaiah Stewart's the guy who tried to kick LeBron's ass and ran through everyone on the court and was not held back successfully once in an attempt to get to him after a game. This guy, Isaiah Stewart, I'm so bummed out that Syracuse did not land him. He wanted to go to Syracuse, and Jim Boeheim was like, no. So he went to Washington. So he got ejected from
I just watched the play.
He got ejected. And I mean, look, the play, it's so flagrant. He just forearm shoved a guy, and the guy falls back, and he might have embellished it a little bit, but like he just put his shoulder into somebody. Supposedly, per JB Bickerstaff, Pistons head coach, something was said. What was said? I don't know. But on his way out, Isaiah Stewart, while being escorted out by security, held up his hand like a gun and pointed it towards that guy menacingly. And look, this is one of those situations where, unlike all those football celebrations that are getting flagged, like this is also one of those things where if this element is still in the NBA, where there's this idea that some players are gangster, and there's that other element of they're also flopping up a storm, and they're not playing every single game, and the style of the game is such where you're just chucking up threes or trying to get fouls, it does lead to a decline in ratings, especially when on top of all of that, the biggest stars of the game are talking out of their ass about social issues that they don't have an effing clue about.
Yeah.
And that's not all of them, but it doesn't take much for some to generalize it. And of all the sports where people have stopped watching, It feels like there is, as far as the NBA goes, a lot more people who look at it through that prism, whether right or wrong, and that's why the ratings are down.
I also look. I don't know. I don't want to say we're we're a totally racist country here, but I don't think it helps that all the best players, none of them are from America. Like when you look at,
I don't disagree.
You got Jokic, Giannis, Luka, Wemby.
Well, I just think it's a reflection of American basketball culture. The AAU culture, it lends itself to no one cares about the team anymore. No one cares about the team. It's a team game ultimately. Yes, we like the stars, but that's what's another great thing about this Rockets team. And I am excited for tonight's game against Memphis. The Rockets are a team. No one is bigger than the program. Not Alperen Şengün, people of Turkey. Not Jalen Green stands. Not Amin Thompson. And that's been lost too, because all these players are about themselves and their brand. And we have become very individual as a society. And look, that's just part of the United States. You're allowed to be what you want to be. You're allowed to look out for yourself. But I think people are turned off by the me nature of all sports, in particular basketball, though, is the worst of them.
Yeah, I think so. I think the NBA has done themselves more than any other sport a disservice in pretty much every functional way that they can. And look, even though the Rockets, it worked, it seems the tanking worked. It's still a huge problem in the league. The player movement, the player empowerment, the going back to from when LeBron joined the Heat towards where at least that's finally breaking. We're finally done with big threes. It feels like at this point, it feels like the Suns are the
yeah. Now it's just impossible to trade anyone.
Yeah, now you're just stuck. They're literally changing their entire infrastructure of how the league works to basically make it so Jimmy Butler can't demand a trade to Phoenix. That's the whole purpose of it, is to punish players for signing contracts and basically saying you're stuck, or you have to get traded to the Pistons. It's the only team you can move to. So I give Adam Silver some credit. I think he is trying his best.
Stern was better.
100% better. I think Adam Silver is trying his best to right the wrongs that he made himself. But
the wrongs he made in an attempt to pander to the players. And I think that ultimately backfired, and now you've given them so much. Stern, for all his faults, and there were many, Stern was a no-nonsense guy. And now you got a pushover.
I mean, think about who was playing in this Isaiah Stewart game. It's Pistons Pacers. The irony of Isaiah Stewart destroying a player. I mean, it was a full-on check.
There's more malice, not malice.
But it's very ironic of when you think about these two incidents of how it happens. Where the Pacers fans now are just waving goodbye as Isaiah Stewart is leaving the game versus what happened. I mean, as much as people clowned on him for a while, Stearns was right about a lot of things. The NBA was at its best when he left the game since the 90s. Since Jordan retired, where he got it was at its best for sure.
Gary, our friend, has a thought. 713-780-3776. What's up, Gary?
Hey, guys, one of you guys mentioned something about, racist and things like that. I didn't bring the word up, but one of you guys, I forgot who it was, in the me deal. Isn't it the baseball players? I think, let me go back to basketball first. I think the biggest thing about it is that the players have the control. And if we're talking about the race and all that, I mentioned that word, something about black players and black people having control irks some of those people. So, but now I liken it to baseball. Aren't they the ones getting the $700 and $800 million contract? The $1 billion contract?
But it's not
I'm asking.
Yes, they are. But Gary, the difference is in the NBA, the amount of huge contracts that are given out, on an per player basis, it's significantly more than that of baseball. Obviously there's more baseball players than there are basketball players on a given roster. Anyway, Gary, continue.
Oh, I was just saying that, though. Thank you for taking my call. But I just think because of the race play part of it, to the control factor, they do. Most of those guys are white owners, and for to be held hostage, the reverse psychology, I just think it irks them because control. They have control of what they want to do, and that really rubs those guys the wrong way.
But I think you're talking about the owners here, right? Are you talking about them, or are you talking about
The
like,
owners, and then, well, I was talking about the owners, but then it filters down to the talk shows, and when they're talking about it, then it fills into the other people who plant seeds, and they're like, oh yeah,
Totally.
they're a bunch of thugs or whatever.
Yeah, when Charles Barkley and Shaq say all these players are overpaid, it totally trickles down.
I don't disagree. I mean, they can be manipulated as well. They're making good money, and they're on there with EJ and Ernie, and the show almost went out of existence. So that's neither here nor there.
Gary,
But thank you guys.
Appreciate the phone call, Gary. Always a fresh perspective.
And also, Gary, so you don't get canceled in the future, buddy. Governors. They're not owners. They're governors. You don't remember that, Paul?
No.
They're not called owners anymore.
I remember.
They're called governors now. They're not technically. The NBA changed that.
They need to just put JD Vance in charge of the NBA. Then things will really turn around.
Yeah, terminology that'll fix everything. Look, the sport does have a lot of obstacles that it's facing, and I think the big problems that a lot of people are just turned off by the way it's gone. And
I do think that we can sit here and talk about like what is a problem, what isn't a problem. The biggest problem is that people think that there's a problem. Like it doesn't have to be logical. That like it just has to be people don't like it. You have to change.
Yeah, I mean, when your owner is acknowledging so often that there's a problem, like it's like there's a lot of times where these owners, or commissioners, will like pretend like there's not. Like they will act like everything is sunshine and rainbows with their sport. And Adam Silver is having to outright acknowledge that ratings and everything are down.
I will say though, I think there's too much tinkering. I think you change things too much. It gets people like constantly talking about what you can change. Where like no one talks about like how do we fix like an NFL problem? Like it's just one problem at a time. Every once in a while, normally during a slow part of the season. Where like the NBA, it's just like, well, they're going to change the All-Star. If we complain about enough, they'll change the All-Star game again. If we complain enough, they'll change the playoffs again. Like I do think that you start like. It's a little bit like a parent with a kid of like once you kind of back down a little bit, then they kind of walk all over you.
The NBA, their biggest problem is that they let the players have too much influence on their sport. I mean, the reason why they had a problem with contracts and player movement was because specifically, like when you look at the 40-year-old clause where like you can make $40 million a year, that was all Chris Paul. It was Chris Paul and LeBron and Melo and all these guys, like the top of the league, like they selfishly changed their CBA in the NBA to benefit those like pocket of banana boat crew players. And like, it's a huge problem with the NBA. Like they let the players, the elite players, specifically like LeBron and them, change the collective bargaining group of like all their rules. And now they're just like, I don't know what to do with it.
And listen, if you have the power to do it, go ahead and do it. But don't think there won't be repercussions for it. And I would say that's on the players. Like the owners, it's also on them for not sacking up and saying no to some of these things.
Well, and part of it is because like NBA players of all the sports, like the best players do have the most impact on the wins and losses.
For sure. And you know, like what LeBron deserves credit from this perspective. Like he has always gotten the Lakers to do exactly what he wants, like getting Bronny James Jr. to play in a game again. You know, that's been part of this. But the players are part of this too, because the players push for this. And it is kind of interesting that now we focus on Adam Silver and we focus on the owners, who are definitely part of the problem of
you can
the
say
NBA
no.
has, the unquantifiable problem.
You can say no.
But the players are the ones who push for all this. Anyway, this is still on the table if you want to weigh in on it. We got garbage time next before we wrap things up and turn things over to the Killer Bees. He's Joe. I'm Paul Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
Our foundation is built on love.
I admire each of you. Thank you. I love you.
And trust.
I think it just shows our culture.
Hard work.
You know, we're going to prove something. We're going to play with that chip on our shoulder.
Giga Maggies.
Hit the rim. Count it and one. Manny in traffic.
The Aggies play here on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Game coverage of Texas A&M versus South Carolina begins Saturday night at 7 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, this is the time for all those HOA people, and if you have a public pool, this is the time to get the stuff done at Houston Powder Coaters.
Yes, because everyone knows pool season opens Memorial Day weekend, so let's get that work done by April.
So you need to do it now because it takes some time.
Now, because yes, we do have a line of people trying to get their stuff done, and I want you in line with them.
And you guys are bigger and better than ever. You did the bridge in the Woodlands, Herman Park, the benches at NRG. You guys are all over the place.
Yeah, even if you think you don't know who we are, you've definitely seen our work.
And now Tesla and Samsung, what's going on?
Yeah, so we are actually branching out into the Austin market with the tech world. Austin has Tesla, it's got SpaceX, it's got Samsung, and we are there.
Wow, we're really smart now, aren't we?
We are. We're like Silicon Valley Part 2.
That's Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Call me.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and it's 2025, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Don't wait until summer. Make your home more energy efficient right now with windows from Allstate Windows and Siding. They're built for Texas tough weather. They can sustain heat, rain, wind, hail, and they're great at reducing outdoor noise, enhancing the appearance of your home, and limiting the amount of energy that you have to spend. Yes, they can improve your energy efficiency up to 40%. Right now, when you call 832-204-1936, you get 30% off your windows. Call for your free estimate, 832-204-1936.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granado here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light at just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing every single time. Coors Light. Climb out, brother.
Like celebrity pics? Yeah, neither do we. So follow ESPN Houston on Instagram instead.
The race is on at Sam Houston Race Park. Come out for College Night on February 7th and Wiener Dog races on February 8th and 9th. Live thoroughbred racing, food and drink specials every weekend, and brunch on Sundays. Only at Sam Houston Race Park.
Hey, soccer fans, Glenn Davis here. Thank you for supporting Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, brought to you by presenting sponsor, the Daspit Law Firm. Don't forget, join me for the best in soccer talk and football talk weekly on ESPN 97.5.
GimmeTheVin.com. Our expert buying team knows exotics, luxury cars, classics, diesels, lifted stuff, hot rods, inside and out. We buy them at GiveMeTheVin.com. It's a one-stop shop to get into a pool of absolute experts. Join my YouTube channel, John Clay Wolf. GimmeTheVin.com. They don't call me America's best car buyer for nothing.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
This ad furnished by Nesmith Taju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 79cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
79cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news. I went to 79cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 79cash.com. That's 79cash.com. 79cash.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Did you know the ancient Greeks invented tailgating at the Olympics? True story. And Nico Nikos is carrying on that tradition with the John Granato tailgate menu. Whether you want sliders and wings or you want to go, it's all Greek to me, with gyros, chicken skewers, and pita chips, Nico Nikos has you covered this football season. Give him a call or visit niconikos.com/catering. There's 3 locations, including their newest location in the Woodlands. Remember, there's no tailgate like a Greek tailgate.
This is Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. For those who don't know, Justin Tucker has been accused by 6 massage therapists of sexually inappropriate behavior in an article in the Baltimore Banner. Justin Tucker has released a 6-paragraph statement in response. It begins, "The allegations in the Baltimore Banner article about me are unequivocally false. Throughout my career as a professional athlete, I have always sought to conduct myself with the utmost professionalism. I have never before been accused of misconduct of any kind, and I have never been accused of acting inappropriately in front of a massage therapist or during a massage therapy session or during other body work. I have never received any complaints from a massage therapist." The statement continues, and at some point he just slanders the Baltimore Banner several times, saying that there were journalistic failures every step of the way. And I decided to hire the leading defamation law firm in the United States to write to the paper to figure out what the actual allegations were against me. He finishes up this statement saying, "I have always made a conscious effort to be considerate and respectful in all the interactions with the community that I love so much. It is devastating for me to learn that anyone would feel I was offensive in any way. I maintain I did not act inappropriately at any point before, during, or after a professional bodywork treatment session. I would never intend to offend or hurt anyone ever." Interesting that this statement begins with, "It's unequivocally false," but also says, "I never intended to go and hurt anybody, offend anybody," towards the end.
Caught that too. I thought that was interesting. I mean, look, and this is, we'll have to wait and see how it plays out, but gosh, it just reminds me so much of how the beginning of the Deshaun stuff started.
Yep.
Firm statement, and then it just, and he always stuck by it, and Deshaun always had, like he still has. He doesn't talk about it anymore because he's a coward or illegally can't at this point. Probably a combo of both. But it feels eerily similar. We'll wait to see what happens next, but it feels eerily similar to Deshaun Watson.
He seems like a dirtbag, but again, we'll see. There's allegations at this moment in time, and here's the thing. The allegations are going to be very hard to prove. We learned that with the Deshaun Watson case. Sean behind the glass, Joe to my right. I am Paul Gallant. Time for some garbage time.
Oh, I love trash.
Garbage time.
It's garbage.
Starts now.
I'm the trash man.
This is garbage.
The tush push. It's a play that the Philadelphia Eagles are very good at. Some call it the brotherly shove. And in German, this is how it's described.
Das ist jetzt der Tush-Push, ja? Blue 80! Blue 80! Bereit? Set! So. Versteht ihr? Tush-Push ist, wenn der Offenspieler da hinten einfach wirklich am Po den Push macht. Und meistens sind es ja 2 Spieler. Damit kommt nochmal diese zweite Welle. Die erste Welle wird meistens gestoppt von der D-Line und dann kommt diese Wucht von hinten.
Yep. That's the explanation of the tush-push with the physical demonstration in German.
The audio to when they say tush-push to what's happening in the background does not sound like what they're describing.
Well, honestly, I listen to that and I can hear how the English language came from German and some of the Romance languages all blended together into one beautiful potpourri.
Yeah.
That now the United States of America champions and England too.
Yeah, we're the best.
Yeah. We're still kind of imperial. England, not so much. Continuing through garbage time. Trevor Bauer believes there are only 20 players on the planet who are competition for him. How many of them are Astros?
20.
20 Astros. Damn.
I don't know. I watched a Barstool employee get a hit off him. So, I don't really buy into this whole, only 20 people are better than me thing.
He's very mad about being out of work, and he keeps on bringing up the fact I'm one of the most popular pitchers in the game.
He is. I mean, he seems well liked in Mexico and Japan.
Yeah.
But
do you think he can still pitch in the big leagues?
Yeah, I do. I there's no way you can convince me that. I mean, there's a lot of guys that roll out that are bottom of the barrel, don't belong on a major league roster. There's no way he's worse than all those guys.
Was it last year or the year before where there was a push online, perhaps from our Twitch, to bring in Bauer?
Oh yeah, I mean it was a little bit last year where people
last year.
People wanted Bauer. I mean, there's
when things were at rock bottom, they're like, "Bring it, Trevor Bauer."
When it felt like everyone was coming back, but then all the other injuries started to pile up. When I think it was probably when Christian Javier got hurt, is probably when it happened the most. But I mean, yeah, he could pitch in baseball still, but the reason why he's not is because it's not because of what it was alleged. It's because his teammates hate him. It's because the Dodgers hate him. The players hate him.
I think most baseball players do not like him.
That's why he's not in baseball.
To wrap it up, the 489-pound rapper who is suing Lyft, there's a video of her falling on stage while trying to twerk.
It's very funny.
And now you know, so you can look that up on your own time. Big thanks to everybody who tuned in to today's Gallant and George show. Our callers, our texters, our YouTube group, our Twitchers, and everyone else who listened. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
ESPN 97.5.
Hey, man. It's Chance McClain. I used to work here, but I got fired. And for the last decade, I've been making epic family documentaries at Heritage Films. Imagine this, your grandkids watching a movie about you or your parents. Yes, you're the star. We capture your stories and create a legacy film so good, Spielberg would be jealous. Don't let those stories fade. Visit yourheritagefilm.com. Yourheritagefilm.com. Make your life the blockbuster it deserves to be.
Here's how Tax Rise saved Yvonne over 99% on what she owed the IRS.
I got a letter from the IRS saying that I owe $69,000, and I had no idea what to do. That's when I contacted you guys.
Our tax professionals at Tax Rise jumped into action. They helped Yvonne file her back taxes and get into compliance, but they didn't stop there. They negotiated directly with the IRS to fight for her case.
Effective immediately, the IRS has accepted. All they want in return is $100.
Thank you guys so much.
Hi, Brian.
Well, I am.
We're so happy we got Yvonne the relief she deserved.
Oh, she went to school, but by then it was already arranged that Taylor
we're ready to help you. To find out if you qualify for a tax relief program, call Tax Rise today. 888-688-1638. For a free consultation, call 888-688-1638. 888-688-1638.
Results vary, not guaranteed, uncompensated testimonial. Tax Rise is not IRS affiliated or law firm.
You have a toilet?
But
you have a sink?
Worth it.
You have pipes in your house? Of course you do.
Wife went to work
Put
sick,
this number
so I
in your
wasn't
phone. 281-488-6238. That's Aqueduct Plumbing. John Granato here. At some
That
point,
sound
you're
all
going
right?
to need Aqueduct Plumbing. They're professional, affordable, and offer free estimates. I can't tell you how many times my buddies
That's
have asked
really
me for
nice.
that number.
Thanks.
Don't be that guy. Be proactive. Be responsible. Be a hero to your
I
family.
know.
Put Aqueduct Plumbing's number in your phone now. 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
April breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be
Reeling in the refund.
limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Missed any of today's show? Then download the podcast now wherever you get your podcasts. This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 proudly present The Killer Bees.
Definitely a fan of the Killer Bees.
Don't sweat the technique. Now from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, bringing you the fastest 3 hours in Houston sports radio. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank, I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What terrible news yesterday. The flight going into D.C., the helicopter clipping it, awful. That was terrible. I just wanted to mention that off the bat there, just how awful that was. And certainly
so many questions
families,
too, right? I mean, we've had so many different experts, former Black Hawk helicopter and other pilots saying it's so difficult to see, and the Black Hawks are normally flying at like 400 feet, and I guess this one was flying like lights out. For the most part, it's crazy, man. And it's so sad. Now you're finding out that there were national figure skating competitors and their coaches and parents on that plane, and yeah, not a good scene.
Yeah, that was very, very sad. Then I'm reading the news going to the airport, like that, not necessarily the news. Not that I'm like, whatever, like I'm safe, all that, but that was very, very sad, tragic to see that. Yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot, quite frankly. It's bothered me a little bit. Good win for the Cougars last night, Blankers.
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Well, I mean, first of all, I couldn't find it. I was trying to find it. It was televised anywhere. I was just curious.
You can listen on the Houston Sports Network.
Yeah, well, sometimes I got a lot of stuff going on with half the household being sick.
But I was curious,
Sharp, is he okay? Because I know that they were kind of limiting his minutes seemingly fairly well. But I had seen Fran Fraschilla
report that maybe they were going to sit him for a week or so, and I don't know, can they afford to do that?
I mean, depends on what you mean by afford. Like, what do you put the value in?
I mean, schedule-wise.
Schedule-wise.
They have a tough one on Saturday. Texas Tech's really good. They're playing really well. 5 wins in a row, nationally ranked. Top 15 net ranking, top 15 KenPom. Saturday's game is going to be electric. That's going to be fun. Cannot wait. Samson mentioned after the game that he probably shouldn't have played him, but I mean, he's fighting through it. Foot sprain can do more damage. It's more like pain tolerance and stuff like that. So I'm curious. Like I think it's on the table after what he said. They'll make that decision, I'm sure, Saturday, because I mean he gets better, and then it's like, hey, and then all of a sudden he like hits it again. And it's like, oh, that's not good. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what they do there. Deep, Terrence Arsenault would be the starter, because Sharp has missed the one game. He missed the game against Utah. Arsenault filled in, played well. So they do have the depth maybe to sustain it.
Okay.
And is it worth it in terms of getting them right? Yeah, I think that it's on the table for them. But anytime you come away with a double-digit road win, and I go, they're a little dicey there, but West Virginia's a good team. West Virginia beat Iowa State at home, by the way. let's not forget that West Virginia has some really good wins. Really good wins. You get a double-digit road win like that in the Big 12, you take it. So happy with that.
Yeah, it was great win. And I think, again, what I always seem to notice about this team, and whether I was able to watch them or not, you know that the defense travels. And I think that the reason why I saw Kelvin say after the game, they were able to take the crowd and keep the crowd out of the game. Well, that's because their defense sets the tone. And that's why it's so fun to watch them play because, regardless of if they're making threes or not, or the shots are falling down or not, that defense is stifling.
Yeah, fun game. Saturday's going to be a lot of fun, too. If you're looking for something to do, you might have to pay the upcharge for the secondary ticket market, but I would advise you to do that. So this has been on my mind for a couple of days here, quite frankly. Dana Brown was talking to the media earlier this week. I think it was on Monday. It might have been Tuesday, but I think it was on Monday. He was talking about Altuve playing left field, right? And we thought that it was only going to be a Bregman thing. Like, if Bregman comes here, well, then you move Esoc to second. Jose Altuve is going to play left field. And then Dana Brown dropped, like, the additional nugget when it comes to that and said, oh, yeah, no, he might play left field no matter if we sign Alex Bregman or not. And my thought on this is there a better teammate than Jose Altuve? Is there been a better Astro than Jose Altuve? Because we've seen Jose Altuve take multiple team-friendly contracts. The first contract that he signed with the Astros was a steal. It was a bargain. He won the MVP on a very low salary, and then the Astros took care of him with a second contract. But then most recently, he takes below market value. That way he can maybe-ish finish his career with the Houston Astros. So this is your greatest player in franchise history that not once but twice took a team-friendly deal. This is the same guy during the COVID year, you might remember, that was struggling so bad, he knocked on Dusty Baker's office and said, hey, Skip, move me down in the lineup. I'm not performing. This guy's going to be a Hall of Famer, and because he wasn't performing, he asked his manager to move him down in the lineup because he's self-aware, and again, he's the ultimate teammate guy. And now we're learning that a dude who's a Hall of Famer, who's the face of the Houston Astros, the greatest Houston Astro ever, that if he really, pushed his weight around, could pretty much do whatever he wanted. I think that he could do whatever he wants when it comes to the Houston Astros. And if he knocked on Jim Crane's door and was like, hey, I refuse to play left field, that would probably happen. And we learned that he's willing to play left field. Jose Altuve is the ultimate team guy. He might be the most ultimate team guy we've seen in the history of this city, especially when you add the talent of the player, because he is going to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I just don't know how you argue it. I mean, you think about it and go over the course of history, and it goes with guys that eventually started to change positions. Like A-Rod said he was never going to change positions. And then, of course, when he goes to the Yankees, he finally relents. But I don't think that he would do it for anybody else. He did it because he was joining the Yankees and Derek Jeter. But I think that you look at Correa, who said, he was adamant. He's a shortstop, not a third baseman, because there were talks at times that they were thinking about moving him. But when you look at what Altuve has done, how graciously he's done it, he gives the team-friendly deals. He's outspoken to be loyal to his teammates. There's a reason why Justin Verlander comes out and says, I literally love Jose Altuve, because he really makes it about everybody else but him. He likes to deflect. He likes to give credit to others. He does everything that they ask, and sometimes even if they don't ask, he's willing to do what a lot of guys with his credentials that you mentioned that have an ego would say, no way, no how. I've earned the ability to pick my spots, play where I want to play, and make the money that I think I have to make. And instead, here's a guy that not only is a class act the way he represents the franchise, but the way he goes about his daily helps this team to win baseball games and be successful.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is there anybody even in the conversation that has been an all-time great in the city that has been this type of teammate? Like, Brady took a lot of money. Like, Brady left a lot of money on the table to help the Patriots. That could have been a little bit self-rewarding, though, right? Because it led him to all the Super Bowl titles. Like, Hakeem like demanded trades multiple times.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like he was somebody who wasn't always happy in Houston. The other, like James Harden, certainly not.
I mean, you could throw in Biggio because he kind of did the same thing, moving to center and then left field because of Jeff Kent and then Beltran.
Biggio would be the closest, and maybe almost the identical, right? Like he almost did the same exact thing.
And he started off at catcher and moved to second, so he moved multiple times in his career.
Now, the moving to second, I think, was a little bit self-rewarding as well, because I don't think he gets to 3,000 hits if he catches his whole
Probably
career.
Not.
But yeah, a team like he was asked to do it. It wasn't his idea. I remember it was Art Howe. I think that was I know it was the manager that went to Biggio. Was like, hey, can you? I think we should move you to second base to save your legs a little bit. So yeah, Biggio would be in that conversation. Although Biggio, did he take the salary hit that Altuve did? Because I remember when he was a free agent, like he was pretty close to leaving to go to Colorado. So I think that the Astros still paid him top dollar, whereas they really have never done that with, well, at least they haven't done it with Altuve on his first contract and his third contract. His second contract was fair market value, I think.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I was going to mention the Akeem thing. I mean, Akeem essentially pushed his way out. He and Charlie Thomas were sideways. There was no way he wanted to play with the organization as long as Charlie was the owner. And he spent that year that everybody dreads in Toronto. Otherwise, he would be that type of guy. But you kind of go up and down the list. You can't find many of the current Astros because they all, when their contract's up, seem to just walk out the door. From a Rockets perspective, I really can't think of any because we know Harden wasn't that guy. And we know that, in between, we rotated other superstars and other players. And I don't remember a lot of them. But he didn't play his whole career here. But the one that, at least from a financial standpoint, was Barkley taking $1 million so Scottie Pippen could make $11 million so that they could try to make the team as good as they could make it be. But we all know that off the court, I mean, Charles wasn't at Jose Altuve, though a lot of people don't know how generous he was. But I don't think Altuve's throwing guys through glass windows and throwing haymakers.
Didn't Barkley also demand that $1 million back, like post-retirement?
No. So the story behind the story is that, because I've had conversations about this and with Carol Dawson when he was alive and everything else. But Les supposedly said, and there was a promise on the table, if you take $1 million for 1 year, down the road and on one of your next contracts, I'll make it up to you. And then Charles subsequently got hurt, never really was able to play to the levels that they wanted him to, and he ended up walking away from the game. Evidently, he still expected in some way, somehow, he would still get that money. And for a while, he held a grudge. He hated the Rockets because of Carroll and because of Les. And, I mean, I had 3 or 4 conversations in the middle with Carol Dawson, and Carol was adamant, like, believe me, this wasn't me. And I want to do right by Charles, but I don't know that there was a promise unless he and Les talk personally, and no one will ever own up to it.
Yeah. I think Biggio's the closest for sure to Altuve. I would put Altuve with a slight lead because of the 2 team friendly contracts. The other one that comes to my mind, I wouldn't put him on the same tier, but some might, would be JJ Watt. JJ Watt, but he did leave Houston whenever the writing was on the wall, when they were not supposed to be very good. Jose Altuve really hasn't had that opportunity, I guess. Maybe Altuve does it whenever the end of this contract's up. Maybe he's at 2,982 hits, and the Astros don't want to bring him back because they're rebuilding or something, and he goes to, the Pittsburgh Pirates. So maybe that could change with Altuve. I would say that the one negative to Watt in terms of this conversation is, there were times that Watt would freelance a little bit. There was times that J.J. Watt would go out of gap assignment a little bit.
That was reportedly part of the rift between him and O'Brien.
Yeah, so you can make the case that a guy going out of gap assignment could be a little bit of selfish. But you could also say Jose Altuve trying to take a lot of extra bases could also be a little bit
thrown out
selfish.
A lot,
Yeah, so I think that maybe Watt can be in this conversation a little bit too, Blankers.
Yeah, I think it's a great call. I think that, I don't think it was organizationally driven, and I don't think it was ownership driven like with Akeem. I think with JJ, it was, I can't take any more of, yes, the losing, but, the regime of Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby. And, even when he tries to take the high road with McAfee and others, he can't help himself but call out the fact that from Jack to the way everything went down, that it really kind of still is stuck in his craw. So I think JJ is as close as it gets to Altuve in terms of on the playing field or court, off the field, the community things that he did. I mean, look, we're never going to forget the tens of millions of dollars that he raised and all the things that he did dedicated to this city. Altuve does a ton of that stuff. They're both squeaky clean image-wise. I think that's it. I think it's JJ.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Is there anybody we're missing when it comes to this? Altuve, the ultimate team-first guy, and for his stature and his caliber, the biggest team-first guy in the city of Houston, in the history of sports history. The history of sports history in the city of Houston. Are you cool with Cali? If Cali is the OC, are you cool with that?
Never quit.
Bad Take Boulevard. It is a Thursday after all. It doesn't necessarily feel like a Thursday. And then we had a listener text in to John and Lance bashing us today for bashing Lance's comment and story on the Bobby Slowick, CJ Stroud thing, which couldn't be further from the truth. But we'll listen to that conversation as well. And then Joel Blank had a little run-in with the SWAT team. What? We'll get into all of that, and much, much more. 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Did Scott Boras screw Bregman and the Astros? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas. Our community, that's our favorite, right? That's one of my most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Did you know that Taquerias Arandas now have sports bars inside several of the Houston locations? That's been going on for a little bit. That's right, my favorite Mexican restaurant, also my favorite spot to catch games. Arandas sports bars offer a full bar, incredible drink specials, several televisions so you can watch your favorite games, authentic Mexican bites, and they are open late. And all this just to make sure Houston sports fans never miss a play. Get to your nearest Arandas location and enjoy one heck of a great time with great food, unbeatable game day experience in one location.
Woo, woo! If there's ever a time to hop on the MyBookie train, it's now, because the big game is here. It's fun to have some action on the biggest football game of the year, and you can make it happen at mybookie.ag. Are you leaning Chiefs? Higgles? Winning some cash on top of your pick will bowl you over. It's really super. See what I did there? Here's the key when signing up. Use our promo code BET975 to get a welcome bonus on top of your initial deposit. More money for free to make bets and win. The big game prop bets are ridiculous. You can bet on, will Trump tweet during the game? Will the Gatorade shower be orange, blue, or purple? And how long the national anthem will be, over or under? Spice up your big game experience. Sign up with MyBookie today. Go to mybookie.ag, click on bonuses, and be sure to use promo code BET975. That's BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only at mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So I had a run-in with an avocado this morning. I was trying to cut up an avocado. And
you've done this again?
I've had my second run-in with an avocado. This is avocado 2, Branham 0.
Because last time I think you said, quote, I tried to be chefy.
I was in college. I was in college when this happened. So this is the first time. This is the first time the avocado's gotten the best of Branham in the last 20 years. I mean, that's a pretty long time. You know, I lost to an avocado in 2005, and now I'm losing to one in 25. Like once every 20 years, no big deal, right?
The scouting report didn't change, though.
Yeah. So you want? No. It did the first time. The pit's what got me. I was trying to, be a chef and take the pit out like all, chefy, and it slipped off the pit and punctured the middle of my hand, the palm. And I had to go to the ER. It's very. I mean, I don't know Scheffler's entire story, but it's very similar to what I read. Anyways, today, go ahead. How did it break? Like in his hand? Like, did he squeeze the glass too hard? I mean, a golfer probably does have pretty good grip strength. I'm not sure I've ever cut pasta in my life. Maybe if he's making it homemade. I think I've seen that before. Like people that make it homemade and do their own, like the flour, and then they cut it into links. The noodle. Yeah. I think there's different. I mean, I guess it depends on the noodle, the specific noodle. But anyways, today I had a little bit of a knife and I was trying to just cut the avocado open, and it slipped and it clipped the very top of my index finger, like right in half. Like, yeah. I don't know if I need stitches or not, but I didn't have time to go, so we'll have to see how it goes. Anyways, enough about my itty bitty finger. Did Scott Boras screw Bregman and the Astros, Blinker? 713-780-ESPN. Where do you stand on this?
I think we were kicking some of this stuff around yesterday a little bit, but I'm curious your thoughts because you and I have had the conversation off the air, and I know it comes down to what Bregman eventually signs for. I just think Scott Boras once again has done his client a disservice in Alex Bregman. I think that he was trying to use what Dana Brown and the Astros were saying publicly about how Bregman was their top priority, and we obviously really want him back, and all the stuff that we have heard over and over again ad nauseum about what Dana had said when the process of free agency first began. But now that we are at this point in the process, and Bregman doesn't have anything close to what maybe Boras is the only guy putting out there that Bregman has on the table, it seems like the Astros have provided him with the biggest, best offer so far that he has received. And if I'm Alex Bregman, and we've talked about the track record, it starts all the way back with Dallas Keuchel, and it goes through the guys of the recent free agency process when we talk about Chapman, and we talk about Snell, and we talk about Montgomery, and all the different guys. Boras isn't the same guy with the same weight doing the same things, but he's making the same kind of promises that he was able to deliver on previously. And if I'm Alex Bregman, I'm pretty ticked off because if you believe anything and who you talk to, and I'm sure what Boras was saying, it was going to be a really hot market. It was going to be competitive. You had big name, big money teams involved, and you were going to hit the jackpot. And now here we are sitting at looking at Alex Bregman, and it took the reopening crack of the door, as Dana Brown put it, for there to even be the possibility, seemingly yet again, that one, Bregman could return, and two, that he could sniff the kind of money at the kind of years that he thinks he's supposed to be getting that no one else seems to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we won't know until he signs a contract, right? Because I'm not. Look, he still might get more than 156 over 6. I think that in the grand, like in the larger scale, if he signs a $90 million 3-year deal, I still think he can make 156 over 6. So I don't know if I can't say that Boras has cost him yet. There's no way you could possibly say that. I'm also not convinced that there's not a bigger offer on the table out there for Bregman. I think that there could be a bigger offer of 156 for 6. But it wouldn't be for a team that he wants to play for.
Mm-hmm.
That's like where my mind is wandering. Like if maybe he doesn't want to play with the Angels, right? Like the Angels have spent money now. It'd be weird with Rendon and all of that. But what if the Angels have offered him $200 million for 6, but he just doesn't want to play in LA? So he's trying to get the money closer to the biggest offer that he has. Or we've heard Toronto is kind of like a dark horse contender, and Toronto is notorious for being the bridesmaid to these free agents. They're always finished second place for these free agents. What if the Blue Jays are giving him 180 for 6? That's $30 million a year, which is what his demand is. So I'm not a believer that he doesn't have a bigger contract than 156 over 6.
I'm totally with you on that. I think that he Instagrammed this morning something about loving the United States of America and only want to play here in America or work here in America.
Do you think that had to do with the DC thing though?
I don't know if that was that or if it was the fact that the Toronto Blue Jays are one of the teams rumored to be in the mix and maybe he doesn't want to play in Canada.
That would be really out of touch if he did that today, I think.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right with everything else that has happened. But, I don't know where this thing ends and how it ends. I'm not even sure that I want him back at that number. And I don't know, I don't know that if that's something that, hey, we made this offer and that Boris assumes that if we can't find anything better, that it'll always be there, or if there's a renegotiation because of the fact that he doesn't have a deal. And I'm totally with you. I just do not believe that, Boston, we've heard, only wanted to go 3 years to maybe 4 at most. And they're supposedly in the mix. The Tigers totally scared off by the amount of money that Bregman wanted and the fact that he was trying to up it closer to $200 million. And they've already gotten shocked by the Javi Baez signing that went completely wrong for them. And they're a small market team. So those are the two other teams we hear that are the most competitive other than the Blue Jays for his services. And it doesn't seem like anything's close to the 6 and 156. So I don't know what they're thinking, but what I'm thinking is that he better damn well hope that offer stays on the table with the Astros, and there's a way that he can try and salvage this, whatever he feels like he has to, because now we're hearing, well, he doesn't want it to look like he took a pay cut. Bottom line is, regardless, if you don't sign with the Astros, you're going to take a pay cut in terms of what you were expecting and the AAV you were trying to get.
Yeah. I don't think we can determine if he's a loser or not until that contract is signed. And it also depends on the motive. Like, what is he desiring to do? Is he going to the absolute top bidder, or does he want to be close to the top bidder but also like a chance to win? So I don't know. I don't know. What would you define like losing, though? Like if he gets under 156 for 6 years?
Yeah, I think to start with, if he doesn't get the 6 years, and then from an AAV perspective and for the totality of the contract, you're right. He could and I think we both have question marks about whether he can sustain even what he did last year over the next 4 or 5, 6 years, so that another contract or a shorter contract for he's trying to do what he did last year for about 3 more years. After those 3 more years, older and with less confidence from a baseball perspective, the other teams looking at him going, I don't think he can do it much longer, and I definitely am not going to take the risk of paying him like Jose Abreu. I just think that if he ends up 6 years from now and he doesn't make 156 or more, taking that if he walks away from the Astros deal, I think after 6 years, we're going to look back. If I'm Alex Bregman, I look back and I say I should have taken the Astros deal, just like Dallas Keuchel, because I don't think he's going to make 156 if he doesn't take what's on the table.
Yeah, I'm probably on the other side of that. I think that he'll make north of 156 at minimum. At minimum, I think he'll make 156 or more over the next 6 years, no matter the contract that he signs this offseason. So we can't know yet. The question that I have, let's play a guess the date on when Alex Bregman signs with a team. Any team. Because, look, pitchers and catchers are reporting here pretty soon. Very soon. There's going to be spring training games in February. So guess the date. When does Alex Bregman officially sign with any Major League Baseball team?
See, I know that Montgomery and Snell, they actually didn't even report with pitchers and catchers, and spring training was well underway or almost done by the time they signed. I think with a position player, they don't have to be there when pitchers and catchers report, but I believe that at some point they've got to get into spring training.
It's only like a week later, though.
I think I would say, I was going to say Valentine's Day. I think by around February the 14th, Alex Bregman signs a contract.
Dang it, that was my answer. Because I was going to say that Bregman's a lover, not a fighter. And it's going to be symbolic to the big heart that he has.
Lame takes.
Blanker stole my
March
glory
1st.
there.
He's not
you
going
think March 1st?
Yeah, he's not going into February. March 1st. Like
he's
you
a
guys said, he's a
veteran.
Position player. He's not a pitcher. There's no rush.
That's true.
We've seen Boris use
March
this playbook.
1st.
I mean, how many times?
I'll go since Blanker's got February 14th. I'm gonna go February 28th. Little Friday news dump.
One day before mine.
Give me February.
We do like
28th.
to play the Price is Right on this
well,
show.
If I was doing Price is Right, I would have went March 2nd. I would have went over.
Yeah, I would be in an advantageous position.
I thought you were going to take February 15th. Actually,
I was going to take the 14th, and you took it.
Right, but if you go the 15th
Yeah,
and you're
Price is Right
under,
rules.
that's where you would have done it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, but Brian kind of talked me into the whole March thing. Like, he's a veteran. He probably doesn't want to be at spring training, right? Like, he's got a wife and a kid.
He's going to
2 kids, maybe.
he's going to start slow anyway. So what's the rush?
Yeah. I think he kind of swayed me. He kind of swayed me, but I still want to go with February. A texter says if he's smart, he would sign that 6-year deal that the Astros got on the table. What if he's got 180 for 6 somewhere else, though? Like, that's the thing we don't know. Are we for sure that the 6 for 156 is still on the table? I feel that Dana Brown changes the offer after Paredes and Walker signings. Well, the report was that it was still on the table. But, reports can always be false. Texter says Bregman will sign on Groundhog Day. Another texter, Bregman is not coming back. They would have figured it out by now. I think he's using the Astros to squeeze a few more dollars from another club. Yeah, I could see that too. It's very odd how much Espada was like, yeah, we're still talking to him. And then Dana Brown's like, yeah, we're still in conversation. And then the whole, like, Boris, I owe him a call. Like, I do think that the Astros are in the mix. There's no doubt in my mind the Astros are in the mix.
I actually think that when Dana came out as candidly and he did and said, I owe him a call, I think that was almost a message to the other general managers out there that, hey, by the way, there is no other we are not the ones pursuing him, so that it can be very clear as everybody watches this thing unfold that they're not going to be played by Scott Boras in this deal.
Yeah, which is wise. Texter is 180 in Toronto, more than 156 in Texas with taxes. I don't know, man. I'm not an accountant. I'm a jabroni that talks on the radio.
You were a math major for one semester, so.
Not an accounting major, though.
Okay.
Not an accounting. I don't know. The state taxes are a little bit over my head. I hire a guy. I hire a CPA to do my taxes to handle all $25,000 that I have. People do overrate the state tax thing, though, because you do pay taxes on games that you play away from your home park. Like, so
Right.
if you're going to play in New York, the game rate that you get, you owe taxes in the state of New York. So a lot of times people calculate the 100% salary as being based in Texas with no state tax, when you do have to account for the fact when they play out of state and they're playing in a state that does have state tax, they actually owe that state taxes.
Yeah, and the Astros obviously have to now got a little bit less since the A's are moving, but I mean they had 2 teams in the division in California where taxes are a lot higher, so that gap wasn't as significant as they would often be made out to be.
Hashtag math.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna I always hated those taxes, but we obviously lived in it on a completely different landscape,
different tax tier,
pay scale, than what they're worried about. Because I don't think the players and their accounting staff worries like we did when we saw our checks and we're like, "Good Lord, we got taxed every city we landed and how many days we were there." And man, that was painful.
Yeah, it kind of goes under the radar sometimes. Astros should drop their offer for the 150 for 6. I'm down. I think 156 is 6 too much. I was at 124 at the start of the offseason. People are like, oh, you're crazy. They'll never sign that. He might sign a 90 for 3. 120 for 4 is probably better. It is better than the 90 for 3 that I was throwing out there.
You think he'd give that to the Astros?
120 for 4?
No, he would offer the Astros a shorter deal at 30.
I have no idea. Like we've heard so many stories on this. Like we heard a report he wants a long-term deal. We heard a report that he wants $30 million. I think he wants 150. I think he wants 180 for 6. And my hunch is he has an offer from a team that he doesn't want to play for 186. It's just my guess. Just a total guess.
I just wondered, because he's got pride and because of the way this whole thing has played out, not looking like the way he wanted it to, would he say, yeah, there's another city out there making where I don't want to play, but they're offering me a shorter deal, but the AAV is what I want. I'll call the Astros and say, would you give me 90 for 3 or 120 for 4? And I don't think pride would let him do that.
Maybe not. I mean, but at the end of the day, you have to sign a deal. Like, at the end of the day, you have to do something. So it's a weird deal. Guess the date on when Bregman signed, 713-780-3776. Also, when we return, are you cool with Kaylee as the offensive coordinator? He interviews today, as does Bill Lazor, by the way. But are you cool with Kaylee? I'm kind of coming around on the idea. I'll tell you why next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something else that I'm always comfortable with is HR&P. Human resources and payroll. They are the best. If you're a business owner, get HR&P in your life, and your life will be better for it. It's Cougar owned by Mike Holly. Starts there. Go Cougs. Business owners, let HR&P help you, whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. any of those areas, all of those areas, one of those areas, HR&P can help. No box with HR&P. You're not reading off a menu. You have a small job, you have a big job, you need a lot of help, you need a little help, doesn't matter. HR&P is going to sit you down, completely customize a plan for what you and your business needs, and your business is going to be better for. We were just talking about all those taxes. HR&P can help you there too. They always are on top of the latest trends in any business element. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, a lot off your plate, HR&P is going to find a way to help you and your business. They do it in a way that's unique to best technology in the business. They have the best service. You're going to love their technology. You're going to love their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger, too, on the other side of the line. You'll be talking to someone who knows you, knows your business needs. You're going to fall in love with that. Give them a call right now, 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you. Let 2025 be the year you get back on track. 281-880-6525, or just visit them online, hrp.net. They got a great website. Look through that, scroll through that, and figure out how they can help you. hrp.net. Goodbye.
ESPN 97.5. Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
If you're drowning in unresolved tax debt, know this. The IRS can place a lien on your home, garnish your paycheck, and levy your bank account. That's catastrophe for you.
We interrupt this message to bring you some good news about your tax debt. We're TaxRise, experienced tax professionals who can help you seek relief programs and work directly with the IRS on your behalf. Find out if you qualify with a free consultation. 888-701-5866. Eric from South Carolina owed over $74,000. We helped reduce it to $798. Troy, a disabled veteran, owed over $142,000 and settled at $500. We've helped thousands of clients with their tax problems, and we're ready to help you. So take the drama out of your tax debt and rise above your situation with TaxRise. For your free consultation, call 888-701-5866. 888-701-5866.
Results vary, not guaranteed. Client names changed. TaxRise is not IRS affiliated or a law firm.
Hey, Houston, it's John Granato. When you're shopping for a new truck or SUV, you want straightforward pricing and zero surprises. And that's exactly what you'll get at Chastain Ford. No dealer add-ons, no hidden fees, just a hassle-free experience on the Ford you want, like the tough F-150 or versatile Bronco Sport. Visit ChastainFord.com today and experience the difference of transparent car buying. Chastain Ford, Houston's trusted dealer, ChastainFord.com.
Country music superstar Morgan Wallen is coming to Houston for his 2025 I'm the Problem Tour. Join Morgan Wallen at NRG Stadium for a two-night show, June 20th and 21st. Tickets go on sale this Friday at LiveNation.com.
Your home for Texas A&M athletics is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Kick 'em.
Or just visit them online, hrp.net. They got a great website. Look through that, scroll through that, and figure out how they can help you. hrp.net. Goodbye.
Yes, coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Just a pleasant farewell. Nothing wrong with that. It's good business.
Don't
good
say
business
goodbye.
for an
Say,
HR company.
say see you in 3 minutes, or listen to us in 3 minutes.
It's goodbye for the HR&P. Goodbye for your business if you don't get HR&P in your life. Now that for a hard sell.
Okay.
There you go. All right, 713-780.
Fear-mongering there on the end of that
It's
one.
a hard sell. You got to have all sorts of tactics whenever you're a sales guy. Probably why I couldn't do sales. I couldn't do the whole hard sell. Your life's going to be awful if you don't buy my product. You know, that's tough.
Oh, my God. Yeah,
just make sure you say goodbye at the end.
Say goodbye. But you got to be pleasant. You got to be pleasant.
I've had some experience in sales, even in the CBA, and I'll tell you this. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not going to lie to people. I'm not going to try and, pull the wool over their eyes to get a buck. And I don't know how some people on the sales staffs live with themselves, but boy, they try by any means necessary sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, most of the sales guys I know are very, very honest. Sales ladies, they're very, very honest. But you run into a few of them every now and then. They're like, "Dang, this guy's ruthless. Ruthless. Get out of my house. Get away from my door. I don't want you near me." Are you cool with Nick Caley? 713-780-ESPN. He's one of two candidates that will interview for the job today. Bill Lazor being the other. So the Texans with two internal options, right? Gerard Johnson, Bill Lazor now, and then they've Nick Caley will be one of the externals as well, and the two guys they interviewed earlier in the week. How do you feel if it's Nick Caley, Blankers?
Kind of uneventful, like underwhelmed. I mean, we've had so many conversations that I'm really locked in and hoping that it's Chip, and I hope that Chip Kelly gets the job because he has experience. Because he has experience not only as an OC, but he has experience as a head coach in two different places. He has experience in the NFL, coaching and running a defense and a full team. And I think that means something. I think that the bigger thing to me that I've been harping on, and I have nothing personal against Gerard. I have no personal bias against anybody except for the fact that we just went through Bobby Slowick's 2 years of never having experience calling plays before. And I think that led to some of the mishaps and some of the mistakes and the less than performances that we saw to the Texans offense. And I don't want to revisit that or maybe even take a half a step or more back while we take another guy that's never called plays and now kind of go through the bumps and the ups and the downs of another guy doing that. I need someone that comes in from day one and says, this is our offense. This is what we're going to do. This is how I want to do things. And then we can talk about terminology and, altering playbook and things like that as we go.
Yeah. Here's let's play Nick Caley because I do have some pushback to that. It's not just you; it's like the general conversation when it comes to any offensive coordinator job. But here's Robert Mays from The Athletic talking about Nick Caley. I found this on John Crumpler's Twitter. Really good Texans follow. But Robert Mays from The Athletic talking about how Nick Caley would be his top offensive coordinator candidate in this year's cycle.
Nick is the number one person on my offensive coordinator list coming into this offseason. And it's for a lot of different reasons. I think that, one, the energy is insane. Like when you leave a conversation with Nick, it's kind of like leaving a conversation with Sean McVay in what they're bringing to the discussion. And that's kind of why I think them landing together is interesting. Nick and Sean didn't really have like a previous connection when he went out to LA. Nick is a Patriots guy. Like Nick Caley was raised in the Patriots organization as their tight ends coach. So Nick went over to LA for the 23 season. And that was the first time he had really coached outside of the New England system. And so I think LA was good for him in his football education in a few different ways. Seeing a different way of doing it from the way that Belichick did it, I think is big. I think seeing different types of leadership styles, coaching styles is very important. But also offensively, the construction and the ideas behind the Rams offense are extremely different than the construction and the ideas behind the Patriots offense. And this is, personnel and how you deploy it and the run game and what it looks like, all of that. But even the way it's taught in LA in terms of progressions and how the quarterback sees the offense, how it's communicated to the quarterback, that's extremely different than what it was in New England. And so I think seeing the NFL game from two different sides and being able to kind of come out on the other side and say, okay, when it's my chance, how can I kind of combine all of this stuff to make the best version of the offense I want to run? I think having that background as a coordinator is important because it gives you flexibility and you can step outside of just a Xerox copy of whatever offensive system you came from. And I thought the other part of this, he was offered the Patriots offensive coordinator job last year and did not take it. The self-awareness in that choice to know, you know what, I like it here. I enjoy the energy here. This is good for me. Let me get one more year under my belt. That's a difficult decision to make when somebody is giving you a really significant promotion. And if you look at some of the other guys whose names have been thrown around, Gerard Johnson, Josh McCown, Gerard, based on his offensive coordinator interviews last year, I heard they went well. I heard he was somebody that was worth putting stock in. He's very young. He has not been around this very long. Caley's 42. He's been in the league for a while. I think he is really set up to take the best possible run at this. So when I saw that name as the first one that was thrown out, I was like, there it is. Like that is the guy I would bet on. I am not surprised that Aaron Glenn, who has been an assistant in the NFL for a very long time, had Nick Caley at or near the top of his list.
Albert Breer also reported that Caley had an offer nearly $3 million to be the offensive coordinator for the Patriots and turned it down. Hearing that, does it change your view at all on Caley?
I mean, it intrigues me a bit. And I found what he was saying very interesting. And yeah, I'd be open to hearing more. At the same time, I'm still up against my concerns about, he might have all this energy. Yeah, I do like the fact, and I think as we talked about it, the more I thought about it, I like a guy that isn't just hell-bent on a Shanahan system. I mean, you can run McVay, Shanahan, just be modern, be creative, be innovative, and kind of have your finger on the pulse of the way games are called in today's NFL. I don't know, man. I really cringe at the fact that I don't want a guy that hasn't done it before.
Okay, I'll give you the pushback I have on that on the other side. 713-780-ESPN. Also, Jasper just texted in. I wish I had HR&P. Hindsight is 2020. I had my secretary doing payroll, and she didn't do her job, and now IRS is after me for $25,000. That stinks, Jasper. If you need a buck or two, ask Blankers. You can find them on Pac-Man Joel.
No, we got a commercial, too, when the IRS was knocking, and it's as easy as 1, 2, 3.
There you go. And you can get HR&P in your life, 281-880-6525, or just visit them online, hrp.net.
Goodbye.
All right, I'll give you the pushback I have to the offensive coordinator post when we return. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
I assumed you knew.
How old is your home? If it's 40 years or older, you might need a whole house repipe. Old pipes leak and corrode. This can damage your home and give you crappy quality water. Plus, old pipes can burst in freezing temperatures. You need Aqueduct Plumbing. They'll repipe a 1-story, 2-bath home for only $5,500. Even if your home is larger, they have great pricing. Aqueduct has done thousands of repipes. Visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com or call 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Tired of paying high electricity bills? There's a good chance your cool air is leaking out of your outdated windows. Are your windows safe and secure from burglars? Do you hear noises outside your home like dogs barking and lawnmowers? It might be time to consider replacement windows. Go to GulfCoastWindows.com. Gulf Coast Windows has the best-in-class Performance Series windows with satisfaction guaranteed. Keep your family safe and save money at the same time. Go to GulfCoastWindows.com. That's GulfCoastWindows.com.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas. Our community. That's our favorite, right? That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest innovation is a game changer. John Granato here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal. But now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do. The kids will love it. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet, ProDunk.com.
Gallant and George, weekday afternoons from noon to 3.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Keith from L.A. Recently, Who's Tree out of McVay and Shanahan been producing the best coaches, clearly McVay. Yeah, you're right. It's McVay. XX Ron on Twitch. I want a guy with experience. I was really hoping D'Amico could just turn offense over to a guy and focus on defense. Slowick burned me on a first-timer. Nothing against these other guys. So, like, I understand the fear there because you hope that it's not Slowicky, right? You hope it's not first-time play call. Although Slowick was good in year one. Like, we kind of dismissed that. we were mostly happy with Slowick after a year. Other teams were interviewing him to be their head coach, or even a team interviewing to be the head coach this year. But like Sean McVay had to be a first-time play caller. Kyle Shanahan had to be a first-time play caller. I feel like we dismiss these first-time play callers. They can be very, very good. I would argue they have a chance to be just as good as a retread play caller. Maybe they're more volatile, but maybe you get more upside at the same time. Like, again, McVay and Shanahan had to call plays for the first time. So to me, it's more about getting the hire right. I don't really care who you hire. It just needs to be right. And then we reserve the right to criticize you if the hire stinks. And we'll also credit you if the hire is very, very good. And I think what people fall into, especially from like a fan base perspective, is that you're really looking for sizzle, quite frankly. You're looking for a sexy name that makes you feel comfortable. Because whenever anybody throws out a Chip Kelly, it's, okay, well, I know his offense has been good. I know that even in the NFL when he was a head coach, despite not having the best resume, his offenses were clicking. Oh, he won the national championship at Ohio State as a play caller. But does that automatically make him better than a first-time OC? Does that make him better than Sean McVay whenever he was a first-time play caller in Washington? So from a fan base to make us feel safer, I think we're always looking for a comfortable name, a sexy name, a name that has a little bit of sizzle. And when we hear a name that could get the job that we've never heard of before or we have heard of, but it's like kind of a nothing burger, that like gives us fear that the guy's not going to be any good. How do we know? How do we know he's going to be any good as a play caller or not?
Here's my rebuttal to that would be, I don't know, and I didn't look up the first time that McVay and Shanahan were full board in control of the offense and called plays, and I don't know what state those teams were in. But I do know that
Shanahan's was in Houston under Kubiak.
Okay. I just, and they were pretty good, right? They were pretty good.
Yeah.
And Kubiak obviously is right there with him too. He's got his head coach kind of over his shoulder to be able to kind of guide him through, which you don't have with D'Amico. And I also think that, where the team is, from a status wise, record wise, forecast and future wise, would alter my thinking on that as well, to say that, yeah, if you're just a team that's kind of pressing the restart button, or, you're less than trying to build it back up, I'm fine with giving a guy his first chance to take the reins.
But what if he's best? What if he's the best guy, though? Like, what if D'Amico Ryans think that Nick Caley's the best offensive coordinator? Like, who cares that because you expect to be good that he's a first-time play caller if you think he's the best?
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm also thinking from the perspective of, in the process, if you don't know, you might have to take some lumps until you figure out that he is. You may feel like he is, but because the expectations are so much higher here than they would be in some of those situations that I was bringing up, that I think that it's tougher to say that that's what my biggest fear would be. That would be my apprehension. I don't want a guy that I'm going to have to worry about because of the fact that the team is so good that I don't know if he's going to be capable of guiding this team right away to where I need it to go.
But isn't that the interview process? Like, isn't that the purpose of interviewing the guy and having faith in the guy? Like, because what the coaches do and what we do as fans are very, very different. Because we as fans, we're looking at the process. Well, this guy's resume is this. This guy, Chip Kelly's done this. He's guided a top 5 offense in the NFL. He's guided an offense that won a national championship in college football. He has a long history of being a really good play caller. That's his resume. And there's no doubt his resume as a play caller is far greater than Nick Caley's resume as a play caller. Because Nick Caley doesn't have a resume as a play caller. He's never done it, to your point. But you're not hiring a guy based on what they've done in the last 20 years. You're hiring a guy on who gives you the most confidence is going to be good in the next 5. And we as fans, we think that the best resume is going to be the best hire. But coaches don't look at it that way. The coaches are predicting which of the 2 coaches gives them the best success over the next several years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, whatever the case is. So if D'Amico sits down and talks to both of these guys, and I think that the 2 interviews that he had with Chip Kelly assistants earlier this week was to try to get an idea of what a Kelly staff would look like. And now he's meeting with Kelly today. Maybe it's between Chip Kelly and Nick Caley, who knows? But D'Amico's, whenever he's interviewing these guys, he's trying to determine who the best guy is for the job today and going forward. Not who has the best resume. So if D'Amico sits there and tells us, well, he thinks Nick Caley's the next Sean McVay, and he thinks Chip Kelly's solid, not bad, good, wouldn't you hire Caley from a D'Amico point of view, from a D'Amico perspective?
I hear you what you're saying, but no, the answer to me is not a slam dunk. Yes, I'm going to hire Caley, because I know that along the way he might have that innovative mind. He might have that kind of that McVay gene, but he also hasn't done this before. And no matter what his innovative mind has, once you don't know until you're in the fire.
Well, you're making an educated guess. You're making an educated
well, yeah, you're trying to, right?
But an educated decision on what is best.
But at the same time, in doing that, you also know that what factors in is I'm trying to win now. I have to win immediately. I can't have that, him making some mistakes as he learns the ropes along the way might cost me a game or two here or there. That might be the difference between a division and a wild card, home field advantage or not, to where that's why I think it also comes down to roster and the state of the team and expectations. If your expectations are, hey, we're on the way back up, we're trying to get a guy that takes our offense where it needs to go, that's one thing. But if you're a team that's a playoff team, that's a division winner, that's trying to take it to the next level in terms of competing with the top 2 or 3 teams in your conference, now I'm a little hesitant and I'm a little concerned about the fact that as good of a mind as he might have, until he gets that experience, regardless of resume, that's where my concern comes from.
But aren't you hiring the best guy? Like who you think the best guy is? Like regardless of their
But that's
experience.
part of being the best guy. The best guy comes
disagree.
in and I don't have to worry about that.
I disagree. I don't think that's hiring the best guy. Like if I'm hiring, I don't know. If I'm hiring somebody to, let's see like a good analogy for this, like somebody that we spend money on. I don't want to say painter, like somebody who'd paint your house. Let's go with that. Like you're hiring somebody that's going to paint your house, right? And they give you their resume. I have 20 years. Like these are some of the houses I've painted. I've painted these houses. Another guy, he does the same thing, but he's like I don't know. What do you call an understudy in painting? I have no idea.
An apprentice?
An apprentice, yeah, an apprentice. But he's an apprentice, but he has all these ideas that you love. And he has all these things that he's done in practice, but not in real life, that you absolutely love. And you think that he is the best guy for what you desire to be. Wouldn't you hire that guy?
No, because I think that everything has a value, right? And so value can be associated with the fact that, hey, for the long term, this guy he's going to settle in and he is the kind of mind that I'm looking for. But in the short term, the value is that I don't have to worry about a guy that's never done this before making those kind of first year OC mistakes. I've got a guy that's going to come in complete control. And then you have to, weigh in terms of that added value of how much different is a Chip Kelly offense, or less potent, or however you measure it, or less prolific than an offense, by somebody else, and what the value is there. Because I think you have to put it all on the table and say, you just can't do what you've done under Bobby Slowick in terms of kind of the things that we've all been able to point out.
But you're just assuming the next guy that hires Bobby Slowick. What if the next guy that hires Sean McVay?
I'm not saying it's Bobby Slowick. I think he could be a much more innovative offensive mind. I think he could really know his stuff. But when you start being pressed about, when you start doing the things that Bobby struggled with in terms of whether it's, how do you adjust your offensive line, or, the right play
Sure, but he's not hiring Bobby Slowick. Like they fired Bobby Slowick.
I understand that, but I'm still
Slowick.
saying, until you've been in the fire calling the plays and understand what that pressure's like, and what, the timing of it and the intensity of it and everything that goes with it, mistakes can happen. And I feel more at ease knowing that a guy that's been there and done that before, I don't have to worry about that from.
Yeah. See, I'm trying to find the highest upside, because I for me, like if you want to win it all, you need the sharpest at each position in your organization. Like you want to have as close as you can to the best head coach. You want to have as close as you can to the best offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, all your position coaches. You want to have as close to the top of the league at quarterback, every single position that you have. Like Sean McVay's first year as a play caller was 2014 with Washington. I don't know when Josh McDaniels was fired, but Josh McDaniels was fired, I'm sure, once, like somewhere around that time. So if you had a team that needed an offensive coordinator and you were a playoff caliber team, like with your theory, you're hiring Josh McDaniels and I'm hiring Sean McVay. But I might miss. Maybe I'm hiring Bobby Slowick too. But I'm willing to take the risk for the upside.
See, and I don't know if I can relate it to like Nick's coaching search. Like if you're doing this with a head coach, or you're doing it with an offensive coordinator, if you haven't made any mistakes prior to this, or the last guy that your predecessor wasn't kind of setting yourself up to at least have concerns about doing it again, then I'd be maybe more comfortable in taking, like, if this was instead of Bobby Slowick, if D'Amico got the head coaching job, coming into this year, and he decided that this guy's the guy that's going to be my offensive coordinator, then I'd probably be a lot more open to everything that you're saying. But because I've already been scorned by what's happened with Slowick, because of the fact that we now know that the roster is set up to win now, and I'm a little less likely to be forgiving and understanding and work with a guy that's never done this before. That's where my concern comes from.
I think you're also minimizing the fact that he's been an offensive coach forever. Like, yes, he hasn't called plays, but he's not completely oblivious to the job. Like, he knows the job. Has not had the job, but knows the job. Like, I think he's ready for the job. He's been offered the offensive coordinator post of the Patriots, and the Jets have been interested as well. A lot of texters want to weigh in on this. 713-780-ESPN. Blankers, a lot of people. I think the majority, quite frankly, of the city. I think the majority of Texans fans want the old hand. They want the sure thing in Chip Kelly. If he is a sure thing, I'm more of get the guy that you think is the best for the job. I take the volatility of it. I'll take the guy that has the higher upside, even if he has a lower floor. And maybe that is Nick Caley. We don't know. But where do you stand on this? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay. That's cool.
Jeremy Branham here from my good friends at HR&P. For nearly 25 years, Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, has led HR&P, protecting the interest of Cougar-owned businesses. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Cougar-owned businesses let HR&P customize a plan to rid you of the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burdens with HR&P and get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H.
The race is on at Sam Houston Race Park. Come out for College Night on February 7th and Wiener Dog races on February 8th and 9th. Live thoroughbred racing, food and drink specials every weekend, and brunch on Sundays. Only at Sam Houston Race Park.
Here's how Tax Rise saved Yvonne over 99% on what she owed the IRS.
I got the letter from the IRS saying that I owed $69,000, and I had no idea what to do. That's when I contacted you guys.
Our tax professionals at Tax Rise jumped into action. They helped Yvonne file her back taxes and get into compliance, but they didn't stop there. They negotiated directly with the IRS to fight for her case.
Effective immediately, the IRS has accepted. All they want in return is $100.
Thank you guys so much. I can't even explain how grateful I am.
We're so happy we got Yvonne the relief she deserved. We've helped thousands of clients find solutions to their tax problems, and we're ready to help you. To find out if you qualify for a tax relief program, call Tax Rise today. 888-688-1638. For a free consultation, call 888-688-1638. 888-688-1638.
Results vary, not guaranteed, uncompensated testimonial. Tax Rise is not IRS affiliated or a law firm.
Join Jalen Petrie, the Houston Texans' Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee, in supporting kids' meals to feed Houston's hungriest children. Help Jalen raise $30,000 before the big game at feed5more.com. Every dollar counts. Donate today.
30 for 30 presents the New York Sack Exchange.
Flecko, Lyon, Salam, Gastineau.
If you hit a quarterback and if they got up, you didn't do your job.
They were a brotherhood.
There is no magic formula for controlling the New York Sack Exchange.
But brothers don't always play nice.
Flacco could not stand me.
I should have been waiting all day for you.
Well, get down.
I understand.
I don't know what you were doing.
I'm still trying to forgive and forget.
Stream the New York Sack Exchange, now on ESPN+.
Something amazing is happening here. Scientists are using AI to study how whales talk to each other. CDW experts can give researchers the power to process complex data with HP workstations, advanced by AMD Ryzen Threadripper Pro processors. With easier handling of AI workloads, your organization can bring powerful insights to the surface. Make amazing happen. HP, AMD, and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/HPAMD.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Don't sweat the technique. You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Aaron Wilson has just reported another request of an interview for the Texans offensive coordinator job. Battery check, too, giving us a heads up on the Twitch. Aaron Wilson, Texans have requested an interview with Commanders assistant head coach and offensive pass game coordinator Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson, Baytown native, played for the Baytown Lee. What do they call the Ganders? The Ganders, right? He and Drew Tate. Best things to come out of Baytown.
So we could have a Baytown baddie as our offense coordinator?
Yeah. Top 2 quarterbacks in Baytown history are Drew Tate and Brian Johnson.
Facts.
Facts. Those are facts.
Do those guys fumbled away an SEC championship?
Your words, not mine. But good words, funny words. He was also, Brian Johnson, a Utah quarterback, also graced the cover of NCAA once upon a time. I can't remember the year.
That must have been way long ago. I don't remember that at all.
He did, yeah. He graced the cover. Maybe like 02, 03, maybe. Former offense coordinator of Philadelphia, who got fired after a year. Former offense coordinator at the University of Houston. I think that Brian Johnson would be a disastrous hire. If the Texans hire Brian Johnson as the offensive coordinator, I will be very mad at the Houston Texans.
Why?
Because I think he stinks.
Okay, but is that...
It's a pretty good reason, I would say.
But I mean,
good reason
because
not to hire someone.
but is that because of the fact that he's not from the same kind of experience?
No, it's because I think he was bad at Houston, and I think he was awful in Philadelphia.
Well, I mean, if you had any crossing of paths with him at Houston, you'd know better than most. So that's totally legit. I was just trying to go back to our conversation last segment to try and say, well, here's another guy that doesn't have experience.
No, he does. He does have experience. He called plays for a year in Philly. He's called plays in college. He has experience calling plays.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm out on that. I am out. If Brian, no. Of all the candidates that they have interviewed, this would be the one I have dead last on my list. I think that they would. I think they would really, really be a disaster if they hired him. I'm being dead serious here.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it would be a disastrous hire. 713-780-ESPN. I hate that they're even interviewing him. Like, it kind of scares me that they're even interviewing him, quite frankly. It's like, what led you to do that? Like, what do you see? Like, what do you see there you feel the need that you need to target him? Or maybe not target him, but at least talk to him. I don't see the rationale there. I think it's a bad look, even though they're requesting an interview, quite frankly. Like, it makes me wonder a little bit about their evaluation skills to call plays on the offensive side.
I understand what you're saying. And look, the fact that you had him at U of H, you know what he's done, and the fact that, he's not coming from the kind of coaching tree with the guidance of the guys that we know have kind of dictated what offenses are run and how plays are called in the NFL. And yeah, there's more than just McVay and Shanahan, but those are the two guys that, basically everybody looks to in terms of, I'm looking for the next. Well, it would be of those two guys, and then the guys that they've groomed that have already had success, like Kevin O'Connell's of the world and others. And if it's not there, then why the hell are you wasting your time other than maybe doing a solid for a guy that like to get on somebody's radar, pro or college, to try and get another OC job? Otherwise, I don't have any understanding why they would even consider this guy.
I hope it's the latter. I really do. Because if it's not the latter, then I'm starting to question their evaluation of play callers. Like, that's how severe I think that is. Like, that really, it kind of breaks my heart a little bit seeing that. Like, and then also you could throw the Slowick matter into this too. Like, if you think Slowick was a bum in year 2, wasn't bad in year 1. But if you think he's a bum in year 2, well, they hired Slowick and now they're interviewing Brian Johnson.
I mean, obviously you were closer to this than Joel and I, but I also don't like it from the aspect of, if you're hiring this guy, you're not hiring the reason why Jaden Daniels and the Commanders' offense was successful. The reason they were successful outside of the players on the field was Cliff Kingsbury. I'd rather hire. I wonder if you're going to hire someone that ran a successful offense, let's hire the guy that was actually in charge of running the successful offense.
Yeah, didn't get fired after a year.
Yeah, exactly.
He got fired after a year. He got fired after a year in Philadelphia, and you're interviewing him?
Yeah,
what are we doing
like
here?
if the idea is like, man, the Commanders had a great year, let's steal from them. This guy wasn't the reason for their success. It was Jaden and Cliff Kingsbury.
Let me make sure I get my years right here. But Philadelphia, who is going to the Super Bowl this year, they're going to the Super Bowl this year, right? Super Bowl? They're going to the Super Bowl? They're going to the Super Bowl. Their play caller is Kellen Moore. Last year, Brian Johnson was their play caller. They won 3 fewer games than they won this year and the year prior to that. And they got ousted in the wild card round, and Jalen Hurts was frustrated, unhappy with coaches. Brian Johnson was the play caller. What'd they do the year before that? They went to the Super Bowl. Like, what are we doing here?
I'm with you on that. I don't like that at all.
I hope it's your point that they're doing him a favor, but at the same time, like, he's not unknown. Like, he's a passing game coordinator for Washington, and he had a really good season with Jaden Daniels. I think he's a really good quarterback coach for what it's worth. I think he's a great quarterbacks coach. I don't think he's a play caller.
Well, maybe that's just it. Maybe you've hit on it. Maybe this is they have, whether it be Nick Caley or Chip Kelly or whoever, they have in mind who they want to hire as their OC. And because if he's viewed as, okay, not an OC, but this guy's a great quarterbacks coach, maybe they're interviewing him as a step in the process of whoever they actually hire. We'd like to see if this guy'd like to be our quarterbacks coach.
Well, he's not going to leave for a lateral move when he's in Washington with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, it's probably true.
Yeah, like this, it makes me question some things about their process here.
I think he could possibly have been a victim of being the fall guy for the fact that Jalen really didn't like or had issues with Sirianni. But at the same time, we don't know. What we do know is the results on the field were awful. He was the guy that was, by title alone, in charge of everything that didn't work for the Philadelphia Eagles. Is that the kind of guy that I'm clamoring to go get and bring in to run my offense after I had an offense that sputtered? Absolutely not.
Yeah, and I'm also, I mean, there's two stops for me as a play caller that I would also point to. Like, I'd also point to 2017 as the play caller for the Houston Cougars. So, like, there's more than one thing. There's more than one reason I'm saying this. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Texter says, great quarterback coach greater than OC. I think he means about Johnson, but I'm not sure. Or maybe he means the quarterback coach is more important than the OC. That can't be the case. 713-780-ESPN. A bunch of people on the Twitch, bunch of people on the YouTube. They're agreeing with you, saying that give me experience. Soriano agree with Blankers. Experience has to be a factor for this hire. Chris, I agree with Blankers. Texans are in win now mode. Don't have time for someone with zero experience to get their feet wet. Need someone to come in and immediately take control. I hear that. Totally understand that. I respect that opinion. But let's rewind. 7 years ago, you were a playoff caliber team and you could hire retread Josh McDaniels or Sean McVay. Who would you hire? I think we would all say Sean McVay. Now, there's no guarantee he's going to be Sean McVay, but there's also no guarantee that Chip Kelly is going to be good as an offense coordinator. So, like, there's possibilities and no guarantees and all that stuff. Let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-ESPN. Uh-oh, James from Baytown. I hope I didn't trigger somebody. James, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, James?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I had to correct you on something. So I graduated in 2003 from the Baytown League Anders with Drew, and so we graduated in 2003. I can promise you Brian was on the cover somewhere around 06, 07,
okay.
08 time frame.
Appreciate that.
On a note that matters to y'all's point, look, perspective, I think, is a big deal on the hire, and I like both y'all's points for sure. I just think to defend a Chip Kelly versus a Nick Haley is, I think if you make the Nick Haley hire last year, where we were with no true expectations of being a playoff caliber team, I think it caught a lot of people off guard. And that guy gets to grow with your quarterback and grow with your offense. I think teams. I mean, you talked about who he was offered a job with last year with New England and stuff like that. Well, yeah, okay, there's medium and minimal expectations there. And you're talking about a top 8 team in the NFL here now. So that's where you, just like making a first-round draft pick, you may flop on it, but if you flop on it with going with somebody that everybody is telling you that this is the best guy, this is the best fit for your team, blah, 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 and has all those tangibles and has proven that, then I think it's a safe bet to say, hey, and if you blow it, well, geez, we picked the best guy with the best track record who's done it before. Now, you look in 2 years and Nick Haley's leading the best offense in the NFL, but Chip Kelly maybe took you to an AFC championship game, you still can't say you made the wrong choice. Yep, you can look back at it and Monday morning quarterback it, but if he got me to the next step and gave me an opportunity to get to the Super Bowl, I still think you can look back at that and say we made the right choice at the time. And that's all I got.
Appreciate the call. I think that he meant 2 years ago, because if you're just clean slate, you got a new quarterback coming in out of college, you don't know, you have no expectations, then you go with someone like this. Because at the end of the day, D'Amico knows better than anybody. It doesn't matter what everybody else thinks. It's what he thinks, because the one that's going to pay the price if it doesn't work out is going to be D'Amico. And it's not going to be what everybody else. Well, everybody said he was good. Well, do you have a relationship with him? Do you trust him? Do you have enough knowledge of him to know that he's going to do everything that you need done? And if you don't, the answers are no. And you know that your ass is going to be the one that pays for it, not everybody else's. That's where the apprehension should come from.
That to me is why you hire the best guy.
But if you don't know him and you don't know what everybody might be saying, this is the guy. But if I don't know him and I don't know that he's the guy and I don't, know people that know of him enough to have the kind of data on him to believe, okay, I can go with that, then I got to go with what I know, because at the end of the day, it's my butt on the line.
Right. And if it's your butt on your line, you're going to pick the guy that you think gives you the best chance to win over the next few years. And that might not be the guy who has the most experience. Like, and look, I think that, I think that you're looking a little bit more for like not you, because I keep saying you, but I'm talking more about the majority of the fan base. Like that to me, like more stable, like more known commodity, might not have the ceiling, but has a higher floor. I'm going for the ceiling because I think that you have to be elite in a lot of areas to reach the mountaintop. I think you have to be elite. I really do. A bunch of different spots. And like, a lot of people are talking about the experience and stuff like that. Well, if you were going experience, you would have never hired D'Amico Ryans. And I think a lot of people are happy with what D'Amico Ryans has done as a Houston Texan head coach. 713-780-ESPN. Roy's on the line. We'll get to him on the other side. A lot of people weighing in on the HRP listener line. 713-780-3776. It is the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
Hey, Houston, it's John Granato. Chastang Ford is your go-to dealer if you're looking for reliable work trucks with no dealer add-ons and complete pricing transparency. Whether you need a F-150, Super Duty, or fully uplifted fleet vehicles, Chastang Ford works with businesses like yours to get the job done. No hidden fees, just honest pricing and top-tier service. Go to ChastangFord.com today and let their commercial team handle your fleet needs. That's ChastangFord.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pegol is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light. It's just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing every single time. Coors Light. Climb out, brother.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713. Call now. That's 713. Call now.
John Granato here with Yanni Damaris from Damaris Barbecue. I am a wing connoisseur, and I think your Greek wings are as good as any wings in this city.
The Greek wings, I just had one that I brought in just now. It was awesome.
You can get them smoked as well.
Yes.
Or you can get them
fried with Frank's hot sauce. You can get them with our second-gen barbecue sauce. You can get them just about any way you want.
Damaris Barbecue, 2 locations. One's on 610 at 18th Street. The other's at Shepherd, just north of West Alabama. Or you can order ahead at Damaris.com.
The Killer Bees, weekday afternoons from 3 to 6. Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Texans offensive career. Their moves. Laser interviewing today. Kaylee interviewing today. Brian Johnson has been requested. Maybe this isn't going to be close of business Friday. Maybe it's going to drag on a little bit longer, which is fun. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Roy, you're in the Hive. What's up, Roy?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing today?
What's up, man?
Good.
I have a question. See, my thing about why I feel that Chip Kelly should be, our offensive coordinator. He done been on both sides. He done been on the West Coast with the West Coast offense. He's been on the East Coast with their offense. And he has a plethora of ideas that he can do. He coached with the Oregon Ducks. And you know a duck out of water is fast. So when you look at that, when they got Bobby Slowick, it was like a carburetor. Nobody didn't know nothing. It starts real good. The second year, it starts to sput out. And it starts every time you got to pat on the pedal for it to go forward to get some motion. With Chip Kelly, you're looking at a fuel injection. He's going to take this offense fast like it needs to go. We don't need no more carburetor. And D'Amico brought him in. He gave him a shot. He did it good for the first year. Second year, he came in. It's that carburetor. You still had to pat on the gas to make it go the way you want it to go. Now, with Chip Kelly, there's no more patting on the gas. When you pat that gas, you're going to take off. And that's exactly what we need with the offense, because it's not a rebuild year. It's a get where you need to go year. And that's all I got to say about that.
Appreciate it, man. Jeremy, you asked for analogies, and you got it.
I love that one, actually. I thought it was really good.
You got the analogy machine right there. I loved it, too.
Did you understand it, though?
Of course.
What do you mean?
I didn't know how much of a work on car guys you are. Like, I will not pretend to be a work on car guy. So I know I know I've heard of a carburetor. I couldn't tell you what any of that analogy meant, though.
See, I'm a car guy to a certain degree.
Are you?
Yeah, I
When's the
can
last
fix
time you
things on my
fixed your
car.
car, Joel?
I fix my taillights all the time.
No. See, you already got it yourself.
Why?
Taillights, you go with a screw, you undo the screw, and then you
not true.
The
Depending
bulb,
on
and then you put
Toyota,
it right
I replaced the speakers.
Oh.
What I'm saying is I'm not going to do. I'm not the guy that's going to get all oil and grease and dig into the block of the engine. I mean, I can, do simpler things, but I'm not going to get into that level.
No, I understand that. That's probably where I'm at too, but I wouldn't call myself a car guy.
Most people wouldn't change their own taillights and floodlights and speakers and things like that. They would take it somewhere to have someone do it for them.
Taillights? The speakers, I'm with you. I wouldn't even know where to start.
Not just the taillights, but like the headlights, the ones where you have to take part of the grill off, you got to go up underneath, and it's like a multifaceted process, not just pop them out, put them in.
I hear you. I respect it. I liked Roy's analogy. And look, I understand where he's coming from, and I wouldn't be mad if it's Chip Kelly. Like, let's be very clear. I wouldn't be mad if it's Chip Kelly. The point that I'm trying to make is that the fan base wants safety. The fan base wants sizzle because a former offense coordinator is sizzle. And I think they find the comfort in that. My point is that you don't know who's going to be good. Chip Kelly might have the resume, comes in next year, and he's awful. Maybe the NFL game has passed him by. We don't know. Maybe Nick Caley, who's never been a play caller, is the next Sean McVay. We don't know. So, my point is that we shouldn't base it based on our likability of a guy, our resume of a guy, or their resume, in that, frankly, I trust in D'Amico in hiring who he thinks is the best offensive coordinator for this team, unless it's Brian Johnson. Then I'll criticize that. But if he hires Nick Caley, cool. He must really like him and is willing to hitch his wagon to Nick Caley's an OC, because you're right. If the offensive coordinator is not good, we might be looking at D'Amico Ryans in the hot seat in 2 years. Because what if the Texans are awful these next two seasons? They go 6-11 whenever the expectations are high. They're trying to get into a new stadium. Like, D'Amico would be on the hot seat. D'Amico knows that. Like, he knows that the NFL stands for not for long. So D'Amico is going – his butt's on the line, not ours. His butt's on the line. So D'Amico is going to hire whoever he thinks is the best offensive coordinator for this job. And my point is, if he thinks that it's an inexperienced guy who's never called plays before over a veteran who's interviewed for the job, I'm okay with it, unless it's Brian Johnson. That's the one that I'm not okay with.
See, I just, we talk about you have to trust trust the head coach and then trust the process. And so inevitably we have to trust that if we believe that D'Amico is the right guy for this team and this job, and that he is the right head coach for the Houston Texans, then you have to believe that he, as the leader of men and the guy making the decisions, is going to make the right decision. But if he doesn't, that's kind of the point I was making. Like, yeah, we can take a chance on a guy that's never called plays before, and we can believe that D'Amico believes that he's going to take this offense to another level. If he doesn't, then they both could be looking for work real soon, because we know expectations changed the minute that they turned it around a lot sooner than people thought, and that 1 year wasn't going to be enough, and that the bar was going to be raised. And now here we are another year in, and we're like, look, this offense has got too many weapons. It's supposed to be too good to have had all the issues that it had all season long, and it can't happen again.
Here, the top offenses in the NFL this year, just go through a few of these. The Ravens had the number one offense in the NFL. They had Todd Monken. Like, he had been an OC before in the NFL. So that would be veteran. The Lions had Ben Johnson. He had not called plays prior to Detroit, so that's one for the newbie. Tampa Bay had Liam Cohen. He's kind of interesting because he was the offense coordinator before with LA, but he didn't call plays there. So is he a veteran, or he called plays in college?
Plays at Kentucky, right?
He did. He made Will Levis look like a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
So, like, are we counting college offensive coordinating experience or not? Like, for a veteran, for a newbie, like it's kind of on the middle, right? Like,
yeah, I think it helps. It can't hurt.
Different.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it can't hurt. It can't help. I mean, it can't hurt from the pressure and the timing of everything and things like that. That's a good thing. But at the same time, you're right. It's a different game with different rules and a lot, different way that the game goes on.
San Francisco obviously has Shanahan, but they hired him as a head coach, did have offensive coordinator experience elsewhere. So I'm not really sure where a head coach would land in this. Same thing with LaFleur in Green Bay. Atlanta's offensive coordinator, Zach Robinson, who that was his first offensive coordinator play calling job, I believe. I believe he was the OC with the Rams, but was not the play caller. So that's his first play calling job. After Atlanta, you have Washington with Kingsbury. He was a retread. Philadelphia's OC, Kellen Moore, who was a retread. Cincinnati's OC was their head coach. So it's kind of a weird thing again with Zach Taylor. Buffalo's offense coordinator, Joe Brady, was a retread. Arizona's offense coordinator, I don't know who Arizona's offense coordinator is. Do you know?
I don't. No, but
it was Drew Petzing. Never heard of him.
But so Steichen was the offensive coordinator. Yeah. So it was the DC from Philadelphia that took the Arizona job.
Jonathan Gannon.
Yeah, Gannon. So, okay. So then it's more important who the OC is.
Yeah, it was Petzing, first time OC. So, like, it's kind of balanced, right? Like, it's kind of even-ish, maybe slightly to the veterans over the newbie OCs. 713-780-ESPN. Chip Kelly's offense in 4 years in the NFL was middle of the pack. That's not true. It was towards the top more years than it wasn't. We went through these a couple of days ago. Somebody on Twitter, Adrian on Twitter, what makes Chip Kelly a sure thing with all his successes in college? How would you answer that, Blinkers?
Say that again.
How do you know that Chip Kelly's a sure thing when all his successes in college?
See, but it wasn't. I mean, yes, just as an OC, but like you just mentioned, when he was in the NFL, his offenses were still very prolific and potent. They still could get the job done. I think it's two different stories. I think as a head coach in the NFL, if you want to grade him on that, as an offensive mind, I think that he could call football plays on both levels.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Other texters, if he chooses Brian, I'm with it 100%. I don't know why you'd be with it 100%. Also saying that the Eagles were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, said that texter. Shane Steichen was the offensive coordinator. Shane Steichen was the OC when they went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Now, of course, it's Kellen Moore. The Eagles have missed the Super Bowl one time in the last 3 years. Who was the offensive coordinator? It was Brian Johnson. I want the best offensive coordinator that's going to gel with CJ and has some history calling plays, but I want CJ to be comfortable with him. Maybe it wouldn't be Gerard because Gerard doesn't have a history of calling plays. Let's see, some other text on this. Could be worse. They could be Dallas and talking to Ken Dorsey. That is true. 409 Josh, these next few years for Stroud are very important. The offensive coordinator is an investment into his future. I won't gamble with an unknown. Pay Kelly and let Stroud learn from him. Look, I think there's risk to any hire, though. Like, there's no guarantee that even the most experienced OC is going to come in here and be great. Everybody thought that Doug Peterson was going to be great in Jacksonville, and he had some years. It was awful this year. There's no guarantee Ben Johnson's going to have success in Chicago. Like, there are no guarantees in life, especially in the NFL. Like, you're exposed quickly. Like, who would have guessed that Bobby Slowick would have been fired after year 2 going into the offseason a year ago? Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody. There are no guarantees in the NFL, even if it's the surest thing. Other text on this, I think I would have just kept Bobby over the people we known have gotten an interview. None of them get me excited. That's Keith. Are there any, of the guys we know who have interviewed, which ones would you want rather than Bobby?
I think that it's probably Chip. Well, they didn't. I don't think they've officially interviewed Chip Kelly.
Right. I would go with Kaylee. If we want to throw Chip into the mix because he's been a focal point of the conversation, that's cool. So Chip, Kaylee, Gerard for me. I would have them ahead of Slowick. That's it. All the other guys.
I mean, the only reason why I'm in agreement with you, and the only reason I would go with Gerard is the fact that at least he knows the system and he knows CJ and he knows D'Amico, and so there's a lot of familiarity with him, regardless of him being the OC. I still have a lot of apprehension about him never doing it before. Fair. So that's the way I would. Chip Kelly is front of the list for me.
Plus, Gerard's from the mean streets of Humble, Texas. He knows how to keep his head on a swivel. Like, I made fun of Binary Bobby for not having any feel during games. Like, he was good at game planning, Binary Bobby, but he had trouble adjusting. He had trouble making adjustments to the things that were being thrown at him defensively. You get a guy from the mean streets of Humble, that guy knows Phil. That guy knows adjustment. Don't laugh at that, Brian. Humble's the murder capital of the United States. I'm dead serious.
Okay.
I'm serious. You think I'm making this up?
I've actually listened to multiple crime podcasts about murders in Humble, so I haven't seen that stat, but I'm not all that surprised if that is true.
It used to be.
There must be a lot less people there than I
because
think.
They're getting killed.
Okay, I'm just saying the only one you can hang on is the fact that maybe per capita, but like bigger cities.
Well, not volume. Yeah. It is per capita. Yeah, it's per capita. It used to be Camden, New Jersey. I actually did a baseball game from Camden, New Jersey. They played Temple, and Temple used to use the ballpark in Camden for some reason. And there was a bullet hole in the baseball press box. In the visiting booth, there was a bullet hole in the middle of the glass. I was like, yeah, welcome to the murder capital of the world.
Gave you some street cred.
Well, I mean, we've already known that I have tons of that.
Wait, is Camden? No, Camden's not the home of Little League Baseball, is it? The birthplace?
I think that's isn't that in Philly? Isn't that
no? It's in New Jersey because I've seen the statue when we were at
Harrisburg. Is that Harrisburg, New Jersey? Maybe.
No, it's real close to Secaucus because we drove through Hoboken, New Jersey. I believe is the birthplace of Little League Baseball. They got statues and they live on that.
I thought it was Williamsport. Is it not Williamsport?
Oh, that's where the World Series is, but I believe the birthplace of Little League Baseball was Hoboken, New Jersey, where the first game was played. I'm going to look that up.
The more you know. I trust D'Amico and Nick to get the right guy. They hired Bobby, but I get it. But I wouldn't say that was a terrible hire. We worked for 1 year, didn't work for the second. One of you guys is looking at the highest floor, and the other is looking at the highest ceiling with OC. That's probably the best way to describe it. I think that's fair.
It's very well done,
would be great. Would have been great to hire an offensive-minded head coach, not defensive head coach with little knowledge of offense. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I wouldn't trade D'Amico for anything, but that was a criticism we had whenever they hired D'Amico, was especially because of the importance of the position at quarterback. Like it's critical. Now, I still think that you can have Bill Belichick wasn't an offensive guy, and he had maybe the greatest dynasty we've ever seen in the NFL. So I don't think that it's a prerequisite, but I do think it helps. I think it is positive.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were both on I was pretty hell-bent on the fact that I wanted, if you're going to draft a quarterback, I wanted an offensive mind to be the head coach, and regardless of what you did with an offensive coordinator, because it was so hyper important to the success of the franchise and everything that goes with it. So, yeah, I mean, look, I think D'Amico's the right guy for the job too, but if you have a defensive-minded head coach, then you certainly, for me, need a guy that has experience on the offensive side, especially after what you've been through.
Yeah. Another text, only guarantee in the NFL, win-win, baby. They didn't even look at our Phillips. I think he's talking about maybe Wes Phillips. Brandon T, not a popular opinion, but I'm open to the idea of Nick Caley. I'm open to the idea of Nick Caley, too. Like, Nick and Kelly would be okay with me. My only concern with Chip Kelly is that he kind of has a history of rubbing players the wrong way. We discussed this the other day.
Yep.
But at the same time, as a coordinator, I don't think it's as big a concern. It's still a concern, but not as big a concern. I know someone that better stay out of Humble, Texas cities. I'm from Humble. My picture's on the water tower. I don't know why they're saying I need to stay out of Humble.
You climbed up there and put
I
it
was
there?
class of 03. I think I was on the Wikipedia page once upon a time, and then somebody deleted it. Shout out Humble, also home of the only ponchos in town. I used to raise the flag at that ponchos many a time when I was younger.
Is that poncho still around?
I think it is. I haven't been there in ages.
Yeah, I drive by there or through Humble occasionally, but I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah, it's
it might not be there.
I couldn't tell you for sure, but I mean, this texture said it's the only one still in town.
It could be. I know the area where it's supposed to be.
It's right on the railroad.
Yeah,
it's
right
across
right
the,
on like 1960 business.
Yeah.
So you're from Humble, but went to Atascocita?
No, I wasn't. Atascocita came after me.
Yeah, it wasn't around.
I'm too old to have went to Atascocita. I lived about 5 minutes from Atascocita High School whenever I lived in my high school house, but it wasn't built yet. So I went to Humble. Had to drive, all those 15 miles. I got many tickets on
through
Will
the hard
Clayton.
streets.
The hard streets. You had to keep your head on a swivel. No road rage on Will Clayton, baby. I tell you that. Get you in trouble.
You can't drive past the Humble Civic Center if you don't have everything straight, man.
Been to many weddings at the Humble Civic Center.
Yeah.
My mom had a reception at the Humble Civic Center, in fact. If you don't think a bad head coach can make a good OC, look at Kingsbury. No, I think a bad head coach can make a good OC. I think they're completely unrelated jobs. Would Sean Payton have been better than D'Amico, seeing with what he has done? That's a good question. Would you rather have Payton or D'Amico?
See, going in and going through the process, I didn't want Sean Payton. I thought that it might have been past his. I didn't like the way he was trying to manhandle the whole process. I also didn't like the fact that you would have had to give up a first-round pick or more to get Sean Payton. But he's proven that as an offensive mind and as a head coach, he's still got plenty left in the tank.
Yeah. I forgot about the draft pick aspect of that. Yeah, I'm happy that they didn't get Payton. Payton rubs me the wrong way. I think he's a good ball coach, but he does rub. I don't like him. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's look at some of these free agents that are leaving the Houston Texans. Who do you want back? Who are candidates to get sacked by the Texans that are under contract? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Houston's only FM sports stations, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Sell your house fast for cash at greenlightoffer.com.
If you're drowning in unresolved tax debt, know this. The IRS can place a lien on your home, garnish your paycheck, and levy your bank account. That's catastrophe for you.
We interrupt this message to bring you some good news about your tax debt. We're TaxRise, experienced tax professionals who can help you seek relief programs and work directly with the IRS on your behalf. Find out if you qualify with a free consultation. 888-701-5866. Eric from South Carolina owed over $74,000. We helped reduce it to $798. Troy, a disabled veteran, owed over $142,000 and settled at $500. We've helped thousands of clients with their tax problems, and we're ready to help you. So take the drama out of your tax debt and rise above your situation with TaxRise. For your free consultation, call 888-701-5866. 888-701-5866.
Results vary, not guaranteed. Client names changed. TaxRise is not IRS affiliated or a law firm.
Hey, you looking for somewhere to catch the big game? The all-new DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles is the place to be. Louisiana's largest sportsbook is the only place you'll want to watch, wager, and win. Immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order some game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your big game headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
GiveMeTheVin.com salutes A Life in Film. Academy Award-winning actor Gene Hackman was born in San Bernardino, California on this day in 1930. Gene Hackman's chase scene in The French Connection made a star of the 71 Pontiac Le Mans. And you ought to know, Give Me the Vin knows 70s muscle cars. Catch your best offer and the best online process in the business at gmtvcc.com. Sell us your car.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-ESPN. So, a lot of the texters, Brian, are saying that that Ponchos is still there. We should do a road show for Ponchos.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I haven't been to Ponchos in 20-plus years.
I haven't been since I was probably 10 at the latest.
It was definitely in the 90s the last time I was there.
See, 10, let me do the math, 30. Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I think I know I've seen the sign. I just wasn't aware if it's open or not.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Blankers, have you ever eaten at a Ponchos? You're missing out. Very different than Ponchos. Ponchos food is average at best.
Average is
yeah, it's
generous.
The I guess the desire to eat at Ponchos is that you can eat a lot of it because it's all you can eat. And yeah, they have the sopapillas.
Well, not a buffet. You raise the flag and they bring you more.
It's like a Brazilian steakhouse, except the food is very below average. Oh yeah,
yeah. It's very cheap.
Very, very cheap. And they give you sopapillas at the end. Sopapillas were my favorite part. You put the honey in the sopapillas. Oh boy,
I'm more churro over sopapilla, but I won't turn down a good sopapilla. There? I would take a good churro over a good sopapilla. But did they do that
at Ponchos?
Huh?
Did they do sopapillas at Ponchos?
Yeah, sopapillas at Ponchos. But I'm just saying, like, if I had the choice, I would go churro over sopapilla.
Yeah, they're both very good. What were you saying, Blankers? Do that? Yeah, I like churros too. Sopapillas are great though. I haven't had a sopapilla in forever. I need to get a sopapilla in my life. Oh, that's a bad take.
I will eat tortillas by themselves.
That's a bad take.
I do that all the time. Tortillas greater sign bread.
My grandma used to make homemade tortillas every single day. And yeah, you eat those fresh off the stove. Yeah,
of course.
Oh, so good. You put
we're not talking about like the cold ones from the store.
Oh.
Well, it's kind of the same material, it's just a different presentation.
Yeah.
But if we get takeout from any of the great Tex-Mex restaurants here, I'll get some extra tortillas and use that to dip into the different salsas instead of the chips sometimes.
Room temperature out of the bag is a little odd for sure. Like
warm room temperature is weird.
Yeah, I mean the room temperature part of it is weird. Now you get it warm, that's fantastic stuff there. Going on a bread tour might be the whitest thing I've ever heard.
Sounds very depressing. It makes me feel bad for your childhood. In a cup of water.
Might be the whitest thing I've ever heard. My wife has found a new hobby of making sourdough bread, which is pretty tasty, actually. It was very tasty. Texture raised the flag. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Paul's got a word or two about Ponchos. What's up, Paul?
Yeah, I didn't hear all your remarks about Ponchos. I just tuned in, but I'm a 55-year veteran of Ponchos. And it broke my heart when the Woodlands closed down and then the Tidwell location closed down. And like my college buddies and I, we would stop at the Tidwell location, have enchilada contest to see who can eat the most enchiladas. And then whoever won the contest at the Rocket game would have to buy the drinks and everything. So the winner would usually be the loser at the game because, you felt so bad. But I'm telling you guys, you cannot beat their sopapillas.
So good.
When you loaded up on enchiladas, and you talk about you're sitting at a table able to raise a flag and get more food. I mean, how American can that be?
Well, it's Mexican food.
You're raising a Mexican flag, yeah.
Hey, whatever flag, if they're going to bring you more food, I'll raise any flag they got. But I love their cheese enchiladas and sopapillas.
So if I'm hearing you right, Paul, your love of country is less than your love of enchiladas.
Whose is it? Appreciate the call.
Yeah, he dropped.
Yeah, that was a why we need to bring Poncho's back. This is what
He's got to
sounds
raise
like.
his flag in order to get his food.
You do. You had to
He
raise
loves it.
The two memories I had the most of Poncho's is raising the flag and then the sopapillas. Like those are the things, and having an appointment with the bathroom very quickly after you leave the establishment.
Raise the flag, and then when you raise something else.
Yeah. Good old Ponchos, man. All right, let's get to the Texans free agents that we want to see back, that we don't want to see back. Also, who are guys to get got that are currently under roster or under contract that can be off of this roster next year? 713-780-3776. It's the V's, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, a word for Doc Linville and his staff. They are absolutely fantastic right here in the Med Center, and they are looking to try and find ways that they can help you. I talked to Doc about all this a while back, and a lot of people are like, you know what, Doc, you need to tell all these athletes that do all the hair transplant surgeries the wrong way, and they get that big scar across the back of their head. And Doc even said to me, he goes, all I need is a chance to get to a couple of people to realize my stuff actually works. The way we go about our business gets results, and everybody should understand. It's not about how much money he can make. He just wants people to know, especially in the Houston area, hey, he's got a solution, not just the masking of the problem like the sprays and the creams and the foam. This is an actual process that works, and he's got ways to make sure and prevent it from happening again. It's absolutely fantastic. I had a consultation with Doc and his staff, and you can too. I got mine for free, and so will you if you go to 975hair.com. Set up that first appointment. Go in for the consultation. Ask questions. Get answers. Have them explain everything to you. You don't pay a cent. If people walk in off the street and they want to get that same consultation, it's $150. Not for you. You get it for free for listening to me right now. It's fantastic. They get results. I went through the process. Literally, it was painless. It was absolutely fantastic. You see the results right away, and then in about 6 to 8 months, you see the full-blown results, and you know it's never going away because little sidebar here. He's taking the hair from a place where it never goes away. No matter how bald you go in other places, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. So he takes it from there, puts it where you need it most, and you reap the benefits by seeing the results. Tell them I sent you by. They are the best in the business, and they do great work. Go to 975hair.com.
ESPN 97.5.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas. Our community. That's our favorite, right? That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm. That's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code YEAR to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Listen to Texas Radio Hall of Famers John and Lance weekday mornings from 7 to 10. You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texture, you can't beat tortillas and butter. You can't. It's so good. Ponchos didn't have churros as a texture, but gave you churros. They said they had churros, Brian.
I never said they had churros.
Oh, I thought you did.
No.
If you got perfect attendance at my elementary, you got a free meal at Ponchos. That sounds like a great reward.
Yeah, I think they had something like that at mine.
But if you ate Ponchos Monday through Thursday for dinner, there's a good chance you're not making it to school the next morning.
Facts.
So be careful how you schedule that. I wonder what school you went to, Texter. I went to Lakeland Elementary near downtown Humble, Texas. How about eating French bread at room temperature with your meal? Yeah, that's fine. French bread with room temperature with your meal? That's no problem.
Fine with that.
No problem with that. Cafe East, best Chinese buffet in Houston. Not related to this conversation. Something tells me that maybe you work at Cafe East. Slide into my DMs. El Pollo Loco tortillas with avocado salsa is the best. El Pollo Loco. Yeah, I like those too. That green sauce that they have at El Pollo, and maybe that is the avocado sauce. I'm not sure. I get them all and just kind of dip the chicken in. It's crazy at times. Yeah, I like El Pollo Loco too. I don't think they do that well in the Houston area though. Like every El Pollo Loco is like,
well, there's one
out
actually
of
not
business.
Only maybe a mile and a half from the station, right next to that Chick-fil-A. That one's still working.
That's there still.
It's still up and running. But to your point, there was one near me in Kingwood, and it was there and gone within a year.
That's the last one I've eaten at. Was that one? Yeah, I like it. I haven't had it in a long time though. It's fine. It's not bad. All right, which of these free agents do you want back? Texans free agents. Let's go needle. We'll go the needle rating here, 1 to 10. Where are they at on this? Stephon Diggs for you blankers. 1 to 10. He says nah.
I guess not 0.
3. Dang, you're low on Diggs. I'm not that high on Diggs either, but it's weird that we're both on the same page here. I might get a 4. I'll go 4.
Yeah, my answer is gonna be 4. Like I wouldn't hate it if they brought him back as long as the deal's right, but it's not a priority for me.
Same. Now the issue that comes into play here, and like I'm no capologist here, but I like to read Texans cap in my free time. The way they restructured his deal, if he doesn't re-sign with the Texans are going to lose some money, like some dead money. So there is incentive to work something out with Diggs so they don't lose that dead money. So like that's the hang up that I have. Like if you didn't have the dead money, goodbye, Stephon. But because you have the dead money, signing him at $25 million, whatever he gets, would be less expensive than signing another receiver at the same price. So yeah. You think he'd be ready for opening day?
I mean, he got hurt,
the first
week
7 weeks.
7?
Yeah,
I would guess 7. He's back for training camp.
It would be before training camp?
Well, I think maybe not day 1 of training camp. By the end of training camp, I think he's practicing. Definitely he's back by week 1.
See, I thought it'd be a challenge to get back by week 1.
I think he plays week 1.
That's a good question though. Like what is the ETA on his return? Because that factors it in. Like if you're going to pay a receiver $20 million, I want one I'm expecting to be ready at the start of the season versus one that's going to come back in week 3. So it depends on what they trust there. Robert Woods. 1.
0.
We're 1 to 10. Come on, Brian. Follow the
0.
rules. Foley Fatukasi. Yeah, I might get an 8 with Foley.
9.
I think
I want him back.
He was hurt a decent amount, which frustrated me because whenever he was on the field, I thought he was a game changer in the run game.
Yeah, whenever he was on the field, he was a plus.
I want him back. Eric Murray. I'm going to get a 5. If he's back, that's fine. I don't mind. Now, the money would have to make sense, but I'm at a 5 with Murray.
Yeah, 5.5.
Mario Edwards Jr. Yeah, I'll go 6.2. He was really, really good, but I'm not sure he's the type of player you want to pay money to. Like, it's a good find, great at the dollar figure you got him at, but do you want to be spending the money that he might get? So that's why I put him at a 6.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay market value, so I guess I'll put it at 6. But just from what he provides for the team, it'd be like a 7 or 8.
Derek Barnett. Yeah, I'm about a 3.
2.
Okay, Neville Hewitt. Yeah, I'll go 3-2. Good special teams guy.
Yeah, 3.
Devin White. Yeah, I'll go 1.
0.
Dario gonna not work here very long. Look at you flexing.
You can't say a Goomba Wale?
No, a Goomba Wale. I guess I can.
A 6?
I'm at a 1. I don't want him back.
0.
I want to get better at that spot. I want them to have a dynamic third down running back that can like change the game. How much of this is your Badger bias? Be honest.
A 6.
No, I see where you're coming from. He's good in special teams too, but I just want to improve at that spot. I want a game-changing third down running back, and I wouldn't mind if it's a rookie. You're at 6 with Dare?
No, I'm a 0. I'm at a 0.
Yeah, I think Damian will be back though, because he's going to be on the final year of his rookie deal. Like I think he'll be back. I don't want Dare to be back though. Kendrick Green. 1.
0.
Jerry Hughes. 1.
0.
Irv Smith. 1.
2.
Jeff Okudah. Jeff Okudon't. 1.
0.
And then the final one. I saved the best for last.
Oh, boy.
Case Keenum.
Our beloved Cougs. Wow.
Play caller, OC. Give him a 10. Whatever role Case Keenum wants on the Houston Tech, 10. If he wants to be a third-string quarterback, you give him the job. He wants to be quarterback coach, you give him the job. He wants to call plays, you give him the job. If he wants to be the head coach, see you, D'Amico. Goodbye. Give him the job.
2.
Get out of here. Delete your account. You're fired. ESPN had this deal of like the top priorities for like each team in the NFL. Actually, it was each playoff team in the NFL, and they had their notable unrestricted free agents. And of their unrestricted free agents, they had the top priority as Stephon Diggs. So all the names we just went through, what would be your top priority? Which guy would be the highest on your list? It would be Foley for me too. They have Diggs. It would be Foley for
unanimous.
Me. Yeah, so that's interesting that we're all in agreement there. And then they had potential candidates for release, guys that are currently on the roster. Titus Howard, who we've talked about, which that one's going to be close to me because I don't think you can sign a starting caliber offensive lineman for the money you would save for getting rid of Titus Howard. I think they're going to keep him on second thought.
Because of the dead cap?
Yeah, because you could save like $14 million if you do it after June, but is that enough to bring in a starting lineman? I don't think it is. So I don't think that the savings is going to be enough to make it worth it. The squeeze isn't worth the juice.
Especially if you have to replace potentially 3 interior offensive linemen also.
I think
you might need to take the savings by keeping Titus on the roster.
I think they will. Shaq Mason they have is another one, which I think we're all okay. Yeah, see you later. The final one is one that I hate. Danico Autry. Danico Autry. I don't want to lose Danico Autry. I think he is so good.
That must just be a thought that cap savings, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want him back as
Well, this article points out the key point as I was starting to read it here. None of his $9 billion is guaranteed this year, so he's a complete hands-free. Wash yourself of $9 million in cap space.
I think he's worth $9 million though.
I agree, but I mean he's 34. I don't know. I could see the thinking and the logic behind it, but I thought he played well enough to earn $9 million next year.
I mean, to talk out of both sides of my mouth and just talk this through, he is a bit of a specialist for you. Like, he's not your starting defensive ends. Right. Now, the Texans do rotate their defensive ends a lot, so he's still playing 60% of the snaps, but he's not starting. And then he's a situational pass rusher in the middle. So is $9 million worth a third defensive end and a situational defensive tackle? Personally, I think he is, because I thought he wrecked the game.
Third best pass rusher? I would say, yeah.
Yeah, to me, wrecked the game. Yeah.
You know Will Anderson Jr. is going to have an ankle injury at some point during the year. So
Easy. We don't talk about Will Anderson's weak ankles on this show. We never do that. Never do we do that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, now you're branching out into concrete. What's going on?
Yes, so we can do your patios, we can do your driveways, we can do your sidewalks, and not just concrete, but we can stain it, we can stamp it, we can give you that curb appeal that gives you so much added value to your home.
So you get your patio furniture done, and you get the patio put in as well.
Yeah, let's make your backyard look like Pinterest.
Let's get to the patio furniture. We're not going to be sitting out nearly as much now as we are in the spring and in the summer, so let's get it done now.
Yeah, because you don't want to do it when everyone else is doing it. You want to do it now with a quicker turnaround time.
How about free pickup and delivery?
Oh, we'd have to do that.
Anywhere, right?
We go anywhere from Conroe to Galveston, from Fulshire to Baytown.
I don't know if I need new patio furniture. How will I know?
So we would recommend emailing us your photos at sales@HoustonCoaters.com, and then we can determine if it's best to go ahead and get it coated or if we need to scrap it.
That's Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and it's 2025, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing 2 things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Follow us at ESPN Houston for behind-the-scenes content.
We'll even prank Joel Blank again. Or arm wrestle John Granado.
Wait, didn't you say you liked mustaches?
Okay, anyways, go follow us at ESPN Houston.
They're nice.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Presented by Zadok Jewelers. Time to welcome some new takes.
Right this way.
To Bad Take Boulevard.
If only there was something in your head to control the things you say.
It's the dumbest argument ever.
With the Killer Bees.
Can I just say that I'm an idiot for listening to you?
Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Texter says Justin Tucker doing Deshaun Watson things. Allegedly. But yeah, it doesn't look great for Justin Tucker. So
No, it sure doesn't.
yeah, everybody's owed their day in court, I guess. First one, Blanker's putting this one in here. How about Adam Silver's idea on what he wants to do to quarters in the NBA?
Something else that I'm a fan of, and I'm probably in a minority, as we get more involved in global basketball, the NBA is the only league that plays 48 minutes. And I am a fan of 4 10-minute quarters. I'm not sure that many others are. I mean, putting aside what it means for records and things like that, I think that a 2-hour format for a game is more consistent with sort of modern television habits. I don't think people in arenas aren't asking us to shorten the game, but I think as a television program, being 2 hours, that's Olympic basketball is 2 hours. College basketball, of course, is
Yeah, but if
40
you like it, I'd say it has kind of a little bit of a push there.
Yeah, but it's such a dramatic change to the game. I mean, I think something like that would have to be talked more about over time.
Hey, you like this one, Blankers? I think I know you like this one.
I hate it. I hate it because, again, we're instead of now we're going to change the whole game again, like all the things that we did for baseball, because we're worried about appeasing, the family on weeknights. I just think that there's a lot of different things that you can do. One, you can increase the level of play, the ability of the players in the league, or try to get that back to a level where it's entertaining basketball more so than not across the board. But reducing the game by 8 minutes is going to make that big of a difference? No, why don't you, and you'll never do this, but why don't you reduce the length of the timeouts or reduce the length of halftime, which is all their cash cow of all their extra sponsor money they're trying to squeeze out of it? Because it's not about the 48 minutes of basketball. We're sitting there and we're dragging out an extra hour longer for baseball. Football games are almost 4 hours now. I just think it's stupid to have that take.
Yeah, I don't think that NBA games are that long. Like, I never watched an NBA game, and I'm sitting there going, like, this product is taking forever. Like,
I've never had that thought watching an NBA game. Like, that's never been, like, this is not what turns me off of NBA games. Like, I've never thought, I'm not going to watch this NBA game because it's 8 minutes longer than it should have been.
What turns you off the NBA game?
I just don't, the style of play is not really to my appetite as someone that grew up watching 90s basketball.
Yeah, I get that. Now, I don't think it's as crazy as the baseball stuff, though. I would push back on that. I don't think reducing the game 8 minutes is as great or as grand of an adjustment as making bases bigger, adding a clock to baseball that had never been done before. Or the man for man. Like, that to me is way bigger than reducing the game by 8 minutes. But I still don't like it. And this would also really hurt bench players because our starters' minutes going to go down. I doubt it. So that means the bench guys aren't going to play as much. It rewards teams that have a better starting five as opposed to teams that are deeper. Yeah, I hate this idea. Plus, like, all the records. Like, you're totally – I hate when sports do this. Like, you are totally ruining the sanctity of the records that you've created. You reduce the game by 40 minutes, like, okay, well, all the point games are going to – like, how many points you score in games are going to be different, whether it's team or individual. Rebounding records, you're going to have to totally recondition the way that you think when you're evaluating careers, if you went to 40 minutes going forward versus pre-40 minutes.
But isn't that the case with every sport? I mean, baseball was 154, it's now 162.
Sure. It doesn't mean I like it,
was
though.
like 10 games at one point.
It changes, but it doesn't mean we like it.
Sure. No, I'm with you. I don't like it either. I'm just saying it's kind of reality of where sports are in 2025.
Yeah. Not a fan. Not a fan of it at all. Hate it. So, Adam Silver, you made the list.
You just made the list!
Next one, Archie Miller. Archie Miller, college basketball coach for Rhode Island. There was somebody who had like this kind of spoof, sarcastic tweet about the SEC being 54 and 54 since the start of conference play. Archie Miller took the bait.
Difficult. I heard somebody say the other day, like, the SEC is the best league in the country, but, in all games they're like 54 and 54. Somebody said that. I don't know if that's even accurate, but, like, do you know how hard it is in every league, to win? It's just hard to win any game.
Pretty good stuff there from Archie Miller, that the SEC, since the start of conference play, is 500.
Archie Miller also said that he thought Mike Greenberg from ESPN was the guy the Jets were interviewing for general manager.
I think that was you.
No kidding, Brian.
Rough look, Archie. Not great, Archie Miller. You make the list.
You just made the list.
Did you hear how the mayor of Philadelphia spelled her city's NFL team? Did you hear this one, Blankers?
Yes.
Here was the mayor of Philadelphia spelling out the football team in Philadelphia.
ELGSES Eagles. Let's go Birds.
Let's go Birds.
How do you think she spells birds?
B-U-D-R.
She misses the first vowel, so it'd be B-R-D-S. But she added a letter for the vowel, and she completely missed. It might be like B-D-R-S. Birds. I don't know. She spelled Eagles E-L-G-S-E-S.
Is that wrong?
I guess it depends on who you ask. Wrong might be a relative term.
I mean, at some point, we all just made up and decided how these words are going to be spelled. So who's to say how it should be spelled?
The Philly peeps like to refer to them in slang as the Eagles.
Do they?
Which still wouldn't be spelled how she spelled it.
No, then it would be an I-G in the Eagles.
I was listening to a podcast the other day about like the genesis of language and stuff. It is kind of crazy.
Yeah, we all just made it up at some point.
Yeah. Like, how do you know that is a cup?
We made it up.
Like, it's deep. It's deep. Maybe after, a drink might be a better time to have this conversation. Rock Chalk Blog. You can guess who is behind Rock Chalk Blog. Jayhawks. They tweeted before the Cougars went into Allen Fieldhouse, because the Cougars were favored in this game. Houston being 2.5-point favorites at Allen Fieldhouse is the weirdest, wonkiest line I've ever seen in my lifetime covering the sport. Houston is 0-3 in quad one games. What are we doing with these metrics? The computers can love them all they want. They shouldn't be favored at Allen Fieldhouse. What happened in that game? Double overtime.
Whoops.
Not only did the Cougars win, Cougars covered. And good teams win, and great teams cover.
You're not going to get the argument from me. I loved every bit of it. It was great.
Houston, by the way, quad one games now since they're 3-3 now. They have 3 quad one wins after having none going into the Allen Fieldhouse. So Rock Chalk Blog, you made the list.
You just made the list.
Houston Chronicle, Sam Warren guy. He called Taylor Trammell young. Do y'all even know who Taylor Trammell is? Y'all probably do.
I don't.
That's the outfielder that the Astros are considering.
Yeah, he's on the roster. He's on the 40-man.
Yep.
To make the team, under consideration. I would say, how many people that listen? Because, I mean, I barely know Taylor Trammell. How many of our listeners, what percentage do you think know who Taylor Trammell is?
More than they knew. People knew Greg Grissom.
Yeah, I would have it under 50%.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe like 40?
Like 20.
20. Oh, that low. Okay.
Like he was on the Whataburger tour the other day for the Astros Caravan. And I heard more times than not, who's that guy?
Yeah.
It's like, that's a guy that I think they got from the Yankees, but that's a guy that is somewhat highly regarded as a chance to make the outfield this year.
Because of the state of the outfield being so bad.
Right.
He's not been good in his big league career. I think he's another 4A outfielder. But anyways, Sam Warren, who was covering FanFest for the Houston Chronicle, he said in this tweet, young players like Zach DeCinzo and Taylor Trammell will get their shot to compete for one outfield position, and they're set on making most of it. So there is that. Guess how old Taylor Trammell is?
30.
27. 27 years old. Would we consider 27 young, or am I being too critical here?
No, that's not young for
okay.
Not in baseball terms.
Baseball player, so to speak.
So we can put Sam Warren on the list for calling Taylor Trammell at 27
I think so,
years old young. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't being a harsh critic here. So
No, I think it's totally fair. I mean,
right.
at 27, you're no longer a prospect.
You're not young at 27, says the 39-year-old.
Yeah.
But I'm
someone
not,
older than 39.
You're not young by Major League Baseball standards when you're 27 years old. So, Sam Warren, you made the list.
You just made the list.
Adam Schefter gets it as well. Remember what he said whenever the Texans fired Bobby Slowick? Our new arson judge. Adam Schefter tweeting, the Houston shakeup, Booby Slowick is out as the Texans offensive coordinator. Shefty, man, you know what bothers me about this one too? Like, proofread, whatever, like you're firing off a tweet, that doesn't matter. He deleted it. Like, let it live. Edit it. Do whatever.
We didn't already see it.
Yeah, I screen grabbed it. Like, let it
was on
live.
McAfee's show. I saw it there.
Yeah, just edit it, like if you have to. Deleting it's such a bad look. You know what? I put Schefter on the list for deleting it, not the mistake, because that mistake.
You just made the list.
It happens to us all. Now I wonder if there's an autocorrect for Adam Schefter here.
Oh, you say
because
maybe
we know our phone likes to predict what we're going to say.
So you think he's typing thirsty on his phone quite often?
I'm just wondering. I don't want him to sue me, so I'm not suggesting this. But it is a question that I do have, because our phones do predict what we're going to say. Or they autocorrect things that we say a lot
so he's
for things that we don't say ever.
He's typing in booby more than he's typing in Bobby.
I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just asking the question.
Okay.
713-780-3776. Asking the question. But Adam makes the list.
You just made the list.
That mistake. I'm with Blankers. I'm actually okay with guys being forced to stay in college longer in fixed play challenges. What does he mean there?
What?
I don't know. Here goes Branham, the English teacher. BRDSES, go Birds! And then another texter says, I thought about the autocorrect. I'm just wondering. A little predictive. Siri likes to predict our words. And they're listening to everything we say. Just came up.
I can see it. It's listening to you.
All right. 713-780-ESPN. Anything belongs on Bad Take Boulevard that we missed, let us know. We got snitched on today, Blankers. Brian texted us this morning in our group chat, and he said that a texter texted into John and Lance saying that we were bashing Lance's Bobby Slowick, CJ Stroud story. I haven't heard this yet. I don't think you've heard this yet. Brian's going to give it to us for the first time, but somebody snitched on us, and I don't think they were accurate. We'll discuss next. And also, since we're on the topic, who would be the biggest snitch at ESPN 97.5? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 in HD, 97.9 HD2.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas. Our community, that's our favorite, right? That's one of my most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light at just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please? You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Here's how Tax Rise saved Yvonne over 99% on what she owed the IRS.
I got a letter from the IRS saying that I owed $69,000, and I had no idea what to do. That's when I contacted you guys.
Our tax professionals at Tax Rise jumped into action. They helped Yvonne file her back taxes and get into compliance, but they didn't stop there. They negotiated directly with the IRS to fight for her case.
Effective immediately, the IRS has accepted. All they want in return is $100.
Thank you guys so much. I can't even explain how grateful I am.
We're so happy we got Yvonne the relief she deserved. We've helped thousands of clients find solutions to their tax problems, and we're ready to help you. To find out if you qualify for a tax relief program, call TaxRise today. 888-688-1638. For a free consultation, call 888-688-1638. 888-688-1638.
Results vary, not guaranteed, uncompensated testimonial. TaxRise is not IRS affiliated or a law firm.
Hey, you looking for somewhere to catch the big game? The all-new DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles is the place to be. Louisiana's largest sportsbook is the only place you'll want to watch, wager, and win. Immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order some game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your big game headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest invention is a game changer. Jeremy Branham here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal, but now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet. ProDunk.com.
Let's go!
Gallant and George, weekday afternoons from noon to 3. Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Who are the biggest snitches at ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. Biggest snitches
They get stitches
at the station. Well, it depends on who you're snitching on, I guess. Like, who's actually about it. Right?
I guess. I mean, it's always been, was it Shaq that started the snitches? There was some beef going on where the snitches get stitches.
Not sure. But anyways, we got snitched on John and Lance today. Apparently a texter texted into the show. I didn't even think Granado read text. So this is a text, not a call. That's just a text here, Brian.
Yeah, this is not a phone call.
That has something to do. What's the context here? So the C.J. Stroud, Bobby Slowick story.
Yeah,
that Lance
the thing
said.
we played last. It was last week, right? Or was it? No, maybe it was Monday. Anyway, the thing we played where Lance was talking about the story of Bobby and C.J. having the dust up or whatever during the pre-draft process. Apparently, someone texted in, and John came back into the segment and decided to tell Lance, like, "Hey, they're talking crap about you."
Come on,
Killer
John.
Bees.
John's doing this for clicks.
Come on,
yeah,
Granado's doing this for clicks.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
That's what he's doing. He's looking for clicks. Granado is Hall of Famers, though. We got to respect them. So here is the beginning of the segment, I suppose.
Welcome back. I was just hearing Jeremy.
I annoy him so much.
Joel and Jeremy were ripping you for your story about CJ and Bobby Slowick, just so you know.
Yeah, no, I saw that snitch try to send a message. Hey, guy, you know the Killer Bees? I said, are you snitching?
Yeah, he's snitching.
Yeah, I'm snitching.
I mean, I just
we
want you
got
to
a whole
know.
lot of snitches at this station, a whole lot of snitch-ass listeners.
Whoa.
Well,
Lance,
I just want you to know that was the conversation. I don't like snitching, but
fine with it.
Who are your top snitches at the station, Lance?
Oh,
yeah.
Well, John is a snitch. We know that. You and I have gone through that, Dell. He says he's not, but he tells quicker than anybody.
Are you kidding? I would go to prison.
Not a
to
chance.
Not snitch on you.
You just snitched on us.
You'd roll over so quick.
No,
you'd
me.
roll over for a slice of pizza.
For a slice of pizza. So what did we get snitched on? What did we say?
Did it ever get to that point?
No, because they eventually just took a caller. There was never any description, but apparently there, in the mind of the listener who texted in,
we can find the text, right?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
I guess it's got to be at some point. I heard it around 7:30, so I guess it'd be sometime between 7 and 7:30. But according to this texter who tried to snitch in, we apparently took issue with what Lance said about the Bobby CJ thing, which I don't remember from that conversation at all. But
we never said it. As a matter of fact, Jeremy remembered that I had told the story about how CJ at Ohio State quit talking to the OC because he didn't think he knew ball and went right to Day. Lance backed that up and said the exact same thing, then told us the rest of it. And we were like, it's possible for sure. And then we were kind of dissecting why they would do that, why Slowick might have that happen. We never said anything to the negative, or it was completely contrary.
What if there's a plot twist here?
Explain.
What if there's a plot? Because I'm going through I pulled up this morning.
You think
during
they
the
did
show.
it?
I'm seeing all of these texts as unread. I'm seeing them all as unread, and I've seen zero reference to us.
I mean, I guess it could have come through something other than a text. Maybe someone sent him a message on Twitter.
Maybe. But there's nothing on the text line.
Or Twitch.
Granado is making
but
this
they
up
don't
for
like
clicks.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Yeah. That's the plot twist. But
Johnny
we
G, you should be above that.
I did call it a nothing burger, but I'm not saying it didn't happen. I called it a nothing burger.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
They misinterpreted how the phrasing there.
I don't think that Slowick and Stroud getting into a contentious conversation during his official visit before he was drafted is a big deal. They still drafted Stroud at number 2. Slowick and Stroud got along really well, at least on camera, but I never really saw any tension between the two. And then Stroud even vouched for Slowick before he was fired. So I don't think it was a big deal. That's why I thought it was a nothing burger, but I'm not denying the Lance's story at all.
Yeah, saying it a nothing burger just means it didn't have a big impact on what followed it in his rookie season. It's not saying Lance's reporting is bad or wrong.
Yeah. So, yeah, that texter is wrong.
It is wrong.
Made the list. Although there might not be a texter.
You know what?
God, that's crazy.
There might not be a texter based on my quick research here.
Granado tried to claim that he's not a snitch, but he literally opened the segment with snitching right away.
He did. He did. But he's allowed to do that. He's the
Godfather.
Houston
Hall of
Mafia, Godfather, Hall of Fame. I want to be him when I grow up. Yeah, so it's okay. It's okay that he did that. But who are the biggest snitches, or who is the biggest snitch on our station? Who do you think it'd be? 713-780-3776. Who would it be for you, Blankers?
Well, I mean, I think John's right up there based on that, and because in the past John has been quick to bring. He loves the drama that he wants to bring onto the air. If anything happens, or even there's a chance of it happening, he loves putting that out there and everybody's business with it. But I mean, if not John, then Joe. I think Joe would probably be the leader in the clubhouse.
Oh, really?
That was my top two as well.
You think Joe would snitch? Why do you have this history? Why do you think this?
For a lot of the same reasons that Joel said. Like, I think Joe finds enjoyment in bringing the behind-the-scenes drama and having fun with it on air. And he's also, I mean, we all talk to Joe, and I love Joe. I was at his wedding. He's a friend of mine. He's in my fantasy leagues. But he's I would say he's a little bit loose-lipped. Like any of the behind-the-scenes stuff that maybe should be kept to only him, he kind of spreads that around from time to time.
Okay. Yeah, I'll piggyback off you guys.
That's kind of cowardly.
Nice
That's
cop out,
cowardly.
Branham.
I agree with you.
You're cowardly. You're trying to co-opt it
brilliant.
without putting your own opinion out there.
You're smart. No, I don't know. I really do believe it's Joe. I think it's Joe. I've caught Joe in a couple of lies. I've caught him in a couple of lies.
About the paying off the bet?
That's one. Yeah, that's one. I've caught him in a couple others that I just kind of took in. I was like, okay, all right. I see how that goes. I've heard. I've caught him up in a couple of lies.
So the two guys at the top of our list, John Granado, Joe George.
I don't have Granado at the top of my list.
Okay, well, I'll speak for Joel.
He just did it. He just did it. He just gave you proof today.
Well, apparently the text line is saying
both
that
from Chicago is all I'm saying.
Omega
Maybe there's a trend
Man,
here.
Omega Man and Humble, when John first brought it up, Lance confirmed that he also saw the snitch, and then another texter says it sounds like it came from the group chat, personal phones. So I think that's where it came from, because it didn't come on the HRP. Yeah. Maybe there's a. So I wonder, like, who are their friends?
Yanni,
About to
did
find
Yanni
out.
rat us out?
About to find out.
Yeah, maybe so. They're ratting us out. But to be clear, we didn't say that Lance's report wasn't accurate. I just didn't think it was a big deal, because they still drafted Stroud. 713-780-ESPN. No, but I've got Joe in a couple of lies. I'll just keep that to myself. I don't want to make it public. I don't think he even knows. I haven't even told him.
You don't want to make it public?
Well,
no, the lie specifically.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, not that he's
bad
a liar.
news for you. It's kind of public
Goodbye.
right now.
The lie
And
specifically.
Goodbye.
The one that we know is the bet. He's gone one full calendar year plus a month-ish, 13 months now without paying up a bet.
But on top of it, instead of not even owning up to it to us and denying it, that we heard because he went and gossiped about it to Brian, that Brian could bring it to us, that he's actually not doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
I guess in a way I kind of snitched on Joe, because Joe told me
Oh,
why
you
he
absolutely
wasn't paying
did.
you off, and then I snitched him out to you guys. So I guess I got to be put on the list.
Paul is the biggest, snitch. So there's a text for Paul on the text line. Biggest snitch is an intern or producer trying to move up in the company. I wouldn't.
I don't think any
rule
of our
that out.
interns are snitches.
No, I would say that's probably a general take.
Okay.
I have the answer for you boys.
Who you got?
Lance said that it was a guy on Twitter. I was messing with him and called him a snitch. It wasn't that serious. But then why did John lead the segment with it?
Yeah. So you don't know who it was?
He didn't say. He said it was a guy on Twitter. So shouldn't we should be able to find the tweet.
Maybe so. I'm not that interested. Blank would snitch for a well-done steak with ketchup. I don't think that's true. You wouldn't do that.
Well,
right?
that's just one of the labels on Twitch.
Well, did you snitch for cheese curds done the right way?
No, I'm not as big a fan just because I'm from Wisconsin. I know a lot of people love them, and I've already told you guys the deep fried ones aren't the true cheese curds.
I'm not. No, that's why I said the right way, because I know you have.
No,
takes about
even
what's
the right way. I was never. I mean, they're good. That you can get them. Every now and then they're okay. I'm just not a big fan.
Yeah, I would snitch for a good, well-cooked steak. I have no
Yeah,
problem.
I
I would
would-
snitch on you. I
yeah,
would stab you guys
absolutely.
right in the back for a really well-done steak. Not well done, like a really well-prepared steak.
Like a perfectly cooked New York strip, I would snitch on
You guys are all getting it. Dell would absolutely snitch, just as the vibe. I disagree. Total
Oh, I
Dallas. Branham's
I
the
don't.
biggest snitch.
Dell loves the drama too. Dell would absolutely get it going.
You think so?
Yep.
The
I guess the better question is who's not a snitch. It feels like we've outed everybody at this point.
Rahil 100%. Was he? I never really got to know Rahil that well. Was he
Rahil's
a
great.
snitch?
He texted me last night.
Nice flex. Was he a snitch?
No, that's not a flex. It's a friend. I don't think he was. But again, I think he, like Dell, likes the on-air drama. He was one of he loved the on-air drama. As long as it didn't involve him, he was all about throwing gas on that fire.
Texture, since we are snitching, I'm going to let y'all know that Gallant was trying to do your job for you, Branham. You mentioned different topics to add to your rundown today.
Oh, I forgot to. I'll get that audio. I heard that earlier. It wasn't that big of a deal.
What was he doing?
I'm trying to. It was something about like one team being better than the other. I don't remember the specifics, but I didn't take it as actually.
Oh, was he? Was it like engagement farming kind of innuendo?
It was kind of the joke. Yeah, I was like, is this team better than this team? 7-1-3. But and he made the joke, hey, Brand, I'm done your show prep for you. But it really wasn't much.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
You just throw this crap out here to get clicks.
That's right. You got to be a pro at farming engagement. Raheezy used to be snitch. That's 2 for Rahil, and he doesn't even work here anymore.
Yeah.
Dell's the biggest snitch, says a texter. The goofy producer on the show before y'all.
Wow, shot at Mapes.
Mapes?
Yeah.
Mapes doesn't even know my name. He's the goofy producer.
Yeah, goofy producer. Josh, he does look like a Roaring Kitty.
Or Lance McCullers.
I think a more Roaring Kitty.
Yeah, probably more Roaring Kitty.
Josh from Seabrook would Lance Zerline snitch for that brisket he cooked once. I wouldn't snitch for that brisket. A properly cooked steak, yes. Lance's brisket, Lance could get a text in his group chat about that tomorrow.
For that. I'd lie to the cops for that one.
We got the winner.
Okay.
We got the winner on the text line, 6790. He is the winner. He said Jake from the Wheelhouse.
Ooh.
Oh, no question.
I knew Blankers was going to bounce.
Absolutely spot on. The Red Weasel would be absolutely number one.
Glenn Davis is the biggest snitch as a texter.
No chance.
Glenn's not a snitch.
Brandon would snitch for some mayo cologne from his favorite UK quarterback. You're not wrong. I would. That cologne, it's probably tasty, too. All right, 713-780-ESPN. If you're going to snitch, I don't mind. How much do we care about the Rockets making the All-Star team? They announced this today, right? So we're going to know here pretty shortly who's making the All-Star, if anybody's making the All-Star team. How much do we care about this? And if you had to pitch one Rocket to make the All-Star game, who would it be? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
All right, here's the deal, Houston. Nico Nico's just dropped their OPA app, and it's a game changer. Download it, get 100 free points just for joining. Then every bite you take at Nico Nico's earns you more points for free food, drinks, and desserts, even free meals. What's better than that? Nothing. So don't wait. Download the Nico Nico's OPA, OPA app today and get rewarded and get your Greek on. It's OPA amazing.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could beat lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What is GMTVCC? It's a mouthful, but translation for GMTVCC.com is Give Me the VIN Classic and Collector Cars. It's a brand new buying division of Give Me the VIN, but it's for classic and collector cars. Experienced pro buyers will appraise an offer on your 1970 Hemi Cuda or 1988 Fox Body Mustang or your granddad's old 1985 square body Chevy truck. GMTVCC.com is where you go to get real money for classic and collector cars to get paid now. That's GMTVCC.com. Brought to you by Give Me the VIN.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text CARE to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text CARE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text CARE to 200-300. That's CARE to 200-300. CARE to 200-300.
The Buzz Williams Show is on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Get 'em. Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blankers did some recon. And found the snitch. What you got for us?
Well, I actually didn't have to do the recon. I mean, certain people say, oh, I know Lance from way back when. Well, all I had to do was text Lance, and we started talking about it. And he's like, I got to get on a plane, but here, I'll shoot it to you. And he shot me exactly what he read on the air.
That's recon.
There's also Lance snitching on the snitch.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It's kind of true.
Next level.
That is pretty funny.
There you go.
Yeah, the snitcher said at Lance and Adrian, he tweets us all the time too. I like Adrian. Adrian's I would have called him good people before today. I won't let this ruin that.
You
good
know
people.
Adrian?
I know who he is on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
I don't know him personally. Anyways, he says the Killer Bees think the CJ story you guys are talking about has been embellished. 2 exclamation points. Yeah, I think we have a little missing of context here. Nothing Burger is not embellishing. Nothing Burger is, I don't think it really mattered. So
Yeah, I mean, embellishing would mean like we think Lance exaggerated the story. We're not saying he exaggerated the story. We just think the fight didn't end up meaning anything.
Yeah. I don't know if, maybe I think I might have said that I don't know if they were squaring off against one another. I might have said that.
But I don't think Lance ever said that.
No, he said it got heated. He said it got contentious.
He said it got heated and contentious, but he never said they squared off.
They never went toe to toe and were squaring off. Yeah.
That would have been contradictory to what he said.
Yeah.
That's just, I mean, I think it's much ado about nothing, but someone was trying to be a hero that no one needs.
I actually encourage it. If you want to give more information to John and Lance of all the trash we talk, please do it. You can follow them on Twitter at Lance Zerline and at John Granado. If you want to give them all the dirt on the Killer Bees, that's the way to do it. You can always text in 713-780-3776. Do it all. Tag Pac-Man Joel too. He might appreciate it.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
How much do you care about the Rockets making the All-Star game? We're going to find out a little bit later tonight.
I mean, look, there's a lot of people and a lot of the red Kool-Aid drinking Rockets rowdies and Rockets fans that this is a big deal to. What I care most about is the way this team is playing. What I care most about is this team is playing team basketball, and they're entertaining to watch, and they've actually got a chance to do something. That's what I care about. I know that it's a popularity contest. It's annoying. We talked about it a little bit the other day in the fact that, it's not based on experts that are analyzing the best players playing the best basketball. It's about stuff in the ballot box, and they've got this, you vote today and your vote counts 3 times as much and 5 times as much and all this other BS that goes with it. It's not about the true essence of how it was created in the first place, which is which guys this year are playing the best. So I know a lot of people care and they really want one. If not, now they're saying that the Rockets deserve two. I just don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah, I kind of want to see it. I also don't think it's like a huge deal. I think it's another nothing burger. But, I mean, I'd like to see Alpi get there. I think it'd be good. I think it'd be cool. For me, I'd be standing for Amin Thompson because I think he is their best player. Really like him. He's my favorite Houston Rocket. I'm not scared to admit it. I'm not scared to be a little biased towards Amin Thompson. But also, it would get the Rockets, I believe, a little bit more on the national stage. Not that it's actually tangible. Not that it's going to matter about them succeeding in the rest of the regular season or advancing far to the playoffs. But it would just be kind of cool to see them get that exposure, get the limelight a bit. And then it probably, too, like it probably would lead to more national televised games if you care about that sort of thing. I think it would kind of segue into that a little bit going into the next year.
I think that's more about, I mean, maybe next year. I was going to say the
year.
schedule's already decided. Maybe they're going to, they'll maybe, push some games out and make some switches. But overall, the biggest thing for me is after hearing Alpi today, prior to the game, talk about how much it would mean back in his home country of Turkey and how many, what a meaningful thing that would mean for him as it relates to the people back home. I think that's a great story. So that's fantastic. And if it happens for him, I'm happy as hell. I just think that the most important thing is that this team's playing a brand of basketball that regardless of who makes the All-Star team or not, people are already talking about, taking notice of, and really kind of appreciating the squad that they got now.
No, yeah, that's the most important thing for sure. Like, this is more secondary, more peripheral for sure. Like, yeah, that's the most important thing. Here's a pretty good case for no one on the Rockets making it, just in terms of, like, the team benefit. Mm-hmm. He says, don't let the Rockets in and give them a chip on the shoulder for the playoffs. Okay, I can see that. That could be productive. That could actually be helpful. How much does it move the needle? Maybe not a ton, but potentially you can make a case for it. Texter says Amin as the one Rocket that you would have to pitch for. Are we all in agreement that Amin Thompson would be the Rocket that we're pitching for? Like the Turkish fans would go Alpi. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
I would go Amin. A lot of, I don't want to say a lot. Some people
what's ironic,
Jalen Green like 2 weeks ago.
And this is also how the league works, because a lot of times, they're passing judgments based on potential. It's like Reed Shepherd making the rookie sophomore game or whatever they're calling it now. And it's like, but Reed Shepherd hasn't even hardly played this year. Whereas the next day after Amin has the big breakout game that everybody was talking about in the game winner, that's when he's named. It's like, well, he should have already been on your radar as a guy that was borderline regular All-Star game worthy, that he should have already been in the game. So it's just, there's no science to it, the rhyme or reason, the way the league does it. But yeah, he's definitely worthy of that. And he's definitely worthy of consideration for the All-Star game.
Yeah. You know Ime's middle name?
No clue.
Sunday.
Ask Largo. He can look it up.
It's Sunday. Ime's, because Texter sent this in. This is the reason I looked up his record real quick. Texter said, shout out to big ups to Branham's fill-in yesterday, Barry Lamanek. That pointed out that the coach was 500 in Boston his first year, and the finals in his second. Let's see if he does that here. Ime went to the finals in his first year as head coach.
I thought it was his second year.
I think Ime's only been coaching for 3 years.
I'm just going off of memory. Right? I'm just going off of memory, but I didn't think it was his rookie year that he took him to the finals. I thought it was his second year, but I could be wrong.
Let's see. Ime Udoka. No, he was suspended going into his second year. He was hired going into the 21-22 season, and that's the year they went to
Jersey,
the finals.
Right? He was with the Nets.
He was with the Nets in 2021. Then they hired him ahead of 21-22. He replaced Brad Stevens. They went to the final that year, and then September of 2022, they suspended him for the entire year, and then eventually fired him.
Huh.
So he went to the finals his first year in Boston.
There you go. Did you see what Tatum said the other day too?
No.
And, Tatum played for Krzyzewski. He played for, as you mentioned, Brad Stevens, a lot of good coaches. He's like, they're all second to Ime. Ime and I had a connection. He's been that guy for me. He's my favorite coach of all time. I mean, that says a lot about like the fact that he was able to reach that young team that he had and do what you just said, to take him to the finals in his first year.
Yeah. I love him. I think he's a really good coach. A few texters. Min is the most exciting player. Easy. Yeah, he's definitely most exciting. BMAC, you got to isolate Branham saying he'd roll over for a well-done steak and send it to John and Lance without his follow-up or context. That would be kind of funny. And then Brian snitching on us. Another text, didn't Granado snitch on the whole Wildhouse and now they are resting in peace? It's a good point.
I think he just had enough, and he heard that people were telling him that the wheelhouse was talking about him, and that's when he just went guns blazing at the little redhead.
Yeah, I mean, I was just having some fun with it. He didn't get the wheelhouse fired, but yeah, kind of the timing of it was funny.
Comments were phenomenal.
They were. Rockets will get 0 all-stars. They have 8 to 9 decent to good players, no superstars.
See,
I don't think they have a superstar yet. I think it's fine.
No, I think they have the potential to have one or more superstars, but I think that's a credit to what I was talking about. I'm like, this is a true team. This is the definition of a team. There isn't an Anthony Edwards or a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. This is a team that on any given night, one of the 4, 5, 6 guys could be your leading scorer, could do the dirty work, could do the things that win the game, and that's the beauty of it. So that's where that is realistic. You don't have any all-stars. Again, Jeremy's right. They'd use it as motivation probably as well, but it's also a compliment because you've got so many guys that can step up for you.
How many guys can be superstars
on this team?
Correct.
3.
Okay. Amin, Alpi, Jalen.
Yeah.
That's my answer too.
I got 2 borderline, but you know me. I've got one that I'm biased personally about, and then the other one where I think he can be really, really good. I just don't think he'd be a superstar.
You talking about Jalen?
I don't think Reed can be a superstar.
I don't think outside of these 3. Oh, you're talking about Cam and Reed.
Cam. Yeah, I think Cam, if he just gets his head on straight, I think Cam has all the ability to be a star in this league.
I balk at that a little. I think he can be really good. Reed, I just haven't seen enough,
Yeah.
Like he's done nothing this year. He's a rookie.
Well, he goes down to the G League and he drops a 50 burger, but at the same time, yeah, I mean, I've had people saying, are they done with Reed? Are they pulling the plug? He's 19, 20 years old. No, they're not pulling the plug.
I could drop 50 in the G League.
Okay.
That might be more ludicrous.
All right, Bronny.
All
right, Bronny. You go do that.
You off the hook.
I'm kidding. I care about the All-Star snub because the more exposure for Rockets players, the better chance that Space City Network expands to other platforms due to demand for Rockets games. That's a bit of a reach, I think. I think it's a bit of a reach. Texture, I underestimated the team and the coach. That's good. It's big on you to admit that. Because he is really good, and then he followed that up with Shepard as trash can emoji. We just haven't seen enough of Reed. Just haven't seen enough of him yet.
Yeah, I'm not willing to pull the plug on Reed at all. I just think that again, he's got to get to the point where he gets substantial minutes. I think he still has to fill out and get stronger. I completely believe in his abilities, but he's young. You drafted a kid after 1 year in college. It's a lot of people. It's not going to happen overnight. And like I said, you stand next to him and around him, and you realize he's very slight, and he has a long way of development to go.
If he became Peyton Pritchard, would that be enough for you?
Yeah. Yes, it would. It would be enough for me. Peyton Pritchard's underrated. I think on a different team, Peyton Pritchard might be a bigger piece to anybody's puzzle. He's just in a situation where he's behind, 5 guys that could potentially be one of your go-to guys. I think Peyton Pritchard's got a ton of ability.
Yeah, I would be happy if he's Peyton Pritchard, quite frankly. Now, Pritchard's got a little bit of size, too. He's got some girth. He's wide. He's pretty thick with 2 C's. All right, car wreck of the day.
Phrasing.
Car wreck of the day, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? I'm going to dip out here a little bit. I'm going to go to the Kelvin Sampson show. If you want to swing on by, come hang out with me. But Blankers and Brian, your car wrecks of the day, yours as well, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know that the one final NFL game is the Super Bowl. It's upon us coming up in the next week or so, and you know that the only place I'm going to tell you that you can go everything from the prop bets and the color of the Gatorade and all the different things that go with the Super Bowl that you can bet on, as well as the game itself. I'm going to encourage you to go to mybookie.ag. It's the place you want to be if you want to play some money on sports. If there's sports on TV, you can bet on it at mybookie.ag. And they take care of the customers in so many different ways. If you like to gamble, but sometimes it's not on sports, live dealers are always standing by, so you can play casino games and you don't have to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. If you want to get involved and get bonuses and all kinds of different ways that you can get extra cash in your account so that you have more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win, you go to MyBookie. Minute you sign up and you put money in your account, whatever you put in, they're going to put money on top of it as a welcome bonus to tell you that they're happy that you're there and that they hope that you come back. And on top of that, they have a participation rewards program that's called MyBookie Plus. The more you play on mybookie.ag, the more that you're going to get rewarded with better prop bets, better odds, and lots of different promotions that can help you along the way. And the sites are fantastic. From your phone to your laptop to your tablet, you can get on one of the MyBookie apps, or you can get on the website and be with like-minded individuals where you can share conversations, get in-game live bets, as well as placing all the money down on all the different games and play the casino games. They're fantastic. All you got to do to get the process started and keep it going along the way is anytime and every time they ask you for a promo code, use ours, Bet975. It opens doors, it gets you places, and it puts money in your account, and that's what you love the most. They've been in business for over a decade. They're going to take care of you every step of the way. As I always tell you, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron Ansana. Well, a mixed reaction to earnings led to some modest gains on Wall Street today. The Dow up over 150, the NASDAQ and S&P seeing some modest gains as well. IBM and Meta among the big gainers on Wall Street today following the release of their earnings reports. Meanwhile, shares of Microsoft and UPS saw some weakness following the release of their earnings. Busy day on the economic front. Economic growth in the fourth quarter fell a bit short of economist estimates. That's according to a Commerce Department report released today. Meanwhile, a report from the Labor Department said that first-time claims for unemployment benefits dropped a little more than expected the week ended January 25th. And officials say that all 64 passengers aboard an American Airlines flight are feared dead after the regional jetliner collided with an Army helicopter in Washington, D.C. last night. Officials say they haven't recovered the plane's black boxes yet, but they should be able to retrieve them. American Airlines CEO Robert Isom says that he expresses deep sorrow for the victims of the crash.
Hey, everybody, John Granato here with Doc Linville. Doc, the ab treatment that you've got is really, really cool.
Yeah, the ab treatment is pretty sick. It's called Evolve. Okay, so there's a thing called Transform and there's a thing called Evolve Tone, but one of them melts some fat. So you can actually tighten the skin and melt fat without any surgery. And the tone builds up your muscles. So the most common things for guys would be like the glutes or the abs especially. And then I can even come back and hit it with some of the Morpheus I was talking about.
Doc Linville is here for you. 975hair.com.
One of the best things we've done to manage our business is outsourcing our human resources, payroll, and benefits administration to HR&P. Hi, I'm Chad Clay, owner of CEP Sorbents, the industry leader in oil spill cleanup products and have dealt with numerous oil spill disasters. Knowing up close what a disaster looks like, we have chosen to avoid them in our offices. So we called HR&P. HR&P guides us through the landmines of HR, payroll, and benefit compliance so my team can focus solely on helping our clients with their problems. Having HR&P just makes sense.
Get started at hrp.net.
Can you dig it? Houston, get ready to rumble with the Hall of Fame on ESPN Radio.
That's right, Booker. We're bringing the heat Tuesday through Friday right here on the Houston airwaves on 97.5 and 92.5.
We've got the exclusive scoop on wrestling, boxing, and everything in between.
Join us for the smackdown of sports talk and don't miss a moment of the action.
The Hall of Fame. Now, can you dig that? Sucker!
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? Download it now in your app store.
Our foundation is built on love.
I admire each of you. Thank you. I love you.
And trust.
I think it just shows our culture.
Hard work.
We're going to prove something. We're going to play with that chip on our shoulder.
Giga Maggies.
Hit the rim. Count it and one. Manny in traffic.
The Aggies play here on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Game coverage of Texas A&M versus South Carolina begins Saturday night at 7 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You all right?
My leg's broken. The ball's coming through.
I'll give you a phone, you prick. Where's my money?
This is the car wreck of the day.
You know the way we do it. Finish the show. It is indeed the car wreck of the day, which on most days, like HR&P, is the Twitch line. But at the same time, we always like your participation along the way. But BMAC, start us off.
You mentioned HR&P, so let's start right there.
Yeah.
Jeremy, earlier in the show, made radio history by ending his live read for HR&P. Excellent company. You should definitely use them. But he ended his live read for HR&P by saying goodbye. And the first time I've ever heard this.
281-880-6525, or just visit them online, hrp.net. They got a great website. Look through that, scroll through that, and figure out how they can help you. hrp.net. Goodbye.
ESPN
great,
97.5.
The pause before the goodbye. The pause and then the goodbye was just the complete hit the eject button. Like, it's like, okay, I have nowhere to go with this, so I'm out. Goodbye.
I mean, you're too young.
We've all been there, though.
Yeah, but you're too young for Paul Harvey. But my dad used to listen to Paul Harvey in the car. And Paul Harvey, when he ended, he would tell these stories. I think they're called like the rest of the story. And at the end of it, he'd go, good day. And I was like, he had the pause and it was goodbye.
Yeah. We've all been there in radio where, like, you had a train of thought or you maybe lost where you were. And you're just like, man, how do I get out of this without, sounding ridiculous? And for Jeremy, it was goodbye.
Well, I got a couple, and the first one we kind of mentioned already. Justin Tucker doing his best, allegedly, his best Deshaun Watson. Not a good luck for Tuck, who had his worst season of his career. Maybe this leads you to believe this might have something to do with it, but now I think there's up to six allegations.
From what I read, because when I initially read this, it's like, how could you in a post-Deshaun Watson world make the same mistake he did, because this is going to come out. I mean, beyond the fact that it's terrible to do to begin with. But it actually turns out this was 2012 to 2016. And like you said, six women making the allegations. Apparently he was banned from 2 spas, massage parlors as a part of this, where apparently he was doing some very Deshaun Watson things, rubbing himself on people and exposing himself. And just obviously a terrible look and a terrible act if it is indeed true.
Just absolutely ridiculous. And just, I think, and then my other one right off the top was in another episode of athletes behaving badly that are very, very wealthy and probably don't need to do this stuff. Scary Terry, what's his last name? Terry Rozier, former Celtic, now Miami Heat member, being investigated after the league already investigated the fact that he may have been wagering or assisting people wagering on NBA games and tipping them off to when he may leave games with injuries and therefore to take the unders and such. You got enough money. You got a massive contract. What the hell are you doing?
I mean, I think it's the answer for the entire world in that there's never enough money. I mean, we say the same thing about, businessmen who are billionaires and they do something illegal. Like, man, you already had billions, but I mean, for some people, there's a certain mindset. There's never, there's no such thing as ever having enough. So, I mean,
also
it's
something
sad,
about the fact that
it's not crazy given the landscape of these things.
Was it Michael Porter Jr.'s little brother was the one that was gambling?
Yeah, I think so.
And that somehow this is also roped into that. Not that they were saying that there verified proof that they were communicating, but it might have been like the similar games or something, the same game. It's like, come on, guys, man. I understand maybe in Porter Jr.'s little brother's case that he wasn't making much coin and he wasn't going to be like his brother. But Terry DeHare got a massive contract. He doesn't need to do this.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's tough for guys, in a different tax bracket for like us than them to make sense of that, because we would never risk the sort of money they have on something like this. But I just think there's some people that, whether it be competitiveness or greed or whatever it is, there's just never enough. So it'll lead them to some really stupid decisions.
No doubt. You got anything else?
Yeah, one other. I mean, we played this audio earlier today during Bad Take Boulevard, but Adam Silver's rule change ideas. We heard the one about short and quarter length. He also had another one that we didn't get to, where apparently he wants to make fouls on 3-point shots only get 2 free throws, which helped me understand the logic.
I did not
there.
see that one.
Yeah,
and I was going to throw in there.
Maybe we'll get to that tomorrow, but yeah, that was
Cam Newton was also on one of the ESPN shows and said that he would take his most valuable player award over a Super Bowl.
Yeah, we don't have time for the audio, but man, that is...
What's winning?
I mean, it's got to be Justin Tucker, right?
Yeah, we got to go Justin Tucker. Justin Tucker, you are the winner, but you may not be when all is said and done. Hey, we got to get out of here. Thanks to everybody, including BMAC, for doing the hard work. Jeremy and myself, Joel, Athletically Declined, coming up at 7 o'clock. Check it out if you haven't heard it before. It's a really good show right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a good night, everybody.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Our foundation is built on love.
I admire each of you. Thank you. I love you.
And trust.
I think it just shows our culture.
Hard work.
You know, we're going to prove something. We're going to play with that chip on our shoulder.
Giga Aggies.
Hit the rim. Count it and one. Manny in traffic.
The Aggies play here on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Game coverage of Texas A&M versus South Carolina begins Saturday night at 7 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most people are tired and worn down by the time they get to the mortgage part of a home purchase, so they don't properly shop their mortgage.